Chapter 1 Low-Level App? Yenjing. The night was silent. Jiang Ning continuously smoked a pack of cigarettes. His face was haggard and painful. During the internship period of his senior year, he offended the leaders in the company, was put in small shoes, and was directly dismissed by the company and informed the school. The face is lost. An hour ago, the girlfriend Chun Yifei, the love of her life in college, who had been together for 4 years, called and proposed to break up. Jiangning, let's break up. I can't wait that long. I also came to Yenjing from a small place to fight. I don't have that much time to spend with you. You even lost your internship now. What are you going to give me a future with? Chen Yifei's words broke Jiang Ning's heart. Over the past 4 years, he had saved his money. The most exhausting time he worked 3 jobs by himself and slept only 4 hours a day. In order to coax Chen Yifei happy, to buy her designer bags, buy cosmetics. However, after 4 years of desperation, all he got was a breakup that didn't leave a trace of emotion. At this moment, Jiang Ning's face is clear and cold. His heart is like ashes. Lying on the bed, smoked the last cigarette, bought a ticket back to his hometown, intends to never return to this sad city, completely forget Chen Yifei. Jiang Ning held his hair in annoyance, got up and was ready to pack his things. He walked to the closet and squatted down, and was about to stuff the clothes into the suitcase when the cell phone on the bedside table suddenly ding-dong rang. Jiang Ning froze and picked up the phone. A page popped up on his cell phone, showing that he had successfully bound the app. Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. He didn't remember that he had blindly bound the software. Just as he was about to put the phone down and ignore the message, his feet suddenly stumbled, and his entire body directly tipped to the ground. In that instant, Jiang Ning's thumb pressed the app's go to home button. The pain that came from his thumb made Jiang Ning jolt, and he hastily retracted his hand. He looked down and saw that his thumb had turned white, and the blood of his thumb was still on the phone. Just as Jiang Ning was filled with doubt, the phone suddenly made a sound. Ding-dong, system binding successful. System current host, Jiang Ning. The system lives and dies with the host. This system is a welfare system. It only follows the host for life. The rest of the people cannot manipulate or even steal this system. Jiang Ning was a bit confused by the series of electronic tones mingling. After hesitating for a long while, Jiang Ning picked up his cell phone. The strange thing was that the blood stains that had remained on the phone just a moment ago had disappeared, and even the few traces of the previous smash were gone. Holy, so magical? Jiang Ning's eyes widened, his sight having been completely drawn to the new page. Rolls-Royce Phantom Customized Edition. Original price 23 million. Limited time second price 230 yuan. 365 square feet duplex villa in Building 5 of the Flowing Water Family Premium District. Original price 17.66 million. Limited time spike price 176 yuan. Hermès new crocodile bag original price of 110,000. Spike price 1 yuan. The flat and uninteresting page flashed with palpitating prices. You don't know to find a better app to cheat people. Just this kind of low-level app still want to cheat me? The villa is only 176. Ghosts believe it. Models don't even come that cheap. Jiang Ning said as he prepared to smash the cottage onto the bed. Just as the phone was about to detach from his palm, Jiang Ning suddenly rang that electronic tone. System? Could it be the golden finger inside the novel? He, Jiang Ning, as a contemporary trainee beater, could be said to have studied this kind of golden finger inside novels and inside movies and TV dramas quite a bit. Besides, it wasn't like he would lose a piece of meat if he tried it. He was already so miserable anyway. It shouldn't be useful for a scammer to trick someone like him. Jiang Ning thought and directly clicked on the purchase option on the Rolls-Royce Phantom page. To say that he had once dreamed of what? It was of course to have a car that blows the roof off. This just clicked on the purchase deduction text message, and it had already been sent in. Purchase successful. Please wait a moment for the host. The corner of Jiang Ning's mouth slightly twitching. His body savings is only a few $100s. This time his really poor cannot uncover the pot. Adhering to the idea of breaking the bank, Jiang Ning threw his cell phone on the nightstand as soon as he could, and slept on his own. Jiang Ning was woken up by a text message tone. Inside was a message from Zhang Feng, a former classmate. Jiang Ning, it's been a long time, our class reunion. You must come over. I heard that you've been interning inside the company recently. You have to take care of those of us who aren't interning more. Don't be in a bad mood because you've been dumped. After all, you being dumped can be something we expected. Jiang Ning sighed, unable to find a reason to refuse. Just as he turned his head and was about to look for his clothes, he saw that a 4-square black box had somehow appeared on the bedside table. Jiang Ning opened the box and realized that inside was actually a car key, and there were various proofs pressed underneath the car key. Jiang Ning's heart shook violently. This class reunion must go. After casually taking a shower, Jiang Ning tugged on the car key and went downstairs with great speed, and at this time, his car had already been surrounded by the group. Jiang Ning hooked up his lips and was about to walk to his car when a woman in a gaudy dress and heavy makeup sat on the roof of his car, recording videos non-stop. "Ma'am, can you move over?" Jiang Ning contained a smile, but only got a blank stare from the woman. "What's a poor person like you wearing ground floor goods doing here? This is my husband's car." Chapter 2, What a Rolls-Royce. As soon as the people surrounding the car heard this, they immediately started pointing at Jiang Ning and the woman and talking about it. "This kid really doesn't know any better. This pickup style is too old-fashioned, right? That's right. This beauty's husband can afford to drive such a car. He must have a very high status. This kid really doesn't know the sky. He actually dares to come over. What's so strange about this? I've seen a lot of toads wanting to eat swan meat. Could it be that this kid thought this car was his, and that's why he wanted to tell that woman to get out of the way? Ha! What a laugh!" Listening to the jeers that kept coming from the people around him, Jiang Ning smiled faintly. This woman had a beautifully curved body, and even with the heavy makeup she was wearing, she couldn't hide the whiteness and tenderness of her face. But Jiang Ning didn't have time to delay here right now. "I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't think this is your husband's car, and I'm a bit busy, so please move aside as soon as possible." Jiang Ning finished speaking and then directly took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it. The headlights of the Rolls-Royce instantly flashed. The woman sitting on the roof of the car was confused, and even forgot to continue filming the video. The people in the surrounding discussion were also dumbfounded. This defense suit came too damn suddenly, right? This kid wearing ground goods could actually own a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Ignoring the crowd's surprise, Jiang Ning opened the door of the car and was about to sit in it when the woman suddenly reacted, pulling the handle of the car door with great speed. "Good brother, is this car really yours? Seeing each other is fate. Let's leave a contact information. What do you think?" "No need." Jiang Ning shook his head and refused, directly closing the car door, stepping on the gas pedal and directly igniting the fire. The low sound that belonged to the Rolls-Royce Phantom instantly rang out. No one dared to stop Jiang Ning. The woman seemed to refuse to be willing, and kept pulling on the handle of the car door, seemingly wanting to forcefully leave Jiang Ning behind. But Jiang Ning had no intention of ignoring her. The gas pedal under his foot lightly stepped on, and the car sped forward smoothly. The woman stomped her foot unwillingly, biting her lips tightly. "If you can escape the first day, you can't escape the 15th day. Just wait. You definitely can't escape the old lady's pomegranate skirt." The surrounding people also rushed up. Even the heart of watching the scene is gone. "Just kidding. They can't afford to mess with someone who can afford to drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom." As the car sped alongside the road, Jiang Ning could even feel the envious gazes thrown over by the surrounding people. It was important to know that someone who could afford to drive a Rolls-Royce not only had to be rich, he also had to be powerful. Zhang Feng's family's condition was considered to be upper middle class, so this time the place they chose for the party was the Heavenly Clubhouse in Yanjing. This Heavenly Clubhouse is notorious for its high prices. Even if it is expensive, there are still a lot of people who rush to it. After all, it was a status symbol in their eyes. The car had just been parked in the underground parking lot, and Jiang Ning was about to go upstairs when he suddenly heard the sound of an argument. Meng, don't leave me, okay? I'm sincere to you. Can't you see that? Chen Fan, I'm begging you to stop pestering me. I don't like you at all. Why don't you like me? I'm even willing to give everything for you. Jiang Ning stopped in his tracks. There was something familiar about this girl's voice. He fixed his eyes on it and instantly recognized who this girl really was. Wasn't this Meng, who had been named the school flower inside the university? It was important to know that this Meng was stunningly good-looking, and despite having an ordinary family background, she was able to kill her way through a crowd of rich students and take the title of school flower. And in front of Meng, there was a man who was half kneeling on the ground, wearing expensive clothes and holding a large bouquet of blue roses. And this person is also inside Yanjing University. Everyone knows the rich man Chen Fan. Meng's retort seemed to have angered Chen Fan. He stood up and tried to forcefully drag Meng into the car. In broad daylight, Jiang Ning couldn't watch. He took 2 steps forward to protect Meng behind him. Who the hell are you? Dare to meddle in my old man's business? Chen Fan froze, and then he cursed. Don't you care who I am? You're bullying a girl like this in broad daylight. I just simply can't stand watching it. Jiang Ning shrugged his shoulders indifferently, but his slightly clenched fists caused Chen Fan to take a step back in fear. You wait for me. Don't run away if you're capable. I'll make you pay for it. Jiang Ning hooked his lips and smiled. Remember, I'm called Jiang Ning. Welcome to make me pay. Jiang Ning took Meng's hand and walked outside. The strange thing was that Meng, who had resisted Chen Fan in every way just now, actually didn't resist Jiang Ning. Chen Fan started the car with a grimace, staring tightly at the hands that the two were holding together, clenching his teeth, the depths of his eyes filled with full of resentment. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Ning apart. He had been on the verge of winning just now. It was all Jiang Ning's fault for stepping out of the way. Jiang Ning snorted. The car Chen Fan drove was actually just an ordinary Audi S6. This car couldn't even afford a wheel of his Rolls-Royce Phantom, and actually dared to be so arrogant. Chapter 3, You're fired. Thank you, but can you let go of me first? It wasn't until it had already left the underground parking lot. It was only then that Meng Meng's delicate voice rang in Jiang Ning's ears. Ah! Jiang Ning reacted, hastily letting go of his hands and rubbing his palms together with a bemused expression. His appearance looked so different from how he had looked just a moment ago that Meng Meng couldn't help but laugh out softly. Meng Meng was wearing the most ordinary sweatshirt today, and despite the wide clothes, they couldn't cover her beautiful curves at all. The light from the heavenly clubhouse reflected in Mo's dimples in the process. Jiang Ning was dumbfounded. Worthy of being a civilian schoolgirl, even with just the most ordinary of smiles, she took in the hearts of the people. Don't look. Jiang Ning's frozen look was really funny, and Meng Meng couldn't help but reach out her hand and shake it in front of him a few times. Ah, sorry. Jiang Ning suddenly reacted, and the two of them exchanged glances, the atmosphere instantly becoming somewhat subtle. Well, if I remember correctly just now, you should be called Jiang Ning? Meng Meng was the first to open her mouth to find a topic of conversation. Aha! Jiang Ning nodded. Between you and Chen Fan? Meng Meng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, her eyes filled with disgust before she explained. They're all from the same university. Heads up, heads down. And ever since my friend brought me to meet with Chen Fan, he's been pestering me. I find him annoying and have rejected him many times, but he just won't give up and threatens to make sure I'm his girlfriend. I just want to go to school properly. I don't want to offend him at all, so I avoided him as long as I could, but I didn't expect to be blocked right by him today. Thinking of this, Meng Meng suddenly widened her eyes, her voice trembling. You just offended Chen Fan because of me. He definitely won't let you have a good time. Jiang Ning's heart warmed. Don't worry, I've already interned. Am I still afraid that he'll find me in trouble inside the school? Even without the internship, he could still hang Chen Fan now. Jiang Ning didn't say the latter words. He didn't want to leave an impression of pride and arrogance on Meng Meng. Only then did Meng Meng feel relieved, and only after a while did she tilt her head and open her mouth. So, are you free right now? I'll take you to a fun place as a way of thanking you. No need. Jiang Ning shook his head, his expression suddenly changing. Finished. Today is our class reunion. It was only then that Jiang Ning remembered that inside a class reunion, most people would bring their dates over, and even if they didn't have a date, they would definitely find someone to fill in. But now he didn't even have a little preparation. That would be a big embarrassment. Where could he find a person to fill in the blanks at this juncture? Class reunion is just a reunion. Why is it still over? Meng Meng covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Jiang Ning sighed, sizing up Meng Meng for a few moments. His eyes suddenly lit up. Because this class reunion needs to bring its own female companion. I came out in too much of a hurry today, and completely forgot about it. Let's do it this way. You don't need to bring me to a fun place. You can act as my female companion to help us muddle through, so we'll be even. Consider it? Ha! Mo stared wide-eyed, a few moments of hesitation filling the bottom of her eyes. But then, she remembered Jiang Ning's figure that had defiantly stood in her way just now, and ultimately nodded. Then, I'll promise you. The large stone Jiang Ning was carrying in his heart instantly fell to the ground. The two then entered the elevator and headed upstairs. The class reunion was in a self-service format this time, and it seemed that in order to highlight his status, Zhang Feng had directly booked the center floor and the most expensive self-service hall this time. Entering the buffet hall, Jiang Ning's eyes glanced around the perimeter. This place sounded good as a self-service hall, but in reality, it was similar to a banquet held by upper-class people. Moreover, everyone who came in was dressed in suits and dresses, but instead, Jiang Ning and Meng Meng were both wearing only the most ordinary casual clothes and sweatshirts, attracting a large wave of gazes. Of course these gazes were all with a few moments of contempt, and Jiang Ning's line of sight smoothly fell on Chen Yifei who was walking slowly towards him. Yo, Jiang Ning, this look you're giving my girlfriend seems to carry a few moments of infatuation in it? Right at this moment, Yang Zhen, the rich second generation standing beside Chen Yifei, smiled contemptuously and opened his mouth in a mocking tone, and his line of sight also landed on Meng Meng who was standing beside Jiang Ming. Yang Zhen's face changed. Jiang Ning, pretty awesome, actually managed to find the school flower? Jiang Ning tightened his brows and was about to open his mouth to speak, when Chen Yifei suddenly let out an angry rebuke. Jiang Ning, I didn't expect you to actually be so lowly as to hook up with such a... Jiang Ning's expression went cold. Chen Yifei, it was you who broke up with me in order to get together with the rich second generation, and now you want to fight back. After getting along for so many years, how come I didn't realize that you were actually such a piece of trash? When these words came out, Yang Zhen beside him couldn't stand idly. Jiang Ning, what do you mean? What do I mean? Isn't it obvious? Jiang Ning smiled coldly, picking up broken shoes that I don't want. It seems like you're happy too. Yang Jin clenched his fists, and just as he was filled with anger, he suddenly thought of something, and immediately laughed instead of being angry. Jiang Ning, do you know why you were suddenly dismissed even though you were clearly doing well during your internship? Chapter 4, Punching Chen Yifei in the face. What do you mean? Jiang Ning's face changed. Ha! Yang Jin wrapped his arms around himself, the bottom of his eyes brimming with smugness. Isn't my meaning obvious? Chen Yifei has always disliked you. You're just a poor boy. Do you think you're able to match her? The reason why she is with you is because you still have value that can be utilized. Moreover, we have already been together for a long time. I think it's been a few months now, and your internship is about to end. Your internship is about to end, so we thought of giving you a grand internship gift. How about it? Are you happy with this gift? Yang Jin's smug face was like one slap after another on Jiang Ning's face, and the sound of the two arguing attracted a crowd of spectators. There could be no shortage of people watching in this world. Most people, however, were on Yang Jin's side, mocking Jiang Ning. Yang, is just a. The difference between him and your status is simply one heaven and one earth. That's right, Yang. I'm sure you'll enter your own company to inherit the industry after graduation, right? Such a person can't earn a fraction of what you earn even if he struggles his whole life. Chen Yifei has followed the right person. Yang, you are so powerful. You must be able to give us classmates a favor in the future, right? Yanjing was now in the midst of rapid development. Most of the classmates would choose to remain in Yanjing after graduation. Moreover, Yang Jin's family's industry was considered to have a place in Yanjing. If they wanted to stay in Yanjing, they naturally had to curry favor with him. Jiang Ning looked at these classmates who disparaged him with a flat expression. Right at this moment a hand rested on Jiang Ning's shoulder, followed by a slightly thick voice and a pitifully thin body. Jiang Ning, guess what I saw outside? I actually saw the latest version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and it still looks like it's a customized version. Jiang Ning turned his head to look, and a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. This skinny person was his best friend and college classmate, with the simple name of Su Dashan, and the only person who didn't mind Jiang Ning being a poor boy. Su Dashan obviously didn't know the current situation, and smacked his lips. If I could afford to drive a car like this, I would have no regrets in this life. A light smile appeared on Jiang Ning's lips. Want to drive it for fun? Before Su Dashan could speak, the people next to him instantly burst into laughter. Yang Jin was the first to open his mouth in mockery. Ha! Quick listen, Jiang Ning, you're poor and crazy. How dare you put out such words in front of us? That's right, don't even look at what kind of status you have. And you still presume to be able to afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom. A person who was fired from the company even during his internship period still has the face to blow a cannon here? Jiang Ning raised his eyelids in disgust. He didn't have the heart to continue acting with these people here. Meng wordlessly grabbed Jiang Ning's sleeve. Chen Yifei had a sour look on her face, unable to figure out how she had followed such a stupid person in the first place. TSK, you guys are really noisy. Jiang Ning rubbed his ears and directly took Meng and headed out. Yang Jin laughed while shouting to the people behind him. Yo, this is going to drive his Rolls-Royce Phantom, right? Classmates, let's quickly follow and see what Jiang Ning's Rolls-Royce Phantom really looks like. The people at the back coaxed together and followed them out. In the middle of the day, the low sound of the engine belonging to the Rolls-Royce Phantom suddenly rang out from the underground parking lot. When the car actually stopped in front of them, everyone was confused. They couldn't even open their mouths. Su Dashan came over to Jiang Ning with an excited face. Jiang Ning, this Rolls-Royce Phantom is really yours. Ha, I don't care. You have to let me have a go. Yang Jin was even more incredulous. No, it's impossible. There's no way you could ever afford to drive this kind of car. Could it be that you've been hiding your identity? Hiding your identity? Chen Yifei, who was standing to the side, froze, and then came over to Jiang Ning's side with great speed and tugged on his arm. Jiang Ning, so you haven't revealed your identity even after being with me for so long. You must love me, right? The reason you're revealing your identity now is because you want to get me back, right? I broke up with you before just to test you. I actually love you. Love me? Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh and shook off Chen Yifei. You just love money, right? After saying that, Jiang Ning then directly pulled Su Dashan and Meng into the car and took off. The gazes of the surrounding people washed over Chen Yifei. She only felt as if she had no clothes on and was surrounded by everyone, embarrassed to the extreme. On the other side, Yang Jin glared at Chen Yifei with an ugly face. Opening his mouth, he said in disgust, I didn't think that I would actually look at a woman like you. Get lost in the future. Don't appear in front of me. Chen Yifei's body trembled, hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Yang Jin's hand and begged. No, Yang Jin, I've already lost everything for you. How can you abandon me at this time? The eyes of the surrounding students changed. They didn't expect that Chen Yifei could be so shameless. Chapter 5, A Great Surprise. And at this time Jiang Ning had already sent Meng back home. Meng Meng felt that tonight didn't make up for that meal with Jiang Ning, so she purposely left her contact information. After returning to the rental house, Jiang Ning couldn't wait to open his cell phone, and on a new page, the item was refreshed. 60% of the shares of Yang's Industry in Yanjing. Original price of 3.5 billion, limited time spike price of 350 yuan. Yanjing Villa 1 piece building B No. 2. Original price 86 million. Limited time spike price 188 yuan. Senior clothing customizer Selena's first set of customized suits this year. Original price 3.5 million. Limited time spike price 35 yuan. Jiang Fan was a bit confused. The goods inside this system all looked real, but the discounts were horribly low. It was really puzzling that something that cost tens of millions of dollars could be discounted into a few $100s in minutes. Right at this moment, Jiang Ning's corner of his eye skimmed over the introduction of the merchandise at the top. Yang's Industry? I'll go. It's almost like I got it without any effort. Jiang Ning got excited. Wasn't this Yang Zhen's family's company? Jiang Ning didn't even think about it and directly clicked to purchase it, but he didn't miss the two items behind it. From the system's refresh, Jiang Ning also had a guess in his mind. The recommended goods would be updated from time to time, so if he wanted them he would have to hurry up and take a shot before it was too late. A few minutes later a box appeared on Jiang Ning's nightstand. This box was much larger than the previous one, and he opened it to find that it contained the real estate license for Villa 1, and the other box contained the suit, as well as the contract for acquiring the shares that was pressed at the bottom. As these things landed, worry surfaced in Jiang Ning's heart. Will these things be found out? Host doesn't have to worry. The goods inside the system naturally have the channels they should have, and are absolutely innocent. Jiang Ning took a step back in horror. The system could actually talk to him. But then Jiang Ning's eyes were drawn to the text message. He only had the last few dozens of dollars left from what was already not much of a deposit. The person who drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom, had a villa in Villa 1, and had 60% of the shares of Yang's Industry actually only had a few tens of dollars in savings. To say that would make people laugh their asses off. The material of the suit was very good, and when you touched it, you only felt smooth and incomparable. Jiang Ning changed into the suit. His skin wasn't fair, but the advantage was in his stern features. These features added a bit of handsomeness to him. He drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom and went directly to Yang Group. And at this time, inside the Yang Group's chairman's office, Yang Zhen and his father looked at each other face to face. Dad, what's wrong with you today? I see that there's something wrong with you. Yang Zhen's face was filled with worry. Hey, Yang Zhen's father. Yang Guoqiang sighed heavily. Zhen, our Yang clan might have to change ownership. Dad, are you kidding me? Yang Zhen's lips trembled slightly. One must know that the market value of the Yang family was up to tens of billions of dollars. Who was that big of a deal that they would buy such a large amount of shares? Yang Guoqiang didn't continue to speak as his phone rang. Yang Zhen only heard Yang Guoqiang say in a tone that seemed indifferent but with a bit of resignation. Well, invite him in. He stood up and straightened his tie and looked at Yang Zhen, prepared to meet the new chairman. Yang Zhen was confused. It was only at this moment that he truly understood that what Yang Guoqiang had just said was all serious. However, how could he believe that in just one night, he had directly converted from the Yang family's great young man back to working for someone? Yang Guoqiang didn't know Yang Zhen's thoughts. He pulled Yang Zhen, walked to the door, stood respectfully and waited. The person who could invest billions of dollars just to buy 60% of Yang Group's shares, he didn't dare to mess with and couldn't afford to mess with. Jiang Ning, who had been brought into the top floor of the company, nodded in satisfaction as his eyes circled around the company. He was wearing a haute couture dress today. The receptionist girl was naturally able to recognize him, so his attitude was always good. When Jiang Ning walked to the chairman's office, Yang Guoqiang greeted him and said with a pleasing smile, I believe you are Mr. Jiang, right? Yang Zhen, who was on the side, couldn't help but tremble slightly when he saw Jiang Ning, his eyes brimming with shock. Jiang Ning shook hands with Yang Guoqiang, but his eyes fell on Yang Zhen at the back. He waved his hand. Yang Zhen, remember me? Yang Zhen's face turned white, so he didn't even dare to answer, and the shock under his eyes couldn't even dissipate. Yang Guoqiang turned his head to look at Yang Zhen with a face full of confusion. Zhen, you've known Mr. Jiang before? Of course I know each other. Without waiting for Yang Zhen to speak, Jiang Ning took the lead and nodded, stealing the conversation before continuing on. The two of us got along extremely well during our years at the university, and during my internship, Mr. Yang also gave me a huge surprise, and we only just met last night, so Mr. Yang can be said to have given me enough face. Wouldn't you say so, Mr. Yang? Jiang Ning's smiling appearance was reflected in Yang Zhen's eyes. Yang Zhen took 2 steps back in fear, not daring to meet Jiang Ning's eyes at all. Chapter 6 Acquisition. Yang Guoqiang couldn't hear that Jiang Ning was saying the opposite. He concurred. So that's how it is. It seems that our Yang family is really destined to be with Mr. Jiang. With that, Yang Guoqiang turned his head to Yang Jin and reprimanded him. Zhener, look at how young Mr. Jiang is and how he's already acquired so many shares of Yang's by virtue of his family. You should also learn from Mr. Jiang. No wonder Yang Guoqiang felt that Jiang Ning had a big backstage. After all, in Yang Guoqiang's eyes, someone so young who could use billions of dollars at once just to buy 60% of Yang's shares couldn't possibly do it on his own. Jiang Ning didn't intend to explain, just followed Yang Guoqiang into the chairman's office. Yang Jin didn't say a word at the back. Yang Guoqiang somewhat unhappily tightened his brows and ordered, Zhener, don't stand around here. It's not easy for Mr. Jiang to come over, so hurry and go down to bring the dragon well I've been treasuring over. The corners of Yang Jin's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but after seeing Jiang Ning's back, he just clenched his teeth unwillingly, turned his head and walked out. His fists clenched tightly as he walked down to find the treasured dragon well that Yang Guoqiang had mentioned. However, his clenched fists had already clenched and wrinkled the packaging. Yang Guoqiang, who had already been waiting in the office for several minutes, had run out of patience. What's the point of dawdling? Hurry up! Yang Jin handed over the tea, while he himself stood to the side and hung his head. But Jiang Ning's undisguised gaze still made Yang Jin's body stiffen. He couldn't wait to punch Jiang Ning in the face right now, but he didn't have the guts. Jiang Ning withdrew his gaze after a while. He placed the document he had already brought over on the table and pushed it over to Yang Guoqiang's side. Director Yang, I've come over this time to talk about business, so take a look at this document, and by the way, call all the directors for a meeting. Yang Guoqiang's face changed. Mr. Jiang, it's really not that I don't want to call that group of directors to come over for a meeting, it's just that there are a lot of things going on inside the company on weekdays, so all these tasks are sent out to the hands of each of the directors. They are all distracted, and they simply don't have that free time off. Yang Guoqiang's face was sincere and looked flawless, but Jiang Ning just snorted in his heart. People like Yang Guoqiang who had been in power for a long time had a lot of connections in their hands. Although he held 60% of Yang Group's shares in his hands, as long as there was enough time, Yang Guoqiang could run it Betty, and it wasn't impossible to take Yang Group back within a certain period of time. Yang Dong, since we can't openly hold a regular meeting, then it's okay for us to use the phone form. Anyway, there are so many different forms of meeting. It's not the only one that's openly held directly face to face. Don't you think so? Mr. Jiang, this is really not something I can control. Even if we want to hold a regular meeting, we have to wait for all the directors to come back before we can say it again. Calling the directors now may not be indirect at times. Yang Guoqiang coped with the opening. Things had come too suddenly, but until he had thought of a good countermeasure, there was no way he would let Jiang Ning convene a directors meeting so easily. Jiang Ning, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you acquired 60% of our Yang Group's shares. The real chairman is my father. Make a deal. How can you give up your shares? Yang Jin on the side finally couldn't help himself. Yang Guoqiang's face changed. Jiang Ning, however, just swept a glance at Yang Jin and said in a flat tone, I don't think it should be difficult for Director Yang to want to investigate what I did before. Previously, I was doing well in the company I interned in, but I didn't expect to be suddenly dismissed by the company when I was about to pass the internship period. But do you know what the reason is? Mr. Yang, it was actually just because I accidentally spilled a cup of coffee. What? When Jiang Ning said this, how could Yang Guoqiang not understand? He pointed at Yang Jin and looked furious. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Jiang. Chairman, this is a newly arrived document. Before Yang Jin could finish his words, he was interrupted by the secretary who walked in. A document was placed on the desktop. Can I see the document? Jiang Ning looked at the delicately built secretary who walked in with a smile. The secretary was slightly stunned. However, the document quickly reached Jiang Ning's hands. When Jiang Ning looked clearly at what was filled out inside the document, the bottom of his eyes grew clearer and clearer. He placed the document on the desktop. Chairman Yang is trying to promote his son to project manager? But this document is void from today. After all, I'm the one who owns the most shares of Yang Group, which means the decision is in my hands. Jiang Ning said and aimed his sight at Yang Jin again. Yang, since you didn't want me to pass the internship properly before, I'll return the favor. As long as there's a day that I'm in Yang's, there's no way you'll ever be able to have a place in Yang's group. You! Yang Jin's face was furious. You shut up! Yang Guoqiang glared at Yang Jin, then turned his head to Jiang Ning and said sincerely, please give me a little more time. Mr. Jiang, just 1 week, and I'll call the directors back and hold a board meeting. Chapter 7, Purchasing a Car. Jiang Ning lightly raised his eyebrows and smiled indifferently. Since Director Yang has already given the exact time, it would be unwise of me to dwell on it. But, Jiang Ning's line of sight landed on Yang Jin. Any fool would understand what it meant. Yang Guoqiang also had the good sense to turn his head to Yang Jin and angrily rebuked. Zhener, why don't you hurry up and give Mr. Jiang a proper apology? Yang Zhen's eyes were filled with anger, but he could also tell what time it was, so he could only obediently stand up and give Jiang Ning a bow. Mr. Jiang, it was all my fault before. I shouldn't have relied on my status to suppress you like this. Just forgive me if you can hold a boat in your prime minister's belly. Although Yang Zhen was apologizing, the resentment within his tone couldn't be faked. Jiang Ning only felt physically and mentally relieved when he heard Yang Zhen's apology. It didn't matter if Yang Zhen was sincere or not. As long as he was able to hear an apology, it had already crushed a large portion of his pride. Jiang Ning was then sent out. Only then did Yang Zhen dare to vent his anger. Dad, how could you agree to that dog scum and really convene the board of directors? If this board meeting is really convened, then our Yang group will really be given to that dog scumbag. I'm not willing to do that. Poof. Yang Guoqiang snorted coldly. What do you know? I'm telling you, a little impatience leads to a lot of trouble. Jiang Ning is so arrogant. There aren't many good days to be had. Then I don't care. Yang Zhen's body began to tremble violently. He insulted me so much. I must make him pay. I'll make him kneel on the ground and apologize to me. I'll make him repent for today's events for the rest of his life. There's no need to rush. Yang Guoqiang let out a light laugh. After I get back the shares of the Yang group, you can take revenge however you want at that time. The main thing is that the family behind him might be a bit troublesome. What kind of trouble can there be? Yang Zhen said disdainfully. He's just a poor boy. Can't even keep his girlfriend? A waste. Yang Zhen didn't believe that Jiang Ning was some rich second generation sent out by his family to train. After all, Jiang Ning's poor and pathetic appearance really didn't look like he was faking it. Alright, stop talking. Yang Guoqiang waved his hand. I'll send someone behind the scenes to investigate him. Yang Guoqiang had been in a position of power for many years, and was also a full-fledged businessman, and after being able to know that the shares had been acquired, he already had a calculation in his heart. Although Jiang Ning was now holding 60% of Yang Group's shares in his hands, there could be quite a bit of water inside those shares. As long as he recovered the shares he had previously released, he would also have 40% of the shares at that time, and with Jiang Ning's 60% of the shares, some people had not signed the agreement. So as long as he redeemed himself in time when those people were about to sign the agreement, he would be able to make Jiang Ning lose that small portion of the shares. In the rental house, Jiang Ning skillfully opened the app, due to the host's consumption amount being sufficient, hereby rewarding tenfold return of consumption profit. The host has half an hour. After half an hour this activity is null and void. Jiang Ning's eyes widened. This was a damn good thing, but this damn thing was actually only half an hour. He only had a few dozen dollars left in his bank card right now. But then a flash of light flashed through Jiang Ning's mind. He looked for Su Dashan and borrowed $2,000, then directly walked into a watch store and bought a watch worth $2,000. Consumption rebate of 20,000 yuan. Please host check. Immediately after, Jiang Ning first returned Su Dashan 2,000 yuan after, as well as fast speed into Yanjing famous mall luxury store, began the blood spree, and the system's voice kept ringing out. Consumption rebate 40,000 yuan. Please host check. Consumption rebate 55,000 yuan. Please host check. Consumption rebate 70,000 yuan. Please host check. Dear user, your bank card with tail number 4236 arrived at 1,537,000 yuan. The current balance is. This series of beeps further aroused Jiang Ning's desire to buy. He not only stayed in the luxury store, but even ran directly to the 4S store downstairs. What could burn more money than buying a car? After scouring the 4S store for a good amount of time, the time had also arrived. However, Jiang Ning couldn't use any of these cars. After all, he still had the most striking Rolls-Royce Phantom, so when the time for spending was about to arrive, he returned those cars as well. But because the salesgirl had introduced him to a good circle and had taken a lot of effort, Jiang Ning also generously gave the salesgirl a few tens of thousands of dollars. Originally ugly salesgirl in the eyes before and after seeing Jiang Ning throughout, instantly brightened up. Even the attitude has become a lot of compliments, and even continue to introduce him to the next variety of cars. However, Jiang Ning's purpose had already been achieved, and he didn't have much of a mind to continue lingering in the 4S store. He politely declined the salesgirl for contact information, walked out of the 4S store, opened his cell phone and checked his bank card balance. He now actually has more than 7 million? Half an hour ago he was just with a few dozen dollars, but half an hour later, he was a proper millionaire. Chapter 8 Rebates. However, there were still the last 10 minutes left, and Jiang Ning didn't intend to waste them. He swept around the periphery of the mall, and his eyes instantly aligned with a high-fashion suit and dress store. Some of the high-fashion dresses were even much more expensive than a car. Making up his mind, Jiang Ning stepped into the high-fashion dress store. Just as he arrived at the door, a salesman warmly greeted him. Sir, can I help you? Introduce me to the more expensive suits on your side. The salesman's eyes glanced at Jiang Ning for a few moments, nodding with a pleasing smile. What Jiang Ning was wearing was a high-fashion suit, and with the naked eye one could see that the suit was worth a lot of money, so the salesperson naturally didn't dare to be slow. She walked to the side of the framed suit and spoke in a respectful tone. Sir, this set of gowns was created by senior designer Selena over a period of 3 months, and is worth up to $300,000. Jiang Ning raised his eyebrows slightly. This price was indeed considered high in the eyes of others. However, it wasn't enough in Jiang Ning's eyes. He shook his head. Introduce a more expensive one. The salesperson was slightly stunned. She had worked in the suit store for so long, and anyone who could spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a suit could personally find a designer to make it themselves. So it was rare for anyone to actually go out and buy a suit that cost millions. Just as the salesman froze, a couple walked in. One-Yuan, you just buy me one. Tonight's banquet is crucial. You don't want to lose face. You know the dress worn on me is long but your face The man in the couple had an obese figure, and his age didn't seem small. But the woman with the delicate voice looked like she was only in her teens, just an adult at best. But this kind of thing was a matter of wishful thinking, and Jiang Ning didn't intend to comment on it. The salesman also reflected at this time, leading Jiang Ning to another unfolding suit, a slight hint of excitement already within his tone. Sir, this one is also designed by Selena designer, but this one took a full 3 years to manufacture, and the raw materials used for this suit are extremely expensive, so the price of this one is as high as $1.5 million. When the salesman said the price, his voice brought a few tremors inside. If this suit could be sold out, her commission could be quite a lot. No way. Jiang Ning shook her head. The price is still too low. And I don't know what to pretend here. Right at this moment, the woman in the couple suddenly smiled coldly, and immediately afterward opened her mouth to mock. If you're really that rich to go find a designer yourself, what's the point of pretending to be a big spender here? Jiang Ning looked over. Before Jiang Ning could say anything, the man tugged on the woman's arm and hurriedly bowed towards Jiang Ning. Sorry sir, she doesn't know her way around. It's not like I'm wrong, the woman retorted emotionally. One-Yuan, don't forget, this time you brought me here to pick out a dress. How come you're still on someone else's side reprimanding me? The man called One-Yuan wrinkled his brows, his face ugly. Someone who could afford to wear a high-fashion suit was not someone they could afford to mess with. Jiang Ning saw that there were only the last 2 minutes of time left, so he didn't have time to count. So he shrugged it off and said to the salesman, continue with the introduction. The salesman nodded repeatedly and pushed out another suit that looked more advanced. But this time, the excitement on the salesman's face could no longer be concealed. Sir, this one suit is considered to be our store's town treasure. It is also made by Selena designer, although it has only been used for a short period of 2 years. Because its material is more expensive than the suit that came just now, the price has also doubled. 3 million. The salesman's body even cleared a tremor when he said the price. Since it was the treasure of the town store, it meant that there shouldn't be anything more expensive than this one. Jiang Ning pulled out his bank card. Alright, just this one. The sales clerk's eyes widened. She originally had doubts in her heart, thinking that Jiang Ning was just teasing herself, but she didn't expect Jiang Ning to actually take out his bank card. The woman on the side bristled. Who knows if there's any money in this bank card? Wang Heng's expression lurched, and he quickly reprimanded. If you say that again, don't follow me in the future. Someone who could pull out a bank card so easily was not someone they could perfunctorily pass over with a few random sentences. The woman was holding her grievance in her heart, and her eyes couldn't help but fill with tears. The salesperson quickly brought back the bank card. She handed the already wrapped suit to Jiang Ning. Sir, this is your suit. Please take it. Congratulations to the host. Successfully spent $3 million and received a rebate of $30 million. Hearing the system's beep, Jiang Ning only felt completely relieved both physically and mentally. That woman didn't expect Jiang Ning to actually be able to actually come up with this amount of money, and a hint of panic couldn't help but spill over on her originally stifled face. Wang-Hung only felt glad that he hadn't angered Jiang Ning just now, or else there would be no good fruit for him to eat now. Chapter 9, The Powerful and the Powerful. Sir, I'm really sorry, that was unintelligent of her just now. Don't mind. Wang-Hong walked over to Jiang Ning's side and said in a pleasing tone, it's fine. Jiang Ning glanced at the girl blandly. However, I don't think you're like a woman in short supply, and this kind of woman who will cause trouble anytime, anywhere. I advise you, you should leave earlier. The fact that Jiang Ning hadn't said anything just now didn't mean that he was a merciful man. In the end, he didn't have the idea of repaying grudges with kindness. Just now he was too lazy to take care of it because the system prompted that the time was almost up. But this woman was making him up over and over again. She really thought that he was a soft persimmon that could be pinched with her hands. Yes, you are right. Wang Hung glanced backward at the woman. Alright, you go, don't follow me from now on. Wan Hung. The woman's eyes suddenly widened. No, You can't abandon me, Wang Hung. I know it was my mouth that was cheap just now. I won't do it again, the girl said and ran forward to pull Wang Heng's hand, her face full of tears. Wang Hung, I know it was me who was unintelligent. I really know I was wrong. I won't be like this in the future. Will you give me another chance? Jiang Ning only felt funny on the side. This girl looked like she was begging Wang Hung, but in reality, the unwillingness in her eyes revealed her thoughts. She just liked Wang Heng's money. Enough. Wang Hung shook off the girl's hand. I'm warning you, don't make more trouble or else. Wang Hung didn't finish his next words, but the girl's body trembled violently, no longer daring to entangle herself, rolling and crawling away from the place. Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this Wang Heng's methods weren't simple either. Wang Heng's line of sight turned to Jiang Ning. He took out a business card from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Jiang Ning. Sir, this is my business card. I'm the boss behind the Royal Dragon restaurant. I wonder who you are. Well, Jiang Ning took the business card. I don't have a job. Ah, Wang Hong didn't believe it. You're joking. I don't know if you have time now. I'll invite you to our restaurant for a drink. Royal Dragon Restaurant. Jiang Ning was aware of it. Royal Dragon Restaurant was one of the top 5 restaurants in Yanjing, and on weekdays, one had to make a reservation in advance to go to the restaurant for a meal. It was possible to go and have a taste. Jiang Ning was just about to agree loosely when a text message suddenly caught his attention. Dear owner, today is the day you made an appointment to see the villa. The property has people waiting for your orders at any time. Yes, he hadn't even visited his villa yet. Jiang Ning raised his head and said to Wang Hung, sorry, I still have a few things I need to get busy with on my side. We'll make an appointment another day. Understood, then you take your time. Wang Hung nodded repeatedly and watched Jiang Ning leave the suit store. Jiang Ning hadn't brought his car over, so he had to take a random cab to the Yiping Villa area. He looked at the phone number prompted inside the text message and dialed it. Hello, Yiping Villa property. The voice that came from inside the phone was a clear and cold female voice. Hello, I'm the owner of Yiping Villa. Today is the day to book a viewing. May I ask what your name is? Jiang Ning. Sorry, we don't have that name here. In the future, please don't pull these tricks for those of you who want to blend in. Jiang Ning froze for a moment, and by the time he reacted, the phone had already been hung up. He was somewhat in tears. Just then, the security guard also walked over. Those who are not owners of this neighborhood, please don't approach. I'm the owner of this place. Jiang Ning casually pulled out his real estate license. This I've brought with me. The security guard sized Jiang Ning up and skimmed his lips. Don't think you can fool me by wearing a suit. There are plenty of people who want to get into the Yiping Villa, and I've seen a lot of people like you who forge real estate certificates. The corners of Jiang Ning's mouth twitched slightly. There were actually people who forged real estate certificates in order to be able to go in? At this time, Chan Lin, who had already hung up the phone at the property office, tightened her brows in displeasure. The assistant with the documents in hand casually asked, Manager Chen, what's wrong with you? Another call from someone who wants to blend in? Chan Lin nodded. Aha, it's someone called Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning? The assistant's eyes suddenly widened. Manager Chen, he is indeed the owner of our Yiping Villa. What did you say? The crease between Chen Lin's eyebrows deepened. He's not in the list of owners. The assistant anxiously said. He is in the villa over in Area B. And, is number 2. The more the assistant said to the back, the lower his voice became. A person who could buy a villa in Area B was not someone they could afford to mess with. Chen Lin had a headache and couldn't help but pinch the position of her temples. And with a few points of fatigue, she said, I know. I'll go over to pick him up now. I just hope he's a good talker. Otherwise, Chen Lin didn't finish her later words, but the assistant could understand what it meant. B Area Villa people. Each has the power and influence. It is not at all their little people can touch positively. Usually they are afraid to anger the B Area owners. I did not expect this time. Kick the iron plate. Chapter 10, Bitterness. I really am the owner of this place. Jiang Ning looked at the security guard who had a few moments of contempt in his eyes, and somewhat helplessly explained, there's no me in the list. It could be because of a delay or something else. Alright, don't make excuses here. The security guard waved his hand. I see that you are also a college student who just graduated not long ago. Tell me what you're not doing well. You have to run here to flaunt it. If this were any other neighborhood, you might be able to get past it, but we're one of the top neighborhoods in integration eyes here, so I'd advise you to just give up on this idea. Jiang Ning saw that the security guard is not hard to do, but also do not have the heart to continue to wear down. In the past, when there is no money, shrinking in the shabby and small rental house, even if, and now bought a large villa cannot live in, it is really difficult to say. Jiang Ning shrugged his shoulders. Since you guys don't believe me, I'll wait until your list comes out again and I'll come over. The security guard didn't say anything. but the contempt that had shown up in those eyes for a few years was more and more obvious. Jiang Ning turned around and was about to greet the cab. Just as he was about to enter the cab, a slightly urgent voice called out to him, "Mr. Jiang, wait." Jiang Ning smoothly retracted his foot and turned his head. A pretty figure ran over towards Jiang Ning at breakneck speed, the two white rabbits in front of her body trembling non-stop due to her jiggling, making it impossible for Jiang Ning to take his eyes off of them. TSK, he used to fantasize about this kind of scene every day, and he didn't expect it to actually come true this time. Chen Lin ran in front of Jiang Ning, panting heavily, sweat flowing into her lapel, her white shirt sticking to her breasts, her hidden silhouette making Jiang Ning's ears redden. "Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, just now I inquired. It's true that it was because of a mistake on our side that your name wasn't entered into the list. I'm sorry, I'll take you over to look at the house now. Is that okay with you?" Chen Lin's tone was filled with caution. The people in the B District villa, stomping their feet, the whole property should shake a few points. If Jiang Ning wanted to pursue, then I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to keep her job. Jiang Ning withdrew her eyes. "Well, take me to take a look." Chen Lin's face was joyful. "Good, you come with me." Jiang Ning followed. The security guard in the back stiffened. He had just, actually rejected the owner of Area B? At this moment, Jiang Ning didn't know about the apprehension in the security guard's heart. He had already followed Chen Lin to the villa. The villa was large, with an independent pool and private theater as well as a sizable back garden. Jiang Ning took a specific look and realized that a bathroom in this villa was larger than his own rental house. It was really true that he couldn't even afford to live in a bathroom after working hard for half his life. If it weren't for his golden finger, he would probably have returned to his hometown by now. "Mr. Jiang?" Chen Lin called out to the frozen Jiang Ning for a few moments. "Aha." Jiang Ning responded. "I'm satisfied. Just move in today." "Good. Do you need us to send someone over to help you?" "No need." Jiang Ning shrugged it off. "I'll just move over myself." Just kidding. His Thai rental house was full of wolves, so he couldn't let a beautiful woman see it. After Jiang Ning left Yiping's villa, he took a car back to his rental house. He didn't have much, and only stuffed half a suitcase. After Jiang Ning packed up his things, he directly carried the suitcase to go downstairs, but he didn't think that when he walked to the second floor, he heard a voice that owed him a beating. He hid in the stairway and looked into the corridor. It was the landlord's son, and Meng. Mo hung her head low, her eyes filled with tears. The landlord's son, however, was smiling with a lewd face. Meng, ah, you see that your life is not easy, my father said. As long as you are willing to follow me, in the future, you can manage all the rents that this building collects. You have to know that this is a whole building. Ah, the income is enough to support you to go to college. How about it? I won't promise you. Don't pester me. Mo looked at the landlord's son with resistance and took a step back. Don't you toast me. The landlord's son's eyes shot up. You either pay your rent or stay with me today, or, get the hell out of here. The landlord's son said while tugging on Meng's arm about to push towards the rental house. You let go of me. I will definitely give you the rent. Just give me a few more days. I beg you. Don't touch me. Meng kept struggling, trying to push the landlord's son away. But how could a woman's strength possibly compare to a man's? Furthermore, any fool would know exactly what would happen when a weak woman was pushed in. Jiang Ning couldn't watch anymore. He rushed to the landlord's son in large strides and shielded Meng behind him. Under the landlord's son's furious gaze, Jiang Ning blandly said, "In broad daylight, you're still doing things like forcefully robbing people's women? Jiang Ning, mind your own business." The landlord's son said angrily, "Don't forget, you've already owed our family 2 months of rent. You're just a poor bastard who can't pay the rent, and you still dare to come here to heroically save a woman?" Chapter 11. It's worth it. Slap. With a crisp slap, the landlord's son was confused, and so was Mo. Jiang Ning calmly withdrew his hand. "How dare you hit me?" The landlord's son covered his face, filled with shock. "What's wrong with hitting you?" Jiang Ning smiled coldly. "For someone like you, slapping you is light. Rub." The landlord's son jumped up in a rage, raising his fist to slam it towards Jiang Ning's body. However, before his fist could land on Jiang Ning's body, his person had already been kicked over on the ground by Jiang Ning. He struggled defiantly and opened his mouth to threaten. "I'm telling you, Jiang Ning, you messed with me today. You're dead. If you don't settle your rent today, I'll have someone come and arrest you. From now on, you'll never be able to rent a cheaper apartment here, and I'm going to make sure you have nowhere to go in Yanjing. I'll make you regret what you did today." Indeed, the rent here was the cheapest, but this landlord's son was also the most disgusting. Jiang Ning pulled out his wallet, took out a bunch of red tickets, and directly threw them in the landlord's son's face. "This is the rent for these 2 months, and the extra is the rent that Meng owes you. There should be $10,000 here. Don't tell me it's not enough for rent. From today onwards we don't live in this Thai place of yours." After saying that, Jiang Ning pulled Meng Meng directly to the downstairs. You guys stop right there. The landlord's son wiped off the blood on his mouth and was about to chase him down. However, just after going downstairs, what the landlord's son saw was a Rolls-Royce Phantom surrounded by a group of people. How could this kind of luxury car appear here? Could it be that some rich man has taken a fancy to our place? Don't even dream about it. Where would a rich man like this poor place? This place is for poor people who can't afford to pay the rent. How could a rich man choose this kind of place? You're right, but this kind of luxury car can't possibly appear here for no reason, right? Who knows? Maybe it's some rich guy who likes to come to this kind of place to find excitement. Accompanied by the crowd's murmurs, Jiang Ning directly pulled Meng Meng and sat in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The murmurs came to an abrupt end. Under their stunned gazes, Jiang Ning started the car. The landlord's son didn't even dare to come forward. Even if he was no longer blind, he knew that the car must be worth a lot of money. Thinking of this, the landlord's son couldn't help but secretly regret it. If he had known that Jiang Ning was so awesome that he could afford such a car, he would have flattered Jiang Ning. And how could he have gotten into a head-on conflict with him? A few minutes later, Jiang Ning brought Meng Meng to the underground parking lot of the Yuxing Hotel. This Yuxing Hotel was also one of Yanjing's great hotels, and the reason Jiang Ning had chosen this place was because he felt that it had a higher safety factor. Meng Meng bit her lips. Why did you bring me to the hotel? Jiang Ning gave a slight lurch, which made him think about what bringing a girl to a hotel actually meant. He scratched his head and hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand me. If you don't live in a hotel tonight, then you'll have to sleep on the streets. I'm the one who brought you out. I always have to be responsible for you. Don't worry, you'll live in the room by yourself. I won't follow you in." Hearing this, Meng Meng put her heart down. Jiang Ning and Meng Meng walked into the elevator, and also inside the elevator were two other people. One of them looked Mo up and down out of the corner of his eyes flickering with a few dark auras of unknown meaning. After Jiang Ning and Meng Meng stepped out of the elevator, that person walked out, and pointing in the direction they left, he asked, "Go check the room these two are staying in for me. Don't worry, Chen Xiao, I'll make sure to arrange it for you." The hotel manager in the back nodded his head in a hurry and then retreated. TSK, what a wonderful person. The person known as Chen Xiao licked his dry lips, clearly having thoughts about Meng Meng that he shouldn't have. After checking the information, the hotel manager walked over to Young Chen and respectfully said, "Young Chen, it seems that they have booked 2 rooms. Oh," Chen Xiao hooked his lips, "you lure that man away from me." "Yes." The manager nodded, then walked over to the room Jiang Ning and Meng Meng were in and knocked on the door. Jiang Ning opened the door. "Can I help you?" The hotel manager nodded and said, "Hello sir, you are the 99th guest our hotel has received today. We have a rule here every day that the 99th guest will receive a small prize from our hotel. Please come with me to receive it." "Oh, okay." Jiang Ning nodded obediently, and followed the hotel manager out. However, this was only just before he reached the elevator entrance when Jiang Ning stopped in his tracks. Jiang Ning tightened his brows and turned his head to look at the man he had just brushed past him. He felt something was wrong. The hotel manager hurriedly urged, "Sir, the prizes are waiting downstairs. You should still hurry." "No need." Jiang Ning gave the hotel manager a meaningful look, lifted his foot and headed for the room. The hotel manager's face changed, and he hurriedly chased after him. "Sir, you wait." Chapter 12 Imperial Dragon Restaurant. The hotel manager's speed couldn't catch up with Jiang Ning at all. When Jiang Ning opened the door, all he saw was Qin Xiao standing by the door and Meng Meng sitting on the bed. Meng Meng obviously hadn't reacted to what had happened yet, and there were still a few moments of confusion in her eyes. "Didn't you go down to collect your prize?" she queried. "Prizes?" Jiang Ning's line of sight looked towards, on the hotel manager standing behind Qin Xiao. "I'm only afraid that this prize is a cover, right? So what if it is?" Before the hotel manager could speak, Qin Xiao took a step forward and sized up Jiang Ning with disdain. "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. Let me tell you, my dad is the owner of Royal Dragon Restaurant. Believe it or not, just one word from my dad can make it absolutely impossible for you to find any job in the neighborhood. You don't look like a rich man. Don't dig your own grave. Royal Dragon Restaurant? Isn't this that Wang Hang's restaurant?" Hoping that this foppish young man was actually Wang Hang's son, before Jiang Ning could say anything, Meng Meng couldn't listen anymore. She took a step forward, her chest heaving with anger, and opened her mouth. "Why are you guys so shameless?" We're shameless?" Chen Xiao stretched out his finger and hooked Meng Meng's chin. "Little beauty, you don't have to pretend to be noble here. As long as you're willing to follow me in the future, whatever you want this young man will be able to give you. Not to mention staying at the hotel today, this young man will be able to give you the same thing. Don't say it's living in the hotel today. As long as you accompany me for one night, from today onwards, I can let you live in this hotel for a consecutive year. How about it?" "Bah!" Meng Meng couldn't help but spit. "Don't you dream. You don't know what's good for you. The hotel manager stepped forward. This is Chen Xiao. I don't know how many times better than that poor boy beside you. Either you stay well with Mr. Chen today, or from tomorrow onwards you'll have to get out of Yanjing. Meng Meng stared with wide eyes. How could she not have thought that these two would actually be shameless to this extent? Jiang Ning took out his cell phone and leisurely said, your dad should be called Wang Hung outside, right? I seem to have your dad's phone number. Ha! Chen Xiao instantly burst out laughing. You kid can really brag. What kind of bull asterisk joke is this? If you can contact my dad, I'll kneel down for you right now, kowtow 3 times, and call you grandpa a few times. That's right. The hotel manager also chimed in on the side. If you can call the person behind the Royal Dragon restaurant, I'll run around the hotel 3 times naked, and learn a few barks. Oh, Jiang Ning got interested. I've recorded everything you guys said, so don't back out when the time comes. Will you press the play button? Kneel down and scream a few times for you now. Get naked and let the hotel run. Learn to bark. Inside the recorder came the arrogant voice of Chen Xiao and the hotel manager just now. Of course we are true to our word, but kid, if you can't call my dad today, I'll let someone break your dog's legs and throw you out of Yanjing. Meng Meng tugged on Jiang Ning's hand from the side with a pale face. Don't bet against them. It won't do you any good. Meng Meng knew that someone who could make the hotel manager grovel so much must have a very impressive identity. It would only be a matter of moving his lips if he wanted to remove them all. Don't worry. Jiang Ning smiled and dialed Wang Hung. Wang Hung, I'm currently at the Yuxing Hotel. I met your son here. I wonder if you want to come over. Wang Heng's heart thumped violently. Mr. Jiang, I'll come over now. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hung headed towards the hotel at breakneck speed. Could Wang Hung not understand his son's temperament? His son was out there every day causing trouble, and when he encountered people whose status was inferior to his, he could only eat the mute losses. But he did not expect this time his own son actually messed with Jiang Ning. And will you hang up the phone after attracted his Chen Xiao and the hotel manager's laughter? Chen Xiao was even pointing directly at Jiang Ning, nonchalantly saying, did you hear that? This kid can really blow, pretending to want to cheat me. Do not look at their own acting in the end how bad. Not to mention you. Even if I cannot call my father, really think you are the king of heaven? The hotel manager echoed with a compensating smile on the side. Chen Xiao, this don't know what's good for people. I've seen a lot, but so can blow people. I still see the first time we two people will wait to see it. Then come to the person in the end, is this kid which relative? Yo, kid, it seems that you are not simple actually know to find their own relatives to play my father? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Actually want to threaten me? Ha! The sounds of Chen Xiao and the hotel manager laughing kept reaching Jiang Ning's ears. Because of the quarrel between a few people, quite a few service personnel who were watching had already gathered in the vicinity. The corners of Jiang Ning's mouth twitched. Next to her, Meng Meng was even holding back her laughter as her face turned red. These two people were laughing like idiots, and they were probably the only ones who thought they were being bullish like this. Chapter 13, the reversal came too quickly, didn't it? But Jiang Ning had another strange thing. Wang Heng's surname was Wang, so why was his son called Chen Xiao? Thinking of this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but directly open his mouth to ask, are you related to your father by blood? Your father's surname is Wang. Why is your surname Chen? As soon as this question came out, the faces of Chen Xiao and the hotel manager changed. The hotel manager even directly cursed. What do you Yakuza know? Let me tell you, even if our Chen Xiao isn't the same surname as Boss Wang, Chen Xiao is Boss Wang's son. Looking at the hotel manager's reaction, Jiang Ning couldn't help but lightly raise his eyebrows. Chen Xiao's face was even more unsightly. It seemed like there was quite a bit of inside information here. The waiters next to him even started talking. Yeah, I also felt strange before. How come Boss Wang's son has to be called Chen Xiao? Which rich man recognizes his own son with a surname that isn't the same as his own? TCH, this you will be uninformed it. In fact, Wang Boss and Chen Xiao is not at all biological father and son relationship. Only Chen Xiao's mother married to Wang Boss. So this only got Wang Boss's care of the external good sound is Chen Xiao, but in fact cannot be accommodated by their circle. Can only show off in front of these small people in us? So that's how it is. No wonder. Usually only dare to bully us people. To those big bosses can only nod their heads. Really eye-opening. The hotel manager reacted and quickly turned his head to point at the people behind him. So he opened his mouth and cursed. All of you shut the up. What are you all doing here? Don't you have anything to do? If you dare to talk again, I'll fire you all today. The waiters were also afraid of angering the hotel manager, and hurriedly dispersed in a puff of smoke. Jiang Ning then realized that this Chen Xiao and Wang Hung actually had such a relationship. TSK, I didn't realize that the original inside story was so wonderful. Jiang Ning sked with a contained smile. Chen Xiao's face turned blue. and when he was about to open his mouth to speak, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from the back. Why are they all gathered here? What's going on? This is. Jiang Ning pursed her lips and smiled. Hey, can you see if that's your dad back there? Chen Xiao's entire body stiffened. There was absolutely no mistaking this familiar voice. But how could this poor kid really call Wan Hong? Wang Hong walked directly towards Jiang Ning. Mr. Jiang, it seems like you're already free today. I wonder if you could show me some face and go to my place for a few drinks later. Let's not talk about this matter for now. Jiang Ning shrugged off his hand, his sight aimed at Chen Xiao in front of him. This is your son, isn't it? Wan Hong skimmed his head and slapped Chen Xiao across the face. You brats are just capable of causing trouble for me. Tell me how many things you've messed with over the past month. Now you actually dare to mess with Mr. Jiang, don't you want to die? Wang Hang's reprimand caused Chen Xiao to turn pale. He trembled the corners of his lips and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Dad, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know that this kid, Mr. Jiang, would really know you. My mom has been married to you for several years, and there is no credit but also hard work. For the sake of my mom, you can forgive me once more, Chen Xiao said and directly knelt on the ground. The hotel manager was confused. This reversal came too damn fast, right? Get the hell out of my way. Wan Hong kicked Chen Xiao away. Your mom and I have already divorced a long time ago. Your mom begged me to let me continue to protect you. That's why I didn't announce to the public that I've divorced. From today onwards you are not my Wang Heng's son. From now on don't use my name and flaunt it outside. In the future you will bear the blame for the trouble you have caused yourself. The moment these words came out, Chen Xiao's entire body went limp on the ground. He tugged at Wang Heng's pants leg, pleading with snot and tears. Dad, you can't be like this. My mom is loyal to you. How could she possibly choose to divorce you? Besides, haven't we been father and son for several years? Are you really willing to give up on me? Wang Heng's face was ironic. If you give me one more word of nonsense, I'll have someone beat you out of the hotel. As soon as these words came out, Chen Xiao immediately stopped his mouth. He could not doubt Wang Heng's methods in the slightest. Wang Hong breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and turned his sight to Jiang Ning. Mr. Jiang, I don't know if you're satisfied with the outcome of this? Aha. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. But when will you two fulfill your promise? After saying this, Jiang Ning waved the cell phone in his palm. Chen Xiao and the hotel manager looked at each other, their faces white again. Immediately afterward, Wang Hong saw Chen Xiao directly kneel on the ground and opened his mouth to shout, Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa. The hotel manager even directly tore off his clothes, and while learning to bark like a dog, he ran towards the outside. Woof woof woof. This, Wang Hong was filled with confusion, completely unaware of what kind of excitement these two had been subjected to. Jiang Ning waved his hand unconcernedly. Don't care about this kind of small matter. It's just that just now, before you didn't come, these two people put down harsh words to promise me a little something. Now it's the time for them to be right on the line with their promises. Chapter 14 Insults. After the punishment was done, Chen Xiao and the hotel manager fled the hotel in ashes. However, before leaving, Chen Xiao's eyes filled with hatred were reflected in Jiang Ning's eyes. TSK, this kid, it seems that he refuses to give in. Right at this moment, Wan Hong rubbed his palms together and spoke curtly. Mr. Jiang, do you see if you're free right now? I have some things I want to talk to you about. Some other time. Jiang Ning waved his hand. Look, the people I brought with me today were also frightened. It's not appropriate to talk about things at this time. This, Wang Hong secretly gritted his teeth, feeling nothing but regret in his heart. It was so hard to meet up with Jiang Ning, but this was another missed opportunity. However, Wang Hong didn't dare to offend Jiang Ning, so he only nodded his head. Then Mr. Jiang, when you have time, give me a letter back. I'll be waiting at any time. Good. Jiang Ning lightly lifted his jaw. Chen Mengmeng walked behind Jiang Ning, her shell teeth biting down on her pink lips, and stretched out her hand to carefully hook Jiang Ning's arm. A softness spread between his arms, and Jiang Ning's body stiffened. Let's go. Chen Mengmeng lowered her eyelids, her face blushing. Good. This beauty in her arms. Can't she enjoy herself? The night color was getting thicker. Chen Mengmeng sat on the co-pilot. The remaining light from the corner of her eye swept over Jiang Ning, and her delicate voice slowly rang out. You, once again, have helped me. Jiang Ning suddenly smiled. Then how are you going to repay me? Repay? Chen Mengmeng blinked her eyes, clearly not reacting. Yeah. Jiang Ning nodded his head, his eyes sweeping over Chen Mengmeng's body for a moment, suddenly getting up the idea of teasing. Look at me. I've helped you so many times. Why don't you give your body in return? Jiang Ning. Chen Mengmeng's blushing voice suddenly rang out in the cramped co-pilot. I'll drive with you for fun. The expected response arrived. Jiang Ning was just about to bring over the words, and without realizing it, Chen Mengmeng's head hung lower and lower. Also, It's not impossible. Crap. Jiang Ning's hands that were cupping the steering wheel gave a violent start. What had he just heard? Chen Mengmeng actually didn't object? That is, the two of them today. Jiang Ning's hot gaze landed on Chen Mengmeng. You drive seriously first. Chen Mengmeng glared at Jiang Ning, but that glance didn't have any deterrent power. Instead it had a few more hooks in it. Jiang Ning's throat rolled. A dry mouth. Ding ton. Just then, the cell phone rang. Jiang Ning immediately stopped at the traffic light and picked up his cell phone to take a look. It was Chen Lin calling. His impression of Chen Lin was that pair of seductive white, thin, and long legs. Mr. Jiang, can you come over on your side? What came over the phone was Chen Lin's slightly seductive timbre. Is there something wrong? Jiang Ning didn't care, but Chen Mengmeng on the side was stunned and couldn't help but perk up her ears. Mr. Jiang, I wonder, do you have any plans for that one building of yours? A building? Chen Mengmeng was even more confused. Jiang Ning actually had a building? Her eyes stared dully at Jiang Ning as waves rippled through her heart. Oh, there's no plan for the time being. I'll just live in that villa, and look at arranging the other floors later. Villa? Floor? The more Chen Mengmeng heard, the more she felt that she was creating an illusion. Then in that case, I wonder if Mr. Jiang has any plans to sell the floors? Chen Lin's tone was filled with a few moments of caution, just for fear of upsetting Jiang Ning. Not for sale. Jiang Ning balked. Not bad. This was said with bravado. Chen Mengmeng on one side only felt a tremor in her heart, and her eyes became more and more dull as she looked at Jiang Ning. Mr. Jiang, why don't you come over and we'll talk face to face? Chen Lin seemed to refuse to give up. What was the point of selling the house at this juncture? Jiang Ning subconsciously wanted to refuse. Mr. Jiang, please don't be in a hurry to refuse. I think that after you know the person who is going to buy the house, you should say yes. Chen Lin spoke with certainty. However, Jiang Ning's desire to refuse grew stronger and stronger. He had never been a timid person. Besides, he was at least a multi-millionaire now, and with the real estate raising a bit, it might even continue to rise. Only a fool would sell at this time. You directly helped me to reject it. Said not for sale is not for sale. In the future this kind of phone call, don't call me. After saying that, Jiang Ning hung up the phone. Lao Zi is willing to offer so much money, and he's still not selling? Chen Lin's phone had just been hung up when a bellowing cry instantly rang out. This, Mr. Yang, we can't afford to mess with him. Chen Lin slipped the phone back into her pocket, her expression tense. Whether it was Jiang Ning or Yang Jin in front of her, it was not something she could offend. Give me his information. There's really nothing I want that I can't get, he said with certainty, but Chen Lin was white-faced. Once the information leaked out, it would be her fault. I'm sorry Mr. Yang, we can't disclose information about our clients. Ha, you mean, you're going against me? Yang Jin smiled leisurely, but his face was cold and called for fear. Chen Lin clenched her teeth. Mr. Yang, hold, hiss. Before the words were finished, Chen Lin felt a pain coming from her jaw. She slightly raised her eyelids. Yang Jin's gloomy and menacing eyes fell straight into her eyes. Miss Chen is born really screaming out of control. Since you refuse to divulge the information, then I'll give you another chance. How about you sleep with me tonight and I'll call it a day on this matter? Impossible. Chen Lin's face changed drastically, never expecting that Yang Jin would actually insult herself like this. Thinking that Yang Jin would come forcefully, Chen Lin had already grabbed the ashtray on one side. However, Yang Jin was sneering. Fine, you don't agree? Then let's just wait and see. Let's see if it's your mouth or my means that's hard at that time. After saying that, he quickly walked out. Chen Lin's face was like ashes. Back at the villa, Chen Mengmeng hadn't reacted yet. Jiang Ning, I'm not ready. So today, Jiang Ning did feel pity that the duck that had arrived in his mouth had actually flown away just like that. However, although he wasn't a decent person, he didn't like to use force. So instead, he appeared much more candid. It's fine, I'm not ready today, so won't I just come back tomorrow? Chen Mengmeng blushed and hastily averted her gaze. Let's go. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. Jiang Ning finished speaking and headed upstairs. Chen Mengmeng hurriedly followed, but her eyes subconsciously fell on Jiang Ning's waist. The waist that was wrapped in the shirt seemed to reveal the intention of being robust. Chen Mengmeng's room was arranged in a guest room a few steps away from Jiang Ning. Alright, you can stay here for now for the next few days. I'll find a place for you to stay another day. Jiang Ning turned around and was about to leave after saying that. Wait, Chen Mengmeng suddenly reached out and grabbed. Chapter $15 Million Bonds. How? Jiang Ning was just about to open his mouth when he only felt a burst of softness cover his face. Before he could react, the doorway was closed by Chen Mengmeng. Jiang Ning reached out and rubbed his face, as if the softness of Chen Mengmeng's lips had not dissipated just now. Ding ton. The cell phone rang with a vibration. Jiang Ning took a look to see that it was actually a message from the system. He hurriedly went back to his bedroom and opened the system only to realize that the system had actually been updated. No wonder there was a reminder. This time the page for seconds no longer had several options on it like before. Swiss Bank $1 million bonds. The spike price is only 1 yuan. Because it's a special event, so there are 29 minutes left for the system to update. Special event? Jiang Ning was confused for 2 seconds. Millions of bonds? He was a multi-millionaire now. He really couldn't see eye to eye on this $1 million bond. However, he didn't expect the system to act as if it could read his thoughts, and a line floated up on his phone. Swiss bank bonds compared to ordinary bonds. The interest rate is as high as 103%. The bonds released are less than 10 million. There is a market without price. As soon as this line of words floated out, Jiang Ning only felt his heart tip. There is a market without price? Then what the hell is the point of waiting? Jiang Ning's eyes were quick, and he directly clicked on purchase. Ding dong, congratulations to the host on the successful purchase. The bank bonds will be issued within an hour. Please pay attention to the host's cell phone messages. After waiting for an hour, a text message was indeed sent in. Along with it came an unfamiliar phone call. Jiang Ning picked up the phone. A slightly curt and flattering voice came from inside. May I ask if this is Mr. Jiang? Yes. Hello, I'm the deputy manager of the Swiss bank. I saw that you purchased 1 million bonds on our side. Your purchase of the bonds is our black gold member here. The bank will give you a black gold card specifically. We are always waiting for you. Alright, I'll go over again when I'm free. Jiang Ning hung up the phone after saying that, and he didn't realize that the fact that he had purchased the Swiss million bonds had quickly swept through the entire upper-class circle. The next day, a piece of news landed on the biggest page of the newspaper. Surprised mystery man purchases Swiss bank millions of bonds. The minds of those who saw the newspaper varied. What kind of person can afford to buy 1 million bonds from a Swiss bank? Or maybe where did he get the connections? Yeah, even I only have a few tens of thousands of Swiss bank bonds in my hands, and these bonds can be sold for up to a few $100,000 or even $1 million now. And he directly bought 1 million bonds. Doesn't that mean that he has up to 10 million or even hundreds of millions of bonds that he can realize on his hands right now? No matter how surprised the others were, Jiang Ning was blissfully unaware of it. He didn't have any habit of reading newspapers. He was woken up by Wang Heng's phone call. Mr. Jiang, I wonder if you're available today. Jiang Ning was still a bit confused, but he had sort of heard Wang Heng's words. This Wang Heng had been meeting with himself again and again, so it would be bad if he kept refusing. I'm free. Then is it possible to come out for a catch-up? No problem. Send me the location. But I think Mr. Wang shouldn't mind one more person, right? Of course I don't mind. Wang Heng was ecstatic. It was so hard to get an appointment with Jiang Ning, not to mention one more person. He would be willing to have a group of people. After Wang Heng sent the location, Jiang Ning was ready to bring Chen Mengmeng along. Unexpectedly, just as he opened the doorway, a figure came crashing down on him. Jiang Ning was directly knocked to the ground. He suddenly felt what seemed to be some softness at his chest. Hanging his head, he took a look. Crap! It was actually Chen Mengmeng who had fallen on top of him. Chen Mengmeng's eyes widened, and as the two of them looked at each other, the air seemed to freeze. Can you get up first? Jiang Ning huffed. Don't look at Chen Mengmeng's thinness, but this weight wasn't bad. Chen Mengmeng was awakened by Jiang Ning's words, and hurriedly jumped up from Jiang Ning's body, taking a step back in panic, too embarrassed to even raise her head. Are you alright? It's fine, the ribs are probably still intact. Jiang Ning stood up holding his waist. He also didn't have the skill of Superman's bronze wall. Such a collision almost didn't give him all his organs and bowels. Chen Mengmeng only felt more and more mortified as she listened. Oh, right, you should also not have breakfast. Later I will take you out to eat some together? Good. Chen Mengmeng's eyes flowed and she nodded. When the two arrived at the restaurant, it was already 2 hours later. Wang Heng had long been waiting in the restaurant. This time, he was the one who invited the guests, and the restaurant was naturally chosen by him. However, he had chosen a good environment. Perhaps because she rarely came to such a restaurant, Chen Mengmeng appeared a bit constrained and followed Jiang Ning closely, holding Jiang Ning's arm with both hands. Jiang Ning, however, didn't feel the slightest bit awkward. He hadn't eaten pork before, but he had to have seen a pig run. He hadn't seen many high-class restaurants like this before. However, he didn't have any money before, so he felt awkward standing at the door. But now that he had a bottom line, the aura on this body was naturally different. Mr. Jiang, you're finally here. Before he even stepped onto the second floor, Jiang Ning heard Wang Heng's voice. Please hurry, our box is upstairs. After saying that, he took the lead and headed upstairs. Jiang Ning also didn't politely bring Chen Mengmeng and followed. Wang Heng's gaze ran over Jiang Ning and Chen Mengmeng's faces for a while. Then he suddenly spoke. Mr. Jiang, it seems to me that you and this young lady have a relationship. Don't misunderstand. Jiang Ning waved his hand slightly. It's just by chance. I'm friends with Miss Chen. Didn't you see that I brought Miss Chen to the hotel yesterday? What do you mean? Wang Hong was a bit puzzled. Such a beautiful woman. Did Jiang Ning really not have half a heartbeat? If Jiang Ning knew what Wang Hong had in mind, she might have to take a dish and swing it in his face. Could she not be moved? There weren't too many of such beautiful women. It's not convenient for a man and a woman to share a room together. We have to find a good place for the girl to live. When Jiang Ning said this, Wang Heng's eyes couldn't help but light up, and he hurriedly climbed down the pole. Mr. Jiang, in that case, why don't you leave this matter to me? I have a place that happens to be under my control that I can give Miss Chen to live in. How is this good? Jiang Ning raised his eyebrows slightly. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Wang Hong hastily stopped Jiang Ning's words. Mr. Jiang, I sincerely want to befriend you, but it's just a place to live. It's nothing, so you don't have to be so formal. Wang Hong was a smart man. Jiang Ning naturally wouldn't continue to push back. The two of them glanced at each other and suddenly laughed out loud twice. And Jiang Ning took Wang Heng's words this time instead. In that case, then I'll be respectful. Who the hell is in there? Come out for me. Right at this moment, a bellowing cry rang out from outside the door. Chapter 16, Bank Manager's Son. Mr. Jiang, wait here. I'll go out and take a look. Wang Hong hurriedly stood up. This time it was Jiang Ning that he was going to invite. If he messed up at this time, wouldn't he lose a good opportunity to befriend Jiang Ning? Aha! Jiang Ning nodded. However, before Wang Hong could walk out, the door to the private room was kicked open vigorously. Outside the door were a few suits, but the boyish yet menacing faces were revealing contradictions. As soon as he saw these people, Wang Heng's face suddenly sank. However, he didn't dare to get angry. He just half bent over, his face with a few pleasing intentions. Wu Shan, this place is set for Uncle Wang today. Do you think you guys can go somewhere else? Can't. The brat in the lead was the Wu Shan that Wang Hong was talking about. He snorted coldly and took a step forward, arrogantly tilting his head. Don't you know that little master, I always book a room here every time? How come you're deliberately trying to steal little master's spot today? To put it nicely, call you Uncle Wan. To put it badly, you are nothing more than a dog by my father's side. What qualifications do you have to bull me here? As he spoke harshly, Wang Heng's face couldn't help but sink. However, harmless line of sight landed on Jiang Ning at the back. He took a few steps forward and suddenly slammed the table. His eyes locked onto Jiang Ning. Sensible ones, now hurry up and get the hell out of here, or else little master will make you all suffer. Oh, Jiang Ning raised his eyebrows, but didn't say anything. Can't you understand human language? Wu Shan seemed to have run out of patience. If you don't get out, I'll make you come in vertically and go out horizontally, believe it or not. Wang Heng's heart thumped violently. No matter which one of these two people suffered, it would not be beneficial to him. He hurriedly blocked in front of Jiang Ning. Wu Shan, this is Mr. Jiang. What do I care who he is? The noise inside the private room startled the manager inside the restaurant. The manager rushed to the scene, but the first thing he saw was Wu Shan, who was full of arrogance. The other people? The manager directly subconsciously ignored and only nodded his head to Wu Shan. Young Wu, why are you here? Ha, I see that your restaurant is really arrogant. Wu Shan looked at the manager in a sneering manner. Did I not tell you that this is my private room? Who gave you the guts to actually dare to vacate Lousy's private room? As soon as these words came out, the manager instantly whitened his face. Xiao Wu, this matter is absolutely coincidental, so see if you can give us a chance. We'll kick these people out right now. Hurry up and settle it. Otherwise, little master will smash your restaurant. Wu Shan wrapped his arms around himself, his provocative gaze staring straight at Jiang Ning. Only the manager walked over to Jiang Ning and Wang Hong. Both guests, this is indeed Young Wu's private room. What happened today was our fault. So would you see if you two can vacate this private room? Why should we vacate it? Before Wang Hong could speak, Jiang Ning was the first to open his mouth. The manager's face was unsightly, but the people who could come to this restaurant were either rich or noble, so he didn't dare to offend too hard. So he quickly opened his mouth to explain. I won't hide it from you. This person in front of you is the son of a Swiss bank manager. His status isn't something a little person can compare to. These words were equivalent to mocking Jiang Ning and Wang Hong, whose lowly status made them unable to compete with Wu Shan anymore. The son of a Swiss bank manager? Jiang Ning raised his eyebrows slightly. This time, it really was a blind cat that had stumbled upon a dead rat. He had just purchased millions of bonds from a Swiss bank last night, and now he had actually run into the Swiss bank manager's son. Right, young Wu doesn't have a very good personality. So can the two of you. This is your restaurant's mistake. Wang Hong was also enraged. He didn't dare to get angry at Wu Shan, but it was just such a manager. He wasn't in fear yet. The Swiss manager's son, not to mention him, even the entire upper-class circle, that also had to give a few points of face. After all, the manager of the Swiss bank holds hundreds of thousands of Swiss bank bonds. which can be sold for tens of millions of dollars. They didn't dare to offend him easily, and Wu Shan was usually arrogant, so no one dared to fight against him. The manager saw that he couldn't persuade Jiang Ning and Wang Heng. Now, he didn't intend to speak nicely, and directly, he sank his face. Sir, we've already made our words clear. If you guys are still stubborn, then if you piss off Wu Xiao then, there's nothing we can do about it. Chen Mengming's eyes widened, panicked as she listened to the farce. Her hand subconsciously grabbed Jiang Ning, a few moments of fear flickering in the bottom of her eyes. She hadn't experienced such a scene before. Oh, Jiang Ning patted Chen Mengming's palm as if she was comforting, a few moments of carelessness inside her tone. Are you guys saying that having hundreds of thousands of bonds from a Swiss bank is already amazing? This, sir, indeed. The manager hooked up the corners of his lips, but it was with a strange look of a few leathery smiles. Since that's the case, then if I'm holding millions of Swiss bonds in my hands, does that mean that I'm even more impressive than the identity of the Swiss bank's general manager? This gentleman, you'd better not joke with us like this. The manager's face was mocking, clearly not believing Jiang Ning's words. Still really think that Swiss bonds are something you can get anywhere? Ha! Did you guys hear that? This kid actually said he has millions of Swiss bonds. I'm really not afraid of people laughing their teeth off. A million Swiss bonds? If you go back to your dreams and put your pillow up a little higher, you might be able to dream about it. Not to mention them. Even Wan Hong looked at Jiang Ning in disbelief. He actually felt that Jiang Ning's words contained some bragging elements. After all, these million Swiss bonds could be bought with more than just money. In addition to money, connections and power were also important. Otherwise, he would have spent a lot of money to buy the Swiss bonds in the first place. Alright, stop bragging here and get the hell out of here. Little Master can still let you guys live. If you wait for Little Master's patience to run out, then, you can't even mix here. Wu Shan grabbed the dagger at his waist and ruthlessly stabbed it on the table. Chen Mengming's pupils shrunk and she trembled in fear. Yo, there's actually a beauty here? Chen Mengming's looks caught Wu Shan's attention. Little beauty. What's the use of you following this kind of loser? Or else you follow Little Master. Follow Little Master to take you to eat and drink. Wu Shan said and tried to pick Chen Mengming's chin. Ow. His fingers had just reached out when Jiang Ning smoothly twisted backward. Wu Shan screamed miserably and fell to his knees, tears and snot flowing from his eyes. You dare to touch me? The manager and Wang Hong on the side also looked pale. Wang Hong even wanted to completely disassociate himself from Jiang Ning at this moment. This was the son of the Swiss bank manager for his sake. Chapter 17, Taunting. You're so noisy. Jiang Ning pulled out his ears and loosened his grip in the process, only to see that two of Wu Shan's fingers had twisted and bent backwards. A few punks rushed forward to help Wu Shan up and pointed at Jiang Ning before cursing. You're dead. You dare to offend Xiao Wu. I've said I have millions of Swiss bank bonds. How come no one believes the truth these days? Jiang Ning's indifferent sight landed on the several punks. I poo. One of the punks spat on the ground. What are you bragging about here? You don't even look at the rags you're wearing, and you actually dare to talk big with us. Ding dong dash. Before Jiang Ning could open his mouth to retort, the phone answered. Jiang Ning glanced at it. It was the unfamiliar call from this morning. Mr. Jiang, our manager heard that you've acquired millions of bonds from our bank, so he wants to meet with you. I wonder if it's convenient for you right now. On the other side of the phone came the slightly curt voice of the assistant manager. Not very convenient. Jiang Ning's voice was cold. Is there something Mr. Jiang needs help with? The assistant manager instantly realized that something was wrong with Jiang Ning's voice. When he had spoken to Jiang Ning before, Jiang Ning didn't have this attitude. How had it become like this in only half a day's work? There's nothing I need help with, but your manager's son seems to be right here with me. As soon as those words came out, the other side of the phone instantly went quiet. Wu Shan was even more furious and wanted to lift off the table. He kicked at Jiang Ning, but before this kick could reach him, he was twisted by Jiang Ning's arm. Ow! Wu Shan screamed again, and this time, his entire body nearly fainted. The assistant manager had obviously heard Wu Shan's miserable scream as well. Mr. Jiang, you, don't bother with him, he's still a kid. An unintentional mistake. The assistant manager panicked. In the next second, another voice rang out. Jiang, Mr. Jiang, let's discuss something. Where are you right now? I'll go over to you now. I'll send you the location. If you don't hurry, your son's life will be lost. Jiang Ning said and hung up the phone. But Wu Shan and the others clearly didn't believe Jiang Ning. The restaurant manager even glared at Jiang Ning with an ugly face, and his threatening words came out of his mouth. How dare you pretend here? Do you think we'll let you go just like that? I'm telling you, you're dead today. You can't escape. Call my dad, quickly. I'm going to kill this son of a... Wu Shan hissed loudly with tears in his eyes and snot in his nose. Chen Mengming shrunk her neck in fear, obviously also feeling that Wu Shan's appearance was really scary. The restaurant manager took out his cell phone from inside Wu Shan's pants pocket and dialed the Swiss manager's number. But I didn't expect the cell phone to hang up directly after a few rings. The restaurant manager was confused. Hurry up and call. Wu Shan kicked the restaurant manager on the side. Wu Xiao, this. No one answered. The restaurant manager tightly squeezed his cell phone, only to feel a bad premonition that swept through his heart. He realized that things seemed to be going in another direction. Then call again, Wu Shan said, and then stretched out his uninjured hand and grabbed Wang Heng. Both you and this son of a have to die today. I'm going to have my father send you guys to jail. I'll make you beg for your lives and beg for your deaths. All the saliva he spewed out landed on Wang Heng's face. Wang Heng suddenly regretted it. However, Jiang Ning was the one who brought him here, and he could not abscond alone at this time. Therefore, Wang Heng stretched his neck, pushing away Wu Shan. Wu Shan, I don't want to be your enemy, much less your father, but you two, father and son, had to force me. Wu Shan fell to the ground and was confused for 2 seconds, then madly pointed at Wang Heng and Jiang Ning and roared, "Kill them sons of ES for me." Wang Heng's heart thumped. It was over. This time he had really offended someone. He turned his head to look at Jiang Ning. He thought that Jiang Ning's face would also be alarmed, but he didn't expect to see only Jiang Ning's face as usual. Do it! The punks around Wu Shan hissed loudly, all drawing daggers from their waists and about to charge towards Jiang Ning. Right at this moment, a loud shout stopped them. All of you stop. The inside of the box was miserable. When Wu Shan's father, Wu Guoqiang, the manager of the Swiss bank, saw this scene, he nearly fainted, especially when he saw Wu Shan's 2 fingers that had been twisted. His face directly became hideous, but he was a smart man. At a glance, he saw Jiang Ning, who was sitting on a stool with a smile on his face. He only felt that even the steps he took to walk over were all too heavy. May I ask if you are Mr. Jiang? He stiffened his smile, a few curt points on his face. Right. Jiang Ning nodded. This respectful look from Wu Guoqiang caused the others to look confused. Wang Heng was even slightly open-mouthed and wide-eyed. What was this situation? Dad, it's this son of a that caused me to be like this. You quickly have someone arrest this son of a. Wu Shan clearly hadn't reacted to what was going on, his eyes full of hatred staring intently at Jiang Ning. Shut the hell up. Wu Guoqiang was ruthless and slapped Wu Shan across the face. Wu Shan was confused. The others were also confused. Is this my illusion? Wang Heng on one side couldn't help but stretch out his hand and ruthlessly pinched his thigh. The pain spread throughout his body from his thigh. Dad, what are you hitting me for? It was this son of a that hit me. Wu Shan stared wide-eyed, simply unable to believe that Wu Guoqiang would actually make a move against him at this time. But Wu Guoqiang clenched his teeth and glared at him with hatred. Do you know what kind of person you have offended? Dad, Wu Shan panicked. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Jiang, otherwise even I can't protect you. Wu Guo held back the anger in his heart and stared viciously at Wu Shan. Wu Shan was afraid. He shrank his neck, the pain in his fingers making him almost want to skin Jiang Ning. Right at this moment, Jiang Ning waved his hand in a slightly annoyed manner. There's no need to apologize. Mr. Jiang, my canine son is still young. Please don't bother with him. Wu Guoqiang accompanied his smile, only feeling that he had been greatly insulted. Well, it's quite small. However, Manager Wu holds hundreds of thousands of Swiss bank bonds in his hands. His status is noble. I wouldn't dare to mess with him easily. Jiang Ning's indifferent tone contained a few hints of mockery. Wu Guoqiang panicked. He did feel that Jiang Ning deserved to die, but given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to praise the pitiful hundreds of thousands of bonds in his hand in front of this man who held millions of Swiss bonds. Mr. Jiang, you're joking. You're holding millions of bonds in your hands. My hundreds of thousands of bonds aren't enough to look at. What? Wang Heng and the restaurant manager simultaneously widened their eyes. Chapter 18, Hundredfold Return. This kid actually does have millions of bonds? Doesn't that mean that the ability behind this kid is even greater than the manager of the Swiss bank? What kind of people have we offended? The few punks behind Wu Shan instantly went limp. Their legs were trembling in fear. Wu Shan was also confused. The next second there was another slap that made a crunching sound on his face. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Jiang. Wu Guoqiang roared angrily. Of course, saying that he was angry was really just putting on a show. That was his son. Could he not be heartbroken? But how could their Wu family mess with someone who could own millions of bonds from a Swiss bank? Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I just didn't mean it, please forgive. Wu Shan gritted his teeth, only feeling a wave of humiliation that surrounded his heart. He couldn't wait to bite a piece of flesh off Jiang Ning viciously. Jiang Ning raised a smile, waved his hand, and spoke. All right, just don't disturb my eating pleasure. Go out. Yes. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, I'll pay for all of your consumption today. Wu Guoqiang added one more sentence before leaving. It was just a meal. How much money could it be? As long as he could make this big gold master happy, Even if it was more money, he had to pay for it. Oh, Jiang Ning became interested. Is that true? Of course it's true. Wu Guoqiang hurriedly nodded his head. But, for some reason, seeing the smile on Jiang Ning's face, he suddenly felt his heart jump. He always felt that Jiang Ning's smile was somewhat unkind. He had really been right. When Jiang Ning arrived, he scanned around inside the restaurant. Not to mention, the consumption here was really not low. If there was a fat sheep delivered to the door and he didn't slaughter it, wouldn't he be letting down the deliciousness of this fat sheep? He waved his hand, and now even his tone was much lighter. Alright, since this is the case, then you go out. In a while you say hello to the front desk. I think the manager of this restaurant even knows you. There should also be a way to transfer the account to your side, right? There is. Then you eat slowly. I'll take him away now. After saying that, Wu Guoqiang pulled the snotty and tearful Wu Shan and hurriedly walked out, fearing that a second later would cause Jiang Ning to be displeased again. Mr. Jiang, I've always thought that you're a remarkable person. I didn't expect that this has all refreshed my perception. You're not just remarkable, you're simply admirable. Wu Guoqiang had just left, and Wang Hang's ass was patting him on the back. Owning millions of bonds is admirable? Jiang Ning laughed in the bottom of his heart, but he didn't show it at all on his face. If this spike system continues, not to mention the million bonds, even if it is 10 million bonds, he can afford to buy a. However, Jiang Ning wouldn't say this, and just casually found an excuse to get rid of this matter. Seeing Jiang Ning's intentions, Wang Hong did not dare to say anything more. Originally, he was only interested in Jiang Ning's favor, but this time he was completely convinced. After dinner, Jiang Ning took Chen Mengmeng to the apartment that Wang Hong had given him. The apartment had obviously not been inhabited for a long time and gave off a strong odor. Alright, don't go in this place first, I'll have someone clean it for you first. Then you can live in it? No need. Chen Mengmeng shook her head. Could it be that you want to live in so uncleanly? Aren't you afraid that this odor will smell for a long time? Couldn't I just continue to live with you? Before Jiang Ning's words fell, Chen Mengmeng suddenly interrupted. Not only Jiang Ning, but even Chen Mengmeng herself was confused. When she reacted, Chen Mengmeng's face turned red. Jiang Ning's heart was delighted. Chen Mengmeng was so proactive. Did it mean that she also had other ideas about him? However, poking at Chen Mengmeng's thoughts at this time would be to push someone away. Therefore, Jiang Ning just nodded with what appeared to be a naive smile. Okay, how can this not work? But it's really too good. Chen Mengmeng glared at Jiang Ning. It was a pity that that glance didn't have any deterrent power. When she returned to the villa, Chen Mengmeng acted as if she was deliberately trying to avoid Jiang Ning, and hurriedly locked the door when she returned to the guest room. Jiang Ning didn't intentionally tease Chen Mengmeng at this time, but only opened the cell phone spike system. The spike system had been updated again. However, I didn't expect that all of the updates this time were rebate coupons. Jiang Ning's line of sight fell on the last option. Cashback on household goods. Purchase household goods and return them at 100 times the rebate. Crap! 100-fold return. Wouldn't that mean that if he bought thousands of things he'd be directly returning hundreds of thousands of dollars in rebates? This kind of good deed was a waste of time. Jiang Ning's eyes were quick, and he directly clicked to buy. The villa is well decorated, so all the things that should be there are there, but the two people's daily necessities are not yet ready. Especially Chen Mengmeng is a girl. At that time in the rental house when the clothes are not much, and now in the villa, not only do not have the daily necessities, even the change of clothes is also less pathetic. Since there was a rebate activity, wouldn't it be good to take Chen Mengmeng to go on a shopping spree? Thinking of this, Jiang Ning wanted to invite Chen Mengmeng to go out together. However, he didn't realize that Chen Mengmeng had actually fallen asleep. Jiang Ning skimmed his mouth with some regret, but in the next second, another person flashed through his mind. Chen Lin. At that time, when he had stayed in the villa, Chen Lin had said that he could contact her if there was any need. Wasn't now a good time? Jiang Ning dialed the phone to Chen Lin. It was picked up just after a few rings. Mr. Jiang, are you free right now? Jiang Ning didn't intend to beat around the bush and continued. Do you have time to accompany me to purchase some household items? Chen Lin's side froze for a moment. Mr. Jiang, you're our big customer here, so if you need household goods, we can all send them over to you. Hey, I still prefer to buy things like living supplies, so if you have time, accompany me. If not, forget it. Just kidding. If this is for them to send, then this rebate activity of their own is not a waste of money? Seeing that Jiang Ning was being forceful, Chen Lin didn't continue to refuse and agreed smoothly. That afternoon, Chen Lin couldn't help but draw the corners of her mouth when she saw the luxury car parked at the front door. Chen Lin. Jiang Ning saw the silhouette walking out from the sales department and opened the car window to call out. The co-worker who followed Chen Lin along. Her eyes darted. This kind of car was not low in value. She took Chen Lin's hand and asked, seemingly offhandedly, Chen Lin, is this your boyfriend? No. Chen Lin hurriedly shook her head. It's our big customer here who's going to buy daily necessities. I'm just accompanying him. I'll leave first. Bye. After saying that, she opened the passenger seat and sat in. Chapter 19, Breaking Up. The car went away. The female colleague stomped her foot unwillingly. In the end it's just climbing up a rich man. What's the point of pretending? Chen Lin took Jiang Ning to a large shopping mall. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning didn't even stop the car. Some dissatisfaction glanced at the large shopping mall and casually said, "Are the household goods here expensive?" Chen Lin didn't understand what Jiang Ning meant and was filled with confusion. Isn't there a saying that you get what you pay for? I'm afraid that the household goods I buy will be of poor quality, so we have to pick the expensive ones. Jiang Ning's eyes rolled, and he smoothly found an excuse. But, Chen Lin seemed to want to persuade Jiang Ning, but the next second Jiang Ning directly interrupted her. You don't need to persuade me on this. After all, things like household goods aren't one-time consumption. Don't worry, I know what's in my heart. You just need to take me to some high-quality stores. Jiang Ning had said so. Chen Lin naturally couldn't find a reason to refuse. Soon the car stopped at a large store for household goods. The store wasn't open to everyone though. It was a membership store. Without a member, you weren't even qualified to go in. Jiang Ning was happy. The more things inside this large lifestyle store, the more expensive it was. But unfortunately, this rebate on lifestyle goods only lasted for one day. Chen Lin had a membership card, so it was possible to accompany the others inside. As soon as he entered the store, Jiang Ning's line of sight landed on the toothbrush in front of him. Just one electric toothbrush, and it was actually priced at over 8,000 TSK. Jiang Ning got excited. He led Chen Lin to the side of the toothbrush. Let's have this one. One set each of blue and pink. One set each of blue and pink? Chen Lin was confused for 2 seconds, but the next second quickly regulated her emotions. Anyone who could live in that villa, not to mention having a girlfriend, even if they had several lovers, that would be normal. But 2 sets of toothbrushes cost more than $10,000? Chen Lin's face was hesitant. Mr. Jiang, these 2 sets of toothbrushes cost more than 10,000. It's really not afraid. There's money. Jiang Ning smiled, seemingly not giving this price a second glance. Chen Lin's heart was blocked. More than 10,000 could be her half a month's salary. This money was actually pulled out just like that. However, Chen Lin was also a sensible person, so she didn't say much. Just took a shopping cart and threw the 2 sets of toothbrushes into it. Soon Jiang Ning directly swept through the entire household goods section. Looking at the things at least is also thousands, and even more directly to buy tens of thousands. Chen Lin was on the side looking at the flesh pain. However, she didn't know that Jiang Ning had already gone crazy with joy in his heart. The cashback on living goods. In just an hour's time the cashback had already reached millions. However, just as the two of them landed their eyes on top of the large bathtub, Chen Lin suddenly stiffened her face. Before Jiang Ning could see Chen Lin's complexion, he heard someone greet him. Yo, isn't this our big school girl Chen Lin? Jiang Ning turned his head to look. Chen Lin's complexion didn't seem good. Chu Fei Fei, it's you. He, Chen Lin. You can actually appear in such a living goods area as well? I've heard that you're just a salesman in a sales department now. What? Can you afford it with your several $1,000 salary? Standing in front of them was a man and a woman. The woman was wearing a dazzling colored mink. The man had a large gold necklace hanging on him, and his hair oiled and bloated face, squeezed so much that his features had become smaller, looked exceptionally callous and revolting. This woman should be the Chu Fei Fei in Chen Lin's mouth. Chu Fei Fei, what do you want again? Chen Lin's face gradually sank. I don't want to do anything. Chu Fei Fei mockingly smiled. Some people, always want to come to places like this to gain insights, and aren't afraid of losing face. Chen Lin, I see that you're having such a hard time right now, and you actually dare to come to places like this. It's kind of pathetic. This way, you can tell me what you like. I will give you a round. Lest you look at the people here can afford to buy, and you can only look at the appearance of watching. I as a former classmate also cannot see Chen Lin clenched her fists. Her proud breasts kept rising and falling, obviously infuriated. That's not necessary. We can afford it. Just as Chen Lin was suffocated, her face flushed red, and she couldn't say a single word in retort. Jiang Ning leisurely opened his mouth. He pointed at the large bathtub and casually asked, how much does this bathtub cost? This was a large lifestyle store, and the things here were extremely expensive, so there was a sale in every sales area. Only to see that salesman with a smile on his face, he hurriedly replied, hello sir, this bathtub, designed by the world-famous designer Angie, costs 300,000. 300,000? Before Jiang Ning could say anything, Chu Fei Fei on the other side suddenly even shrilled her voice. This crappy bathtub is actually worth $300,000. Where is your store robbery this is? That sales face showed contempt. I'm sorry, this lady, Our bathtubs here are just so expensive. Chu Fei bit her lips tightly in anger, and fiercely pinched the man standing beside her. I want this bathtub today. You buy it for me. This was said with a straight face. The man's face showed difficulty. How can this bathtub be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? Who would be happy to buy it? Wrap it up for me. The man had just finished speaking when Jiang Ning, who was on the side, suddenly spoke. The salesman hurriedly nodded, his face overflowing with curiosity. No problem. Sir can tell me the address. I'll have someone send it over to you now. Jiang Ning thought for a moment and turned his head to look at the dumbfounded Chen Lin. Where is your home? This is your bathtub. Why are you asking where my home is? Chen Lin was filled with confusion. This bathtub is for you. Jiang Ning waved her hand. I have it there. I don't need it. This. Chen Lin was a bit embarrassed. This was something worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. To actually give it away just like that? Before Chen Lin could react, she saw Chu Fei rush. This bathtub is what we want to order. Who asked you to sell it to him? If you want to order this bathtub, this lady, then please shell out the money now, and we can send this bathtub to your home right now. The saleswoman clearly had an extremely bad impression of Chu Fei. Chu Fei glared at the saleswoman and turned her head to the man accompanying her. Will you buy it for me or not? If you don't buy it for me, we'll break up today. Break up then break up. The man was also annoyed. Splat. A slap was slapped on Chu Fei's face. Do you really think you're some kind of meat and potatoes? But a woman who is as good as a man. Lousy has accompanied you for so long and bought you so many things. It's already considered to have given you enough face. And you actually dare to chirp with Lousy here. Chapter 20, Tricked. Chu Fei was confused. The others were also confused. You actually dared to hit me? Chu Fei covered her face, her tone filled with shock. So what if I hit you? That man coldly smiled and grabbed Chu Fei's hair. If it wasn't for the fact that you have a few moments of beauty, do you think that I would be willing to serve? From today onwards Lousy really doesn't want you. I'd like to take a good look at where you're going to find someone who can spend money for you. After saying that, the man turned around and left. No, it's not like that. Chu Fei panicked. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. This man spent so much money for her and suddenly left, so what could she do in the future? Now Chu Fei didn't have time to look for Cha, and hurriedly chased after the man, afraid that she would be without the wrongdoer who spent money for her. Chen Lin on one side was dumbfounded, but after a few moments she reflected and smiled gratefully towards Jiang Ning. I know you were relieving me just now. It's better to send this bathtub to your place. There's no need to send it to mine. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Jiang Ning hooked up her lips. Hearing the system's prompting sound, she only felt physically and mentally relieved. Alright, this bathtub will be sent to your place. Seeing that Jiang Ning was so resolute, Chen Lin didn't continue to refuse. The person who said he'd shell out hundreds of thousands of dollars didn't lack this little bit of money. If this continued to be rejected, wouldn't it show that she was being too pretentious? As soon as Jiang Ning and Chen Lin left, the salesman on one side couldn't help but show envy in his eyes. This is too rich, isn't it? Giving away hundreds of thousands of dollars of stuff just like that? When can we buy whatever we want? Don't dream about it. You think such a man is really everywhere? What a pity. But that woman is indeed good looking. No wonder she can find such a man. What a good looking woman. Must she have a man who spends money for her to be useful? You won't be able to meet such a man in 8 lifetimes. So don't dream about it. Jiang Ning and Chen Lin didn't hear the salesman's comments. Having just finished selling all the household items, Jiang Ning heard the system's beep. It was just a matter of buying a whole round, and it had actually earned $10 million. 10 million, ah. It simply didn't smell too good. Jiang Ning was satisfied and sent Chen Lin back home. However, he didn't expect that Chen Lin actually lived here as well. I've been working here for so many years. If I didn't manage to mix a house here, wouldn't that be the end? Jiang Ning didn't take this to heart. Back at the villa, Chen Mengmeng was already awake. Without waiting for Jiang Ning to react, Chen Mengmeng suddenly embraced Jiang Ning with great speed. Jiang Ning was confused for 2 seconds. Chen Mengmeng's voice rang in his ears. Where did you go? I thought you had disappeared. Chen Mengmeng's voice was full of unease. Jiang Ning's heart softened and reached out to pat Chen Mengmeng's shoulder. I just went to buy some daily necessities. Since you're planning on staying at my place, you can't live without them, right? Chen Mengmeng nodded, but the crying in her voice still didn't dissipate. Will you take me with you next time you go out? I'm scared. This delicate voice made Jiang Ning's heart grow softer and softer. He reached out and embraced Chen Mengmeng's shoulders, agreeing obediently. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you with me if I go out next time. But I have something for you. After saying this, Jiang Ning changed to stand, straightened his body and took out an exquisite box from his pocket. Before Chen Mengmeng could react, she saw Jiang Ning open the box. What lay inside was actually an extremely delicate necklace. Chen Mengmeng's eyes widened. In love. She clearly recognized the necklace. No, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Chen Mengmeng took a deep breath and hurriedly pushed the necklace back into Jiang Ning's hands. You keep it. It was meant for you. Jiang Ning forcefully placed this necklace in Chen Mengmeng's hand. No way. This necklace is worth millions, and there's still room for it to rise. How can I accept such an expensive gift from you? Actually, Chen Mengmeng was moved. This was something worth millions. What woman wouldn't be moved at the sight of it? Jiang Ning's eyes turned. If you don't want this necklace, then I can give it to someone else. You. Chen Mengmeng was clearly caught in the scheme and glared at Jiang Ning in annoyance. You see, this necklace was purposely bought for you. You don't want it, then I don't have any other choice but to give it to someone else. Is it hard to believe that you want me to throw this necklace away? No. Now Chen Mengmeng was really anxious, hurriedly taking the delicate gift box from Jiang Ning's hand. She was afraid that Jiang Ning would really throw this necklace into the trash can on impulse. However, staring at this exquisite necklace, Chen Mengmeng fell into deep thought. Once upon a time in school, Jiang Ning was who worked several jobs a day in order to support his girlfriend. How is it that even this $1 million necklace was given away just like that? Even if this was some kind of miraculous encounter, it was impossible to have tens of millions of dollars all of a sudden. You put it on for me. Hiding the thoughts in her heart, Chen Mengmeng raised her head to reveal a smile to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning wrapped the necklace around the back of Chen Mengmeng's neck and put it on for Chen Mengmeng. Chen Mengmeng's skin was already fair and delicate, and this necklace was just the icing on the cake. However, Chen Mengmeng only felt a tremor in her heart. Worth millions of things to say send on send. This is not also shows Jiang Ning to her a little meaning. Chen Mengmeng naturally did not ask this question. After the daily necessities are moved to the villa, the seemingly cold villa finally has a bit of human flavor. At this time, within the Yang group, Yang Jin was filled with shock and anger as he swept all the documents on his desk to the ground, his eyes staring scarlet ahead. What's going on? You guys can't even handle this little thing? The henchman revealed an expression of embarrassment. Yang, it's not that we don't want to, it's mainly because the shares are already scattered now. The biggest shares are in the hands of you and Mr. Jiang. It's really hard for us to recover the shares from the other shareholders. Then you guys will use money to smash it. Yang Jin clenched his fists. No matter what, you have to acquire 10% of the shares back within this week. If you guys can't even get this done, then you can all get the hell out. The men looked at each other in disbelief. Junior, Dad? Yang Jin stood up in a hurry. What has become of you? Yang Guoqiang tightened his brows. Dad, the biggest shareholder of the company now is that kid. Originally I wanted to acquire the shares in the hands of the other shareholders at a big price according to your instructions, but I didn't expect those shareholders to say they couldn't sell their shares to us. Time is running out. What should we do? We can't let that kid take the position of the biggest shareholder. Chapter 21, Out of the Limelight. Impossible. Yang Guoqiang wrinkled his brows. Didn't I tell you to contact Zhou Tong? Zhou Tong is currently short of money. It is absolutely feasible for you to spend a large amount of money to buy shares from Zhou Tong. It won't work at all. Yang Jin hit his desk in annoyance. Zhou Tong directly rejected the person I sent over. Since that's the case, then you'll go over with me. Yang Guoqiang's mind twisted a few times, but he could not guess this Zhou Tong's intention at all. However, when they went to the place where Zhou Tong lived, all the two of them saw was the tightly closed door of the room. Go knock on the door for me. Yang Jin kicked the henchman on one side. The henchman was a bit unconvinced, but didn't dare to resist and hurriedly walked over and knocked on the door. The doorway opened and what the two saw was Zhou Tong in his housecoat. Zhou Tong, my father is willing to spend the next $20 million to buy 5% of the shares in your hands. You need money so badly now. Are you sure you don't want to trade with us? I already sold this share a long time ago. Don't you guys know about this? Zhou Tong was full of doubts. When I was going to sell the shares to you guys, it was you guys who rejected me and wanted to force the funds. The shares that were originally worth $20 million. You guys wanted to press it into $10 million. Then of course I had to sell it to someone else who was willing to pay the price. Who did you sell to? Yang Guoqiang's face was ugly. How could he have guessed in the first place that there would actually be someone who would spend such a large price just to buy the shares of Yang Group? That goes without saying? Zhou Tong snorted. Of course it's the person who owns the most shares of Yang's now. You guys don't know yet. He didn't just buy my shares along with other people's shares as well. And the money he received for the shares is double the market price. Much better than you guys. I'm not an employee of Yang's Group anymore. You're not qualified to lecture me. So don't come back again. After saying that, Zhou Tong directly closed the door. Bang dash, a sound slammed the shocked Yang Jin and Yang Guoqiang back to their senses. Dad, is he brain dead? After the crisis in Yang's Group, the value had dropped by half at the very least, and he was actually willing to spend a large sum of money to buy the shares from the other shareholders. Could it be that he had long predicted that today would come? Yang Guoqiang's face was gloomy. After he injected money now, Yang's group has come back to life and has risen by a few more interest points than before. He's really far-sighted. Then what do we do now? Yang Jin was confused. Can it be that we have to watch Jiang Ning sit in Yan Wuqian's position? How can I be willing then? Humph. Don't worry about it. He can't get into that position. Give me to continue to check which other shareholders have extra shares in their hands. Since the shares in Zhou Tong's hands are gone, let's buy the shares from the other shareholders. As long as we can buy the other shareholders. As long as we can buy the shares of the other shareholders, we can just as easily crush Jiang Ning at the bottom. Yang Jin's face straightened. Yes, as long as they could buy the shares from the other shareholders, they would definitely still be able to crush Jiang Ning. He still had the day to turn around. Thinking of this, Yang Jin couldn't help but be energized. He kicked his men in the buttocks again. Didn't you hear what my father said? Hurry up and investigate. When Jiang Ning learned of this matter, 2 days had already passed. The news was naturally leaked by Zhou Tong. Mr. Jiang, you have to be careful. The Yang's father and son are now starting to collect the shares in the hands of the other shareholders. If they really let them succeed in acquiring the shares in the hands of the other shareholders, you'll still have to be pressed by them, and they'll definitely try to find a way to kick you out from within the Yang's group. Jiang Ning's face showed mockery. Unexpectedly, this father and son were actually still jumping around even now. However, he did not take this matter to heart. Since Yang's father and son were planning to use money to acquire the shares in the hands of other shareholders, he would use more money to crush them. Jiang Ning bought the information of the other shareholders from Zhou Tong. These shareholders all had fractional shares in their hands. Zhou Tong was also considered a man of character, so he got along well with the other shareholders, and was naturally able to know who was short of money. Jiang Ning chose a few of the shareholders who were the most short of money, and whose shares in hand were not less than 2%, and handed this matter over to Zhou Tong to resolve. Zhou Tong, this matter you let go. How much money do those shareholders need? You tell me directly. I will not treat you poorly after this matter is done. Jiang Ning threw out an olive branch. Zhou Tong naturally wouldn't refuse this good opportunity, so he agreed in a hurry. Zhou Tong was fast. A few days later, he successfully bought 10% of the shares at a price of $40 million. Looking at his already empty wallet, Jiang Ning couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth. It was simply a meat pain. The only thing worth mentioning was that he now owned 70% of Yang Group's shares. It could be said to be an absolute holding. This time, no matter how big of a deal the Yangs were trying to make, they couldn't raise a splash. The Yang family father and son panicked. They wanted to spend exponentially more to acquire shares from other shareholders, but Jiang Ning was always one step ahead of them. The shareholders' meeting was on schedule. Dad, what are we going to do? Yang Jin looked at Yang Wuqian with a face full of panic. I don't want to be crushed underneath that kid. Now that kid owns 70% of the shares in his hands and has absolute say. We can't fight him. Impossible. Yang Jin hissed. Dad, there must be another way. As long as we inject more money than him, we will definitely have a chance to turn around. And we will definitely be able to trample this kid under our feet. Inject more money than him? Yang Wuqian tightened his brows. That kid spent billions to buy 60% of Yang Group's shares. Now with Zhou Tong's relationship, he is using tens of millions of dollars to acquire 10% of the shares from the other shareholders. Do you think that this billions of dollars is something that we can just take when we want to take it? There must be another way. Yang Jin clenched his fists in panic. A moment later, a person suddenly flashed inside his mind. He grabbed Yang Wuqian's arm in exhilaration and hurriedly said, Dad, there's another person. There's another person who can help us. Who? Yang Wuqian looked at Yang Jin in confusion. Wang Hibin. Wang Hibin? Yang Wuqian was a bit puzzled. He hadn't heard of this person's name at all. Right, he used to be in our class as well, but he's been at odds with Jiang Ning for a long time, and his grades were always pushed down by Jiang Ning when he was in class, so up until now he didn't want to make things easy for Jiang Ning. The last reunion Jiang Ning had all the limelight. At that time Wang and Bin had something to do, did not come to the scene, but gave me words. As long as I can deal with Jiang Ning, he will be fully assisted. This is a good opportunity. As soon as these words came out, Yang Wuqian's heart rippled with hope, and he quickly opened his mouth. Then you go and contact him now. Chapter 22 Foolproof. At this time, Wang Hibin was completely unaware of the thoughts of that father and son. He sat on the hotel's big soft bed, his right hand pinching the edge of the red wine glass, staring at the woman in front of him with hostile eyes. That woman shrank her neck a bit in fear. Splat! The red wine glass was violently smashed to the ground by Wang Hibin. He growled at the woman in a low voice. Get out! The woman seemed to have been relieved, and she didn't even have time to put on her clothes, so she hurriedly fled out. He twirled his fingers and muttered and spoke. Jiang Ning, it's you dog scumbag out in the open again. When he was in college, Jiang Ning was clearly an inconspicuous contraption. How come he had suddenly become so rich now, and had even punched everyone else in the face at the reunion? Being crushed by a once despised contraption. This breath until now Wan-Yuan couldn't swallow. He couldn't wait to swallow Jiang Ning in 1,000 cuts right now. Just at this moment, the phone he had put aside rang. Who? Wan-Yuan's voice was grim. The young father and son on the other side of the phone hurriedly spoke out about this incident and directly indicated that they needed to seek Wan-Yuan's help. Wan-Yuan's eyes flickered. He was trying to deal with Jiang Ning, but was worried that he had no way to do so. This phone call from the Yang clan's father and son was truly a timely rain. Wan-Yuan might not have everything, but the only thing he didn't lack was money. I can lend you the money, but you guys have to follow me and guarantee that you can completely bring down Jiang Ning. Of course this is no problem, Yang Jin promised in a loud voice. Don't worry, even if Jiang Ning can't escape with his wings this time, if he doesn't obediently submit, we'll have other methods when the time comes. What method? Wan-Yuan squeezed his cell phone tightly, an inexplicable excitement flashing in his eyes. It seemed like he could already see the end of Jiang Ning. Soft doesn't work, then naturally we have to come with hard. That kid doesn't have much of a background at all. It must be because of a coincidence that he was able to succeed and take our Yang's shares into his hands. Yang Jin clenched his teeth angrily, clearly resenting Jiang Ning for a long time. I hope you guys do what you say you're going to do. By then if you can't deal with that kid even after giving you the money, you'll have to bear the consequences. His voice steeply sank. Yang Jin and Yang Guoqian looked at each other. Yang Guoqian was the first to speak. Don't worry, it's absolutely foolproof this time. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. I'll have someone call you guys with the money in a while. Remember, make sure to give that kid a taste of his own medicine. Wan-Yuan's suppressed voice became sharp violently. After hanging up the phone, he directly called someone to call the money over. And at this time Jiang Ning didn't know those people's wishful thinking. After crawling around in society for all these years, he naturally knew that he had to make several preparations for everything. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible to make things happen by relying only on the shares. TSK, why is it so troublesome? Jiang Ning rubbed his hair, and before he could think of a method, the system's icy voice suddenly rang in his head. Ding! Detected that the host is worried because of the reward. The system is supposed to address the host's concerns. The system recommends two options. 1. The safest method, that is to sell the existing shares. Yang's father and son's target will then be shifted to others, no longer targeting the host. 2. Take the risk. Collect evidence from multiple parties, and take down the Yang's father and son in one fell swoop. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. I didn't expect this system to actually give recommended options. However, Jiang Ning, didn't look for trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Of course I'm choosing the second option. He made his decision with a single clap. The system, however, went silent, and no matter how much Jiang Ning called out, the system didn't appear again. It seems like this system only appears at certain times. Jiang Ning mumbled as he cupped his chin. However, he did not dwell on this point. With the shares in hand, then the next step in trying to bring down the Yangs was naturally to collect hard evidence of their crimes. They acted meticulously, and would definitely not reveal their flaws easily. Trying to start from any other aspect would be incredibly difficult. Jiang Ning, who was caught in a dead end, suddenly flashed a person in his mind. Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong had worked at Yang's for so many years, and he must know Yang's like the back of his hand. Most importantly, he seemed to have been at odds with Yang's father and son for a long time. Jiang Ning picked up the phone and dialed Zhou Tong. He had no intention of hiding his purpose, and spoke anxiously just as the call was picked up. Zhou Tong, there's one more thing I need to ask you to help with. No way. The unexpected thing was that Zhou Tong didn't even hear what was going on and bluntly refused. I can't help you anymore. The Yang clan's father and son have started to target me now. If I continue to help you, it's like pushing myself into the abyss. Zhou Tong's vocal line was taut. It was clear that this hadn't been a good time recently. Jiang Ning frowned. Could it be that you're willing to spend your entire life being crushed under the feet of Yang's father and son, never resisting? His words seemed to have provoked Zhou Tong's anger. Only Zhou Tong could be heard roaring out angrily over the phone. What can I do? Yang's father and son's tactics are endless. Do you think that you and I will be able to bring them down by relying on the two of us? Do you think you'll really be able to succeed at the top by the time of the shareholders' meeting? Don't dream. They won't let you sit in that position that easily. Zhou Tong was agitated, but Jiang Ning calmed down. He twisted his chin as thoughts flashed through his mind. As a matter of fact, although Zhou Tong also owned enough shares of the company, Zhou Tong had now sold all of his shares, leaving only the most basic shares in his hands. It was impossible for the Yang clan's father and son to be targeting him even now. The only thing that was possible was, Zhou Tong, do you have other evidence in your hands? Zhou Tong froze. Jiang Ning, however, was like seeing hope. Zhou Tong hadn't reacted, which meant that he didn't think it was possible for him to guess something else. This was even more of an indication that he must have other evidence in his hands. Jiang Ning struck the iron while it was hot. Zhou Tong, bring out the evidence. I can help you. As long as you bring down the Yangs and their son completely, you will still have room to survive in the company. Zhou Tong was silent. He clenched his fists tightly, and the bottom of his eyes flashed with full of hatred. He had already been bullied by the young father and son for many years, and had long wanted to rebel. Now that someone had thrown out this olive branch, if he refused, wouldn't he still have to continue living under the oppression of that father and son duo? After a long time, Zhou Tong spoke quietly, I promise you, but you have to think about it. The young father and son are not as simple as it seems on the surface. If you want to deal with them, you also have to weigh how much strength you have. Be prepared. When the time comes, they won't let you ascend to that position so easily. After saying this, Zhou Tong hung up the phone. What followed was the beep of Jiang Ning's cell phone. Chapter 23, The Great Intelligence. There was an email lying inside. Clicking on it, it was actually about Yang's father and son's embezzlement in the company over the years, as well as the use of various methods to evade and avoid taxes. It's really true that there's a way to heaven but no way to hell. Jiang Ning hooked his lips into a smile and anonymously sent this email to the superior provided by the system. Other than that, the system was still reliable. The time for the board meeting arrived as promised. Jiang Ning was dressed in an expensive suit, with cold, hard facial lines that appeared a bit unapproachable. Just entering the conference room, all Jiang Ning saw was Yang Guoqiang sitting in the main seat. His eyes flashed. Wasn't this just giving him the slip? Jiang Ning wasn't in a hurry, just wrapped his arms around himself and sat in the seat opposite Yang Guoqiang. The board of directors present all knew that the person who held the largest stake in the company right now was Jiang Ning. However, they also knew that Yang Guoqiang was not someone to be messed with. Jiang Ning, sitting opposite Yang Guoqiang, could not tell which side was the main seat. The directors present were craning their necks, fearing that the flames of war would be drawn to them. Director Yang, what does this mean? Jiang Ning tapped his fingers on the desktop, the smile on his face oozing a bit of mystery. Mr. Jiang, let's not speak in the dark. How much money did you use to buy out our company's shares? Now I'm going to use how much money to acquire them back. What do you think? Jiang Ning's finger slightly lurched. Didn't Director Yang say last week that the meeting held this time was to pass the chairmanship to me? Now you're going to unload it? However, Director Yang, don't forget that I'm the biggest shareholder of the company. The smile on Jiang Ning's lips gradually deepened. Yang Guoqiang had ridden the business scene for many years, so he naturally wouldn't be intimidated by Jiang Ning's aura. He stood up and placed the long drawn-up contract on the table. Mr. Jiang should sign this document if he's sensible. I think the person who can afford to pay billions of dollars to buy so many shares of Yang Group shouldn't be a stupid contraption, right? These words were equivalent to stepping on Jiang Ning in the dust. Yang Jin also nodded in agreement on the side, fanning the fire even more. Jiang Ning, although I don't know exactly where you got that money from, I can be sure that it's definitely not too formal. After all, someone who has to work 2 jobs a day in college to support his girlfriend won't be able to disguise himself for that long. Either you sign now, or you won't be able to get out in one piece today. You're a smart person. I think you should know how to choose, right? Jiang Ning laughed instead of being angry. Yang Jin, should I say you're stupid or that you have no brain? What do you mean? The corner of Yang Jin's mouth froze in a slight smile. I'm the largest shareholder of the company. Reasonably speaking, it's more than enough for me to want to kick you guys out of the board of directors. Your dad didn't even teach me a lesson, so where did you little pussy get the nerve? Jiang Ning. Yang Jin glared angrily, his crimson eyes seeming like he was about to drag Jiang Ning into hell in the next second. Don't be angry. Jiang Ning blinked slightly. After all, you two, father and son, have set me up in such a big way, so I can't return the favor? Ha, well said. Yang Guoqiang clapped his hands on the side. Jiang Ning's eyes fell on him. Mr. Jiang is really resourceful. Yang Guoqiang's eyes deepened. However, if Mr. Jiang doesn't sign this document today, then he won't be able to leave in one piece. After saying that, Yang Guoqiang suddenly slammed the cup in his hand heavily on the ground. Bang! The doorway was kicked open. Several large, robust men poured in through the door and surrounded Jiang Ning. On one side, Zhou Tong's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly hung his head for fear that these few people would turn their sights on him. He regretted it. Shouldn't have helped Jiang Ning, Yang Guoqiang and his father and son's ruthlessness. He had expected it. How could this father and son easily allow Jiang Ning to take over their position? The other directors also hung their heads. No one dared to oppose Yang Guoqiang at this point. It was hard to protect themselves, let alone trying to take others into consideration. Director Yang, what does this mean? Jiang Ning looked up at the few burly men in front of him. He didn't have the slightest doubt that if these men's fists smashed into his body, he would definitely be seriously injured without dying. Yang Guoqiang pushed the document in front of Jiang Ning. Mr. Jiang is a smart man. It's better to sign this document obediently. If I don't sign it, Director Yang is going to make a move today, isn't he? Jiang Ning stood up, his sight breaking straight into the bottom of Yang Guoqiang's eyes. Yang Guoqiang was confused for 2 seconds. How could this kid be so confident? He had made all the preparations. Where did this kid get the courage to confront him head-on? Yang Guoqiang suppressed the ominous feeling in his heart and narrowed his eyes. It seems that Mr. Jiang is refusing to drink until he has been punished. Jiang Ning avoided answering. Director Yang is wrong. I'm not a drinker. Bang! The table was slammed by Yang, and it directly collapsed to the ground. The directors present shrank again. No one wanted to be noticed by Yang Guoqiang at this time, only to hear Yang Guoqiang instructing the burly man behind him. Since Mr. Jiang is so tough-talking, you guys can take over for him and press Mr. Jiang's hand on this document. Zhou Tong's heart jumped violently. The other directors were even more uncontrollable and murmured. Still young, actually not afraid of death. I don't think this kid will survive today. The smile at the corner of Jiang Ning's mouth deepened. Do it! Yang Guoqiang was irritated by Jiang Ning's smirk. The moment those few burly men were ready to make their move, the doorway suddenly rattled again. Before Yang and the other directors could react, several people in uniform surrounded Yang. They held out their documents. You're Yang Guoqiang, right? Come with us. Yang Guoqiang was confused. What kind of are you guys putting out here? This is Yang's group. Who let you guys barge in here? We're from the Commerce and Industry Bureau. The person in charge snorted coldly. Someone has anonymously reported that you have evaded taxes and avoided taxes, and that you have taken in large amounts of money during the time you were running the company, and the whereabouts of the money is unknown. We have been ordered to investigate. Come with us. As soon as Yang Guoqiang heard the whole body, he couldn't help but drop his angry gaze on Jiang Ning for a while. You guys are in league with him, right? You guys have no right to arrest me. This is the Yang group. Take away. The person in charge gently waved his hand. Several other people then directly pressed down on Yang Guoqiang. Even Yang Jin, who wanted to escape, was not spared, and the silver handcuffs directly bound the two. Yang Jin clenched his fists, his resentful eyes falling straight onto Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, you wait for me. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was viciously pushed by his captors. Those few burly men had glanced at each other, all took a step back, not daring to approach Jiang Ning again. Chapter 24, Good Tactics. The directors and shareholders present glanced at each other. Zhou Tong was the first to react. He bent his body and directly clasped his fists in congratulations. Chairman Jiang is a good tactic. HM? Jiang Ning raised his eyes to Zhou Tong. Means? He deliberately pressed the two words, and the smile on Zhou Tong's face froze as he reacted. It was a slip of the tongue on my part just now. Chairman Jiang is resourceful. Yang's father and son are to blame for all of this. If it wasn't for Chairman Jiang, I'm afraid we'd all still be living in deep water. Zhou Tong's pioneering action caught the attention of the other shareholders and directors. They also hurriedly stood up. Yes. Chairman Jiang is resourceful and can definitely lead the Yang Group farther. What Yang Group? It should be renamed now. Right. Now Chairman Jiang is the leader of this group. Or else it should be renamed as Jiang's Group. What do you think, Chairman? Jiang Ning waved his hand and smiled. Let's do as you all say. The other shareholders and directors congratulated each other. The conference room looked peaceful. Only Jiang Ning was sitting in the main seat smiling with a ghostly expression, telling people not to see the emotions hidden deep in the bottom of his eyes. Jiang Ning snorted in his heart. How could he possibly not understand the emotions of those few directors and shareholders just now? Especially Zhou Tong's look of remorse was simply not too obvious. If it wasn't for the fact that he had flipped against the wind, I'm only afraid that he wouldn't have ended up much better than the Yang's father and son. However, it was supposed to be a matter of each taking what they wanted, so Jiang Ning naturally wouldn't take this matter to heart, since this place will be Jiang's group in the future. Then excluding the original shareholders' shares, Zhou Tong will be the general manager of Jiang's group in the future with matters both large and small handed over to him. However, Zhou Tong, you should know what to do. Jiang Ning raised his head and said the words, but it was like a thunderbolt that shocked the crowd of shareholders and directors present. Their eyes widened as they hurriedly objected, especially one of the shareholders who seemed to have a long-standing grudge against Zhou Tong. He stepped forward and lowered his voice to say in a voice that only he and Jiang Ning could hear, Chairman, this is not feasible. Zhou Tong was in the first time. Chairman Yang did not dare to let her on the position of general manager. This person economy is very much. If you let him sit on the position of general manager, then how to take over your company you do not know. How could Jiang Ning not know that this shareholder clearly wanted to occupy Zhou Tong's position? He waved his hand. Doubting people is not a good idea. The shareholder's face reddened with anger, and he looked like he wanted to dissuade him in many ways. However, Jiang Ning directly swept past him, landing his eyes on Zhou Tong at the back. Zhou Tong hurriedly nodded, his fists clenching in excitement. Don't worry, Chairman. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Although most of the shares had already been acquired, being the general manager was tantamount to a major boost to his future path. His gratitude towards Jiang Ning reached its peak at this moment. Alright, this matter ends here. Remember that you are now working for me, Jiang Ning, not for Yang's father and son anymore. Remember your positions. Jiang Ning stood up. Although the other shareholders and directors were unconvinced by Jiang Ning's arrangement, no one dared to say more at this point in time, and only responded in agreement. Just before walking out of the conference room, Jiang Ning suddenly felt a wave of resentful gazes sweeping towards him. He turned his head but didn't find anything wrong. It seemed that there were still disobedient little mice at work. After Jiang Ning left, the conference room fell into a flurry of discussion. Is this really a young man in his 20s? The aura he had on him just now made me a bit intimidated. I thought he would definitely be subdued by the Yang's father and son, but I didn't expect him to actually manage to get someone from the Commerce and Industry Bureau. It looks like we're in for a rough time in the future. Their eyes turned to Zhou Tong on one side. Zhou Tong is now the red man in front of the chairman. When the time comes, you have to say a few good words for us. Yes, Zhou Tong. We've been colleagues for so long at least. You can't fall on your sword. Zhou Tong was disdainful and laughed coldly. Back when Yang's father and son were in office, didn't you all follow them to suppress me? How come you're trying to climb over me now? The moment these words came out, several other directors and shareholders couldn't help but hang their heads. That was also back then. You are now a person who is a general manager. How can you be so small-minded? That's right, Zhou Tong. Those things are all in the past. Zhou Tong swept a glance at them, the mockery under his eyes not hidden at all. If you want to gain favor in front of the chairman, then go and show it yourself. After saying that, he directly turned around and left the conference room. This matter quickly spread to the ears of every employee. They were shocked and only felt that this new chairman must be a tough guy. Otherwise, where would he get the means to twist Yang's father and son into the Commerce and Industry Bureau? Jiang Ning didn't know that he hadn't even officially come to the company a few times yet, and this notoriety had already spread far and wide. When Zhou Tong really came into contact with the affairs inside the company, he realized that it was far from as simple as it seemed on the surface. Yang's father and son liked to squeeze their employees. So many of them had been dragging their paychecks for half a year. There hadn't even been any signs of wage increases in the last few years. Moreover, the Yang Group had become corrupt. It was just as well that the wages were in serious arrears, but also that the Yangs had misappropriated public funds during their tenure, causing a large portion of the company's payments to be in the red. Zhou Tong was unable to solve the problem and had to dial the phone to Jiang Ning. It was already late at night when Jiang Ning received the call. Chairman, I'm afraid that I can't accept the company for the time being. The company's payment deficit is serious, and most of the employees left the company because of the arrears of wages. I still hold a large portion of the employee's resignation letter in my hand. You see this matter. Jiang Ning rubbed his temples. This Yang's father and son actually left him such a big mess? However, since the company had already passed into his hands, he naturally wouldn't continue to let the company go on being corrupt. After thinking about it, he said, I will personally go to the company tomorrow to deal with this matter. Zhou Tong Network grabbed a life-saving straw and hurriedly responded. Yes. Early the next morning, Jiang Ning wore a casual outfit to the company. Yesterday, he had dressed solemnly. That was to deter the Yang's father and son as well as the other shareholders and directors. Zhou Tong had been waiting in the president's office for a long time. So you did not choose the elevator for ordinary employees, but chose another elevator that was specially built by the Yang's father and son. It went straight to the top floor. Jiang Ning looked at the documents presented by Zhou Tong and could not help but have some headaches. Last night, Zhou Tong's words of love were already considered light. The corruption in this company was even more serious than imagined. Chapter 25, Don't go too far. But as the saying goes, anything that can be solved with money isn't a big deal. Jiang Ning checked the balance in his bank card. There was actually $50 million? This made things much easier. He transferred a large portion of the money into another bank card and called Zhou Tong in. Zhou Tong was unsure. Jiang Ning placed the bank card on his left side and pushed it in front of Zhou Tong. This bank card has $30 million in it. Pay off all of the external debts owed by the company. Zhou Tong was confused for 2 seconds. This actually has $30 million? He had thought that after putting you out to buy the shares, he should not have this ability to pull the company back again. But he did not expect that he would actually be able to come up with another $30 million. Well, this money should be enough to pull the company back, Jiang Ning said and withdrew his hand. That bland look, as if he didn't put the bank card in his heart. But only he knew in his own heart how heartbreaking it was to take out these tens of millions of dollars. Compared to Yang's father and son's miserliness and calculation, this moment of Jiang Ning let Zhou Tong cannot help but respect. He took the bank card over, then bowed to Jiang Ning. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, I will definitely live up to your trust. Jiang Ning wasn't speaking, only waving his hand to indicate that Zhou Tong could go out. Zhou Tong pinched his bank card and walked out with heavy steps as if he was holding something weighing 100 pounds. This matter was not hidden from the employees inside the company. The employees in the company instantly fell into a discussion. What kind of character is the new boss in the end, to actually be able to take out so much money to save the company? It seems to me that there is nothing worth saving in this company. I heard that our company's old boss spent a large sum of money to acquire shares from other shareholders before he was able to squash Yang's father and son. It's probably that fun-loving rich second generation, right? Which rich kid would take out so much liquidity to fill up the company after buying shares? I think he might have some other plans for our company. Premeditation? Our company is like an empty shell. What's there to be premeditated about? I think this person is probably just a fool with a lot of money. That's why he took out the funds. Jiang Ning was unaware of the other people's arguments. However, this company was already his, so naturally, he wanted to get to know it well. Therefore, as Jiatong went out to take care of things, Jiang Ning walked out the door of the president's office as well. He didn't intend to let his assistant follow. The Yang clan's father and son had a strong sense of superiority, so the president's office was set up on the top floor, while the other employees' offices were below the top floor, so the two floors were not interconnected, and naturally, the news of Jiang Ning's visit to the company was not made known to the other employees. Jiatong was so busy that he didn't notice that the funds he had invested had all been collected by the manager of the finance department. The manager of the finance department, Huang Dashan, crossed his legs in the office, looking at the balance of the new bank card, smiling with a mouthful of yellow teeth are exposed. Beside him, the secretary wearing a tight dress was pinching his thighs, and words of flattery kept overflowing from her mouth. Manager Huang is really something, to be able to solicit such a large sum of money from Jiatong's hands. Aren't you afraid that our new president will know about it? Afraid of what? Huang Dashan gave a cold snort full of disdain. It is said that the new president is just a young kid. What climate can he become at such a young age? Besides, the employee's salary should be sent down by me to be temporarily deducted. Isn't it the most normal thing to review it here in my place? The secretary instantly laughed out loud, snuggled up to Huang Dashan's obese body, smiling eyes squinted. Manager Huang is right. It's just a kid. How can I compare to you? But what I told you yesterday. You see, she said and pulled Huang Dashan's tie. Exhaling, Manager Huang, you must help people. People have already made a promise in front of their families. Can't let cousin not find a job, can you? Huang Dashan was mesmerized. He couldn't help but wrap his hand around the secretary's thin waist, followed by a loud laugh. But it's just stuffing someone. What's so hard about it? This matter is granted. As soon as these words came out, the secretary happily held Huang Dashan's chubby face and kissed it, but then seemed to have thought of something and skimmed her lips. Manager Huang, our company only has one internship slot this year, but didn't we have an intern inside the company? You quit that intern and let my cousin come in. No way. Manager Huang suddenly shook his head in a strong tone and refused. That intern is a beauty. How can I let her go before I get my hands on her? Huang Dashan laughed out loud as he said this, with a lewd look that made the secretary despise him in his heart. However, the secretary didn't dare to voice out the thoughts in her heart. She just held back her nausea and continued to coax Huang Dashan. Manager Huang, since you want that intern so badly, I'll help you out. After you get your hands on it, remember to arrange my cousin in. What did Huang Dashan's eyes look like when these words came out? His wide palm slapped the secretary's hip at once. Don't worry about that. As long as you can let me get my hands on it. When the time comes to arrange for a few people to come in, isn't it just a matter of me moving my lips? The secretary forced herself to hold back the boredom in her heart and got off Huang Dashan's body. Manager Huang, wait. In a moment the beauty will be obediently delivered to your hands. After saying that, the secretary was walking out in a hurry. That enchanting figure looked at Huang Dashan with another burst of dryness. The elevator stopped at the staff area. Jiang Ning was about to walk out, but he didn't expect to run into a female employee holding a document in her hand right in front of him. The female employee obviously didn't look at the road, and fell directly onto her back after hitting Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was quick, and pulled the female employee's arm into his arms. The documents crackled and fell all over the place, but the woman was safe and sound in Jiang Ning's arms. Sorry, I didn't mean it. The female employee quickly reacted and hurriedly apologized to Jiang Ning. It's fine. Jiang Ning waved his hand, then squatted down and helped the female employee pick up the papers scattered on the ground. Just then, a pair of colorful red high heels stopped in front of the two, only to see Huang Dashan's secretary's disdainful gaze fall on the two. Immediately afterward, they heard her say, Chen Yun, Manager Huang wants you to come to his office. Chen Yun's shoulders shook. I'm not going. You dare not go? The secretary snorted coldly. Don't forget that you're still an intern. If you don't go, whether or not you'll pass this internship period by then is another matter. You guys don't go too far. Chen Yun stood up, trembling with anger. Chapter 26, New President? Excessive? The secretary suddenly covered her mouth and burst out laughing. Chen Yun, you think too highly of yourself. I'm telling you it's your good fortune that Manager Wang is able to look at you. You bear this blessing yourself. Chen Yun's emotions were obviously crushed. The whole person kept trembling his face. The voice that came out brought out a crying tone. What did you say? The secretary's voice became steeply shrill. Are you eating bear's heart and leopard's gall to dare to talk about me? It was you who wanted to force me. Chen Yun couldn't help but cry out. Large tears rolling down from her eyes and falling to the ground with a snap. Jiang Ning stood to the side, at first still a little confused, but when he heard the words of the two people also counted to understand. The original degree of corruption in this company is actually beyond imagination. Arrears of wages, oppression of employees, and there is also the identity of the pressure. Want to force the employees to force this kind of thing exists? Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh out loud. The secretary, who had a belly full of fire, instantly turned her eyes toward Jiang Ning. Where did you come from again, brat? I remember that we don't have a person like you in the finance department, do we? Indeed there isn't. Jiang Ning nodded obediently, not intending to reveal his identity right here and now. I'm a small employee from another department. Ha, what is a small employee from another department doing here in our finance department? Numbly roll back to your position. If you dare to say anything about today's matter, my lady will make you eat your words, the secretary said and forcefully grabbed Chen Yun's arm, dragging her in the direction of the finance department manager. I'm not going. Let go of me. Chen Yun kept resisting. Jiang Ning reached out and pulled Chen Yun's arm over with one hand. Chen Yun hid behind Jiang Ning, but the fear in her eyes showed without warning. She violently grabbed Jiang Ning's sleeve and couldn't help but hiss loudly. You're too bullying. You're aiding and abetting the evildoer. Knowing full well that Manager Wang, that person, is not pure of heart. You still want to force me to go over to Manager Huang's office. Aren't you trying to push me into the fire pit? Who doesn't know what kind of people you are in the company? Chen Yun's hissing caused the other employees in the company to look over. They pointed at the secretary and then murmured, this is too much. Who among us doesn't know what kind of person Manager Huang is? Letting an intern go over there is just pushing someone into the fire pit? That's right, and you don't know. Our new boss has already sent down the salary, but all of it has been withheld from Huang Dashan, and we haven't gotten a penny out of it. We haven't gotten a penny of this money, and we don't know when the money will fall into our hands. What? Why don't you pay us the wages that are owed to us, since they've already been paid to us? Isn't this a clear case of bullying? Shut up, all of you. Right at this moment, the secretary suddenly turned around and fiercely glared at the employees behind him, and after a cold snort he opened his mouth and said disdainfully, what you all just discussed. If you let Manager Huang hear it, you'll have to eat it all. Hurry up and disperse. Whoever dares to spread today's matter will be blocked by the industry tomorrow, and Manager Huang will make it impossible for you to even find a job. As soon as these words came out, the employees who had just been filled with anger instantly shrunk their necks, glancing at each other, not daring to speak again. Jiang Ning, however, snorted. What are you laughing at? The secretary landed her fierce eyes on Jiang Ning. Why didn't I know that a manager of a district's finance department could privately garnish the company's paychecks? This should be considered annexing public funds, right? The secretary's face changed drastically. What are you babbling about? Manager Huang is only auditing for the time being. Besides, what's wrong with the finance department auditing for a long time? What's wrong with you? An employee from another department coming to us to make trouble. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. Chen Yun tightly pulled Jiang Ning's sleeve. At this moment also finally could not help but retort out. Could it be that what we said was wrong? Our company's new president has clearly already sent down the wages. It's Manager Huang who has taken the liberty of withholding them and not giving them to us. This has to do with embezzlement. What's the point of bickering? Before Chen Yun's words fell, Huang Dashan's voice abruptly sounded at the back. Chen Yun instantly shuddered and hurriedly hung his head, not daring to say another word. The other employees, once they saw that Huang Dashan had actually come, couldn't help but hang their heads as well, making way for fear of angering Huang Dashan. As soon as the secretary saw that Huang Dashan had come, it was as if she had found her backbone. Stomping her foot, she walked to Huang Dashan's side. She wrapped her arm around Huang Dashan's arm, her tone intimate. Manager Huang, I don't know which department this is the asshole kid from. Actually dares to question you. Question me? Huang Dashan's mouth full of yellow teeth instantly leaked. Which brat is it? The secretary's finger pointed at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning wrapped his arms around himself and leaned against the side of the elevator. Huang Dashan's pot-bellied appearance was clearly piled up with money. It seemed that this guy had really swallowed a lot of money from the company. Jiang Ning snickered in his heart, but on his face he didn't show it in the slightest. Manager Huang's annexation of public funds if the matter is spread to the new president. Manager Wang, think your position can still continue to do? You dare to threaten me? Huang Dashan's voice deeply clouded. Which department are you from? I'm not from any department. Jiang Ning shrugged his shoulders and revealed his identity. I'm the new president of the company. The moment these words came out, The voices on the scene instantly turned quiet. A moment later, Huang Dashan suddenly laughed out loud with his stomach in his hands, pointing at Jiang Ning and scoffing. Did you guys hear that? This kid actually said that he's the new president? That's really the funniest joke I've ever heard. The other employees couldn't help but cast their eyes towards Jiang Ning as well. Obviously they didn't believe that Jiang Ning was the company's new president. So young, how could he be the company's new president? This kid looks like he's in his early 20s. Can he get that much money? This kid will have a hard time in the future. He actually dared to speak up in front of Manager Huang. Manager Wang will definitely not let him go. Look at the clothes he's wearing, which are all ground floor goods. How could he be the company's boss? Huang Dashan couldn't help but give a mocking smile even as he listened to the neighboring employees' comments. Kid, if you obediently leave now I can still let you off the hook and ignore what you said. But if you still dare to hang around in front of me, then don't blame me for dealing with you, Wang Dashan said as he clenched his fists. It looked as if he was about to swing his fist hard at Jiang Ning's face in the next second. Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. Huang Dashan landed his sight on Chen Yun behind Jiang Ning. He took a step forward and forcefully pulled Chen Yun's arm, his mouth saying viciously, "It's best if you don't let me do you here." Chapter 27, A Piece of the Pieces. No, you let go of me. Tears in her eyes slammed to the ground as Chen Yun tightly gripped the arm of one of the employees and refused to let go. Please save me. This beast will definitely not let me go easily. You all should know that too. The other employees didn't dare to look Chen Yun in the eyes and could only hang their heads to avoid it. Just as Chang Yu, filled with despair, closed his eyes and prepared to listen to God's fate, a hand reached out and pulled Chen Yun's arm. Chen Yun snapped his head up. It was Jiang Ning. The indifference in the company was unexpected by Jiang Ning. Originally, he had only thought that this company was just corrupt, but now it seemed that the employees inside this company didn't have much of a human face either. As soon as Huang Dashan saw that Jiang Ning was going to get involved in this matter, his ferocious expression became more and more hideous. Kid, I don't care what kind of bull you're going to brag about in front of me. I'm warning you, be good now and let go. I can still let you live. If you're going to keep meddling in this matter, don't blame me for being merciless, Huang Dashan said and tightened his fists. Ha! Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh. I'd like to take a good look at how far you can go as a finance manager? Huang Dashan instantly burst out laughing. Ha! Did you guys hear that? This kid is actually bragging. The other employees were afraid of offending Huang Dashan, so they couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement. Manager Huang, nowadays there are a lot of such brats who don't know the sky. I think you might as well just kick him out of the company. This will also be considered as a warning to the people behind you not to offend you again. Right. Manager Huang, you see we are all on your side. As long as this kid leaves, there won't be anyone else who dares to oppose your opinion. Then which woman you want isn't just a matter of opening your mouth? Manager Huang, as I see it this kid is determined to go against you. I don't think you need to show any mercy. The words of the other employees seemed to satisfy Huang Dashan. His obese arms encircled together, his eyes squeezed by his fat flesh viciously scraping at Jiang Ning, only to hear him say to the few employees who had chimed in earlier, I see that a few of you are also smart. How about this? You guys throw this kid out for me right now. I'll settle all the wages the company owes you guys, and will also help you guys put in a good word in front of the new president, so that you can ascend to a higher position. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of those employees instantly glowed. One of them even walked directly in front of Jiang Ning, stretching out his hands to press Jiang Ning. When the remaining few saw how quickly that person moved, they also hurriedly walked over to Jiang Ning's side, their greedy faces showing at this moment. Wait! Right at this moment, Chen Yun suddenly hissed and yelled, stopping those few employees. Huang Dashan landed his sight on Chen Yun, only to see Chen Yun biting her lips in humiliation. She said in resignation, you guys let go of him. Manager Huang, I know what you really want. If you let him go, I'll obediently follow you into the office. These words could be said to have torn Manager Huang's purpose right out, but instead of being annoyed, Huang Dashan instead laughed out loud. He waved his hand. Chen Yun, you said you should have been so understanding earlier. How good it would have been to recognize the times. This kid today I will let him off the hook. Go in with me. After saying that obese arm directly hooked Chen Yun's waist. Just then, Jiang Ning clutched Chen Yun's arm and exerted a slight force. Chen Yun's pace stopped obediently, and all that could be heard in his ears were Jiang Ning's cool words. I didn't say I'd let you take her away. These words seemed to have irritated Huang Dashan. His ferocious face sank violently. Directly facing those few employees he opened his mouth and yelled, I see that your kid is not going to shed a tear until he sees the coffin. You guys beat it out of me. I'm going to make this kid pay for it. Those few employees looked at each other. Although they were attached to Huang Dashan, but to openly beat someone inside the company, they didn't have the guts. Without waiting for those few employees to open their mouths to refuse, they heard Huang Dashan threaten, if you guys don't climb this kid out today, I'll let you get out of the company tomorrow. These words could be said to have irritated those few employees. They clenched their teeth and walked over to Jiang Ning. Kid, you're the one to blame. You can't blame us. After saying that, they each swung their fists. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Ning would definitely be beaten up by these people, an anxious female voice stopped them. Manager Huang, bring the latest president's information. Before the words fell, the employee who had rushed here suddenly stared in disbelief, the document in his hand snapping to the ground. Huang Dasheng glanced at the female employee with dissatisfaction. Letting you check a profile. Why are you so adventurous? Bring me the profile. The female secretary looked at Jiang Ning tearlessly, her voice taking on a few cries. Manager Huang, the president is standing in front of you. Huang Dasheng was confused. The other employees were also confused. How could this kid be the company's new president? Huang Dasheng's eyes widened as he grabbed the employee's hand and shouted angrily. Did you conspire with this kid to trick me? The female employee trembled in fear. Manager Huang, even if you gave me dozens of guts, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. The female employee said while holding back her fear, picked up the documents on the ground and spread them out in a hurry, only to see that what was printed on top of the document was clearly Jiang Ning's face. Puff! Huang Dasheng fell heavily to the ground. The few employees who were about to make a move on Jiang Ning just now also looked at Dasheng. Jiang Ning looked coldly at Huang Dasheng, who had fallen to the ground. Manager Huang, I see that you're quite capable. Aren't you still going to make a move on me? Huang Dasheng reacted furiously. He hurriedly knelt on the ground, and grabbing Jiang Ning's sleeve he began to beg for forgiveness in rapid succession. Chief, President, I didn't know your true identity. That's why I offended you. Please forgive me if you're an adult. Forgive? Jiang Ning sneered, waving away Huang Dasheng's thick arm. My company can't afford to tolerate a bullying contraption like you. From today onwards you will no longer be the company's finance manager. Get the hell out of the company. Jiang Ning's voice wasn't loud, but it traveled into every employee's ears. They all hung their heads, not daring to get involved at this time. Huang Dasheng's face was ashen, but he seemed to still want to struggle. His timid appearance suddenly shifted, suddenly becoming vicious as threatening words popped out of his mouth. Kid, so what if you are the president inside the company? Don't forget that I am the finance manager. All the accounts of this company are in my hands. If you dare to let me go, I will dare to expose you, so that you won't be able to eat. Chapter 28. Not daring to make a decision easily. Huang Dasheng's hideous face was diffused with a bit of smugness. He seemed to be certain that Jiang Ning would not dare to let him leave so easily. However, the words Jiang Ning uttered in the next second caused his body to slip, and he fell headfirst to the ground again. You can give it a try. After all, Manager Huang is the manager of the finance department, and how much of the employees' paychecks are being withheld in his hands can all be held in my hands. Huang Dasheng's lips trembled, filled with fear. How could a brat in the district hold his own evidence? He wanted to struggle a few more points, but just as he raised his head, he met Jiang Ning's indifferent eyes. All of his words were blocked in his throat. Huang Dasheng didn't dare to speak in either, and was pressed out by the others. The atmosphere that had been domineering and dull just now had violently become relaxed at this moment. Numerous employees could not help but wave their hands and cheer at this moment. This tumor inside our company is finally gone. The hell knows how much I've been bullied by this Huang Dasheng in the end. Who isn't? Huang Dasheng didn't know how much of our wages he had pressed and how many kickbacks he had taken from us. Now that this bastard is finally gone, from today onwards our wages won't be garnished anymore. Long live the chairman. The others couldn't help but open their mouths once they saw that someone had started flattering Jiang Ning. The president is really young and talented. Obviously so young, but this thunderous approach is something we all admire. That's right, the president is so good to us. We'll have to work hard in the company in the future. Jiang Ning's line of sight landed on the few employees who had just aided and abetted in the abuse. Those few employees didn't even dare to breathe, and hurriedly hung their heads. One of the employees seemed unwilling to be convinced. Clenching his teeth he then said to Jiang Ning, President, you also know that we've been bullied by Huang Dasheng. We just stood on Manager Huang's side all because we had no choice. This is your reason for aiding and abetting the bully? Jiang Ning sneered. Those employees who helped Huang Dasheng just now are also all sacked. Our company doesn't keep such employees. You can't sack me. Right at this moment, that artificial person suddenly shouted loudly. I've been a veteran employee inside the company for several years. If you sack me, that's like losing a big helper. I've been in the company for so long. I've already accumulated a certain amount of connections. If you sack me, that's driving away a large wave of employees. The moment these words came out, those few employees just now also nodded their heads and replicated. And there were even a few of them who also silently stood behind him. At this glance, there were quite a few employees who stood on his side, but the thing that surprised everyone was that Jiang Ning smiled instead of being angry. Since that's the case, then all of you who followed him should leave the company together. Chen Yun stood beside Jiang Ning and hesitated for a few moments before lowering his voice in Jiang Ning's ear, and opening his mouth to advise. President, if you dismiss so many people at once, it can be considered a huge loss for the company. Jiang Ning, however, shook his head. What benefit do you think it can be to the company to keep such employees inside the company? In the end, after a few years of working in the company, still being an employee at the bottom, doesn't it just show that he has nothing to do and all his time is spent on expanding his connections? As soon as these words came out, all of Chen Yun's words that he wanted to dissuade were suddenly blocked in his throat, only to see Jiang Ning hook his lips in an unconcerned smile and say to Zhou Tong, who had just arrived, Zhou Tong, if this matter isn't handled well, you don't have to remain in the company. Zhou Tong was so frightened by Jiang Ning's thunderous tactics that he didn't dare to breathe, and when he heard Jiang Ning's command, he nodded his head in a hurry. President, don't worry, I'll definitely get this done for you. His voice took on a few moments of respect that it had never carried before. If the Zhou Tong from before had only thought that Jiang Ning was a rich second-generation tycoon, then at this moment he couldn't help but begin to admire Jiang Ning's means of doing what he said he would do. Anyone who could have such vigor would definitely have an unlimited future in the future. However, Jiang Ning didn't know the little scheme in Duke Zhou's heart. After he took care of this matter, he added some benefits on top of the original company rules. From the employees' work 3 months later, will officially start for the employees to deliver 5 insurance and 1 gold. Do a good job. Employees even have the possibility of promotion and salary increase. The company's annual salary of up to 300,000. This additional condition is simply the pursuit of many job seekers. In just 2 days, the company received a large wave of cover letters, and because of Jiang Ning's thunderous tactics and the introduction of these sales tactics, all of a sudden let the company's sales volume soared. All the people who wanted to watch the fun were hit hard on both sides at this moment. Chen Yun stood by Jiang Ning's side, a pair of eyes always unable to resist falling towards Jiang Ning's body. After taking care of the matter at hand, Jiang Ning's sight also finally returned to Chen Yun's body. Do you intend to remain in the company or leave? His voice was clear and cold, yet Chen Yun couldn't help but feel ripples. I want to stay in the company. Chen Yun's voice was a little weak, obviously a little out of breath. Since you want to stay in the company, then do a good job. I just learned from Zhou Tong that you have not been an intern here for a short period of time, and you should have some understanding of the company as well, so you will be converted from today. As soon as these words came out, Chen Yun couldn't help but widen his eyes, uncontrollable excitement overflowing from the bottom of his heart. But the next second Jiang Ning said the words that killed all of Chen Yun's excitement in the cradle. But what you're good at isn't financial matters. So starting tomorrow you'll be transferred to the personnel department, and you'll be working over there in the personnel department. The corners of Chen Yun's mouth trembled slightly, and he suddenly moved away, pursing his lips tightly. Jiang Ning was somewhat at a loss. What? Could it be that you're not willing to transfer to the personnel department? No. Chen Yun hastily shook his head and spoke the thoughts in his heart. Can I stay by your side and do something? You want to stay by my side and work? Jiang Ning raised his eyebrows slightly, but was somewhat surprised. But I don't lack a secretary. I won't be your secretary. I can be your assistant. Chen Yun hurriedly opened his mouth, fearing that Jiang Ning would get along with a counter-argument next. I'll be able to do a lot of things. I can not only help you deal with the things you do, but I can also help you organize things in your life. So just please keep me, Chen Yun said and was bending down. Jiang Ning's brows tightened slightly. Assistant? That sounded like it would be fine. So after thinking for a long while, Jiang Ning nodded his head and agreed. However, before Chen Yun could get excited, Zhou Tong pushed open the doorway and walked in. He placed a document on Jiang Ning's desktop, then he opened his mouth and said, President, right now our company is still missing a position, and this position is too important for me to decide easily. Chapter 29, The Lack of a Secretary. Oh, Jiang Ning spread out the documents. All the positions had already been filled by the new arrivals, and the only one that was vacant was none other than the position of Finance Department Manager. Zhou Tong respectfully hung his head, then opened his mouth to explain. President, this is the position that you personally cut out, and the position of the Finance Department Manager is extremely important. If we let someone with bad intentions get to this position, it would be the end of our company, so I don't dare to make a decision easily. So please let the President decide. Jiang Ning thought for a while before clapping his hands and making a decision. Alright, then tomorrow you'll open an interview session for me, and I'll personally come and interview for this Finance Department Manager position. Yes. Zhou Tong hurriedly nodded his head, took the documents and retreated. The position of Finance Department Manager was extremely important, so this interview was also opened in a grand manner. Jiang Ning and Zhou Tong were interviewed at the same time, and at this time in the interview room, a woman with a twisted braid, wearing black-framed glasses to cover the elegance of her face, slightly hanging her head, holding a folder in her hand, her delicate figure, hidden by the wide sportswear. At a glance, this is an ordinary can no longer be ordinary small woman. And at this moment, Sitting beside that woman was a beauty with an enchanting figure, with a thick layer of foundation spread on her face, wearing a halter dress, only to see that beauty coldly snort, disdainfully sizing up the ordinary woman beside her. With such an image you also dare to come here for an interview? Don't you know that John's group, right now, is also one of the hot groups? The ordinary woman spread out the resume in her hand, only to see the word Su-nan printed above her name. Su-nan reached out and lifted his black-rimmed glasses, clearly not wanting to ignore this beauty. How dare you ignore me? The beauty became annoyed, and her voice steeply became shrill. Do you believe it or not? My lady will make you suffer. Right at this moment, Chen Yun walked out. She looked at the list in her hand and opened her mouth to call out. Lu Nana. The beauty, also known as Lu Nana, reacted violently. She hurriedly waved her hand in response. I'm here. Chen Yun glanced at Lu Nana before averting his gaze. The next person to be interviewed is you. Yes, Lu Nana hurriedly answered. But the unimpressed posture seemed to have decided that the position of the finance department manager was not hers. Before walking into the interview hall, Lu Nana gave Su-nan a glance full of complacency. Don't waste your energy if you know what's good for you. This position is not for me. You people are only worthy to stand at the bottom and look up to me. After saying this, he stepped on his high heels and walked into the interview hall with his head held high. But this time the chamber Jiang Ning did not open to ask questions, but by Zhou Tong dominated. He sat on the side to act as a spectator. After a morning of interviews, without encountering any truly capable people, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel a little tired. Thinking about it, it seemed like the system had given advice earlier when it was difficult. Did that mean that the system could also recommend candidates now? Thinking of this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but cheer up as well, completely ignoring Li Nana who was scratching her head and fiddling with her posture in front of her. System, is it possible to spike characters inside the spike system? The system's icy voice rang out. The system can only spike the recommended items of the day. Jiang Ning couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. Zhou Tong looked at Lu Nana's resume, but he couldn't help but tighten his brows, and after asking a few questions, he asked Chen Yun to put Lu Nana's resume back. Alright, you can go out. The president and I will notify you when there is a result. Perhaps it was because Zhou Tong's voice was too soft, so Lu Nana couldn't help but get excited. Then I will wait for your good news. After saying that, she hurriedly took the folder and walked out. And the next person to be called was naturally Su-nan, who was lined up behind Lu Nana, only to see Su-nan walk to the side of Lu Nana. Lu Nana lowered her voice and opened her mouth to arrogantly say, just now, the president has already said that this position is not mine. I advise you not to waste your efforts. Just go in and walk through the scene once. Su-nan did not answer. She reached out and lifted her black-framed glasses again. Then she handed her resume to Chen Yun. Her appearance was unimpressive, and there didn't seem to be any glitter on her. But where others could not see, Su-nan was secretly clenching her fists. She had managed to get into university from within the village, and she absolutely could not let down the hopes of the village people. She must find a good job. Thinking of this, Su-nan's pace couldn't help but become much firmer. When Su-nan pushed open the doorway, what met his eyes was Jiang Ning, who was already bored to death, and Zhang Tong, who had sweat rising on his forehead. Jiang Ning tapped his fingers on the desktop and looked up at Su-nan. Just this glance allowed Jiang Ning to finally regain some of his composure. It wasn't because Su-nan was stunningly good-looking. It was just that the women who had just come in were all dressed extremely alluringly, and Jiang Ning was already visually fatigued from looking at them, and was completely unable to bring up the desire to ask questions. Now that a small innocent had come in, it was finally a visual relief. Your name is Su-nan, right? Zhou Tong was the first to ask. Aha. Su-nan nodded. However, this coy appearance caused Zhou Tong to secretly sigh in his heart. How could this kind of timid nature be suitable for a finance department manager? However, Jiang Ning did not speak, and there was no extra expression on his face. Zhou Tong glanced backward, unable to fathom Jiang Ning's mind, and could only open his mouth to ask the usual questions. The position of finance department manager is extremely important, so what advantages do you think you have in yourself? The originally timid Su-nan suddenly raised her head at this moment, and her eyes, which were covered by her black-rimmed glasses, leisurely brightened. President, I have all the conditions required for a finance department manager. The first, Su-nan spoke eloquently, listing all of his own strengths, but all skillfully avoiding any weaknesses he might have. The more Zhou Tong heard the latter, the more he felt that he could not recognize people clearly. This was a cowardly white rabbit, clearly a hidden leopard. When Su-nan completely listed his own strengths, Zhou Tong's complexion could already be described as a battlefield. He nodded slightly and landed his eyes on Jiang Ning. President, look at this person. Jiang Ning made a decision in an instant. Just keep her. However, I happen to still lack a secretary by my side. The position of the finance department manager. You'll be in charge of it. Zhou Tong was stunned. He had thought that Jiang Ning needed to recruit an additional finance manager because he didn't trust himself, but he didn't expect Jiang Ning to say that he would let himself be the finance manager. Before Zhou Tong could react, he heard Jiang Ning say, "Zhou Tong, this position of finance manager, you have to sit tight." Chapter 30, Sudden Change of Face. Zhou Tong hurriedly nodded his head and smiled gratefully. "Don't worry, President. I will definitely live up to your high expectations. Do a good job in this position." And at this time, Su Nan, who was standing in front of the two, had a confused look on her face. She actually did not intend to install a finance department manager position, only this time over to try their ability. "I did not expect the finance manager did not apply for the job, actually became the president's secretary. But this should also be considered a great thing." Su Nan couldn't help the excitement in his heart and hurriedly stood up and bowed towards Jiang Ning and Zhou Tong. "Thank you, President and Manager. I'll definitely work hard." Only then did Jiang Ning's eyes fall on Su Nan. "Alright, you've applied for the job successfully, so there's no need for the others to remain. So go out and tell those people." Jiang Ning waved his hand. Su Nan hurriedly nodded, then retreated. When this news came out, Lu Nana couldn't help but stand up in shock, pointing at Su Nan's nose and cursing angrily. "You're talking nonsense. How could the president possibly let go of the rest of us and pick you instead?" Su Nan hung his head. "This is a decision made by the president and the manager of the finance department. If you guys have any opinions, then go find the president." Finance department manager? Lu Nana was even more shocked. "Isn't it the finance department manager's position that we're applying for now? It's hard to believe that Zhang's group is playing a trick on us." Su Nan hastily shook his head. "The president said that this position was originally to be interviewed, but Manager Zhou is more capable than us, so he gave this position to Manager Zhou. If you think that you are even more capable than Manager Zhou, you can go and apply for this position with the president." These words instantly blocked Lu Nana speechless, but Lu Nana was obviously still somewhat unconvinced. "Manager Zhou is capable, so we can understand applying for the finance department manager. But what position were you left behind to sit in?" "Secretary." "What?" Lu Nana's voice grew sharper. "Why is it that someone like you can sit in the position of secretary and we can't?" The corner of Su Nan's mouth moved slightly, and just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, the door to the interview hall was suddenly pushed open. Zhou Tong walked out. "The president said that although you didn't apply for the position, there are places inside the company that need to use you. So from today onwards you are also part of the company." The other discouraged people instantly perked up when they heard this. Zhang's group welfare was definitely incomparable to any other big group, so as long as they could stay in CCTV group, even if it was just to be an ordinary staff member, they were all willing. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lu Nana naturally ran out of reasons to refute. She angrily clenched her fists and glared viciously at Su Nan. As long as she could continue to stay in the Zhang group, one day, she would definitely be able to suppress this woman. She, Lu Nana, should be the biggest woman inside the company. And at this time, Jiang Ning didn't know about the undercurrents that were happening outside the interview hall. He opened his cell phone. The spike system had been updated, and at this time, there was only one tip on the recommendation page. Spirit Mountain Truck Paradise 500 times the return amount. Time limit 12 hours. 500 times the return amount? Jiang Ning was slightly stunned, and then a flash of ecstasy rose in the bottom of his heart. Wouldn't that mean that no matter how much he spent, he would be able to return it at 500 times the amount? This condition simply couldn't be too good. Jiang Ning thought for a moment and was just about to move when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Chen Mengmeng calling. "Jiang Ning, are you off work yet?" Chen Mengmeng's voice was delicate, and Jiang Ning's heart instantly softened. "I just got off work, and I'm going to run some errands. Do you need help?" Chen Mengmeng's voice weakened. "Although I know that perhaps my ability is too low to help too much, but as long as I can help you, I'll do my best." Chen Mengmeng spoke seriously, but it made Jiang Ning's heart involuntarily ripple. His mind floated back to Chen Mengmeng's pretty appearance and delicate figure. For a moment, he couldn't help but fall into a trance. "Jiang Ning?" Chen Mengmeng called out several times over the phone before Jiang Ning finally reacted. He lightly coughed twice, then thought that in a moment, he was going to go to Spirit Mountain Truck Paradise, so he hurriedly said, "I'm just going to make a trip to Spirit Mountain Truckland, so since you're free now, why don't you accompany me there?" Chen Mengmeng was confused for 2 seconds, and then she couldn't help but burrow into the edge of her cell phone. Truckland? Could it be that Jiang Ning was planning to ask himself out? And it was still the first time that it was so formal. When Chen Mengmeng thought of this, a bit of shyness couldn't help but float up in her heart, but in the end still should be down. Chen Mengmeng's thoughts Jiang Ning did not know. After getting Chen Mengmeng's promise, Jiang Ning drove his luxury car directly to Chen Mengmeng's apartment after work. This apartment building is exactly the one that Wu Guoqiang said he took out in order to apologize to Jiang Ning, and now Chen Mengmeng lives in it. When Chen Mengmeng went downstairs and saw Jiang Ning's luxury car parked in front of the door, she couldn't help but be stunned again. It turned out that Jiang Ning actually valued today's date so much, actually drove the luxury car all the way here. When Chen Mengmeng walked to the front of the car, Jiang Ning's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Chen Mengmeng's skin was originally born fair and tender. A light purple skirt is lined with Chen Mengmeng's skin color is as white as the gelatinous jade. Under the illumination of daylight, the translucent skin seems to be emitting a seductive luster. Jiang Ning's line of sight was too hot, so Chen Mengmeng could not help but blush. Before Jiang Ning could react with a scoff, it suddenly rang out from behind him. Chen Mengmeng? So you're here on a date with a wild man. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Ning and Chen Mengmeng's faces couldn't help but change at the same time. Jiang Ning turned around, while Chen Mengmeng couldn't help but have her pupils shaken when she saw this man in front of her. It was Zhang Fangfan. He was a famous second-generation rich man who had stalked Chen Mengmeng when he was inside the school, and then went abroad. So Chen Mengmeng had a large period of respite. I didn't expect to actually run into it here. Chen Mengmeng's face stiffened, only to hear Zhang Fangfan continue to mock out. Chen Mengmeng, I thought that you would find some good goods after I left. Now it seems that you actually found such a wild man. Chen Mengmeng bit her lips. Zhang Fangfan, please speak with respect. Yo, dare to do it and still afraid of people saying it? Zhang Fangfan showed disdain. With this kind of wild man, how can you fulfill your needs as Miss Chen? Zhang Fangfan. Chen Mengmeng's face changed drastically. You're not qualified to talk about him like that. Chapter 31 Magnificent. Egu. Chen Mengmeng, you're actually so defensive. This wild man. Can't it be that you really let me be right? There is an unknown adulterous relationship between the two of you? Zhang Fangfan's face was full of provocation. He walked to Chen Mengmeng's front, reached out and clutched Chen Mengmeng's wrist tightly, forcefully pulling it towards his side. Chen Mengmeng's body was already weak. At this moment, by Zhang Fangfan's pull, she almost fell. Her face was pale and her eyes were filled with tension and anger. Humph, you ungrateful woman. If you followed this young man to eat and drink, but you chose such a piece of trash, what the hell were you thinking? Zhang Fangfan raised his head to look at Jiang Ning. Humph, you piece of trash. Immediately get out of this young man's field of vision, and don't come to pester Mengmeng in the future, or else I'll break your dog's legs. Arrogant. This Zhang Fangfan was truly too arrogant, completely not putting Jiang Ning in his eyes. His eyes were full of untamed arrogance, and he slightly tilted his head as he spoke. He was clearly a towering figure, compared to before he left. Zhang Fangfan, who had returned from studying abroad, was even more obnoxious than before, even to the point of making people feel disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. Jiang Ning gently pursed his lips, and he didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at Zhang Fangfan very calmly, his hands behind his back in an effort to calm himself down a bit. Zhang Fangfan, you're still the same as ever, just like before you left the country. You're still such a blinkered, dog-eyed person. AI, Zhang family, with a dog-eyed thing like you. It's really a pity that there's no one left to succeed you. If you let your father, that is, the Zhang group's Mr. Zhang, know that his son turned out to be such a dog-eyed waste, I really don't know how disappointed he would be. Jiang Ning's words were very bland, but in just a few simple words. However, he had said the words dog's eyes look down on others 3 times before and after, and every time he said these words, he also intentionally bit the word dog extraordinarily heavy. It seemed to mean something, implying that Zhang Fangfan was a dog. You seek death. Zhang Fangfan let out a low roar of rage. His eyes looked angrily at Jiang Ning, his gaze extremely cold. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, locked eyes with him, not backing down at all. The two of them going toe-to-toe with each other, not letting anyone get away with this. Zhang Fangfan's teeth clenched as he cackled. You wild man, I don't know where you popped out from. How dare you come to harass Mengmeng? I'm warning you, that Mengmeng is my woman. If you're being insensitive, I'm really going to look for someone to break your dog's legs. He, break my legs? And ing legs? Zhang Fangfan, do you like the word dog so much? If you like it so much, then why don't you go be a dog? Why be a human? Jiang Ning laughed coldly in his heart. Zhang Fangfan, don't open your mouth and shut your mouth to break other people's legs. Mad. It's you who should let go of Mengmeng and get the hell out of here. Or else beware of the fact that this young man will directly buy your Zhang's group, and then kick this idiot out of the group, and kick the Zhang family out of the game, so that you'll have no choice but to buy the Zhang's group. Kicked out. Let you guys damn wander the streets. Oh, fooling around with me? You really think I'm still the same Jiang Ning? It's not true anymore. Now I have a system in my body. The system in hand. The world I have. I will still be afraid of you, this slag. Really pissed me off. Backhanded little master. Will Zhang group also buy down? Just like dealing with the Young family to deal with your Zhang family. Clatter. Ignoring Zhang Fangfan's ugly face, Jiang Ning shook the Rolls-Royce key in his own hand. His face full of disdain, stare wide-eyed at the Rolls-Royce key, where my little master's car is still parked there. Saying that, He pointed to the parking place again, then continued, little master with their own ability to buy, their own real money to earn money to buy. It's not like your kind, waste-rich second generation, playboy second generation, only know how to rely on the family. Your kind of waste, is also has a good father. If not your father, you are a thing? Can you be considered a thing? You can't even be considered a ing thing, you know? So, in front of me you end up laying low. Don't fool around in front of me, or else you can't afford the consequences, Jiang Ning said in a domineering manner, walking directly forward as he spoke. Sap, with a slap right on top of the other's wrist, Zhang Fangfan ate the pain and couldn't help but let go of the hand that had grabbed Meng Meng's wrist. Meng Meng got out of the trap and immediately hid behind Jiang Ning like a frightened white rabbit. You, Zhang Fangfan's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Ning angrily. Jiang Ning wasn't used to him either, sneering coldly, me? What I just said wasn't right. Do you have a problem with me saying that you're a loser? Feel unconvinced? Fine. If you're not convinced, you can always refute me. But before you refute me, you'd better think about one question first. Have you ever earned a single penny by your damn self? If you don't have Zhang's group, not so a good father. What the hell are you considered? You like this? Say you're garbage. Are on the garbage of insult. Say you're a stupid pig. The pig has to be disgusted and headbutt to death. Damaging. Really damaging. Hitting someone in the face and cursing them to reveal their shortcomings. Jiang Ning was specifically poking at Zhang Fangfan's dead center. When he was still in school, Zhang Fangfan was a famous rich second generation. But this rich second generation, there are a lot of people know the fatal weakness. That is, he hates others say he is useless rich second generation, or is the second generation. Anyone who said it in front of him and made it to the point, he would be so angry that he would shiver and be unable to speak. Of course, together, although many people knew this shortcoming of his, there were not many people who dared to provoke him like this in front of him, right? After all, even if he was not killed at that time, but afterward, it was inevitable that he would bring people and find the door to beat him half to death. If he were to change to the previous Jiang Ning, he wouldn't dare to be so bold, but now it was different. Oh, little master, I have the system in my body. I'm still afraid of a hairline. Looking at Zhang Fangfan, who was trembling with anger, unable to speak or make any movements, Jiang Ning sneered. Snap, snap. He raised his hand and gently, as if caressing Zhang Fangfan's face, gently slapped it twice. These 2 times, the damage was not high, the insult was extremely strong. This is simply a naked face. Nakedly hit his Zhang Fangfan's face. Rubbish. Remember little master's name. My name is Jiang Ning. You are welcome to come to my trouble at any time. But today Meng Meng I take away. Said. It was pulling Meng Meng to leave directly. Meng Meng was pulled by his hand. His pretty face flew red, full of shyness, and his heart was a deer in the headlights. Heart fluttering, beating violently, as if to jump out of the chest. Chapter 32, I'm packing the place. Huffing and puffing. Sharp gasping sounds rang out. Meng Meng and Zhang Fangfan were both panting violently. Momo was breathing rapidly because she was nervous about being held by Jiang Ning's hand, while Zhang Fangfan was purely exasperated. He watched Jiang Ning leave with Meng Meng, and several minutes passed before he slowed down and let out an explosive roar from his mouth. You punk, I can't spare you, he panted violently, his eyes fierce like a wolf cub. He took out his cell phone and dialed. I'll send you a location. Check the nearby surveillance for me. Mainly check a black Rolls-Royce. The number at the beginning of the license plate number seems to be an 8. I want to know all the information about the owner of that car in the shortest possible time. And then, also know where that car went. After saying that, he directly hung up. The veins on his forehead rippled, and his teeth clenched loudly. Wait for me. I'll immediately bring people to find you. 5 minutes later, Zhang Fangfan's cell phone rang, and the other party told him everything he wanted to know. 20 minutes later, Jiang Ning brought Meng Meng to Spirit Mountain Truck Paradise, and at this time, Zhang Fangfan had also brought more than a dozen people with him, rushing towards the truck paradise in great numbers. It was obvious, they weren't here to have fun, but to find Jiang Ning in trouble. Jiang Ning, the Zhang family is quite powerful, and that Zhang Fangfan is very careful. I'm worried. Inside the paradise, Chen Mengmeng was holding the milk tea that Jiang Ning had sold her, but she didn't have the heart to drink it but was full of worry. Don't worry, it's just the Zhang family. I can handle it, Jiang Ning said with a calm face and waved his hand. Completely did not put Zhang Fangfan in the heart. Meng Meng, I see your circle of friends have sent you want to play to the haunted house. It happens to be that this Spirit Mountain Paradise's haunted house is quite famous. I will take you over there to play, okay? Said. Also did not wait for Meng Meng to agree or refuse. Is pulling her toward the haunted house where to go. Jiang Ning on the Spirit Mountain Truck Park. That is very familiar. All the projects where he is familiar. No, clearly, there was no other reason. just because he was once here, as a part-time job for 2 months. Chen Mengmeng was pulled by Jiang Ning's hand. Her pretty face reddened once again, her breathing as rapid as ever. She raised her head and looked at Jiang Ning, but after just one look, she nervously lowered her head, not daring to look at him any longer. That good-looking face was already as red as a ripe cherry, and it seemed that with a gentle pinch, blood would drip out. Jiang Ning seemed to have paid no attention to Chen Mengmeng's abnormality. He quickly brought her to the haunted house. Jiang Ning quickly bought the ticket and prepared to take Chen Mengmeng inside, but just at this time, marred, boss this haunted house old man wrapped up the venue. Let all these idle people, all give me to get out, especially certain trash, let him roll far away. This kind of trash stuff has no qualifications to play here. A sharp voice rang out. Chen Mengmeng's face steeply paled. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, frowned and turned to look at Zheng Fangfan. This fellow had come swiftly. Zheng Fangfan looked at Jiang Ning and Chen Mengmeng with eyes full of provocation, and said in a cold voice, I've chartered this place. You trash. Get out of here. You're not qualified to play here, said he with a wave of his hand. The thugs that followed him over, they gathered around. Jiang Ning's face turned ugly. Garbage man, you said that Lousy is a useless rich second generation. Right, then now, Lousy will let you see the power of the rich second generation. Today, this haunted house I chartered. You are not qualified to play here. Also, the manager of this Spirit Mountain truck. But my friend, you want to play other items. I can also let him throw you out with a word. Ha! He sneered, clearly wanting to humiliate Jiang Ning first, before having someone make a move to teach him a lesson. The people around him gathered around to watch the scene. Watching the fun was not a big deal. These people who were watching the fun were the ones who had interpreted this sentence to its fullest extent. Exceptionally perfect. Garbage man. Afraid? If you're afraid, then hurry up and kneel down and kowtow to your grandpa Zhang me twice. If you kowtow to me, I can consider letting you play here for a while. Otherwise, I'll just have to have someone throw you out. He dejectedly looked at Jiang Ning. He was clearly in a complacent state. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. He turned to look at the pale Momo, gently pinched her shoulder, and softly comforted. Don't be afraid. I'm there. Just a simple sentence of comfort. Actually let the incomparable fear Mengmeng, the heart is steeply feel peaceful down. The fear in her heart, surprisingly, also instantly disappeared for the most part. Aha! She pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Ning with some embarrassment, gently nodding in response. Her body was even uncontrollably gently approaching Jiang Ning, hiding behind Jiang Ning, her two small hands tightly clutching the corner of Jiang Ning's coat. Boom! This scene looked in Zheng Fangfan's eyes, and it was truly explosive. His lungs were about to explode with anger. Zheng Fangfan, who had been a bit complacent a second ago, was nearly infuriated when he saw that Chen Mengmeng was even this close to Jiang Ning. A mouthful of old blood nearly spewed out directly. You pair of dogs, I definitely won't let you go today, he roared, his eyes red. Zheng Fangfan, what are you barking here You damn not want to pack the field. You to quickly give money Ha, do not pretend to be a grandpa here without money. What kind of thing are you? Jiang Ning was not keeping silent and spoke in a cold voice. Snap! As soon as the words fell, he violently threw out a card and slapped it heavily on the table next to the ticket counter. The ticket salesman froze. Hey, how much does it cost to pack the venue here? Little master paid double. Today this one I'm wrapped up. Let your boss immediately bring someone to throw out this crazy dog surnamed Zheng to me. Let him bite the people here. Jiang Ning opened his mouth in a domineering manner, all over his body. Surprisingly, he is vaguely emitting a kingly air. Double? The ticket sellers froze. Zheng Fangfan also stared at Jiang Ning with wide eyes, incredulously. By coincidence, the boss heard someone causing trouble and immediately ran over, but just before he got close, he heard Jiang Ning's words, and immediately his heart pumped hard, almost bursting out in laughter. Goo, this little brother. I am the boss here. I hear if you want to pack the field, $20,000 an hour. You want to pack a few hours. The boss's words hadn't even finished. Jiang Ning once again opened his mouth in a domineering manner, directly interrupting him. $20,000? Directly swipe $500,000 for little master. I'm not short on money. Zheng Fangfan, you're competing with me for more money? My money, the more I spend, the more you can compare to me? $500,000? The haunted house owner's eyes were nearly not staring out. Just now he quoted $20,000 an hour. All of them were 10 times the price, said with a clear conscience. He is ready to do the other side of the price of the preparation, but did not expect the other side of the pressure on the price. But so, on the contrary, opened his mouth to swipe the card. $500,000. 500,000 Now the haunted house business is not like before that boom. Down to more than 200,000 profits a year. Jiang Ning opened his mouth and directly doubled his annual profit. Oh my god, this is a rich kid from somewhere. So rich, super tycoon. When a tycoon spends money, it's really unusual. Envious. I'm going to give the tycoon an E. Tycoon, are you still but little brother? The crowd exclaimed, looking at Jiang Ning with incomparable admiration. The haunted house boss nearly didn't go crazy with joy, but without waiting for him to speak, Jiang Ning directly raised his hand and pointed at Zheng Fangfan's nose. Swipe your card for $500,000. I'll charter the venue here, but the premise is that you have to arrange for someone to clean this garbage out for me. I don't want this kind of garbage to affect my little master's mood. Chapter 33, Welfare Mall opens. Overbearing, completely overbearing. Ever since binding the system, Jiang Ning was not bending his back and his legs didn't hurt anymore. When he spoke, his waist could also straighten up. At this moment, he pointed at Zheng Fangfan's neck, and it was a domineering opening. Zheng Fangfan's face instantly became as ugly as the bottom of a pot. His eyes were gloomy, and his teeth clenched. That haunted house boss was very honorable after hearing Jiang Ning's words. You, hurry up and take these miscellaneous troops of yours and get the hell out of here. Mard, do you really think that by bringing a few people over, you can flaunt your demeanor and fool around here in Laozi's haunted house? Hurry up and get the hell out of here. Don't delay my business. The owner of the haunted house looked towards Zheng Fangfan aggressively and spoke without mercy. Mard, you don't have the money to act like a big-tail wolf. Anyway, my haunted house is due for closure in 3 months, so I might as well take advantage of this time to directly earn this $500,000. As for you, this fool, I'm not afraid to offend you that. I'm not afraid of offending you. I don't care if you're really strong. Anyway, as long as I can earn this $500,000, it does not matter if I offend you. The big deal is to leave 2 months earlier. The haunted house owner's heart is also playing a smart game. Now he is here every month, just 2 or 3 million net income, and then 3 months due. The rent soared a big cut. He is also not in the idea of continuing to operate. Want to leave. Therefore, as long as today can earn Jiang Ning this $500,000, he does not care to offend Zheng Fangfan. The big deal is that after earning this money today, he immediately left, and it is not bad for the next 2 months. You, dare to speak to me like this. Do you know who I am? Zheng Fangfan saw the haunted house boss. Are this arrogant? Immediately angry teeth. Humph, I care who you are. You are the king of heaven, the king of grandchildren. Laozi are not afraid of you. You still where to come back to where? The haunted house boss said in a domineering manner. Pa! Zheng Fangfan violently swung his palm round. A slap on the face of the haunted house boss. The sound was crisp and clear, and the owner of the haunted house stumbled, and 5 more red marks appeared on his face. The haunted house boss's eyes were red. Egu, you scumbag dare to hit me. You're looking for death. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing the tattoos on his arms, and in the next second, he swung his fist round and ruthlessly smashed it on Zheng Fangfan's eyeball. Zheng Fangfan immediately slumped to the ground in pain. Come on, whoever of you dares to come over, Laozi will stab you. On the haunted house boss's body, he even had a spring-loaded knife with him, and he violently pulled out the spring-loaded knife and looked around threateningly. This also made those juniors of Zheng Fangfan not dare to approach forward. At this time again, the ticket seller had also already used the POS machine and swiped all of Jiang Ning's $500,000 that he had chartered. Ding dong, your bank card with the tail number 4321. Spent $500,000. Congratulations to the host, triggering the rebate system. Spirit Mountain Truck Paradise. Rebate welfare card consumption x 1 inch. Congratulations to the host. This consumption of 500,000. Get a rebate of 500,000. Right at the moment the card swipe was completed, several consecutive beeps sounded in his head. The moment the last sound rang out, Jiang Ning nearly jumped straight up in excitement. 500 million. A direct rebate of $500 million. Awesome, awesome. Jiang Ning clenched his fists violently, his face full of excitement. But before he could vent the excitement in his heart, a voice once again sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host. A one-time profit of 500 million. The Welfare Mall is officially open. Welfare Mall opened. Initial trench value 1,000 points. Trench value can purchase items in the mall. Please use it wisely. Welfare Mall. Trench value? Jiang Ning froze, but immediately afterward, there was an additional, technologically advanced mall page in front of him that only he could see. In addition to that, surprisingly, there was also a character panel. Host, Jiang Ning. Divine trench value, 100 points. Battle power value, 50 points. Rookie, 70 points. Pass for normal people. Possession of treasures, none. Remarks, battle power value is the data derived from the sum of all aspects such as physical strength, speed, endurance, reaction, etc. The higher the battle value, the more powerful the battle power. Jiang Ning froze. He completely did not expect that this welfare system even had these functions. He couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, subconsciously looking towards the others. Many information appeared before his eyes and in his mind. What just left Jiang Ning speechless was that as far as battle power values were concerned, Chen Mengmeng had 40 points. The haunted house boss, on the other hand, had 80 points. Zheng Fengfan, on the other hand, had a full 100 battle power points. And as for those people he had brought with him, their battle power points were surprisingly all above 150. Asterisk. I'm surprisingly the weakest other than Meng Meng. I'm just a battle 5 Dregzaw. Jiang Ning was depressed. Fight me hard. Beat this dog to death. Just as he was depressed, Zheng Fengfan's stormy voice suddenly rang in his ears. Immediately, the miserable howls of the haunted house boss resounded in his ears, and those thugs brought by Zheng Fengfan, after being slightly shocked for a few seconds, swarmed up and instantly placed the haunted house boss, and then pressed him on the ground and beat him madly. The owner of the haunted house howled miserably. After 2 minutes, he was beaten to death. Meng Meng was so scared that she turned pale and trembled. Jiang Ning's face also turned steeply pale. Whoosh! At this time, more than 10 ferocious gazes all landed on Jiang Ning's body, clearly teaching the haunted house owner a lesson. The next step was to make a move on him. Little trash. Just now weren't you quite able to be arrogant? You to be arrogant one, show me Now, you kneel down for me, then drill through me from my crotch and call me grandpa 3 times so that I can let you go. Otherwise, today, I will absolutely break your dog's legs and make you unable to stand up for the rest of your life. Zheng Fengfan's eyes, incomparably ferocious, looked at Jiang Ning, his back teeth clenching as he spoke. Kid, immediately kneel down for young Zheng. Immediately, kneel or die. For trash like you to be able to kneel to young Zheng, it's a blessing that your ancestors' graves are smoking. Zheng Fengfan's thugs shouted arrogantly. What should we do now? What should I do now? These people's fighting strength is more than 3 times that of mine, so I'm just a scum of the earth, right? And they outnumber me 10 to 1. I'll be killed if I make a move. Jiang Ning, head full of cold sweat, body cannot help shivering up. 2 legs also cannot help the crazy trembling, seems to be at any time to fall on the ground like, what? You waste are afraid. Since you are afraid of the words, then hurry to give your grandfather Zheng kneel down. Quickly, Zheng Fengfan opened his mouth with a fierce smile. Jiang Ning's head was filled with cold sweat, very flustered, not knowing what to do, but just as he was incomparably flustered, ding dong, the welfare system host is detected to be in danger, recommending that the host purchase battle points to enhance his battle power and ensure his safety. Ding dong, 500 battle power value, priced at 500 divine trench value. Is it purchased immediately? Tip, every 3 months, the battle power value can be purchased once. Does the host purchase it? Yes. Without even thinking about it, Jiang Ning's heart let out a roar. The situation was critical, and there was no longer any time for him to think. Chapter 34, Crazy Face Punch. Buy now. Jiang Ning looked at the more than 10 people on the other side, who were walking towards him with fierce eyes. There was inevitably some panic in his heart. He immediately yelled in his mind. Ding dong, battle value purchase was successful, consuming a total of 500 points of divine trench value, with 500 points remaining. The prompt sounded in Jiang Ning's mind in a decade. At the same time, the character panel reappeared in front of him. In the column of combat power, it was clearly, combat value, 500 points, bronze. Bronze? Jiang Ning was curious, but now he couldn't afford to think about what this bronze meant, because Zheng Fengfan's fighters had already come close to him. One of them had already swung his fist towards his face. Next to him, there was another person who raised a foot and kicked him in the abdomen. If these 2 hits were to hit him, his small body would definitely be smashed and lose half of his life. Oomph. But just as these 2 kicks were about to land on him, Jiang Ning couldn't help but let out a cold snort from his mouth, as if it was completely out of control. Immediately afterward, his fist lifted up as if by reflex. Boom! The destructive fist blasted heavily at the body of the person in front of him, and at this moment, the opponent's fists and feet also landed on his body, but a scene that stunned everyone appeared. Both sides were hit. The person who was hit by Jiang Ning's fist, but flew out, drawing a beautiful parabola in the air, flew out 7 or 8 meters away, landing heavily on the ground. The power of a punch is as terrifying as it is. Look at Jiang Ning. He was hard against the other side of a punch and a kick, but he is like nothing seems to be, standing firmly in place. Comparing the 2 sides, it seemed that the other side was a bubble that could not be hit, while he was an indestructible rock. Ah, how can this be? What is this? The 2 fighters, looking at Jiang Ning standing steadily in place like this, both exclaimed in incredulity. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, had a glowing light in his eyes. He felt as if he had inexhaustible strength inside his body, and his expression was extraordinarily wonderful. Was this the physical quality of 500 combat points? Cool, it really was too cool. Ha ha, I feel like I can kill a cow with one punch. Ah! Jiang Ning roared excitedly in his heart. Immediately, he was laughing uncontrollably, and his eyes looked towards Zhang Fengfan and these people. Looking at the fact that they only had 150 points of combat power, and looking at the fact that he already had 500 points of combat power, he immediately became excited. In his heart, there was also a feeling of a fierce tiger facing a white rabbit. Ha ha, I'm going to fight 10 of you all together. Let you see how hard my Jiang someone's fist is. Jiang Ning smiled in a domineering manner. He shouted, and instead of retreating, he actually took the initiative to attack. At this moment, his speed was utilized to the extreme, so fast that people felt dazzled. Boom, boom, boom. Muffled sounds continued to ring out as his fists landed heavily on these people's bodies, and these fighters that Zhang Fengfan had brought with him were surprisingly completely powerless to fight back. In front of Jiang Ning, who had a combat value of 500 points and had reached the bronze level, they could only be described as unbeatable. Cool, cool, awesome. Zhang Fengfan, are these the fighters you brought in? This is too weak? You found these weaklings to come over and teach me a lesson. You don't have a problem with your brain, do you? Jiang Ning laughed out loud and shouted in excitement. Between laughter and talk, all of these 10 or so fighters were knocked to the ground by him, unable to stand up even if they wanted to, all of them covering the places where they had been hit by Jiang Ning, their faces full of decrepit looks. Zhang Fengfan's face was pale. The people around him, on the other hand, let out loud cries of shock. Oh my god, this is the reincarnation of Ip Man, right? It's amazing that he can fight 10 of them alone. Ip Man isn't that powerful. This dude is really an expert. A fight 10 is still so easy. Ip Man are so powerful. Little brother, you're awesome, you're so handsome. Can I be your girlfriend? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You should go home and look at yourself in the mirror. To Heyo, martial arts expert. I'm going to be mesmerized by this little brother. Those young people in the surroundings were all exclaiming in astonishment, especially the few good-looking girls in the crowd, looking at Jiang Ning with eyes full of sizzle. Like this, a handsome man who was young and golden and had such strong fighting skills. Where to find him? They were looking at Jiang Ning with hot eyes, eager to come forward. However, when they saw Chen Mengmeng by Jiang Ning's side, they were all ashamed of themselves and lost half of their self-confidence. Whether it was Chen Mengmeng's face, figure, or temperament, she was a first-class beauty. 99% of the women, after seeing Chen Mengmeng, will inevitably have a few feelings of inferiority. Zhang Fengfan. Jiang Ning showed a cold smile on his face as he looked at him with a smirk. Zhang Fengfan was struck by lightning. Boom! With a sound, his body tensed up. His body was as tense as if he had been struck by lightning, and his eyes were abruptly rounded, looking at Jiang Ning with fear. Cold sweat. It flowed down Zhang Fengfan's forehead. Nervous. He was really nervous from the bottom of his heart. The way he looked at Jiang Ning now, he didn't dare to have the slightest bit of contempt, but instead was filled with fear. He hadn't expected it. Jiang Ning's fighting strength was actually strong to such an extent, and had taught the more than 10 fighters he had brought with him, all of them, a lesson with such ease. You, what do you want to do? I warn you, you better not come over, otherwise, I won't spare you. Zhang Fengfan was trembling. He looked at Jiang Ning, who was walking slowly towards him, seeing that he was already only a meter away from him. He was so scared that his face was as white as death, and he couldn't find any blood color. His mouth couldn't help but let out a trembling and fearful voice. Don't you come over, don't come over. You go away, quickly go away, stay away from me, he roared in shock. Snap. However, just as he shouted in shock, Jiang Ning's face revealed an impatient expression, and he swung his round palm violently right on Zhang Fengfan's face, slapping him hard. The slapping sound was crisp. Zhang Fengfan only felt that half of his face went numb. At this time, Jiang Ning's cold voice sounded in Zhang Fengfan's ears. Zhang Fengfan, this slap is only a small punishment for you. I advise you not to mess with me in the future. At the same time, you shouldn't come pestering Meng Meng again. Otherwise, I don't mind smashing your bare face and beating you to death. After saying these words, Jiang Ning pulled Chen Mengmeng and turned to leave. Walking into the haunted house, plop, Zhang Fengfan collapsed to the ground with a blood-red face, just like rotten mud, only in the depths of his eyes, an endless divine light of indignation surged. Chapter 35, Yanjing, the Underground Emperor. Nightfall. Jiang Ning was in the courtyard of the villa, frantically throwing his punches and kicks. Boom, boom, boom. The fists bombarded heavily on top of the sandbags, making booming sounds. The whip leg swept upwards, leaving a clear mark on top of the sturdy sandbag. The cowhide wrapped on the surface was already under his crazy punches and kicks, and it was starting to burst and break a little. Cool, really cool. Ha ha, This 500 points of combat power in the body, it's really cool to explode. Exhausted and panting, Jiang Ning finally stopped. After leaving Spirit Mountain Truck Paradise and coming back, he didn't have the heart to accompany Meng Meng to play something else, and directly bought sandbags and started drilling in the courtyard. Originally, his frail body only had a pitiful 50 points of combat power, but now, the 500 points of combat power purchased inside the system directly made his physique skyrocket and his strength increase by more than 10 times. This made him feel that his body was filled with explosive power amongst itself, and it seemed like this power could not be used up. It also made his mood, and with it, great joy. Cool, it's really cool. This 500 points of combat power is cool to this extent. This if the combat power is enhanced by 10 times and reaches 5,000 points, then one of my punches shall not shatter the sandbag. Jiang Ning thought joyfully, as he sat on his butt on the ground, gasping for breath. He suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. System greatly you are not. My current combat power is 500 points, and the level aspect is labeled bronze, so what level is 5,000 combat power? He tried to inquire. Unexpectedly, the system returned in seconds. Ding, cultivator level, black iron, bronze, silver pin, gold pin, patriarch. The system beep sounded, and the information was transmitted into Jiang Ning's mind. Jiang Ning instantly understood how the levels were divided. Below 500 combat points, it was black iron. The black iron realm was also known as the Hotian. Starting at 500 combat points, it was the bronze rank, which was also known as the innate realm. As for silver, one needed to have 1000 points of battle power. 1,000 points of combat power was the beginning of the silver rank. 2,000 points of combat power was the middle of the silver rank. And 3,000 points of combat power was the peak of the silver rank. After the silver product was the gold product. At the beginning of the gold product, one needed to reach 5,000 in combat power. After the gold rank, there was the Grandmaster. In order to reach Zhong Shi, one needed to have more than 5,000 in combat power, and just over 5,000 was gold pin. From the early gold product to the mid-gold product, one needed to raise their combat power by 1,000 points, but to reach the peak of the mid-gold product, one needed to raise their combat power by 2,000 points. That is to say, they needed to reach 8,000 points of combat value to be considered as the peak of the gold product. Battle power breaks 10,000. Then it was the Zhong Master realm. As for whether there were still realms after Zhong Master, the system didn't give any hints. This 10,000 points of battle power to reach the Zhong Master realm. Is this Zhong Master very bullish? TSK, I wonder if I can become a patriarch. System greatly. That. Trouble you and give me some combat power chant, or else inside the mall. And give me on the shelves a combat power package. Let my combat power and rise a little chant. Jiang Ning's face revealed a pleasing smile. It seemed that if he smiled like this, the system would be able to see it, and then kindly give him some combat power, allowing his physical quality to skyrocket a bit. However, his wishful thinking was destined to be empty. The system didn't reply at all this time, nor did it take care of the bastard. Jiang Ning persisted, continuing to ask for battle power. The system still ignored him. It was the middle of summer. This will also be the evening. Around 6 o'clock, although it is evening but the sky is bright. 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky is already dark. For 2 whole hours, Jiang Ning was like a man possessed, muttering and asking the system for battle power. The system completely ignored him. More than 2 hours had passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 10:30. Jiang Ning lying on the sofa, bored watching TV, his mouth is still muttering constantly, thinking of letting the system give some combat power. After several hours in a row, Jiang Ning was also tired. Lying on the sofa, he was drowsy and about to fall asleep. I don't know if the system had a clear conscience, or if it was touched by his spirit of wanting combat power even in his dreams. Just as he closed his eyes and just started dreaming, the system's voice suddenly rang in his head. Ding dong, side quest descending. Please ask the host to collect all of the new 3 top divine cars within 12 hours. Mission success. Reward 1000 points of combat power. Mission failure, all of the host's property is zeroed out. Rubbing, Jiang Ning sat up violently, his eyes rolling. Holy, system, you damn well have a conscience. Collecting the 3 great divine cars, huh? Fine. Don't you say it's the 3 great divine vehicles. You're just asking me to collect the 5 great divine vehicles for you, and I'll do it for you plain as day. Jiang Ning roared. As for the punishment for failing the mission, he didn't even bother thinking about it. Right now, all he could think about was the combat power that could make him stronger. The 3 great divine vehicles, he muttered, quickly opening his cell phone to check up, but soon his face darkened. The new version of the three great divine cars were the Pagani Son of the Wind, Apollo Sun God, and Koenigsegg Viper. The total price of the three cars was over $200 million. Of course, the market price is not so expensive, but the odd one out. And now the price of these three great god car under being speculated a few times. The price of a single car is not less than $70 million. The most expensive of them all, the Apollo Sun God. The high-end version was speculated to be over $100 million. Holy, this needs at least $200 million to get it right. Moreover, 24 hours, where am I going to collect all three of these divine cars? Cold sweat was running down. Zeroing out the possessions was a small matter. Anyway, with the system in place, it was just a matter of reaccumulating them when the time came. But if one lost this opportunity to improve their combat power, then they wouldn't know when the next time would be. Wang Heng. Suddenly, Wang Heng rang in his mind and immediately dialed the phone. Old Wang, do me a favor, help me investigate all those people in Yanjing who have the new three divine cars under their names. I want to buy a car, he said on the spot. Ah, the new three great divine cars? Mr. Zhang Yu, which one is this big knight? Wang Heng thought that Zhang Ning suddenly called him was something important, but it turned out that he didn't expect it to be this. He didn't think much about it. After the doubtful question, is scratching the back of the head and said, this new three big god car news, I really know heard that Chu Tianqing where there are three big god car. Chu Tianqing? Hearing this name, Zhang Ning's expression immediately darkened, his head full of cold sweat. Chu Tianqing, this is the underground emperor of Yanjing, the unrivaled power of the underground emperor of Yanjing. He can't afford to mess with it. Cough cough. Zhang Ning took a deep breath and violently coughed violently, crying and laughing. Mr. Wang, you're not fooling me. That Chu Tianqing is something I can mess with. You're not fooling around. Hey, what's the point? Mr. Jiang, you don't know yet. That Chu Tianqing and his two good brothers, they are both seriously ill right now. They are all on the verge of death. It's estimated that they'll only be alive for the next 2 days. Estimated. When he dies, those cars under his name will be sold. If you want it, then I can find a way to help you inquire about it. Wang Heng said seriously. Chu Tianqing, the titular Yanjing emperor was dying? Zhang Ning, however, furrowed his brows violently, his expression slightly dumbfounded. Chapter 36 Charity Rebate Cards. The phone hung up. Zhang Ning's expression was a bit lost. Although the news that Chu Tianqing was seriously ill and about to die was indeed shocking enough, but right now, he was still alive. While Chu Tianqing was still alive, he wouldn't dare to mess with that bastard. After all, the entire underground forces of Yanjing, that was all controlled by Chu Tianqing. In Yanjing, Chu Tianqing was the emperor of the underground forces. No one dared to mess with him. Even the several top families in Yanjing, that all had to give Chu Tianqing face, not daring to easily sweep him off his feet. Finished. This combat power mission is not going to fizzle out. This is only 12 hours of time. Where do I go to trade for these three great divine cars? Zhang Ning cried out, his face full of frustration. This depressed in his heart. If it was daytime now, it would still be slightly better. But now it was more than 10 o'clock at night, close to 11 o'clock. Trying to gather these three divine vehicles in the middle of the night was obviously unlikely. He rubbed his head with a sad face. Wait. Suddenly, just as his face was filled with sorrow, he seemed to think of something as if. Suddenly, he raised his head. Essence instantly erupted from his eyes. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the system's welfare mall and quickly rummaged through it. That's him. Soon, he found the same thing within the system mall on the page that was leaning back. It was clearly the Magpie Medical Scripture. Isn't Chu Tianqing about to die? If I were to purchase the Magpie Medical Scripture from within the system mall, then wouldn't I be able to go and cure him? If I can cure him of his dying disease, I'll be his great benefactor, and then he'll be rushing to give me the three luxury cars. Zhang Ning was beaming with joy, but immediately, his face darkened, because he had accidentally swept his gaze to the price of the Magpie Medical Scripture. Initial Magpie Scripture, 1 billion Huaxia dollars. Intermediate Magpie Scripture, 2 billion Huaxia coins. Advanced Bian Magpie Healing Scripture, 3 billion Chinese coins. I rely on the system you play me. You are not a second kill system. This, mall and the things, how are all expensive so outrageous? Said that the second kill that? He couldn't help but spit up madly. This system spike activity is only for items that exist in reality. All items within the system mall need to be purchased using divine trench value or Huaxia coins. Ding dong, primary Magpie Medical Scripture, 1 billion Huaxia coins. Does the host purchase it? Tip, the host saved 500 divine trench value cannot be used to purchase this medical scripture. Holy, hearing the system's words, Zhang Ning couldn't help but explode. If the divine trench value couldn't be used, then the cash available to him right now was completely insufficient for $1 billion. In other words, he was unable to purchase this primary magpie medical scripture. Difficult to do. What should we do? Zhang Ning scratched his ears once again, his face full of agony. The sky was the limit. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a charity rebate 100x welfare card. Right at this moment, the voice in his head once again sounded. Inside the card pack, there was an additional charity rebate card. Please quality to use the welfare card more often. After 100 welfare cards are used, this system can be upgraded to version 2.0. Zhang Ning was wondering why the system suddenly gave himself a charity rebate card at this time. Feeling that things were permeated with eccentricity, the system also seemed to be sensing his suspicions, so it prompted again. System upgrade? Zhang Ning frowned, but then immediately understood in his heart, thinking, presumably, if the system is upgraded, it must be beneficial to the system itself, so now it's creating an opportunity to give me a welfare card, which on the surface looks like it's given to me, but in reality, it's a win-win situation. His eyes lit up, immediately clicked on that welfare card to check how to use it, but after just one look, his expression froze. Please immediately go to Hyeao Casino and use the charity card to win 3 games and donate more than 50% of your winnings early the next morning. Put. Seeing this option, Zhang Ning nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You grandpa, you damn well asked me to play with money? I'm playing Fight the Landlord with 3rd grade elementary school students, and I can lose a night's worth of levels, and you're actually letting me go to such a high-profile place to play with money. Are you damn well trying to make me lose all my money? And, that Hyeao Casino seems to be the Zhang family's territory, right? That's right, that Hyeao Casino is the Zhang family's territory, although the Zhang family is not a major shareholder, just a small shareholder, but no matter how to say is also a shareholder. If one went somewhere, wouldn't that be a sheep in a tiger's mouth? I don't know how to play cards, I am completely clueless, and where is still the territory of the Zhang family? If I go here, how to play is dead. He scratched his head vigorously, but soon a determined expression appeared on his face. He continued to rummage through them all. Beginner, Gambling Saint Master Star possessed, Gambling Mastery Full Mastery 500 million Chinese coins. You're it. System, immediately purchase the primary, Gambling Saint Master Star possession. Ding dong, need to consume 500 million Huaxia coins, whether to buy immediately. Yes, ding dong, the purchase is successful. Your wealth is reduced by 500 million. Ding dong, you have learned the primary special function. As the system beep sounded, Zhang Ning's card reduced his wealth by 500 million, but his mind was clear for a while, and many knowledge entered his mind. The fingers also felt much more flexible. Those eyes also became brighter. Ding dong, primary Gambling Sage Master Star's special function perspective eyes, can be used 3 times a day, each time the time lasts for 5 seconds. The system continued to prompt. Elementary is just being able to see through. That's like rubbing cards like Master Star. It probably needs to be intermediate or advanced, but it's enough to just be elementary. It's enough to go play a few games if you can see through. There's a $10 billion rebate anyway. I only need to win $10 million. Then I'll have 10 billion in cash, which will be enough to buy Hua Tuo's medical skills. Nope, I still need to donate half of it out. Then I need to win $20 million. So using the welfare card to flip 100 times, the property reaches $2 billion. After donating out half of it, there is still 1 billion left. With his mind made up, he immediately stepped out of his house and hurried towards the Hyeao Casino. The Rolls-Royce was on the highway, like a black stallion, rushing forward. In just half an hour's time, he came to Hyeao Casino, looking at the brilliant, as if it was the palace of the Sea Org Casino. Zhang Ning's heart was shocked, and he felt so small at that time. This place, it's really not something that ordinary people can come to. I hope that tonight I can win a handful of times here, and don't ever return with no blood money at all, he muttered. But just as he was about to step inside, an angry roar suddenly sounded behind him. Marred. Zhang Ning, why are you this scumbag here? How dare you come to my Zhang family's territory? Ha ha, I met you in my own territory. It's really interesting. The voice sounded from the left side behind him. Zhang Ning's complexion changed as he turned to see who that was if not Zheng Fangfan. Chapter 37, going to the door and slapping his face. Zheng Fangfan looked at Zhang Ning with a face full of hatred. He too hadn't expected it. He was in a depressed mood, so he thought of playing a few games on his own family's turf. However, he had met Zhang Ning right at the door. This made him both angry and excited. You piece of trash, where you got punched in the face today at the haunted house. Tonight on this young man's turf, on my Zhang family's turf, I'll play you to death. Zheng Fangfan was secretly vicious in his heart. We're in the paradise haunted house today. Zhang Ning's outburst of combat power had indeed shocked Zheng Fangfan, but the problem was, right now, The ground they were on was no longer Spirit Mountain Paradise, but their Zhang family's High AO casino. This was his own ground, even if their family was only a minor shareholder. But he, Zheng Fengfan, was still able to deploy the security personnel here, as well as the elite fighters. So, he had full certainty that he would play Jiang Ning to death here. Gu, who did I think it was? It turns out to be Zheng Fengfan, young Master Zhang. What? Young Master Zhang is out of money in his pocket, so he wants to come here to make some money? Oh, you want to come to make money, no problem. But be careful, not to think about making money, and as a result put in your pants pockets. The only remaining point is also exported. Jiang Ning looked at him and spoke with a cold smile. Since it had come, it was safe. Since it had all been encountered here, let's treat it with a normal heart. There was no use being afraid. You still dare to talk to me like this? You're looking for death. Zheng Fengfan's face sank. What? I'm not satisfied with me talking like this as well. Young Zhang? Then how should I talk to you? Kneel down and talk to you? He, Zhang Dishao. You, this is a bit whimsical. Jiang Ning shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. There was a teasing tone in his voice, and his eyes were not hiding the divine light of contempt. At the moment, he was using this extremely contemptuous gaze to blandly look at Zheng Fengfan, who was stared at with such a contemptuous gaze that he was burning with rage, the flames in his heart close to gushing out in general. Jiang Ning, you damn well still dare to be arrogant, right? You damn well better widen your dog's eyes to see clearly whose territory you're on. Here, but my Zhang family's bottom, you damn dare to be this arrogant. I Zheng Fengfan today, if I don't play you to death, I won't be considered a man. Zheng Fengfan was extremely dissatisfied with Jiang Ning's attitude, and he roared with red eyes. Anger, when it really was anger, and it was monstrous anger. His back teeth were on the verge of being clenched, his fists clenched in death, and the veins on his forehead rippled. Jiang Ning looked at him with such anger, and then considering that this was the Zhang family's territory, he secretly screamed in his heart that it wasn't good. After all, if he were to tear his face off with Zheng Fengfan here, it would be very unfavorable for him. Zheng Fengfan, his eyeballs turned. The plan came to him. Since this is a casino, then we might as well play a few games. Play cards or play something else, you decide. If you are a man, then we have to solve the problem with a man's means, rather than fight with the brakes. You say right. He was the first to open his mouth, preempting the others. Using a man's means to solve problems? Zheng Fengfan was already enraged, and after hearing Jiang Ning's words, he blurted out without even thinking. Fine, then let's solve the problem by manly means. Jiang Ning, you wanna play cards with old me, don't you? Then I'll make you lose blood, he roared in a low voice. Not just playing cards, dice, gambling stones, are all fine. Take your pick, I'll play with all of them. Jiang Ning's eyes flashed with a crazy divine light. On the way here, he had communicated with the system. His penetrating eyes, not only could they be used to play cards, but it was fine to use them to gamble on stones. But the prerequisite was, he could use it just 3 times a day, and the duration of each perspective was 5 seconds. In other words, if he gambled on stones, he would only have 15 seconds to perform perspective. And the same was true for playing cards and dice. Oh, you kid can still gamble on stones? Zheng Fengfan raised his eyebrows. Then good, let's play stone gambling. Behind this high AO casino, happens to be high AO field, Yanjing's 5th ranked gambling stone field, 24 hours open. Let's go wherever we wanna have some fun. The corner of his mouth sketched up a treacherous smile. Although the Zhang family didn't have any shares in the High AO Stadium, the owner of the High AO Stadium and his father were old acquaintances. He had often followed his father to the CAO casino to gamble on stones. He knew the management and bosses there. If Jiang Ning agreed to gamble with him at the High AO casino, he was 100% sure that he would be able to play tricks and make Jiang Ning lose all his money. And gambling ghosts, then playing cards ghosts much easier. Jiang Ning did not care. Now Zhang Fengfan's heart planning what plotting and scheming. Do not even think about directly agreed. The moment he heard Jiang Ning's promise, Zheng Fengfan almost got excited. Zheng Fengfan nearly jumped up in place with excitement, but fortunately he managed to keep it under control, consciously not revealing anything. System, you're sure that my perspective eyes can be used on top of gambling stones, right? You don't want to screw me over. While walking towards the entrance of the High AO field, Jiang Ning inquired in his heart. Host, rest assured, there is absolutely no problem. And the High AO field entrance and the High AO casino are the same. Both can use the charity rebate card. The system immediately recovered, and Jiang Ning was slightly more relieved. Soon, the two of them were arriving at the High AO venue entrance. Humph, Jiang Ning, you dead waste, how dare you play gambling with me? Your grandfather, I am an expert in gambling with stones. Let's see how I will play you to death. After entering the entrance of the High AO field, Zheng Fengfan is a caricatured laugh. Voice icy cold said, If you are afraid, now give me kneel down and kowtow 3 times. I can spare you, but if you do not kneel down, tonight, I will absolutely play you to death. Bastard! In the face of Zhang Fengfan's provocation, Jiang Ning replied 2 words in an incomparably calm manner. Zhang Fengfan nearly died from his anger. His face suffocated in red and froze, unable to say a single word. You, he said you for half a day, but he couldn't say anything, and in the end, he could only let out a cold snort. Zhang Fengfan, you don't want to talk nonsense here either. Directly draw the way. How do we play this time's gambling stone? You set the rules. Jiang Ning was too lazy to bull **** with him and spoke directly. Very simple. I see you this thing. How to look like an idiot. More like a waste. According to this young look, to play too complicated. You cannot play to understand. So, let's just play simpler. Zhang Fengfan's words were full of insults. He looked at Jiang Ning and said coldly, let's just let the field entrance pick out 10 stone types, and make sure that amongst these 10 stone types, at least 2 of them have jade inside. Let's in these 10 stone species, find out that there is jade inside the stone species, to see who is the first to find out. If, among the 10 stones, the one we find is not the same one, then let's cut it open and see whose jade is worth more. Whose jade is worth more will be the first criterion. If the 2 of us feel that the stones with jade are the same, then whoever finds it first will be judged. Let's, 1 game to decide the winner. No need to waste more time. Do you dare? The last 3 words, Zhang Fengfan directly droned out. Chapter 38, Crazy Divine Light. Zhang Fengfan was nearly insane. His last 3 words, do you dare, were spoken in an almost maniacal tone. His eyes were also staring at Jiang Ning. Even though he was trying his best to hide it, his eyes still revealed that he was worried that Jiang Ning would not dare to reject his game. Because, only with this playstyle would it be easiest for him to play tricks. Because, he could have someone mark the stone seed, or just tell him that there was jade inside that stone seed, in which case he would have a solid win. Dare? Why not? Amidst his eager gaze, Jiang Ning spoke calmly. The moment these words came out, Zhang Fengfan nearly went crazy with joy. Fine. This is what you said. Then there's no changing it. He shouted out excitedly. Slow down. Jiang Ning shouted hurriedly. What? You want to back out? Zhang Fengfan's face sank. I'm going to back out on you. Zhang Fengfan, let's just play dry like this. How meaningless is that? That has to add a bit of color to it. The corner of Jiang Ning's mouth sketched out a cold smile. Colorful head? Zhang Fengfan frowned, but did not wait for him to speak. Jiang Ning said faintly, Zhang Fengfan, that watch on your wrist is good. It must be a few $1 million of high-grade goods. Right. Why don't we take your watch as a lottery? Do you dare? Zhang Fengfan heart tightened. Want to refuse? This one on his wrist, a high-grade men's watch. It was worth $3 million. This money was able to buy several large flat buildings, but this watch wasn't his. It was something he borrowed from a friend of his. Although he was a second-generation rich man, and his monthly pocket money was 150,000, his family would not spoil him by buying him luxury cars, luxury watches and the like. Therefore, these things, he could just borrow them from his friends on weekdays and pretend to be a pussy. So when Jiang Ning said that he would let him use this watch as a bet, his heart tightened and he subconsciously wanted to refuse. What? You don't dare? Young Master Zhang, no way. You don't dare to do this? He, I thought, how manly you are that. But it turns out that the chi is just a little bit. It's really ridiculous. Jiang Ning knew that Zhang Fengfan couldn't stand this kind of stimulation, so he deliberately said this. As expected, as soon as his words fell, Zhang Fengfan angrily roared. Put your mother's fart. Who said that I don't dare? Well, isn't it just a piece of broken watch? I'll use it as a lottery. But, I use this kind of value of the table as a lottery. You useful to want what to do the lottery that? He asked in a low growl. You are blind. My Rolls-Royce is parked outside. If I lose, the car is yours. Humph. Not enough. Rubbish thing. If you lose, I don't want your Thai car, but I'll have to break one of your arms and one of your legs. Zhang Fengfan droned lowly, his eyes glowing with madness. Hearing this, Jiang Ning's eyes also flashed with a cold aura. How much did this Zhang Fengfan hate him to make such a request? A cold aura flickered in his eyes, but in the end, he slowly nodded. Okay, no problem. I can promise, but if you lose, in addition to giving me that wristwatch, I'll have to break one of your arms as well. As for the leg, I'm a relatively kind person, so I won't break it for you. His heart was also burning with rage. In his heart, he secretly swore that tonight, he absolutely had to make Zhang Fengfan learn a long lesson before he could do so. When the 2 of them said their bets, they immediately found the venue staff and prepared to start betting against each other. In front of Jiang Ning's face, he did not dare to openly play a trick, is constantly giving the staff wink and gestures. The other party responded with an okay gesture. Obviously, it was this kind of betting He wasn't doing it here for the first time, and had long since reached a tacit understanding with the staff here. Jiang Ning, you trashy guy, you're bound to lose tonight. Let you be pestering Meng Meng. Tonight I'll let you become a cripple. I'd like to see you become a cripple. Will Meng Meng still like you? Zheng Fangfan thought maliciously. Very quickly, 10 stone seeds were transported out by the staff and placed in front of the two of them in a row. The size of these 10 stone seeds were not exactly huge. The largest piece was visually estimated to be over 300 pounds. Other than that, the others were all over 100 pounds, less than 200 pounds. Perspective eyes, here it comes. The stone seeds had just paid a visit. Jiang Ning then stepped back a few steps, and then directly used the penetrating eye, and immediately, these 10 stone seeds were nowhere to hide in his eyes, and his gaze directly penetrated them. 5 seconds of time. To say long is not long, to say short is not short. It was just in time, and his gaze swept back and forth several times above these 10 stone seeds. Continue. Just after the first time, he turned it on again and scanned it once more. This time, his gaze was directly locked on top of number 7. The match hadn't even started yet, and he was already certain that the jade inside stone variety number 7 was the most valuable. Only, Jiang Ning, however, noticed that this Zheng Fangfan's gaze, however, was dead set on top of stone seed number 5. His gaze fiery and his breathing rapid. What's going on? Obviously there is a stone seed inside number 7. Why is he staring at number 5? Could it be that he is planning to pick number 5? Jiang Ning was a bit puzzled. After thinking about it, he used his perspective eyes one last time and landed his gaze on number 5. Ding, I see jadeite, worth $1 million. As his gaze penetrated in, information about the jade inside appeared inside his mind. Jiang Ning nearly burst out laughing. This brute, even choosing this piece, does he not know that the 7th stone species inside is a purple jadeite? Jiang Ning forced back his laughter. Just now, when he swept his eyes over the 7th stone and saw the jade inside, the prompt in his mind was medium high-end purple fei, worth $3 million. This value was 3 times higher than the ice jade. Pick up leakage. I can't be picking up leakage. Right, the entrance does not know that this no. 7 stone type inside the purple fei, only know that no. 5 inside the probability of having a piece of ice type. Jiang Ning muttered in his heart, even more secretly excited. He looked at Zheng Fangfan, who was also full of excitement, and despised in his heart. This big fool, surely he doesn't know that this match hasn't even started yet, and it's already doomed for him to lose. Zheng Fangfan, you choose first. I'll let you pick first. I'll pick after you pick. He had already settled on Zheng Fangfan, so he opened his mouth indifferently. I'll choose number 5. Zheng Fangfan had long been impatient, not even waiting for the staff to announce the start of the match. After hearing Jiang Ning's words, he directly shouted out, then I'll pick number 7. Jiang Ning walked over to the 7th stone seed, reached out and patted it, and faintly said, I'll pick number 7. What? You picked number 7? Zheng Fangfan froze instantly upon hearing this, his eyes glaring round. It was only a few seconds later. Zheng Fangfan was pulling out his throat and laughing crazily. Jiang Ning, you big F***er. Do you know how to gamble on stones or not? Can't you see that stone number 7 is the standard hemp stone? Do you know what hemp stone is? Hemp stone is to refer to. Almost 100% will not come out of the jade stone species. You damn even choose this inside the only piece of hemp stone. You're a break pen, right? Zheng Fangfan laughed maniacally. Tears flew out of his eyes from laughing. Chapter 39, The Result of the Bet. The dust has settled. After seeing the stone type that Ning Jiang had picked, Zheng Fangfan immediately covered his stomach with both hands and laughed crazily. Tears were flying from his eyes as he laughed. His stomach was hurting and he couldn't catch his breath, because in his opinion, under such a heavyweight bet, Jiang Ning's choice of this stone species was simply sending himself to death. Jiang Ning, you idiot thing, you don't know how to gamble on stones at all, do you? Otherwise, why would you choose such a piece of trash? This is hemp stone, as we all know, out of the jade rate of 100,000 1% or less than the hemp stone. You this idiot, even picked this 10 inside the only hemp stone. You damn as break it. He covered his stomach and laughed. Tears flowed down the corners of his eyes, unable to hold back the flow. In his opinion, this matter was really too funny to the core. In fact, this piece of hemp stone was the staff of the field entrance, casually transported over. Although this place was open 24 hours, but the people who come to play at night are relatively few, and the staff at the entrance of the field is also few. Therefore, just now the staff, in order to save trouble, is this piece of stone species transported nearby? Completely is used to make up the number, but it's just the way it is. 9 very good color stone species. Jiang Ning did not go to choose, but chose this piece of hemp stone used to make up the number in very poor appearance. When he picked this stone, not to mention Zhang Fangfan. Even the staff at the entrance were stunned. What the hell? Does this kid really know how to gamble? I guess he's dead this time. Using a piece of hempstone to bet against Zhang Xiao. If he doesn't die, I'll write my name backwards. Heroes see the same. This kid 100% dead. Yes, one of his arms and one of his legs. It seems he can't keep them. The staff members spoke one after another, all of them casting sympathetic and pitying gazes towards Jiang Ning. There were even staff members who had quietly taken out their cell phones, ready to dial 120 at any time, ready to wait until Jiang Ning lost the match and had his arms and legs broken to be resuscitated. Zhang Fangfan, don't get too happy too early. Be careful of joy begetting sorrow. It's not certain who will lose or win between the two of us. Facing the ridicule, Jiang Ning looked at Zhang Fangfan indifferently with a gaze that was almost like looking at a bogeyman. Humph, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Since you won't die, let's just let the workers cut the stone seeds open directly and see who loses and who wins. Zhang Fangfan also didn't ink, and directly sank his face, coldly whispering. A cruel divine light had even begun to jump in his eyes, as if he was ready to break Jiang Ning's hands and feet at any time. The night was deep, approaching the early hours of the morning. In the stone-solving area at the entrance of the High AO field, it was bustling with activity. Zhang Fangfan and Jiang Ning's stone species is transported here. Two stone decomposition machine under the control of the two masters began to polish their stone. Other machines in the area, located in different houses, are also busy. In this area, there were 20 machines, none of which were idle. Obviously, even though it was already close to the early hours of the morning, the business at the entrance of the High AO yard was still good. Business is good enough. Jiang Ning also noticed that every machine here was busy, making ear-piercing sounds, so he couldn't help but praise. Mr. Overpraise, the guests at night are still very much less. During the daytime inside the 6 stone deciphering areas, totaling more than 200 machines, there are usually more than 150 of them working at the same time. At night, on the other hand, there are only 20 to 30 units working. The staff member smiled faintly and explained. Jiang Ning relieved himself, nodding his head gently in an O sound. Humph, dirtbag. Zhang Fangfan, on the other hand, cast an incomparably contemptuous gaze at Jiang Ning, saying in a tone full of contempt, "You're such a turd. Even if you've made a fortune and sold a Rolls-Royce, you still can't change the reality that you're a turd from the countryside, and you don't even understand the basics of the High AO field entrance. And to say that you're a turd, that's all just a tableau. Are a turd, that's all praise for you." This was said in a condescending manner. He completely failed to place Jiang Ning in his eyes. A cold aura flickered slightly in Jiang Ning's eyes. However, he held back and didn't make a move, but instead let out a cold laugh, secretly saying in his heart, "I'll let you fool around for a while, and when the winner is decided, it'll be time for you to cry." This match, Jiang Ning had 100% certainty that he would win. After all, Zhang Fangfan's stone seed inside, there is only about $1 million worth of glass seed inside his own piece of stone. Although the appearance is very poor, the surface is a piece of hempstone with a low rate of green to pour. But in fact, inside is a piece of purple fey, and is excellent quality purple fey. The system has been quoted 3 million. He has absolute confidence in the system, believed that the system will never be wrong. So, he also firmly believed that with the help of the system, and with the addition of this perspective eye of his own, there was no doubt that he would win. Zhang Fangfan, when victory or defeat is decided, that's when you'll be on your knees begging for forgiveness. Let's just watch and see, Jiang Ning said coldly. After saying these words, he fell silent, not speaking. However, it was this last sentence that caused Zhang Fangfan to act like a crazed wild dog, immediately roaring madly towards Jiang Ning. "Jiang Ning, you damn thing, what are you talking about? You're saying that I'll kneel on the ground and beg you? Humph, I think you're just talking out of your ass. What the hell are you? You're worthy of me kneeling on the ground and begging you for mercy. I think it's you who should kneel on the ground and beg me for forgiveness. Dog-like thing like you, kneel down and lick my shoes. I even think your mouth is dirty." Zhang Fangfan roared angrily, as if he was mad. Hearing such unpleasant words from him, Jiang Ning's brows furrowed, and the coldness in his eyes surged even more. His fists couldn't help but clench even tighter. Just as he was about to smash his fist over, one of the stone decoding machines suddenly stopped, and the decoding master shouted, "Young Master Zhang's stone is green. It's an ice seed jadeite." The moment he said this, Zhang Fangfan immediately jumped wildly in excitement. Zhang Fangfan immediately jumped up and down in excitement. "Ha ha, ice seed emerald. Jiang Ning, I told you that you are dead. Right, quickly, you yourself honestly stretch out your hands and legs. Let your grandfather, I will break it." Zhang Fangfan roared excitedly. Jiang Ning furiously rolled his eyes and looked at him with contempt. "What are you in a hurry for? It only just rubbed out a little bit. There's still at least half an hour before it's all cut up. You're damn anxious. Ah, good. then I'll wait for half an hour. At that time I'll let you four understand. Zheng Fengfan roared. Soon, half an hour passed, but Zheng Fengfan was unable to shout out, and at the same time, he was also arrogant. Instead, his face was extremely pale. His piece of stone species did cut out $1 million worth of jade, but let him in any case did not expect the field entrance of the staff, and even the stone master did not expect Jiang Ning's piece of garbage stone species, but solved out a piece of purple fei with a higher value than his ice jade. Swish! The moment the dust settled, Zheng Fengfan's face immediately turned as white as ashes, full of despair, wanting to die. Chapter 40 Response. Impossible. This is impossible. This is just a piece of hempstone. Just a piece of hempstone. Ah, such a trashy hempstone. How can it cut out a purple jadeite that? Fake. This must be fake. This piece of purple fei is fake. I want to find someone to appraise it. I want to find someone to appraise it immediately. Zheng Fengfan collapsed on the ground, his face pale, but suddenly, as if it was a flashback, he jumped up from the ground with a face full of grimace. Reaching out and pointing at this piece of purple jadeite, he shouted at the top of his voice and said, as he shouted, his features twisted together as if he was a severe ghost. Appraisal? Zheng Fengfan, I think you're just trying to cheat after losing. Do you really think that by lying on the ground and playing a trick, you'll be able to muddle through? I can tell you, we agreed in advance that if you lose, your $3 million wristwatch is mine, and I'm going to break one of your arms in the process. Jiang Ning spoke in a cold voice. The voice was like an icy thunderstorm, startling Zheng Fengfan into a cold sweat. Zheng Fengfan, who had just been roaring with a fierce face, was immediately as if he was a limp-wrist shrimp, so frightened that his legs went limp and he fell to the ground once again. Don't you come over. Don't you come over. You, give me away. You give me away. Don't come over. Stay away from me. Zheng Fengfan looked at Jiang Ning, who was slowly walking towards him, and his mind abruptly resounded with the image of Jiang Ning's great battle against divine might in the Spirit Mountain Truck Land today. Immediately, he was scared out of his wits and desperately shouted, "Humph, to really think that I would spare you like that is too naive." Jiang Ning laughed coldly and walked up to Zheng Fengfan's nearness. Without any further ado, he directly snatched Zheng Fengfan's wristwatch, which was the colorful prize that had been ordered in advance, and which he deserved. After snatching the wristwatch, Jiang Ning thundered out, about to break Zheng Fengfan's arm. Stop! But just as he executed his thunderous strike, a thunderous roar suddenly exploded in his ears. Jiang Ning was shocked by this thunder-like sound. The attack that he had already launched actually came to a hard stop, and his body uncontrollably made an automatic defensive movement. Turned to look. From a long distance away, he was able to see a man around 40 years old, walking with a dragon's stride. This man's shoulders were as broad as mountains and his body was stout. As he walked towards this place, his posture was as if there was a mountain that was approaching this place. He had a rugged appearance, and his rugged face was full of boldness with sword brows and starry eyes. Jiang Hongyun. Seeing this person, Jiang Ning was secretly shocked in his heart. This person was a popular figure in Yanjing. He didn't know exactly what Jiang Hongyun did, but he had heard before when he was in school that this Jiang Hongyun came from a mysterious background, and was in existence that even the underground emperor of Yanjing, Shu Tianqing, had to give him some face. Ding, an expert has been detected approaching ahead. Ding, Jiang Hongyun has been detected approaching. Ding, Jiang Hongyun, 9,800 combat power, peak gold pin. As Jiang Hongyun approached, 3 consecutive beeps sounded inside Jiang Ning's mind. Jiang Ning's little face went white. What? This Jiang Hongyun's combat power was actually 9,800? I'll be damned. Battle strength of 10,000, is the legend of the master. But this Jiang Hongyun, from the master of the combat strength, surprisingly only 200. This immediately let Jiang Ning stunned. Secretly this guy from the master, almost is only one step away. As long as he broke through these last 200 points, then he would be a sovereign master. This, he stammered in shock, unable to speak. Only, Jiang Ning had guessed wrong on one point. Over there was the fact that although the current Jiang Hongyun was only one step away from being a sovereign master, but it was this last step. Jiang Hongyun was the one who had been trapped in this step for 3 whole years. 3 years, his strength has not progressed an inch. Even because of injuries, combat power fell a little. In Jiang Ning's view of this step away, actually separated by 1,000 mountains, my combat power is only 500. This great god's combat power directly soared to 9,800. Don't be so exciting. Jiang Ning's legs and stomach went a little soft. Stop. Jiang Hongyun had already come closer. He looked at Jiang Ning with a strong aura and spoke faintly. Uncle Jiang save me. This damn thing, to break my hands and legs. Look at the friendship with my dad. Please save me. Seeing Jiang Hongyun come over, Zheng Fangfan was like seeing a mountain to lean on, hurriedly was pouncing up to beg for help. A flash of gloom flashed across the bottom of Jiang Hongyun's eyes. He was the owner of this Hai Ao casino. It was also the largest shareholder of the Hai Ao casino. Just now, when Jiang Ning's stone species started to have purple jadeite bubbling up, there were already people who had gone to him with their eyes wide open. He also rushed to come, fortunately came at the right time. If he had come a few seconds later, Zheng Fangfan's arm would have been broken. Your name is Jiang Ning, isn't it? Jiang Hongyun looked at Jiang Ning, his gaze narrowing slightly. The narrowing of those tiger eyes rather brought Jiang Ning no small amount of pressure. In a split second, Jiang Ning felt as if a huge mountain had been instantly pressed onto his body, pressurizing him to the point where he couldn't straighten his back or catch his breath. Jiang Ning had originally wimped out when he saw Jiang Hongyun, but now, Jiang Hongyun was deliberately using his aura to oppress him. This, in turn, caused a bloodlust to rise in Jiang Ning's heart. He clenched his fists in death, his teeth clenched, and he straightened his back in death, not allowing his spine to bend down. The corner of Jiang Hongyun's mouth revealed a touch of disdain. It seemed as though, in his eyes, Jiang Ning was nothing more than an insignificant little ant. He continued to release the pressure. Jiang Ning also only felt that the pressure on him was growing, mountainous, and increasing exponentially. It was causing him to be on the verge of not being able to support himself. But just as he was being pressed down to the point where he was drenched in sweat, and was about to be pressed down to both knees by this terrifying aura, he fell to the ground. He suddenly realized, this Jiang Hongyun's face wasn't quite right. It was actually permeated with a sense of weakness, and his lower lip was also visibly pale. That domineering eyes were densely bloodshot. He also realized that although Jiang Hongyun was standing in front of him like a giant elephant, his legs were clearly trembling. Injured, and not lightly injured. This was the thought that instantly surfaced in Jiang Ning's mind. Fight! Yelling in his heart, Jiang Ning exerted his entire body's strength to shout out a sentence. Jiang Hongyun, if I'm not mistaken, you have injuries on your body, don't you? And they're extremely serious injuries. At the moment these words were spoken, Jiang Hongyun couldn't help but use a very puzzled voice to The pressure on Jiang Ning's body also lessened by a few points, although, only half a second. But Jiang Ning's serious like generous. He knew that he bet right, convinced that this Jiang Hongyun is definitely injured, and maybe old injuries. More than that, very coincidentally, the injury or the disease has had an attack tonight. That's why it's so weak, to the extent that it makes him this kind of fighting strength, to reach 9,800 horrors. His legs will unconsciously trembling slightly. Thinking of these, Jiang Ning immediately had a great deal of certainty in his heart, and at the same time, he had a plan to deal with it. Chapter 41, Your Injury. I can heal it. Jiang Ning's heart was greatly determined. With this slight reaction from Jiang Hongyun, there was just something that allowed him to clearly perceive that there was definitely an injury present on Jiang Hongyun's body, and it was still an extremely heavy injury. Otherwise, this terrifying expert with a combat power of up to 9,800 points would not be standing here with a weak face and trembling legs. Jiang Hongyun, if I'm not mistaken, you have an old injury flaring up on your body, right? And this old injury of yours, every time it flares up, it makes you extremely weak, and today, it just so happens to be the day that your old injury flares up. Am I right? Jiang Ning braced himself and droned loudly. Jiang Ning, you punk, less of your forced farting here. There's no place for you to talk here. Zheng Fangfan was uncertain. He directly roared lowly. Just now he was still filled with fear, but now that he had Jiang Hongyun backing him up, it was causing him to flip his face as quickly as a book. His attitude towards Jiang Ning instantly changing. Just now he was still paralyzed on the ground begging for mercy. Now, he was rebuking and shouting in a stern voice. A trashy thing like you, how dare you say that Uncle Jiang has injuries on his body? Are you a doctor? Are you qualified to say that? Before you say that, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself to see how much you weigh? Zheng Fangfan scolded in a stern voice, his face full of ruthlessness. But, at this moment, Jiang Hongyun's face was showing an expression of astonishment. The pressure on his body, even though it still hadn't been retracted, fiercely oppressed Jiang Ning. However, his face was already somewhat very obviously abnormal. The expression changed in a cloudy and unceasing manner, and his eyes flickered with an astonished and uncertain divine light as he moved his gaze down to land dead center on Jiang Ning's body, his brows slightly furrowed as if he were thinking about something. Finally, after Jiang Hongyun was silent for a few seconds, he finally slowly opened his mouth and asked, how did you see that I have injuries on my body? You give me a good account of what I have injuries on my body. And who did this tell you? He continuously asked rhetorically. If one were to carefully ponder over it, one would be able to realize that in fact, these two sentences of his rhetorical questions were somewhat conflicting and contradictory between the two. Jiang Ning naturally heard the conflict amongst his questions. However, this was what made Jiang Ning's heart so happy that he nearly burst out laughing. Because, right now, Jiang Hongyun's lack of rigor in his questioning was precisely an indication that because he had suddenly brought up the fact that he had an old injury on his body and had told him about the onset of his old injury, it had brought no small amount of shock to Jiang Hongyun's heart. That was why it made his words so undisciplined. And this was also a side note that Jiang Hongyun's injuries were very uncomplicated, and Jiang Ning was completely able to use this to get away with it. Ha ha, ha ha. The more he thought about it, the more his heart was greatly determined. Jiang Ning was laughing out loud. Shut up, what are you laughing at? Jiang Hongyun roared lowly in impatience. However, the current Jiang Ning's heart felt as if he had eaten a tranquilizer pill, and he had absolutely no fear whatsoever. He did his best to straighten his spine and make his body stand straight. A low drink came out of his mouth. Jiang Hongyun, I dare to conclude that you have injuries on your body, and they are extremely serious injuries. Now I will say the ugly words in front. If you want me to heal you and treat the injuries on your body, then, immediately put this bull **** might away for me. Otherwise, the injuries on your body, then you will never want me to heal you by half. Jiang Ning drank out in a low voice with a cold face. What? At these words, both Jiang Hongyun and Zhang Fangfan's faces changed in unison. Their eyes couldn't help but round, looking at Jiang Ning with pinpeat surprise. You, what are you saying? Say it again for me if you have the guts. Jiang Hongyun was the first to open his mouth, smelling like he was furious. No matter what, he was also a superpower with a combat strength of up to 9,800, a peak gold pin powerhouse, a superpower that was only one step away from the sovereign realm. But now that Jiang Ning, a character who was nothing more than a mole in his eyes, was speaking to him in such a tone, it instantly made him unable to stand it. Anger instantly steamed up in his heart, with the tendency to explode. Jiang Ning, what the hell are you? You have the qualifications to speak to Uncle Jiang like this? Are you crazy? Humph. In my opinion you're really tired of living and want to die. Zhang Fangfan also let out a low roar right after him. Then he swept his gaze towards those who followed Jiang Hongyun, and shouted in a low voice, what are you guys still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and do something? Waste this trashy guy. Whip his dog's mouth and knock out his mouth full of dog's teeth. Let's see if he still dares to bark at this place anymore. Zhang Fangfan roared madly, preparing to take personal revenge. Those who had followed Jiang Hongyun looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing whether they should listen or not. Just as they hesitated, Jiang Hongyun's voice was resounding once again. Kid, what in the world are you? You can really heal the injuries on my body? Jiang Hongyun's gaze landed lightning fast on Jiang Ning's body, and it was as if those two gazes were able to penetrate him as if they were able to penetrate him. Uncle Jiang, don't be deceived by him. He's just a waste of space. There's no way he can cure you. Zhang Fangfan, however, was so anxious at the words that he hurriedly shouted out. Shut up! Jiang Hongyun's eyes surged with anger, and he roared at him, scolding, shut your mouth and go to the side. If you dare to interrupt again, I'll turn my back on you. His face was blue. He really did have the look of wanting to turn over a new leaf. Seeing him like this, Zhang Fangfan couldn't help but shiver, and hid to the side, not daring to speak. Jiang Hongyun's gaze, on the other hand, once again landed on Jiang Ning's body. Those two gazes were still sharp, still very lethal. Answer the question I just asked. He spoke succinctly, his gaze not moving. Jiang Ning was just being stared at by him like this, and the pressure in his heart had no small amount of pressure. But fortunately, Jiang Hongyun had already put away that extremely compelling pressure, and there was a sense of relief in Jiang Ning's body. This in turn made him so uncomfortable that he breathed much easier. He took several consecutive deep breaths before he spoke faintly under Jiang Hongyun's extremely impatient gaze. Jiang Hongyun, you want me to treat you for the injuries on your body, right? He did not answer, but instead asked a rhetorical question. Jiang Hongyun frowned. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders slightly, then reached out and pointed at the piece of purple jadeite worth more than $3 million, and said indifferently, it's very simple if you want me to treat your injuries. If you give me $20 million to buy this piece of purple jadeite I just cut out, then I'll treat you. What did you say? Are you threatening to blackmail me? At those words, Jiang Hongyun instantly became furious, his eyes like they wanted to spit fire. Chapter 42 Angrily Drinking. Jiang Hongyun immediately burst into a rage. On his forehead, veins instantly rose up, just like a mad tiger. In fact, when Jiang Ning had said that he had old wounds on his body, it had caused suspicion in his heart. He suspected that Jiang Ning was a spy sent by his opponents. He even suspected that Jiang Ning's bet with Zhang Fangfan was a trap deliberately designed for him. The purpose was to allow Jiang Ning to meet him, so that he could become his healer in this way, and then in the process of treatment to poison himself and murder his wealth. It wasn't that Jiang Hongyun was suffering from persecution. Rather, over the years, He had personally experienced too many times that he had inexplicably met famous doctors. But in the end, the other party was his enemy, arranged to kill him. The good thing was that he was relatively lucky and cautious, which repeatedly saved his life. And this was also the biggest reason why he looked shocked just now when Jiang Ning said that he had old wounds on his body. Humph, kid, you'd better not pull these tricks on me. Over the years, what kind of intrigues and tricks have I? Jiang Hongyun, not experienced, do you think that you'll be able to trick me with just this little trick of yours? Jiang Hongyun gazed angrily at Jiang Ning, angrily shouting out in a low voice. Jiang Ning took a deep breath and directly said, Jiang Hongyun, Jiang Big Boss, do you think that a little person like me looks like I'm teasing you? I am now in your hands that, so, you first give me $20 million, will my this stone seed to buy down, and then I give you treatment. If I can give you a cure, then you and I have the best of both worlds. Win-win end. But if I can't cure you, you can directly pinch me to death. As simple as pinching a small ant. It wouldn't cost you much. You say. Jiang Ning's heart was flustered, but his tone was extremely calm. Hearing that he had actually said these words so calmly, the light of astonishment in Jiang Hongyun's eyes became even more intense. But in the end, Jiang Hongyun still took a deep breath and slowly nodded his head. Good. I would like to see what tricks you are able to pull off. Give me your card number, and I'll hit you with $20 million first. Jiang Ning didn't bull **** and directly told Jiang Hongyun the card number. Jiang Hongyun told his men to transfer the money. It was when his men were transferring money that he looked coldly at Jiang Ning and said in a chilling voice, the money can be given to you, just $20 million. It's just a drop in the bucket for me, but after I give you the money, I need to validate your medical skills. You're going to give one of my little brother's treatment first, and I'm only going to let you treat me if I'm sure that you really know how to do medicine, and that you've got a few real skills of your own. Treatment. Okay, no problem. Jiang Ning agreed readily. Don't be in a hurry to agree. I haven't finished that yet. Jiang Hongyun's gaze was like that of a ferocious tiger, firmly staring at Jiang Ning. It was as if Jiang Ning was his food. If you cure me, then after it's done, how much money you want, I can give it to you. I, Jiang Hongyun, am not a stingy person, but on the contrary, if you give me a bad cure, I will personally break your neck and send you on your way. As he said that, a cruel sardonic smile appeared on Jiang Hongyun's face. Jiang Ning was creeped out for a moment, but he was also not a wimp, tilted his neck and said, Jiang Hongyun, you are also being don't be fooled. Only afraid that at that time, once the little master I show my medical skills, you will have to beg me to give you treatment. At these words, Jiang Hongyun's brows steeply furrowed. The anger on his face increased. The veins on his forehead were like earthworms rippling up, and he, who was already hot-tempered, seemed to be on the verge of a rage. It seems, at any moment, he might give vent to his anger and smack Jiang Ning to death. Huffing and puffing, his chest rose and fell violently, and his nostrils continued to expand, gushing hot air outwards, like a maddened rhinoceros. Jiang Hongyun, don't be unconvinced either. After you see my medical skills later, you'll be begging for it. Jiang Ning still spoke confidently. Marred. Jiang Ning, how can you talk to Uncle Jiang like that then? Do you know what Uncle Jiang's status is? Trash like you. How dare you talk to Uncle Jiang like that? You're simply looking for death. You deserve to die. Suddenly, Zheng Fengfan, something that was like a retard, popped out again. He looked condescendingly at Jiang Ning, constantly snarling and barking in rage. Looking for death. Jiang Ning's eyes went cold. Snap. Without even thinking, he directly backhanded a slap, solidly slapping Zheng Fengfan's face. The sound of the slap was crisp and loud. This slap was smacked out, and instantly, Zheng Fengfan was blinded. Zheng Fengfan stared blankly at Jiang Ning, his face full of disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that Jiang Ning dared to whip himself. You, he spoke in a shocked voice, his tone actually stuttering a bit. Humph, Zheng Fengfan, you idiot thing, really to smoke see if I don't smoke you to death Snap, snap, snap. Jiang Ning didn't have any nonsense, backhanding wildly. The slaps crackled on Zheng Fengfan's face, as if they didn't need any money. Zheng Fengfan screamed miserably as he was slapped. Jiang Hongyun's eyes were icy cold. He was just about to speak out to stop him, but before he could open his mouth, Jiang Ning snapped his head back to look at him and growled lowly, Jiang Hongyun, you'd better not meddle in your own business. If you dare to intervene, I dare to guarantee that the injuries that you have on your body, this life, you'll never want to let me come and treat you. This sentence was shouted in a powerful and unassuming manner. It was actually a direct shout that confused Jiang Hongyun. Jiang Hongyun was just about to open his mouth to stop him when he heard these words, and then he froze in place, his face full of blindness. What's going on? What's going on? Could it be that he really isn't one of those mortal enemies of mine? Sent here to harm me? Is it really my luck to have met a famous teenage doctor? Is it really my luck? Or is it my enemies who have changed their ways? Jang Hongyun's heart was already skeptical of the guess he had just made. The corners of his mouth twitched, unable to judge Jiang Ning's identity anymore. This also caused him to freeze in place, not knowing how to intervene in the matter between Jiang Ning and Zheng Fangfan. While he froze, Jiang Ning's slaps were smacking Zheng Fangfan's face without stopping. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of the slaps was like rain hitting a banana, crisp and loud, pleasing to the ear. Zheng Fangfan screamed miserably like killing a pig. Soon, that face of his turned into a pig's head. Jiang Ning was also nonchalant as he kicked him over onto the ground, lifting his foot and stepping on his chest position as he said viciously, Zheng Fangfan, the parley for our bet. There is also a clause that, my waist one of your arms, and now I'm true to my word. Ah, no, no, don't ah. Zheng Fangfan's face immediately turned white and he shouted frantically, Ka-ching, ah, but just as he screamed out, Jiang Ning was already lifting his foot expressionlessly and violently stomping down. With the sound of crisp bones breaking, Zheng Fangfan's left arm was instantly fractured. Zheng Fangfan let out an even more mournful and miserable howl from his mouth. Fiercely, Jiang Hongyun also immediately came back to his senses after hearing this miserable howl, and his face immediately became extremely ugly and gloomy to the extreme. Chapter 43 Hope for a Cure. You dare to commit murder in front of me. Do you not want to live? Jiang Hongyun watched as Jiang Ning took advantage of his inattention and wasted Zheng Fangfan's arm. Immediately, he was furious, but Jiang Ning had already had him pegged and was completely unafraid of him. With his hands behind his back, he said with an icy face, Humph, I wasted one of his arms, and that was a parley that he and I had agreed upon before we matched bets. My purple fei is worth much more than his piece of ice seed. So, I won. Since I came out to play, I have to be willing to gamble. So, I wasted one of his arms. Is there a problem? Jiang Ning asked back in a cold voice, his aura actually not losing to Jiang Hongyun at all. Jiang Hongyun was speechless for a moment, unable to speak. Jiang boss, you are a person in the business world. The outside world rumors that in the early years you were a person who was on the road. Since you have mixed in the road, then you should be a person who values love and righteousness, and even more so, commitment. Ah, Zheng Fangfan and I bet against each other. The lottery we set, that is a promise. Now, I broke his arm, just in the completion of Zheng Fangfan bet against the lost promise. But why are you angry at me that? Could it be that you, Boss Jiang in truth, are not the person rumored to be that, the person who values love and commitment? Jiang Ning once again asked rhetorically. This time, he instead first set Jiang Hongyun on a high pedestal, holding him up to the clouds for a burst of bragging, and then slammed in a rhetorical question. This move of his, it was really a direct hit to the heart, thoroughly and completely let Jiang Hongyun speechless, but also let him a rebuttal word cannot say out. Completely do not know how to retort is good. You, Jiang Hongyun stammered, and in the end, he didn't say anything. Humph. He let out a cold snort and threw out his big hand. His face was that ugly, sharp-tongued. I won't bother with you for now about you scrapping Zheng Fangfan, but you said that you can cure my injuries. I hope that this matter is not something you're lying to me about. Otherwise, Boss Jiang, if I'm not mistaken, your injuries are extremely heavy, and your old injuries are not sinew and bone injuries, but poisonous injuries, am I right? He didn't wait for Jiang Hongyun to finish his sentence. He took over the conversation and directly spoke in a low voice. HM? Jiang Hongyun froze violently, a flash of incredulity flashing across his eyes. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, had his hands behind his back as he continued. In your recent years, every time the poison erupted, that is, when your old injuries flared up, because of the toxins in your body, it was already causing several meridians in your body to become blocked, and the blocked meridians, on the other hand, have become a huge hidden danger to your body. When the poison erupts, the true qi in your body will also run amok, but because of that, several major meridians are blocked. The true qi cannot circulate smoothly, therefore, making it so that in the last 2 or 3 years, every time you had a poison attack, you were the one who had to endure the double pain and double torture of both the poison attack and the blocked meridians. Am I correct? Jiang Ning spoke once more. He was standing right in front of Jiang Hongyun, his voice extremely low, speaking words that only Jiang Hongyun himself could hear. As he spoke, both of his hands were gently behind his back, and there wasn't a single expression on his face. It was as if he was merely speaking of an extremely insignificant matter. However, at this moment, Jiang Hongyun, after hearing this, his breathing was unusually rapid. He stared at Jiang Ning with wide eyes, shocked to death. You, how did you know all of this? Who told you all of this? He roared in a low voice. A shocking divine light erupted in his eyes. What Jiang Ning had said, That was really too right. Not a single word was good. And these were also his biggest secrets in the last 2 years. Those of his enemies, who wanted to put him to death, only knew that there were poisonous injuries within his body. But no one knows. Just over 2 years ago, his own wrong treatment led to a poisonous attack when the toxin blocked his meridians. And that wrong treatment, he made the toxin in his body. Instead of reducing it, it became more severe, making the toxins gradually accumulate during an attack. 2 years down the line had already blocked 7 or 8 of his major meridians. This also made it so that now when he had an attack of toxin, he still needed to endure the pain of having his meridians blocked and his true qi unable to circulate. The blocked meridians, on the other hand, were his secret, known to no one but himself. But now, Jiang Ning was the one who had revealed this biggest secret of his, and was also able to accurately say that it was in the last 2 or 3 years that the blockage of his meridians had occurred. Overall, the time aspect was also roughly correct, which was what shocked him. You, who in the world are you, and how in the world do you know all this? You tell me, quickly tell me. Zhang Hongyun grabbed Jiang Ning's shoulders with both hands in a death grip, no longer able to remain calm. On the ground, Zheng Fangfan, who was still howling miserably, looked at Zhang Hongyun who was so out of sorts. He didn't know what was going on and thought that Zheng Hongyun was enraged, so he forced himself to endure the pain and roared, "Uncle Jiang, give me revenge Get me to waste this dog bastard. Help me waste this dog bastard Jiang Ning Shut up, you shut up, someone come, throw this idiot out and tell him to get the hell out of here." Jiang Hongyun, after hearing Zhang Fangfan's words, but with no intention to help, he instead roared angrily. Zhang Fangfan was instantly blinded. He struggled to get up. "Uncle Jiang, snap," he shouted, but the words didn't even come out. Jiang Hongyun backhanded him and slapped him in the face. Scram! A loud shout came out of his mouth. Zheng Fangfan was nearly knocked out by this slap, and was instantly too scared to speak, rolling away in his dust. Jiang Hongyun was breathing heavily, his eyes crimson as he looked at Jiang Ning. In fact, Jiang Ning had just been smacking Zheng Fangfan when Jiang Hongyun's money had arrived. The charity welfare card 100 rebate was automatically used. This brought his wealth, immediately, to 2 billion. Immediately, he did not hesitate to use 1 billion Huaxia coins to purchase the Huatua medical scripture. After purchasing the Huatua medical scripture, he was able to see these problems in Jiang Hongyun's body and spoke about them. It's just that he didn't expect that Jiang Hongyun would be able to get excited like this after he spoke out about these problems amongst Jiang Hongyun's body. Ha, calm down, Jiang boss, I got a little thing to deal with. Your injuries are more than 10 years ago old injuries. Want to treat that? A moment and a half will not be able to cure. In this way, I will leave a prescription for you. How about you follow the prescription and collect the herbs first? Then I'll leave you my cell phone number. And when you collect all the herbs, then look for me to treat you. How's that? Jiang Ning looked at the agitated Jiang Hongyun. His tone was ancient and calm as the wind. 20 minutes later, Jiang Ning walked out of the entrance to the High AO arena with a leisurely pace. Jiang Hongyun looked at Jiang Ning's back as he left, although he was very skeptical of Jiang Ning's identity, but more in his heart was excitement. Excitement that he was finally seeing the hope of a cure for his injuries. Chapter 44, Chu's Manor. Leaving the entrance to the Sea Olympic Stadium, Jiang Ning was heading straight to where Chu Tianqing was. Just as he arrived at Chu Tianqing's territory, Zhang Hongyun had also gotten the news. Mr. Jiang, that kid called Jiang Ning just now. He's gone to wherever Chu Tianqing is. He has now arrived at Chu Tianqing's territory, and it seems that he's heading towards Chu Tianqing. The people under his hand came to report. At this moment, Jiang Hongyun's internal injuries had hidden signs of continuing to flare up. He forced himself to endure the pain. His brows wrinkled into a pimple. Continue to investigate. I want to know everything about this kid before tomorrow morning. The voice was domineering, permeated with an unquestionable tone. That subordinate of his promised and immediately left with a face full of respect. Jiang Hongyun's expression was solemn and serious to the extreme. Just now, when Jiang Ning had left the entrance of the High AO Stadium, he had immediately had his people begin investigating. After all, right now, his own little life was pinched inside someone else's hands. Over the years, his body had gotten worse and worse, and the time between each poison attack had gotten shorter and shorter. According to this extent, he had no doubt that he would only have 2 or 3 years to live at most, or even shorter. Under such circumstances, a person who could treat him and save his life suddenly appeared. How could he not treat it with caution? The first thing he had to do was to investigate clearly this person's identity and background. Figure out this person's origin, as well as his treatment of himself, but is not someone in the deliberate arrangement, is not deliberately design him. After all, his life is not long to go, only a few years of life. Until now also on his own heart roughly have a number. The outside world does not know. His enemies do not know. Under such circumstances, it was a normal thing for someone to want to harm him, rather than slowly using time to consume him. Stop. Chu Tianqing's luxurious manner. Separated by what was still a long distance, two people suddenly appeared in the darkness of the night, directly stopping Jiang Ning with a low shout. The two men were tall and had solemn expressions. They looked at Jiang Ning inside the car and walked closer to knock on the glass. Jiang Ning very cooperatively rolled down the window glass. This is not a place for you to come. Leave immediately. The person who came forward and knocked on the car window said as he looked at Jiang Ning expressionlessly, but inside his eyes, he carried an undisguised contempt. Jiang Ning frowned. I'm here to treat Chu Tianqing. He didn't hesitate, nor did he deliberately pretend to be a pussy, but instead said very calmly, the corners of his mouth pulling out a smirk. You're here to cure Chu Tianqing. Just you? Just your young, milky brat? This person wore an expression of disbelief. Who arranged for you to come here? Are you a doctor? He frowned and looked at Jiang Ning. You don't need to know. Who arranged for me to come here? All you need to do now is to go inform Chu Tianqing and tell him that the person who can save his life is right here. If he misses this opportunity, then no one will be able to save him in the future, and he will have to wait for death. Jiang Ning looked at him and said indifferently, if you don't go to inform, then Chu Tianqing dies. You are also responsible. How will you be treated at that time? Do you need me to say more? The voice is very flat. Don't know why. After binding the system, Jiang Ning's state of mind naturally improved a lot. There were times when he was speaking. It would all be very calm, more or less with the tone of a higher power. Perhaps it was because having the system in his possession gave him a tremendous bottom line, or perhaps it was because of some other reason. The person who intercepted him, after hearing his words, his expression visibly stiffened. A look of fear also appeared on his face for a while. Yeah, if he caused Chu Tianqing to miss the treatment and die because he didn't go in to inform him, then he would be held responsible. Just imagine, the underground emperor of Yanjing, seriously injured and dying. But it was because of the people under his command who neglected their duties and intercepted the physician who came to treat him, causing him to die. Then after Chu Tianqing's death, if this matter is not exposed, okay, but if it is exposed, then how will Chu Tianqing's inner circle treat him? Thinking of this person shivered with agitation, and his expression immediately became horrified. You, wait a moment, I will immediately inform, said he was retreating to the side, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. A few minutes later, there was a man with a body like a tower of iron, stepping out. This person's dragon refined tiger fierce, that pair of eyes in the dark night, as if it is two lamps building seams. Ding! Iron Mountain, combat power 5000. The system immediately prompted. Jiang Ning, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce with a calm face, shivered with excitement. His expression immediately became bitter. Holy, shouldn't it be so exciting? All of the experts that met tonight are experts. This is too perverted. I first encountered Jiang Hongyun, who was a battle power bodyguard, and now a random person is a great god with a battle power of more than 5,000. My life is bitter. He got depressed. Get out of the car. Follow me. Taishan came over without any nonsense, and opened his mouth single-handedly, in the way of the other party's terrifying combat power of 5,000. Jiang Ning very cooperatively got out of the car and followed Taishan into it. Very quickly, they then entered the interior of the manor. After Taishan brought him to a wide, luxurious, sandalwood-scented room, he sat down with a large horse. His eyes were as if he was scrutinizing an enemy, and they landed dead center on Jiang Ning's body. Jiang Ning struggled to straighten his back. His gaze swept over Taishan's body. As he had Hua Tuo's medical scriptures in his possession, he did see that Taishan's body, too, had some problems. Just before he could speak and point out Taishan's problems, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. A young man rushed in aggressively. Uncle Tai, I heard that there's a young man that came here to treat my second uncle? Uncle Tai, really not nephew, said you. This year, how do you believe in everyone? We are sick and anxious, cannot be indiscriminate treatment. The young man, precisely Chu Tianqing's nephew, Chu Haoran. After Chu Haoran came in, his eyes directly locked onto Jiang Ning's body, and a low drink came out of his mouth. Humph, you're that so-called doctor, aren't you? TSK, a bit interesting. Look at your appearance, rather like a college student. Are you really a doctor? Do you really know the art of medicine? Chu Haoran directly questioned. His face was not good, and there was a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Taishan just sat there, expressionless. It was as if he didn't see Chu Haoran seemingly, and it was as if he didn't see Chu Haoran's outburst at Jiang Ning. Obviously, he was watching the show, and he also wanted Chu Haoran to make a scene, to see if Jiang Ning really had the ability to cure Chu Tianqing. Chapter 45, You're sick. Really sick. Taishan chose to wait and see what would happen. Chu Haoran's face showed surprise. Normally when he fooled around like this, Tai Shan would have reprimanded him. But today, Tai Shan was quiet and somewhat abnormal, just sitting honestly where he was. Chu Haoran was first surprised, but immediately afterward, he understood Tai Shan's intentions and knew that Tai Shan wanted him to try this guy's depths first. After thinking about this point, Chu Haoran's heart instantly bottomed out. Good, then let me first see if you are truly capable or not. His expression became playful as his gaze swept back and forth over Jiang Ning's body. I'll ask you again then. You need to answer me now. Do you really have the ability to cure my second uncle? After Chu Haoran had a bottom in his heart, he asked again. Jiang Ning gently nodded his head. Then which medical school did you graduate from? What treatment experience have you had? Now all give me the truth. Chu Haoran was asking. This was putting him in a difficult position. For a moment Jiang Ning scratched his ears and froze, unable to say anything. He was considered a hairy medical school graduate. He had a hairy amount of healing experience. Until tonight, he had only been a rookie who didn't know the first thing about medicine. The only thing that made him different from others was that he had a system on him. What? You didn't graduate from medical school? You don't have any healing experience either? Chu Haoran, who was originally carrying a bit of playfulness, instantly became ugly and gloomy. That face was terribly gloomy, as if it was about to drip water. In that case, you're a charlatan. You came here and said loudly that you can cure my second uncle, but it turns out that you're not even a doctor. I'm really curious. Where did you get the courage to come to us to cheat? He was enraged, truly enraged. Just now, there was more or less the idea of treating a dead horse as a living horse, thinking to say that if Jiang Ning was really a serious healer, having had some notable experience in treating people, it would be possible for him to give Chu Tianqing some treatment, to see if he could create a miracle and cure him. But who knew? After questioning him, he realized that this guy was not even a doctor. This rather made his jaw drop in shock. Tai Shan, who was watching the fire from wherever he was, also had a taut face at the moment and let out a cold snort. His gaze was icy cold as he looked at Jiang Ning and said angrily, "Dang it, what a big nerve. Cheating money all the way here. Haoran, give me a hard lesson on him. Break one of his legs and throw it out," said. Tai Shan then stood up to go. Chu Haoran rubbed his fists together and pressed his hands, swinging his fist towards Jiang Ning. Wait! Right at this moment, Jiang Ning, whose face changed drastically, let out a low roar. Who said that I'm not a doctor? I haven't even had a chance to speak. That damn it. You guys just directly put the big hat on me. You two are sick. He was full of cold sweat. Even though his heart was a little flustered, his mouth was not at all abashed. Chu Haoran, whose fist had already slammed in front of him, hardened his fist and stopped it. He frowned and gazed at Jiang Ning with a deadly stare. Jiang Ning let out a slight sigh of relief, his mouth still strong. Tai Shan, Chu Haoran, you too, no problem with your brains. Did I just say that I'm not a doctor? And you guys better be polite to me. I'm the only one who can save Chu Tianqing right now. If it wasn't for me, then Chu Tianqing would be dead. You guys, if you want me to save him, then show me a little respect, or else, don't even think about letting me treat him. After saying that, he threw out his big hand. It was actually a domineering and overwhelming appearance. The tone in which he spoke was even more hardened to the extreme, as if he was truly a great power with heavenly medical skills. This sudden change, it made Tai Shan and Chu Haoran look at each other in dismay. Now they are not sure. This youth in front of them, in the end, is a charlatan or is pretending to be a pig in a poke. The two looked at each other with somewhat skeptical expressions. Chu Haoran looked at him wanting to speak, but before Chu Haoran could open his mouth, Jiang Ning disdainfully opened his mouth and said, "Alright, I know that you two don't believe in me. Also, since you don't believe in me, then I'll show my hand." With that said, his gaze swept over Tai Shan and Chu Haoran's bodies. Actually, with the Hua Tuo medical scripture, he had already grasped the two people's physical condition in full. Now this kind of measuring two people, the purpose is in the can be metaphysical. Just, the two people were not able to eat Jiang Ning's depth. At this moment Jiang Ning, and deliberately so, which makes them two more surprised. A short half a minute later, Jiang Ning saw an extremely impatient expression on their faces. He also stopped pretending. Well, both of you have physical conditions that I can see now, and none of the problems are very big. The moment those words left his mouth, Chu Haoran's brows steeply furrowed. What are you saying? You're saying that you've already seen our physical conditions? You don't even need to touch us for a moment or ask. You can tell with just a pair of eyes? He frowned in question. Clearly, he didn't believe a single word of Jiang Ning's words. Jiang Ning didn't bull and said directly, "Chu Haoran, if I'm not mistaken, you haven't been in very good health lately, right? You're physically ill, and it's not a light illness, and you haven't found a quality method for the time being, right?" When these words came out, Chu Haoran's expression got a bit strange. You now feel drained every day. Often you can't lift your strength. Even if you take tonic pills and abstinence doesn't help. And every day, you feel drowsy. Feel that your head is very drowsy, very sleepy. But other than normal sleep, you can't sleep at other times. Am I right about these? Jiang Ning put his hands behind his back and said indifferently. His tone was extremely calm, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. However, after these words were spoken, Chu Haoran's expression was extremely off. A very shocked light appeared in his eyes. You, Chu Haoran was trying to deny it, not exposing his problem. But inwardly, he was too shocked, and was completely unable to speak words of denial. Because what Jiang Ning had said was exactly the problem he was currently facing. He had indeed been weak lately, unable to lift his arms and legs, and had gone to the hospital several times, as well as asking famous doctors to check him out, all of which could not be cured. He has not taken enough medicine, and he has not given enough fluids, in terms of effect, but always zero effect, which also makes him very difficult. It was just that he himself hadn't expected that Jiang Ning would be able to see these problems after not touching him at all, and just sweeping his gaze over his body for a while, which surprised him a lot. Chapter 46, Medicinal Bath Treatment. Well, just by looking at your expression, I knew that what I said was accurate. Jiang Ning looked at Chu Haoran, his face full of shock. He boarded a smile on his face and said in a bland tone. Chu Haoran was unable to speak. He turned his head to look at Taishan and continued. Taishan, if I'm not mistaken, you have some old injuries on your body. Although on the surface those old injuries don't create any impact on you, but in reality, without it raining on a cloudy day, you are the one who will suffer from pain all over your body, and when it is serious you will not be able to get off the ground and walk around. Right? These words are still cloudy and light. Taishan's eyes, slightly undetectable, shrink a few points. This matter was his secret. For people like them who walked the rivers and lakes and hung out on the road, they naturally had a lot of enemies. If he let his enemies know that he had such a problem, they would definitely take advantage of the fact that he was not feeling well to carry out assassinations and other despicable means against him. Therefore, the matter of his old physical injuries, even though there were quite a few people who knew about it, but other than a handful of 2 or 3 people, no one knew that he would be so serious that he would not be able to get out of bed. But now, Jiang Ning, as an outsider, was a complete stranger to them, yet he had brought this matter up so lightly, it filled his heart with shock. However, his city was much deeper than Chu Haoran's, and he froze and forced himself not to show it. You don't need to forcefully pretend to be calm. Your physical condition, I can see through it at a glance. You can't pretend in front of me, even though your emotions can pretend to be calm. But your physical condition, it's right there that, it's useless how you pretend. Jiang Ning expressed calmly, his words full of confidence. Taishan frowned slightly. He slowly stood up and looked at Jiang Ning condescendingly. Silence, a 5-minute-long silence. During those 5 minutes, he didn't do anything else. It was just staring into Jiang Ning's eyes, looking at Jiang Ning in a bit of a panic, but because he had a bottom in his heart, Jiang Ning didn't goad him. He just stared at him like this. But Spera thought about the absolute certainty of the medical skills he now possessed, 100% convinced that his judgment of Taishan and Chu Haoran's physical condition would never be wrong. He was still panicked in his heart at being stared at like this, and could only pretend to be calm. Good. Finally, after 5 minutes, Taishan opened his mouth and spoke. I'll tentatively believe that you have the strength to treat Boss Chu. I'll allow you to meet him. Go. Turning around, he left. Chu Haoran hurriedly followed. Jiang Ning followed closely behind, and soon was following the two of them. Arriving at Boss Chu's room, this place had been transformed into a ward. The reason why it wasn't in the hospital was also because they were worried that the enemies would take advantage of Chu Tianqing's weakness to assassinate him. It was that the manor was directly transformed into a hospital. All the medicines and equipment were transported over, and the doctors were also invited to the top doctors. At this moment Chu Tianqing, lying on the bed dying, like a withered bone. His face was even darker and his lips were purple. His exposed hand and a small section of his arm were also black and purple. Hiss. Seeing Chu Tianqing in this state, Jiang Ning couldn't help but suck in cool air. This Chu Tianqing situation was truly worse than what he had imagined before he arrived. This is already poisoned to the core, and there's no way to return to heaven. Can I save his life here? Jiang Ning, who had just been full of confidence and self-assurance, immediately began to doubt himself, beginning to doubt his own abilities, doubting whether or not he would be able to revive Chu Tianqing, who had already reached such a serious stage. Walking over to the hospital bed, Taishan whispered something in his ear that he could no longer hear at all. Right now, he placed all of his attention, all of it, on Chu Tianqing's body. Truth be told, looking at this terrible condition of Chu Tianqing, he somewhat regretted coming here. After all, There wasn't any punishment for failing the mission. At most, it was just not having that 1,000 points of combat power. But now, he was deep in the tiger's den. If he couldn't cure Chu Tianqing and wanted to leave unharmed, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that simple. Regret it, Jiang Ning wailed in his heart. But his face didn't show anything. He just dropped his gaze very lightly on Chu Tianqing's body. Very quickly, he judged that Chu Tianqing's physical condition. According to my initial judgment, Chu Tianqing should be poisoned, and what he's been hit with is a mixed toxin. Hearing this, Tai Shan and Chu Haoren frowned in unison. Oh, poisoned? How the hell do you need to say that? This person is already like this. His body is covered in black and purple color. As long as one isn't blind they can tell that he is poisoned. There's no need for you to remind us here more than necessary. What we need is not someone to tell us these things. We need someone who can cure him. The two of them furrowed their brows and looked at Ning Jiang in dissatisfaction. You guys go out first. I will treat him now. Whether he dies or lives, all depends on luck. Jiang Ning took a deep breath. No, I have to be here to keep an eye on you, Tai Shan said in a low voice. Also, if you are willing to watch here, then watch here. Now, give me a pen and paper. Ning Jiang had a grave expression. Tai Shan quickly fetched the pen and paper over, and Jiang Ning took the pen and paper and was rapidly writing. He wrote a full sheet of paper and returned it to Tai Shan. Tai Shan, this is the medicinal herbs needed to save Chu Tianqing. You immediately have someone go buy them. The faster the better. At the same time, immediately have someone boil water, and when the herbs are bought back, immediately start boiling them. But I'll say the ugly words up front. Chu Tianqing's situation is already extremely dangerous. If he isn't treated as soon as possible, he definitely won't see the sun tomorrow morning. So, if you don't want your boss to die, then buy back all of these medicinal herbs I asked for. All of them, as fast as you can. Jiang Ning's calm face couldn't help but show an anxious expression. His eyebrows rose as he let out a low growl under his breath. Tai Shan's expression, too, immediately turned serious. There wasn't a single word of nonsense. Directly arranging for people to purchase these medicinal herbs. Time passed slowly. 2 hours later, all of the medicinal herbs that Jiang Ning needed were all transported over and delivered to him. 3 hours later, all of the medicinal herbs were boiled down and then poured into the bath according to Jiang Ning's requirements. Immediately under his arrangement, Tai Shan and Chu Haoren carried the already dying Chu Tianqing into the bath to soak in the boiled medicinal water. Is this enough? Just by soaking in a medicinal water, Boss Chu will be able to live? Looking at Chu Tianqing who had been placed inside the medicinal water, Tai Shan's brows were tightly furrowed and his heart was filled with skepticism as he looked towards Jiang Ning. Chapter 47 Miraculous Medicinal Effects. At this moment, whether it was Tai Shan or Chu Haoren, they were both a little skeptical of Jiang Ning and, feeling that this method of Jiang Ning's might not be effective in treating Chu Tianqing. Facing the skepticism, Jiang Ning smiled faintly, his expression growing more and more confident as the method of treating Chu Tianqing appeared in his mind. Just rest assured, I'm soaking him in a medicinal bath, and later I'll be giving him acupuncture. I'm using this method to force out the cold and toxins in his body. As long as the toxins are forced out, then his life can be saved, Jiang Ning said in a deep voice. Right now, the most important thing is not to treat, but to save his life, because only by saving his life first can we have a chance to treat him, or else, he definitely won't be able to live until tomorrow morning. Right now Chu Tianqing's body was already weak to the extreme. To say that it was dying, that would be lifting him up. After all, to be moribund, at the very least, one must still have a breath to be able to describe it like that. But the current Chu Tianqing, not to mention a breath, just say that he only has the last half breath left, that is to say more. The current Chu Tianqing was basically a dead man, leaving only the last trace of life. That is, Jiang Ning was carrying Hua Tuo's medical scriptures. If it were someone else here, he would definitely tell Tai Shan and Chu Haoren to prepare for the aftermath. If you can really cure Boss Chu, what, do you want? Just open your mouth? As long as I, Tai Shan, have what I have, then even if you want this life of mine, I can give it to you immediately. But if you can't cure Boss Chu, then I won't let you go. Tai Shan's gaze, staring straight at Jiang Ning's body, said in a voice that was neither happy nor sad. His voice was very low. Every word was like a bomb resounding in Jiang Ning's ears. This kind of voice shook Jiang Ning's ears. Jiang Ning shrugged his shoulders non-committally and didn't say anything, only landing his gaze on Chu Tianqing's body. Very quickly, the silver needle he had asked for was delivered. Holding the silver needle directly in his hand, he walked over to Chu Tianqing's side and swiftly stabbed into the middle of Chu Tianqing's acupoints. This was his first time using silver needles, and even more so, his first time using silver needles for acupuncture. But his movements were as skillful as if he had already contacted them thousands of times. Acupuncture points, force, accuracy, all of them were mastered to the tip of the iceberg. Even the most highly skilled medical master in this world would have to stick out his thumbs in amazement when they saw his acupuncture skills like this. This movement looks so skillful, and there is a very unique sense of beauty. What is going on here? Tai Shan's brows were tightly furrowed. He didn't know anything about acupuncture, not at all. But now, as he watched Jiang Ning treating Chu Tianqing with needles, he was feeling that Jiang Ning's movements, which were as smooth as flowing clouds in water, had an extremely unique aesthetic. It was as if, right now, this was not watching Jiang Ning give Chu Tianqing acupuncture. Rather, he was enjoying a unique dance. Ah! Just as Tai Shan marveled, a slight sound suddenly rang out. Boom! This slight voice, however, was like a spring thunderstorm that instantly exploded in the hearts of Tai Shan and Chu Haoren. The eyes of the two of them instantly went round, their eyes filled with ecstasy. Although this voice was slight, they very keenly heard that it came from Chu Tianqing's mouth. Second uncle, Boss Chu, the two immediately shouted out. Immediately afterward, they were rushing closer with quick steps, looking at Chu Tianqing in front of them with round eyes. Chu Tianqing seemed to have heard their shouts as if he had heard them, and his eyes, which were tightly closed, slightly opened a little, although it was only a gentle lifting of the eyelids. But it was this kind of slight movement that Chu Tianqing, who had been unconscious for more than 20 days, had never done before. In the past 20 days, Chu Tianqing was just like a wooden sculpture that seemed to be motionless. His eyelids were not moving in the slightest. But today, he even gently flicked his eyelids and even made a sound. This instantly let Tai Shan and Chu Haoren think they see hope. Two people cry with joy. Don't get excited. There's no need to rush. Treatment has just begun that. Soon you guys will be able to witness a miracle. And at that time, it won't be too late for you guys to get excited. Jiang Ning said without looking back. The two men heard this, but they were trembling. This was pure excitement. Jiang Ning's hands kept moving, the silver needles constantly stabbing above Chu Tianqing's acupoints. Soon it was more than 100 silver needles that were stabbed into many acupoints all over his body, and Chu Tianzi became just like a hedgehog. And with the stabbing of the silver needles, in some of Chu Tianzi's pores, black and purple blood began to flow out. The blood emitted a foul odor. Even the mouth was continuously spitting out black blood. However, as this black-purple blood that emitted a foul odor was spat out, Chu Tianqing's breath was becoming more and more prolonged, as if he was moving in a good direction from someone who was already about to die, to someone who was half dead. Originally, it was one life, losing 99%, but now one life, but only 90% lost. Don't underestimate this less than 10% improvement. It was simply a miracle of life for Chu Tianzi. Boss Chu, you must wake up. You must wake up. Tai Shan's body trembled with excitement. Chu Haoren was even more excited and directly knelt on the ground with tearful eyes. His father died early and was slaughtered by his enemies before he was born. When he was 3 years old, his mother also passed away. He grew up following Chu Tianqing, although Chu Tianqing was his second uncle, but in his heart, this second uncle was no different from his own father. Now that he saw Chu Tianqing's life, which seemed to be saved, his taut nerves finally relaxed and he fell to his knees. Jiang Ning stood up straight and ended the treatment. Half an hour later, he pulled off as many silver needles from Chu Tianqing's body as he could, and immediately went out to rest. Time passed slowly. After roughly another 10 minutes had passed, Chu Tianqing miraculously awoke. Tai Shan and Chu Haoren immediately hugged and cried. Chu Tianqing was unconscious for too long. They did not know what had happened. He looked at himself being placed inside the bath full of fishy odor, looking at his skinny skin and bones, just like a skeleton, and then looking at the two people, Tai Shan and Chu Haoren, who were hugging and crying. He was blinded. Tai Shan, Haoren, I am dreaming? What's wrong with me? Where is this? What are you guys crying for? How am I so skinny? He continuously asked questions. The voice was still weak, but every word was loud enough to be heard clearly. Tai Shan was completely unable to stand. Plop, kneeling heavily on the ground, he hugged Chu Tianqing, who was only less than 100 pounds thin, and bawled his eyes out, crying with a heartbroken, chopped liver. Chapter 48, Mission accomplished. 20 minutes later, only then did Chu Tianqing figure out what happened from Tai Shan and Chu Haoren's mouths. It was also known that he had unexpectedly been in a coma for more than 20 days. Also knew, during this period of time, he had been on the verge of death several times. I unexpectedly have been in a coma for more than 20 days. This time, I can still keep this life, when it is a miracle. Right, Tai-san, Haoren, you said that is the divine doctor. Where? Quickly let him come over. I want to see him. Chu Tianqing took a deep breath and hurriedly said, but as soon as the words fell, he felt that something was wrong. Hurriedly was shouting to stop Tai-san, who was going to go to Jiangning. Trembling, stood up and said in a weak tone, No, it should be me who goes to see him. Second uncle, you are still weak. Why don't we just let him come over to see you? Just lie down and rest for a while, Chu Haoren said with concern. No way, that divine doctor saved my life. I should personally go to pay him thanks. Haoren, we are on the road to mix. Other cannot speak, but the word moral justice absolutely cannot be forgotten. These two words, you have to give me in your head. Carved in your heart no. Chu Tianqing immediately slammed his face and rebuked in a deep voice. Chu Haoren lowered his head and promised, and then assisted Chu Tianqing, who was still trembling all over the place, to go downstairs. At this moment, Jiang Ning was sitting on top of the wide and comfortable sofa, half leaning and half lying down, eating fruit. The appearance was so cozy. Looking at Chu Tianqing being assisted downstairs, he was startled, because in his mind, the beep sounded again. Ding, Chu Tianqing, 15,000 combat power. 15,000 combat power? This was 5,000 more than even Jiang Hongyun's combat power? A patriarch-level character? Jiang Ning was instantly blinded, his heart violently shrinking into a ball, and the cozy expression on his face instantly stiffened. God, don't mess with me like this. What's wrong with me tonight? I randomly encountered a person with 5,000 combat power, 9,800 combat power super experts. You're already hitting me hard enough, but now, you've even popped up another 15,000 combat power grandmaster level character. Are you afraid that the blow won't kill me? Jiang Ning wailed in his heart. Tip, Chu Tianqing has not yet recovered from his poisonous wounds. His true combat power is 15,000, and his existing combat power is 15. Just as he was wailing, the system's beep sounded in his head once again. The pressure in Jiang Ning's heart was suddenly reduced by a lot. After all, he was still under pressure when facing a patriarch with a combat power of 10,000. But now that this patriarch was seriously injured, and his combat power was at the level of a teenage child, this made him less worried, and the pressure was reduced by several times. System, you're great master. Now there are so many masters outside. I casually encountered 3 great masters. People's fighting strength, the weakest are 5,000. I'm only 500 combat power. Hard to put fire on the mission. You only reward 1,000 combat power. Let's talk about it. You can give more rewards? Jiang Ning smiled in his heart, ready to bargain with the system. However, the system didn't pay any attention to him. Jiang Ning knew that he had made a fool of himself, so he didn't continue to dwell on it. Boss Chu, you're awake. He took the initiative to speak, standing up and clasping his fists as he spoke with a smile. My name is Jiang Ning. Oh, so it's Divine Dr. Jiang. Chu thanks Divine Dr. Jiang for saving his life. Please accept Chu's worship. Chu Tianqing clasped his hands and bowed with all his strength, his face full of gratitude. While he was bowing in gratitude, Tai Shan and Chu Haoren assisted him on the left and right. It was also thanks to the fact that someone was assisting him. Otherwise, he would have definitely fallen straight down and fainted to death. Right now, his body, weakened to a kind of extreme, was actually no longer able to accomplish even this kind of simple movement. Boss Chu is polite. Your body hasn't recovered yet. I'll be prescribing a few more medicines for you, and you'll be able to recover unharmed after conditioning for a while longer. Jiang Ning spoke out. Then I'll trouble Divine Dr. Jiang. Chu Tianqing settled into a side seat with the assistance of his nephew and Taizhan. His gaze fell on Jiang Ning's body, and he suddenly opened his mouth. Divine Dr. Jiang, thank you for saving my life this time. If not for you, Chu will surely perish in the Yellow Springs. This favor Chu remembered. In the future, if there is a need for Chu, please feel free to open your mouth. Chu will not hesitate to go to the fire. This was said seriously, sincerely. It was completely Chu Tianqing's words from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Ning didn't follow him politely either, and with a hefty smile, he then said with a bit of a heartbeat, that, Boss Chua, actually, I came to treat you tonight. I think, I also have a purpose. Let's start with the little man before the gentleman. Let's not say the words of thanks first. Let's talk about the matter of payment. After all, I ran over to save you this big night, this remuneration aspect. Saying that, he revealed a you-know-what expression. Chu Tianqing immediately became solemn and sat with his body stopped. What's the situation? Why is he suddenly so serious? This shouldn't be a desire to finish me off, right? Jiang Ning immediately felt weak. Chu Tianqing said, please also ask Divine Dr. Zhang to open his mouth. Since Divine Dr. Zhang first said the matter of remuneration, then there must be something to it. I wonder what things here in Chu Mao have caught Mr. False Eyes. Please feel free to open your mouth. Chu Tianqing was also a smart person. He knew that since Jiang Ning had taken the initiative to mention the matter of payment, then it must be that in his own hands, there was something that the other party needed, and that the other party had come for that item as well. At the moment, his mind was constantly conjuring up those treasures in his own hands. He was already prepared for the other party to ask for a lion's share. However, right after he had made all the preparations. Jiang Ning opened his mouth and blinded him with a single sentence. He, Boss Chu, you're really a straightforward person. Then I'll open up the windows of the sky and say the truth. I'm looking at your 3 divine cars, which are the son of the wind, the sun god as well as the Koenigsegg. I want you to give these 3 cars to me. Can Boss Chu bear to give them to me? Jiang Ning appeared to be saying this out loud with great alacrity and spontaneity, but only he himself knew how vain and worried he was in his own heart as he said this. He was worried that Chu Tianqing would directly reject him. In fact, Chu Tianqing, who was already prepared to be lionized and ruthlessly bite a piece of meat, was blinded in an instant after hearing this request of his. It wasn't because of anything else. It was simply because this request was too simple. Just to have the 3 great divine vehicles? Is it that simple? Is my Chu Tianqing's life worth that much? You went out of your way to save me in the middle of the night, and you don't want anything else of value, and you don't want any of the other treasures in my hand. You just want these things? Chu Tianqing froze, the corners of his mouth twitching, his face unbelievable. Chapter 49, Land in the center of the city. Jiang, divine doctor. Chu Tianqing's tone of voice stuttered a bit. He looked at Jiang Ning incredulously. Just now, when Jiang Ning had opened his mouth, he had probably guessed in his heart, only fear. This person had come to save himself, and there was definitely someone behind it, aiming to take something from his hands, sensibly and reasonably. What treasures he had in his hands, he himself knew best. No matter what, the favor of saving his life had to be repaid. Therefore, he was ready to hemorrhage money. However, he hadn't expected that what Jiang Ning wanted wasn't even those things, but only a few worthless cars. Although the 3 cars are now worth more than $200 million, but this amount of money for this hollowed underground emperor of Yanjing, that is 1 cow and 1 hare, completely nothing. Even if he liked it, if he gave these 3 cars to Jiang Ning today, he would have the means to find 3 more tomorrow and put them into his garage collection. Divine Dr. Jiang, you just want the cars, no other requests? He was still in a bit of disbelief, so he opened his mouth and asked, yeah, just the car. Jiang Ning hurriedly nodded his head. Boss Chu, I won't hide it from you. I'm just running towards those 3 great godly cars. Other than those 3 great godly cars, I can't afford to be interested in anything else. In fact, he drove this Rolls-Royce, when it was really quite smooth, also did not want to change the car. He was not very interested in those 3 great divine cars. But the problem is, this was a system mission. As long as he completed the mission, he would be able to gain 1000 combat power. Why wouldn't he be happy about that? Good, since Divine Dr. Jiang likes it, then I'll give the 3 great divine vehicles to Divine Dr. Jiang as a thank you gift. Tai Shan, immediately take Divine Dr. Jiang to the garage, and cooperate with Divine Dr. Jiang by arranging for someone to send the cars to his home, or to a place designated by him. Chu Tianqing made an immediate decision. At the sound of his words, Jiang Ning was immediately overjoyed. Ding! Mission completed, rewarding 1000 points of combat power. At the same time, a system beep sounded. Jiang Ning couldn't help but let out a sound, because in that instant, he only felt that the power in his body had once again become full and his spirit had become better. Hearing and vision were nearly more than doubled in a split second. Now his combat power had reached 1500 points. System, open the panel. With a low gulp in his heart, his character information immediately appeared before his eyes. Host, Jiang Ning. Combat power, 1500 points, silver pin. After this promotion, Jiang Ning's realm had already reached the early silver pin stage. Having been busy all night, and finally being able to see the harvest, Jiang Ning was in a great mood. Only, Jiang Ning himself did not realize that he was self-conscious that tonight's harvest was this 1000 points of combat power. However, he was completely unaware of it. In fact, his true harvest tonight was not this 1000 points of combat power, but rather the 2 powerful connections of Jiang Honyun and Chu Tianqing. In Yanjing City, these 2 were 2 great gods that could not be messed with. The former was the underground emperor of Yanjing, and the latter was the giant of Yanjing's plutocracy. In just a few hours, he had made friends with these 2. It was also destined that as long as he befriended these 2 in the future, and the relationship didn't deteriorate, then he, Jiang Ning, would have almost no problem walking across Yanjing City. Ding dong, the host has obtained a new car. A piece of land in the center of Yanjing City, which can be used to build the host's exclusive parking lot, at a second price of 999 yuan. Limited time spike, countdown 10 seconds. Does the host spike? Just as Jiang Ning was getting excited in his heart, the system's beep sounded in his head once again. Whoosh! Jiang Ning violently jumped up from the sofa, a jump of 3 feet high. Divine Dr. Jiang, are you alright? Looking at Jiang Ning, who had suddenly jumped up in a good way, Chu Tianqing hurriedly inquired, his face full of astonishment, not knowing what kind of madness he was smoking. seconds immediately. Jiang Ning, however, didn't bother to answer, and directly shouted at the top of his lungs. The sound shook Chu Tianqing's head as it buzzed. The current Jiang Ning was truly so happy that he was going up in smoke. This system is really too powerful. What to do to make money these days? Of course is real estate, but the premise of doing real estate is that you have to have a plot of land. Right now, the center of the city like this inch of gold treasure. There is a piece of land let him seconds, which cannot let him not excited that, so he didn't even think about it and directly shouted. Spike successful. Please, host, immediately go to Tianshan Road to check out the plot. The system prompted again. Ha, Boss Chu, Car just helped me arrange for someone to send it to my house. My address is. Jiang Ning quickly spoke his address out. Finished speaking, he didn't even move Chu Tianqing to speak. He was spreading his legs and running faster than a rabbit. Right now, he didn't want anything else but to go and take a look at his own piece of land, which was located in the center of the city. Taishan, Haorun, this is what happened. I just said that sentence wrong. Scared him? I don't seem to have said anything harsh, right? I seem to have been thanking him all along, right? Looking at Jiang Ning, who was running faster than a rabbit, Chu Tianqing was completely baffled, his eyes wider than a bull's eye. Taishan and Chu Haorun were also completely baffled. They were also puzzled, unable to figure out what Jiang Ning was up to. The three of them looked at each other with baffled faces. Deep in the night, Jiang Ning drove the Rolls-Royce and arrived at the plot of land in the center of the city in a whirlwind. Ha, it's really here. It's really here. After coming over and determining the location of his plot, he was excitedly jumping up and down directly on the main road. Inside his memory, the location of the city center was the only piece of land left undeveloped. This place was covered by fenced billboards all year round. Passing by here, one could only see the 10 or so meter high fence billboards, and could not see the plot of land behind it at all. But this parcel of land behind it was as much as 3 acres. Ha, it is really this piece of I did not expect this piece of land to end up in my hands. Cool so cool However, if I let people know that I just got this piece of land in seconds with just 999 yuan, wouldn't that be envying a large number of people to death? Jiang Ning thought excitedly. He peeled off the billboard and walked into this piece of wasteland, looking at the desolate land, rubbing his chin and secretly thinking, this place already belongs to me. I'll build something here. Well, that building, a parking lot, will it be very windy? In the center of the city like this inch of land has 3 acres of land. Think not to build buildings and shopping malls, but think of building a parking lot. If Jiang Ning said this kind of idea out, it would definitely be killed, and was beaten to death hundreds of times a minute. Chapter 50, The Heavenly Price of $6 billion. Jiang Ning's mood was as good as it could be. After all, this kind of heavenly fortune and joyous events would make anyone else feel excited. As far as tonight was concerned, first, he had taught that idiot Zhang Fengfan a hard lesson, then successfully completing the mission, gaining 1,000 combat points and improving his strength, and now with 999 yuan, such a super low price, a second to the 3 acres of land in the center of the city. Gosh, this is really too exciting, to know that now this downtown land price has long reached 30,000 yuan a square meter, this 3 acres of land more than 2,000 square meters, the market price is 60 million yuan price. $60 million more? Not much, really not much, but the problem is, this is only the market price. The market price and the transaction price are two completely different concepts. Let's put it this way, right from the city center, about 3 kilometers away, where there is about 2 acres of land, just sold last month, the price of that piece of land was 20,000 ping, and the total value was just over $20 million, but the final transaction price was as high as $2 billion, a price that flipped up close to 100 times, because anyone who bought that piece of land knew that after buying it, they could make a profit by building a mall on it and building houses, so the total value would naturally be much higher than the pricing, usually tens of times higher, or even 100 times higher was normal, and this piece of Jiangning, purely in the city center of 3 acres of land. Do not look at the surface price of 60 million, but if it is really an auction, because it is the city center, by then the transaction price, absolutely will be on the basis of 6 billion, more than 100 times, that is to say the transaction price must be at least 6 billion. $6 billion worth of land. Jiang Ning how can not be excited, how can not be happy that, cool really cool this is simply going to be cool, billions of dollars of land, I directly use $999 to get it, the world has something more refreshing than this? Jiang Ning laughed out loud, a little carried away, suddenly, his laughter abruptly stopped, as vaguely he heard a voice calling for help, the sound seemed to be coming from the northwest. What's going on? Why does it seem like someone is shouting for help? he muttered and immediately walked out of the wasteland. Listening carefully, next to this piece of land was a luxurious building. At this moment, this voice for help was coming from the left side of the building, and Jiang Ning stepped up towards wherever it was, with a few moments of suspicion on his face. The closer he got to where he was, the more clearly he could hear the voice of distress, which made the pace of his feet go from a slow stride to a trot. At this moment, inside the alley on one side of the building, there were 7 or 8, most of the flowing, social youths, blocking a girl to death. These few social youths, all full of lewdness, everyone's face was filled with ill will. It didn't look like anything good. It was the wee hours of the night. A few big men, blocking a woman here. Their purpose was already self-evident. Humph, it's just as well if we didn't meet them, but since we did, there's no reason not to care. Jiang Ning was fuming in his heart. Now that he could hear the cry for help quite clearly, his speed soared. Just as he was running towards here, the girl in the alleyway, however, was full of terror as she looked at these youths who had blocked her in. Her eyes were fearful and her body was trembling violently. You, guys, let me go. Let me go. Please let me go. I will give you all the money. On my body. All of it. Let me go. The girl was so scared that her face was white and full of tears. But, now the more miserable he cried, the more it stirred up a certain, very perverted feeling of pleasure deep in these people's hearts. This in turn caused all of these people's faces to reveal even more obscene and indescribable looks and expressions. Boss. This little ninny looks really good. This cry up pear blossom with rain better look. Yes, the more you cry, the better you look. It's really too pretty. Boss, let's not waste time. Hurry up and get her on. The crowd opened their mouths one after another. The person in the lead, with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, didn't have 2 tails of meat on his body. He was the boss of this group of people, nicknamed Turkey. Although he was thin and weak, he was not afraid to fight, and would pull out a knife if he didn't move. And this guy pulled out a knife. Absolutely not makeup. He is really dare to put the knife stabbed over. Worse is that this guy himself is not very good mentally, belongs to the psychiatric patients. Even if he stabbed someone, he was just locked up for 3 or 5 months, or a year and a half and released. Over time, no one is willing to provoke him. He also gathered a group of loyal men belonging to him. All of you are in a hurry. Lao Zi has not even said anything that, you guys are in a hurry first? Turkey coldly smiled. As he spoke, his eyes were always fixed on this beautiful beauty in front of him. His mouth was about to flow out. He raised his hand and fiercely pinched the girl's face, instantly causing his group of minions to howl like wolves. Hey, little Nyonya, you don't want to be resisting and struggling. You have just gotten off work this big night, and you only earn a few dollars a month. Rather, it would be better to just follow my turkey, and do my turkey's woman in the future. I guarantee that you eat fragrant, drink spicy, every day, nothing need to do. Just specialize in the bed to serve me just fine. Ha. Turkey obscenely said excited, tilted his neck and laughed. Don't. The girl screamed with a face full of fear as she desperately struggled to escape. But just as she was about to escape, the turkey suddenly tore her clothes apart. At that moment, a large area of snow-white skin was revealed. The girl screamed in terror, that face completely bloodless. Turkey and his group of henchmen, on the other hand, were wild with excitement. Everyone's eyes erupted with a wolf-like gaze. If the boss eats meat, we'll follow and drink soup. Boss, let's do it quickly. I can't help it. I damn long ago uncovered. Boss. Turkey's group of little brothers, howling like a wolf, shouted. When Turkey heard them shouting like this, he also became more and more excited, and his breathing became rapid. He was ready to do his business right here, in the open air. Pop. However, just as he was about to put the girl on the spot, the sound of applause suddenly rang out behind him, and at the same time a voice full of mockery faintly rang out. Not bad, really very good. A group of big men, here to bully an unarmed, powerless girl. You guys, can really be a little face, do not want. Chapter 51, The Hero Saves the Beauty. In the middle of the silent black night, a voice full of mockery steeply rang in everyone's ears. Whoosh! The moment he heard this mocking voice, the turkey immediately just turned his head full of anger, looking for the person who spoke. Although this was the end of the alley, however, the street lamps all around were extremely bright, and the turkey instantly locked its gaze on the person who was speaking. That's right, the person who came was none other than Jiang Ning, who had rushed over after hearing the cries for help. At this moment, Jiang Ning looked at these people with eyes full of contempt, itching to raise a middle finger at them. A group of big men, bullying a girl, really too shameless. But any man who had some sense of shame wouldn't go so far as to bully the few with the many like this. What a bunch of trash. Total trash. Jiang Ning's heart towards this group of people was really as contemptuous as it could be, and as despised as it could be. The way he looked at these people was as if he was looking at a group of stinking, stomach-churning bugs. Who are you? Mud. You want to mind your own business, don't you? Goo. Where did this little thing come out from? Get lost immediately, or your grandfather I'll break your dog's legs. Before the fellow could speak, these men of his were staring at Jiang Ning with round eyes, all of them angrily rebuking and cursing. Turkey's eyes also flashed with ferocity. He directly pulled out his knife from his back waist and stared viciously at Jiang Ning. Where the hell did you come from? You dare to meddle in my business? I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost, or I'll stab you to death. Goo. You want to stab me to death? I'm so scared. Jiang Ning boarded the scene with a frightened look. His expression was exaggerated as he stretched out a hand and slapped his heart position with force. Although he looked scared, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was not afraid. He was clearly putting on an act and deliberately provoking. The turkey was interrupted by him, and was already furious. Now that he saw Jiang Ning's provocation, he became even angrier. His eyes glared round, and the inside of his eyes rubbed with fire. Good boy. You want to find death yourself? Then you turkey my grandpa I'll fulfill you. You mother asterisk 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 go to hell. The turkey drank in a cold voice. Saying that, he came charging in violently, the knife in his hand actually stabbing towards Jiang Ning without hesitation. Madman. This was a complete and utter madman. His eyes flashed with a ferocious light as he rushed over, and if this was an ordinary person, seeing him in this position would definitely scare them silly and make them run away in fear. It was even possible to be scared to the point of wetting one's pants. But today, he was relatively unlucky, encountering Jiang Ning, who had already bound the system and whose battle power had also reached silver grade, and that would doom him to become a tragedy. Snap! Just as the turkey rushed close to him, Jiang Ning swiftly slapped out a slap. This slap, a solid slap on the turkey's face. The turkey's face was immediately smacked, leaving clear 5-finger marks. The turkey himself was also smacked in place and spun around, sitting on his butt on the ground. Ah! What? Holy Mard! How dare you hit our boss? You're looking for death. Those of Turkey's minions, seeing that Turkey had actually been slapped to the ground, all of them stared wide-eyed, anger in everyone's eyes. Jiang Ning's face was expressionless, his eyes icy cold. He looked at these people coldly, as if he was looking at a bunch of idiots. Can I beat him up? How come it's not okay? Is he allowed to stab me with a knife and I'm not allowed to fight back? What a bunch of idiots. The eyes he looked at this group of guys grew more and more disdainful, only feeling that these people were all retarded. What a bunch of idiots. Super idiots. All of you hurry up and get lost. Coming out at night to harass girls. You guys are a little pussy-faced aren't you? All have how far to me to roll how far. Who dares to ink here fool? Consequences. Now Jiang Ning, the end is righteous words. Like a righteous warrior, the turkey roared, mad. Who do you think you are You meddling even dare to hit the old man slapped. Today you are dead. Even if you kneel down and kowtow, begging this big master to spare you, that is useless. Between the angry roars, the turkey directly rushed to the ground and jumped up. He was raging, as if he was a god of killing, charging towards Jiang Ning once again. In his hand, he clutched the knife in death. The blade of the knife flickered with a cold, eerie, gut-wrenching aura. In an instant, his knife had arrived at Jiang Ning's side, and was almost about to penetrate through Jiang Ning's body in the next second. You seek death. Jiang Ning was also a bit enraged, thinking to himself that this guy really wasn't up to speed. He had given him the opportunity to leave, but he didn't value it at all. It was just as well that he didn't cherish the opportunity he had given him, but he even wanted to mess with himself, which caused a ball of anger to rise in his heart. Oomph! A cold snort escaped. Jiang Ning didn't say anything more and directly swung his palm round, once again greeting him towards his face. Slap! 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 In an instant, the sound of slaps resounded like muffled thunder. The turkey had been strangled by Jiang Ning with one hand. The other hand was on his face, frantically greeting him, completely not giving him a chance to fight back. The turkey was so blindsided, he just held the knife jumped up ready to counterattack. But now he did not even touch the other party's fingers. He was beaten by the knife cannot hold. Now, the knife had fallen to the ground. He was also dazed and starry-eyed from the beating. Slap! 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 The slapping sounds continued. Jiang Ning was also moved to true anger, and the slaps were as if they didn't need any money, frantically landing on his face. That face of the turkey was also rapidly becoming red and swollen. Stop, dog thing, stop immediately. You are seeking death. Steeply, those juniors of the turkey reacted violently, and as they watched the turkey being beaten like this, they immediately became furious. A roar came out of their mouths, and their bloodshot eyes rushed towards Jiang Ning. Brothers, let's go straight for the Sea of Men tactic and get this scumbag killed. The leader of the group, with a roar, had already rushed to Jiang Ning's front. Humph! Jiang Ning snorted coldly. The current him was not what he used to be. If he had encountered these vicious people a few days ago, he would have definitely avoided them, and definitely would not have had the slightest contact with them. It was because the him of that time was really too weak. Any one of these people could beat him half to death. But now, he was already at the silver realm with a battle power of 1500 points, and although this kind of battle power was still not enough to face Zhang Honyun, Shu Tianxing, and these experts, but when facing these punks, it was still as simple as beating a child to death. Chapter 52 Teaching the Punks a Lesson. Boom, boom, boom. Facing these, grim-faced, vicious-looking guys who rushed up, Jiang Ning's face was as heavy as water. He narrowed his eyes, one hand still holding the turkey's neck. His eyes, however, swept over them, and then he lifted his leg and kicked violently as they approached him. His body had been unusually and obviously strengthened along with his combat power. Just a seemingly simple leg lift and kick out was so fast that it was difficult to capture with the naked eye. The palms of his kicks, also all accurate kick in the abdomen of these punks, before and after just 3 seconds of time, is the 7 people who rushed up, all kicked to fly out. Pain dead me. Holy, this time we have met a tough guy. How to do They were kicked all lie on the ground, hands dead cover the abdomen, pain and suffering like a boiled prawn, curled up into a ball. Now they only felt that the abdomen was kicked, as if it was going to explode. The internal organs were all going to crack, and the pain was immense. The stomach and intestines part of their body was even more painful, as if there were flames burning, causing them to cover their stomachs and paralyze on the ground, unable to hold back their sonorous howls. Trash. Jiang Ning looked at them coldly and couldn't help but say, if it had been just a moment ago, they would have definitely stormed out or broken into a rage when they heard those words from Jiang Ning. But now, they heard these disdainful, and even intensely contemptuous words from Jiang Ning, yet not a single one of them dared to say a single word more. Even though they all still had the ability to continue speaking now, they did not dare to say a single word, or even a single word, because the moment they had just exchanged hands, they had already gapped to the fact that Jiang Ning was by no means something they could mess with, and even more so, they realized that they had encountered a tough opponent today. In this situation, they wisely chose to collectively remain silent, fearing that if they said one more sentence or even one more word in this situation, they would receive one more violent beating. You just called yourself a turkey, didn't you? Jiang Ning didn't make things difficult for them either, but instead directly set his gaze, landing on their boss, the turkey. Turkey shuddered in agitation. Although he was a madman, that didn't mean that he dared to act out of sight when he knew that the other party was many times more powerful than himself, and was completely beyond his ability to fight. Therefore, after hearing Jiang Ning's words, and after realizing that Jiang Ning had already placed all of his eyes on his body, Turkey's body couldn't help but tremble, trembling as if it were sifting chaff. Stand up. Jiang Ning let out a low drink. The turkey that had been incredibly arrogant just 2 minutes ago, after hearing Jiang Ning's words, surprisingly, it directly stood up from the ground as a reflex. Boom! But it was in the moment he stood up that Jiang Ning directly kicked out. Pop! Then with lightning speed, in the moment when he was about to fly out, but hadn't yet flown out, a direct slap landed solidly on his face. This slap, pumping can be more ruthless than just. Slap fell on the face of the turkey, directly pumped. The turkey lost several teeth. At this time, the turkey also to fly out, landing heavily on the ground, dead covering the stomach pain. Eyes are about to stare out. Get lost, all of you. Remember, don't come out to harass the girls in the future. I'll take care of this kind of thing once I see it in the future. You bunch of scumbags, I'll flatten you once I see it too, he said with a warning face. After saying this, he instantly felt refreshed, and his waist was instantly straightened. That was a smug feeling. Even though Turkey and the others were in pain, it was hard to die. But now after hearing these words, they didn't dare to hesitate for a second, and directly struggled to get up from the ground and fled. Are you alright? Jiang Ning walked over to the girl and squatted down to ask. The girl was already paralyzed with fear. Her face was colorless, and her face was so white that she couldn't find any blood. It was simply whiter than frost and snow. Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel pity when he looked at her like this. Thank you, the girl said with wide eyes, looking at Jiang Ning with a very fearful look. She was a little worried that she had just gotten out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den. Although those people just now were fierce and vicious, their appearance was far less handsome than the one in front of her. But in her opinion, the Jiang Ning in front of her could be much scarier than the group of turkeys just now. After all, being able to easily hang on to those 7 or 8 people was not something she was able to fight against. And if Jiang Ning was a bad guy who wanted to do something to her, then it would be useless for her to even think about resisting. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad guy. I just heard your cry for help just now, so I came over to take a look. Alright, it's alright now. You don't have to worry about what I'll do to you. Jiang Ning could see her fear, so he spoke out to comfort her. Right, I haven't asked what your name is that. I am called Vivian, she said in a weak tone. Vivian? Is this a name? Is there even a surname Vi in this world? My surname is relatively rare, and there are only about 10 or so households in the country with the surname Wei now. She seemed to know what Jiang Ning was surprised about, so she took the initiative to explain. Because I was born abroad when I was a child, I was given a name that was a bit like a foreign name, but in reality, I've already re-entered Chinese nationality now. She didn't know why she was explaining this. Perhaps it was because she was scared and didn't know what to say, so she just said whatever came to mind. Oh, I see. My name is Jiang Ning. Let me take you home. Jiang Ning pulled her up from the ground. His eyes couldn't help but fall on the place on Vivian's body where the clothes were torn. Looking at the snowy white, he couldn't help but look straight in the eyes, his throat rolling as he swallowed a large mouthful of saliva. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Vivian shrieked and hurriedly covered it. Sorry, I didn't mean to look. Jiang Ning's face was flushed red, and he hurriedly was explaining with his hands in a frenzy. While explaining, he also took off his jacket in a fumbling manner and draped it over her. Vivian's small face was slightly red. The wariness of Jiang Ning in her heart was also instantly reduced by a lot. Where do you live? I'll send you back, Jiang Ning said once again. No need. I'll just go home myself. I can leave you a number? I will treat you to dinner some other day. Thank you for saving me. It was now after midnight. How could Jiang Ning let her go back by herself that? He was really uneasy. That is, he checked to send Vivian back. Vivian lives in a neighborhood that is not far from here, just a few hundred meters away. She is also home from work, passing by here, the result of the encounter Turkey group of gangsters, and then was forced to drag into the alley inside. Chapter 53 Angels, Charities. Tonight, thank you for saving me. Vivian stood at the entrance of the neighborhood. Behind her was the neighborhood she lived in. Haze 7. This was considered to be already at the doorstep. Her heart, which was always hanging in the air, was also completely put down. She looked at Jiang Ning and thanked him, but in her heart, she was a little embarrassed. After all, she had just been on the defensive, worried that Jiang Ning would do something to him. Jiang Ning scratched his head, thinking that this little ninja had a good family situation. This Hanhai 7. It was one of the top mansions in Yanjing. Think about it. This was the range of the city center. Can the family conditions of those who live here be poor? No need to be polite. Just treat me to dinner some other day. Jiang Ning waved his hand and said with great bravado. Suddenly, just as his words fell, he suddenly noticed the bag in Vivian's hand, and his eyes couldn't help but straighten. Where did you get this bag? Jiang Ning subconsciously asked. This bag? This is our organization's internal backpack. Vivian replied, saying that she held up the backpack she was wearing. On it was clearly printed the words Angel Charity Foundation. So you're a person from the Charity Foundation? It's really a coincidence. I just saw you this bag printed with the words Foundation. I still want to inquire with you. This organization that. I didn't expect you to be an insider. That's really great. Jiang Ning grinned, in a relaxed mood. He hadn't forgotten. Half of the benefits generated by that charity welfare card of his own had to be donated. $2 billion of benefits. $1 billion, which had already been used by him to purchase the Hua Tua medical scripture, and the rest of the money naturally had to be donated. The previous him was poor, although he had donated money many times. The amount he donated each time was relatively small, and the most he had ever donated was $500. But this time, there was a need to donate $1 billion at once. So naturally, he couldn't, casually on the internet, find an organization to donate the money, but needed to find a reliable organization. Are you in trouble and need to apply for help? Just as Jiang Ning was about to inquire whether this charity organization was reliable, Vivian was the one who spoke up first. Jiang Ning? What's the situation? I need to apply for help? Holy, no way. This little girl treats brother me as if I'm a suffering household. Don't be so dogmatic. Brother, I am now a rich man. Super rich man, okay. Even if it is to apply for help, that is also someone else to find me to apply. Not my own application. You've misunderstood. I have some spare money that I'm ready to donate, but I don't know which charity fund is reliable, so I wanted to ask you about it. Oh, so it's like this. Vivian knew it was her own misunderstanding. Her small face reddened, hurriedly as lowered her head and said, my father is the president of the charitable foundation. Our foundation is still very reliable. I'll give you my cell phone number. By the time you go to our foundation to donate money, you can give me a call, said. She then handily took out a pen and paper from her bag and quickly wrote down her cell phone number. After stuffing it into Jiang Ning's hand, she ran into the neighborhood in a huff. Only then did Jiang Ning react. What? This little girl is the daughter of a charity organization. Since their family lives in such a mansion neighborhood, this Angel Charity Foundation, it should be quite powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't live here. Jiang Ning murmured. If his words were to be heard by someone who knew what they were talking about, they would definitely yell at him for being a dirtbag. What do you mean the Angel Charity Foundation is supposed to be quite powerful? That is clearly very, very powerful, alright. Because this is one of the 3 major domestic charitable foundations in the country, belongs to the leading level of the foundation. Not only is the strength so simple, only Jiang Ning does not know these, he also did not think in this regard. Now he is just thinking to find a reliable organization. The money will be donated to the good. Casually stuffing the note with the number into his pocket, he immediately left the place. Late at night, Jiang Ning, who had returned home, didn't go back to his bedroom, but instead laid down on the sofa and fell asleep in a mixed state. The next morning, Jiang Ning was woken up by a system beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an image makeover rebate card. Usage note: within 24 hours of the host's arrival, all spending on remodeling one's image will be rebated 50 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a dining rebate card for the Sea restaurant. Instructions for use: host within 24 hours. Aboard the Sea Fishing Fire restaurant, all spending can rebate 100 times, transforming the image of Sea Fishing Fire? Jiang Ning was first stunned. After all, the current him had just been woken up. His head was still a bit dizzy, and he wasn't very lucid. But immediately after a few seconds, he then rubbed his head and jumped up, his face showing excitement. Sea Fishing Fire, how did I forget this? This Sea Fishing Fire is the hottest sea cruise ship restaurant in Huaxia, the absolute high consumption place. I have long wanted to go. It's just that where the consumption is too high, I've always been afraid to go. This time you can be sure to go where to have a good meal. Jiang Ning's eyes radiated. Looking at the time, it was merely 7:30 in the morning. Let's go. First go remodel the image. Jiang Ning lifted his leg and left. In a first-tier city like Yanjing, there were several 24-hour high-end shopping centers, not to mention that it was now 7:30 in the morning. Even if one went to the mall at 3:30 in the morning, everywhere was brightly lit. However, just as Jiang Ning had just driven the Rolls-Royce and walked out of the neighborhood, his cell phone rang. Hello? He didn't look at the caller ID and directly answered the phone. Jiang Ning, do you have any money on you? Hurry up and call me $5,000. I need to save my life. The phone just connected. There was an impatient, even crying voice that rang out. Zhang Yi, what's wrong? Did something happen to you? Jiang Ning was instantly filled with anxiety. Zhang Yi, this was his good brother. When they were in college, the two of them were the ones who wore the same pants emotionally. A few days ago, Zhang Yi and his girlfriend went out on a trip and has not yet returned. Originally Jiang Ning also intended to wait until Zhang Yi returned. Let Zhang Yi follow their own food and drink. But I did not expect this person has not returned, but actually received such a phone call. Zhang Yi, what happened to you? Are you okay now? Is $5,000 enough? I have quite a lot of free money in my hands now. Why don't I first call you $100,000 with this? Jiang Ning could hear from Zhang Yi's tone that Zhang Yi was definitely in trouble, and something big had happened. Otherwise, with Zhang Yi's kind of character, he definitely wouldn't open his mouth to borrow money. My mom is dying, just in the city center hospital. You, send me the money. Brother, quickly life-saving money Zhang Yi collapsed, directly as at the end of the phone crying out, bawling, hissing. Chapter 54, Deposit, a whole $1 billion. Downtown hospital. Jiang Ning rushed over as fast as he could, and immediately saw Zhang Yi outside the hospital room. Zhang Yi's entire body was bearded, and his entire body had lost a circle of weight. Zhang Yi, what's going on? What happened to our mom? There's more. Didn't you go out with your girlfriend? When did you come back? When Jiang Ning saw Zhang Yi, she was full of doubts. However, as soon as he asked this, Zhang Yi roared with rage. Don't mention that to me. It's all because of that. His fists were clenched in death. A fierce glint surfaced on his face. His teeth were even clenched so hard that it seemed as if he was about to crush his back teeth. Jiang Ning immediately realized that the matter was on Zhang Yi's girlfriend. Zhang Yi's girlfriend had been dating Zhang Yi for 2 years. Their relationship had always been relatively stable. Right now, Zhang Yi was in the middle of an internship, and he had previously said that he would wait until after graduation and find a stable job to get married. But who knew that now it was out of the blue? Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and said the matter again. And Jiang Ning's face also immediately surfaced with monstrous anger. It turned out, Zhang Yi's girlfriend had cheated on him. They were traveling outside and received a call from Zhang Yi's mother yesterday morning. Yi Jingjing cheated is a rich second generation. That rich second generation knows that Yi Jingjing and Zhang Yi still have a leg. He found Zhang Yi's house directly and asked them to show up in front of him within 2 hours. But at that time, they are in another city. Want to come back to the most ideal speed, also have to be 5 hours. But deal with his regardless. Said just wait for 2 hours, if after 2 hours Zhang Yi and Yi Jingjing do not appear, it will be smashed by his home. How the result can be imagined. 2 hours later, the other party directly smashed Zhang Yi's house to pieces, and also beat Zhang Yi's mother. After Zhang Yi's mother was paralyzed on the ground, she was also kicked furiously a few times to the head. After the other party left, Zhang Yi's neighbors, is to Zhang Yi's mother to the hospital for resuscitation. Old Jiang, my mom is about to stop taking her medication. Have you brought money yet? You also know our family situation. Since my dad died, those snobbish relatives of our family, worried about my dad's debtors finding them, so they don't contact us anymore. I only have you to borrow money from now. I really have no choice. Zhang Yi gripped Jiang Ning's arm tightly, his face full of sadness. Don't worry, I've just paid the bill on the first floor. I won't stop the medication, Jiang Ning said hurriedly in comfort. These words were made up, because he was worried that something would happen, afraid that paying the money late would lead to an accident. So it is in the drive here. With a mindset of trying to dial Jiang Hongyun's phone, let him help to the city center hospital. Greetings. To a patient called Li Suqin first renewed to continue treatment. Do not delay. Jiang Hongyun is very quick to agree. Directly let the downtown hospital side of the renewal million. Only, this matter cannot be said in a sentence or two. Jiang Ning then said that he came back to the time has paid the fee. Zhang Yi, how is our mom's situation now? Is she out of danger? Jiang Ning asked with a face full of worry. His expression was calm, but deep within his eyes was a monstrous rage. His fists were clenched to death, and the bone knuckles were already white, so it was obvious that under his calm surface, he was hiding a great deal of anger. There's nothing more. It's just a bit of brain hemorrhage. It's not really serious, but the follow-up treatment will probably require $70,000 to $80,000. The doctor said that as long as one cooperates well with the treatment, absolutely nothing will happen. But, Zhang Yi said, and his expression twisted. Don't worry about the money. I'm rich now. Don't say 70 to 80,000. Even if it's 70 to 800 million I can get it out. Jiang Ning knew that Zhang Yi was worried about the medical bills. In the early years, Zhang Yi was also a standard rich second generation. As early as 10 years ago, Zhang Yi's father was worth over $500 million. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Just 7 years ago, Zhang Yi's father's investment failed and the Zhang family went bankrupt. The family's mansion was taken away by the bank, and the family moved to an old neighborhood in the suburbs, where the villa became an old 2-bedroom apartment. Hundreds of millions of family assets, into debt tens of millions of dollars. Although he later sold all the family assets and paid back all the money, Zhang Yi's father also left the world completely due to depression. And Zhang Yi also went from a young master with no worries about food and clothing to a social animal who hated to break a penny into 2 halves. Zhang Yi, what is the name of the rich young man who beat our mom like this? Tell me, I'll avenge our mom. Beating our mom up like this account can't just be forgotten. Jiang Ning's face was still calm, but the tone in which he spoke carried a stern killing intent. Zhang Yi's face tightened, and he hurriedly pulled Jiang Ning back. Don't be impulsive. The other party, no matter who the other party is, I have to give our mom revenge. Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and cursed. Zhang Yi but lowered his head, his fists clenched dead. But just do not say who the other side is. Jiang Ning knew that Zhang Yi was afraid of involving himself. Zhang Yi, let me put it to you this way. In fact, I am a super rich second generation. I used to be undergoing a family test, so I had to pretend to be poor. Now that I've passed the test, I'm rich and powerful, so you don't have to worry about dragging me down. Jiang Ning directly lied and said. It was just this lie that was truly dogmatic. Zhang Yi looked at him and silently said 2 words. Bastard. Jiang Ning's face turned red. He also wanted to say 2 words to himself, because this well-intentioned lie was really a bit too much of a breaking act. Zhang Yi, I didn't lie to you. Although this does sound like bull *******, but what I said is the truth. If you don't believe me, look at. He directly lit up the keys to his Rolls-Royce. You chauffeur someone? Zhang Yi asked subconsciously as he saw the Rolls-Royce keys and frowned. Put. Jiang Ning nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He took out his cell phone and without any nonsense directly showed Zhang Yi his balance. Now on the card, there was still that 1 billion that hadn't been donated. That. Hiss. This. Jiang Ning, are you robbing a bank? You where to come so much money? This is 100 million. A whole 100 million. Where did you get so much money from? Seeing Jiang Ning's balance, Zhang Yi directly jumped up on the spot. His eyes were round as if they were bull's eyes. Look carefully. This is 1 billion. not 100 million. You're missing a zero. You recount once more. This is a billion or a billion. Jiang Ning however said in an extremely calm tone. Zhang Yi froze and recounted it again. Boom! Zhang Yi finished counting and determined that it was indeed a billion, not a billion. The entire person was struck by lightning, just like a fool, standing frozen in place. The pair of eyes were also filled with stagnation and shock. Chapter 55, Paying the Price. Can we tell the kid who hurt our mom now? Jiang Ning slipped the phone back into his pocket, the coldness under his eyes gradually overflowing. Those who dared to hurt him and those around him would definitely have to pay the price. Zhang Yi hung his head. What was carried in his voice was extreme anger. Yes, it's Wang Rongpeng. Wang Rongpeng? Jiang Ning raised his eyebrows slightly. This name seemed like he had heard it somewhere before. Right. Zhang Yi nodded, hitting his fist on the wall. He's a moralistic hypocrite, openly the vice chairman of the Angel Charity Foundation, constantly publishing newspapers, relying on the fact that his father is the president of the Angel Charity Foundation. He blatantly commits evil. And anyway, no matter what happens, his father is there to wipe his ass for him. Only those who have been persecuted know what kind of scum they are, father and son. As soon as Zhang Yi's words fell, Jiang Ning couldn't help but see a light in front of his eyes. He remembered. Wang Rongpeng was indeed a well-known figure. To be precise, he wasn't a well-known figure. His father was the real deal. Wang Guohui, the chairman of the Angel Charity Foundation, had a reputation outside, and had been repeatedly summoned by the sovereign of Yanjing. Zhang Yi sighed powerlessly. The bottom of his eyes were filled with helplessness. Even if you are a rich second generation, you can't fight them, he said. If you really want to take revenge, let's just make some small moves behind the scenes. Otherwise I'm really afraid that you'll also be framed by then. You don't have to worry about this matter. Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice cold. You take care of our mom. Leave this matter to me to solve. I will definitely give our mom a satisfactory explanation. After saying that, Jiang Ning took a step. Zhang Yi's outstretched hand fell in midair, and in the end, he could only let out a helpless sigh. Walking out the door of the hospital, Jiang Ning dialed Jiang Hongyun's phone. When the phone was just picked up, Jiang Ning did not beat around the bush and directly opened his mouth to ask, "Do you know the chairman of the Angel Charity Foundation?" Jiang Hongyun's sight instantly fell silent. After a long time, a sigh came from the phone. "Divine Dr. Jiang, I don't know if you are thinking of revenge." Jiang Ning let out a light laugh, the indifference within his tone completely undisguised. "They'll have to pay for touching my people." Jiang Hongyun on the phone was clearly in a bit of a bind. "Divine Dr. Jiang, I won't hide it from you. Kingdom FAI isn't as easy to mess with as it seems on the surface. In fact, the chain of interests behind it is especially large. Want to take revenge? Must not be impulsive. Otherwise I'm afraid that the revenge has not yet been reported. You will first be." The latter words, Jiang Hongyun did not pick out, but a fool can also understand what it means. But out of Jiang Hongyun's expectations is Jiang Ning did not have half a hint of fear, only indifferently continued. "You only need to tell me his recent trip." Perhaps because he sensed Jiang Ning's determination, Jiang Hongyun did not continue down the line to dissuade him, but only remained silent for a while before saying, "Divine Dr. Jiang, I'll have my secretary send you her recent itinerary in a moment, but I still want to remind you that it's best not to do it with him, for the interests behind it are simply too vast, and if you want to take a shot at him, it's best to adopt a roundabout policy. Don't worry about this." Jiang Ning let out a light laugh. "I naturally have a plan in my heart for this matter. I won't be so easy to be reckless." After saying this, Jiang Ning directly hung up the phone. Of course he wouldn't be unprepared. If one wanted to make a move against a person who had done a lot of evil, how could one be able to win just by going head-on? If one wanted a person to fall even more miserably, then of course one would have to make him fall from the highest place, climbing to the top and falling to hell. That was the most agonizing thing. After a while the phone dinged and a text message came in. Jiang Ning lowered his eyebrows and realized that it was an itinerary sent over by Jiang Hongyun's secretary. This itinerary didn't look the slightest bit broken, with the general itinerary wandering amongst the foundation as well as other dinners. However, Jiang Ning's eyes noticed one of the locations, Paradise Clubhouse. Anyone who can enter this clubhouse is either rich or noble. Wang Guohui, I'd like to take a good look to see if you're the great benefactor that everyone looks up to inside their mouths, or the villain who has swallowed up all the charity money. Jiang Ning squeezed his cell phone tightly, his fingertips whitening from the force. 2 days later, Jiang Ning's car was parked in front of the gates of Paradise Clubhouse. Wang Guohui seemed to be very wary, so he didn't often come to the Paradise Clubhouse, only coming over once every 2 weeks. And today was the day that Wang Guohui was going to come over to the Paradise Clubhouse. But what Jiang Ning didn't expect was to see a familiar face just after opening the car door. It was Vivian. Vivian raised her black-rimmed glasses and followed closely behind a Mediterranean man. The man had a somewhat stocky figure, but that head of Mediterranean hair was cut with most of the points, and that man was the main target of Jiangning today, Wang Guohui. Wang Guohui was very vigilant. Until before he got off the car he instructed the bodyguard behind him to look twice more until he was sure that no one was following him before he entered the elevator with peace of mind. Vivian looked around somewhat uneasily, but she didn't expect to meet Jiang Ning's eyes head-on in the next second. The eyes under the black-framed glasses increased in size violently. Vivian's eyes lit up, and that look seemed to desperately want to greet Jiang Ning. However, the person standing beside her was the chairman of the Angel Charity Foundation, so Vivian didn't dare to be too obvious, but only waved her hand gently in the dark towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was a bit surprised. Although he knew that Vivian was a member of the Angel Charity Foundation, he hadn't thought that Vivian would actually be able to work under Wang Guohui. However, this could not be a bad thing. Jiang Ning adjusted his eyebrows slightly, then went up another elevator at an extremely fast speed. The last thing a place like Paradise Clubhouse lacked was money, so there were a full 3 elevators inside Paradise Clubhouse. However, the elevator that Wang Guohui and the others entered seemed to have been purposely built for VIPs, so very few people entered that elevator. When Wang Guohui had already entered the private room, Jiang Ning had just walked out of the elevator. The timing was pinched just right, and one could see the figures of Wang Guohui's men entering the private room. Room 201. Jiang Ning passed by the private room that Wang Guohui had entered, raised his eyebrows, and swept them for a moment before dropping his head and muttering under his breath. The bodyguards guarding outside the door didn't take Jiang Ning seriously. After all, those who could enter the Paradise Clubhouse were either rich or noble, and they naturally didn't have the guts to mess with anyone else. Just as Jiang Ning had just entered the restroom, Vivian's voice rang out, "Why did you come here as well?" "Of course I'm here to amuse myself." Jiang Ning sat on the sofa, one hand propped up on his chin, his stern eyes causing Vivian to blush and hastily hang her head. Chapter 56, The Big Man Who Couldn't Be Affected. Just as Jiang Ning had entered the restroom, Vivian's voice rang out, "Why are you here as well? Didn't you say you wanted to make a donation?" "I've already spoken to our chairman about this matter however. The chairman is a bit busy with his day-to-day duties, so if the amount you donate isn't huge, you might just need to hand it over to me." "Oh?" Jiang Ning stood up and walked over to Vivian's face. With a few moments of doubt inside his tone, he asked, "So what if I was to donate $1 billion? Vivian snapped her eyes up, and the whole person couldn't help but take 2 steps backward until she hit the wall before stopping, but the dismay in her eyes couldn't be hidden. You said you're going to donate $1 billion? Right." Jiang Ning nodded. "Won so much, are you qualified to meet with your chairman?" Don't misunderstand. Our chairman isn't asking for, because of the magnitude of the amount." Vivian wanted to open her mouth to explain, but she didn't expect Jiang Ning to just raise her hand. "I know, you don't need to explain, but right now, we all happen to be inside the Paradise Clubhouse, so why don't we choose a day? Why don't we discuss the donation with Chairman Wang? Today? Good. $1 billion. That was a whole $1 billion. Vivian was still a bit unresponsive as she walked out of the restroom. She had never seen so much money in her life. When Wang Guohui received the news, he also stood up from the sofa in shock. "What did you say?" Vivian hung her head and said with some fear, "That person said he wants to donate $1 billion. What a self-importance." Wang Guohui laughed coldly, a few moments of mockery hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Young people nowadays are really arrogant, actually opening their mouths and saying they want to donate $1 billion. "Alright, where is that person now? Take me over. I would like to take a good look at the billion inside his mouth. Just how huge is it?" After saying that, Wang Guohui turned indifferent and swept a glance at Vivian. "You bring that person over." "Yes." Vivian hurriedly nodded her head and then walked out. Anyone who wanted to enter the Paradise Clubhouse needed to book a private room in advance. When Jiang Ning went over with his bank card, the receptionist showed disdain. "I'm sorry sir, our clubs all require advance reservations. If you don't have an advance reservation, you won't be able to enter our clubs no matter how precious your status is." The receptionist held his chin high, as if this Paradise Clubhouse was owned by him. Jiang Ning propped up the counter with one hand, then leaned forward and lowered his voice. "Do you know the saying that a dog that bites doesn't bark? You dare to curse me?" The receptionist glared angrily. "Do you know the price of causing trouble in our Paradise Clubhouse?" "That I don't know." Jiang Ning shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "I only know that I want to see your manager now." Someone like you wearing rags actually wants to see our manager, and doesn't weigh how many kilograms you have?" The disdain in the receptionist's eyes became more and more obvious as she looked at the casual clothes Jiang Ning was wearing that didn't have any name brand logos. "Every day I meet hundreds of people who want to come to our Paradise Club to open their eyes. Do you think you're missing one? Not to mention wanting to see our manager. I'll let you not even crawl out of this door today. Security guards, quickly knock this troublemaker out." The receptionist's words just fell, only to see two security guards quickly walking outside. The two security guards were obviously both practiced, and that body of toned muscles made people shiver when they looked at them. Jiang Ning wrapped his arms around them and looked at them indifferently. It seems like you guys are intentionally trying to make a big deal out of this? This isn't us trying to make a big deal out of it. The receptionist smiled smugly. It's you who are refusing to do so. Give me a beating. As soon as the receptionist stepped back too, the security guards clenched their fists directly towards Jiang Ning's face with great speed. If two fists hit his face, he would be half dead if not dead. He was really ruthless. Jiang Ning's heart chilled, but his face didn't show it at all. And at the moment when the two security guards rushed over, he circled around behind them with ghostly speed and violently grabbed the back of their necks. Ah! One of the security guards screamed miserably, and his entire body fell to the ground on his knees heavily. The other security guard was also trembling with fear. What Jiang Ning was grasping right now was their lifeblood. With just one slight movement, their lives would end at once. The security guard was terrified. We're just part-timers as well. Please don't make things difficult for us, sir. Jiang Ning withdrew his hand and kicked the security guard who was still standing. Good dogs don't get in the way. Haven't you heard of that? The two security guards didn't dare to retort, so they only obediently retreated to the side. And their movements also attracted the attention of the passing guests. Now it was impossible for the front desk to not make a scene, only to see the manager hurriedly walk over from the backstage. The manager slapped on the back of the head of the front desk. How do you do things? If you can't beat the two people who came to make trouble, send me the entire security team. I don't believe that so many people still can't solve a small scum. The front desk coyly hung his head. Manager, this kid is really too strong. I think that even if we send all the security guards, we still can't beat him. And now things have gotten so big. If we don't handle it well, I'm afraid that the reputation of our Paradise Club will go down by the time we get there. You know and still dare to make a scene. The manager cursed angrily again. The manager snorted coldly, sizing up Jiang Ning for a few moments. The contempt in his eyes couldn't help but show completely after determining that Jiang Ning didn't have any name brand decorations on him. Give me this kid to beat him out. If two people can't beat him, send me a whole team. I'll handle it if it gets too big. Yes. The receptionist's eyes glowed, and he hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie to speak. Wait. Right at this moment, Jiang Ning leisurely opened his mouth. What? Want to beg for mercy? The receptionist angled her chin and placed the walkie-talkie on the counter, seemingly waiting for Jiang Ning, the next words to apologize. No. Jiang Ning shook his head, then directly pulled out a card from his wallet and placed it on the desk. Don't show off. It's just a savings card. Before the words fell, the manager's surprised voice directly interrupted the receptionist's next words. Black gold card? The manager held up the black gold card on the counter with both hands, the dismay and surprise on his face completely hidden. The onlookers watching from the sidelines couldn't help but murmur. This is the black gold card. What is this kid's origin? Even in Yanjing, there are only 3 black gold cards. This kid actually has one? Chapter 57, The Mask of Hypocrisy. Knock, knock, knock. The manager looked at the black and gold card in his hand, and only felt that someone was using a small hammer to strike his heart heavily. It made his heart instantly contract. His jaw dropped and his eyes stared as if they were bull's eyes. The divine light in his eyes was also filled with disbelief. Black gold card. This, this gentleman, offended. Just now it was my dog's eyes that looked down on people, and I had eyes without pearls that rushed you. You, please don't take offense, he immediately said with a 90-degree bend, his attitude undergoing an 18,000-degree transformation. Just now he was still tugging like a grandpa, but now he was behaving respectfully, simply humble to the dust inside. Humph. Looking at his groveling appearance, Jiang Ning coldly grunted, disdain flashing through his eyes. Get lost, too lazy to clean up an idiot like you. Cleaning you up will only dirty my hands. Jiang Ning took back the black gold card and said in a cold tone. Yes, I'll get lost. The manager said hurriedly. After saying that, surprisingly, he really did take the arrogant waiter from the front desk with him, and with swift movements, he fell to the ground, then balled himself up into a ball and tumbled away with great effort. Jiang Ning was speechless. I said roll, meaning that let you leave here. Do not get in my way here, not let you really roll. How did you get to the manager's position with this kind of comprehension? Can't it be that the owner of this place is your brother-in-law? He thought in a depressed manner. Only he didn't know that his thoughts were very accurate. The owner of this place was indeed the manager's brother-in-law without a doubt. Otherwise, for a 3-less person like him with average intelligence, average emotional intelligence, and even more average business ability, it would be a struggle to find a cleaning job here, let alone making him the manager. Humph, what a big bully, even letting people roll and leave. Just at this time, a low voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Jiang Ning looked up. he saw Wang Guorong striding over, and by his side was Vivian. Wang Guorong quickly walked closer and stood at about 2 meters away from Jiang Ning, with his hands behind his back. He looked at Jiang Ning with a condescending look, towering over him. Vivian, on the other hand, playfully turned toward Jiang Ning and flicked her tongue. Wang Guorong, President Wang. Because of his frequent appearances in the newspaper and on the television news, Jiang Ning was also the first to recognize the person, Wang Guorong of the Angel Foundation. Although this was the first time they had met, but because he had already seen him countless times before on TV and in the newspaper, Jiang Ning showed no stage fright at all. Are you the one who's going to donate $1 billion? Wang Guorong asked with a cold face. You are very caring? But, I am curious, like you are so caring, how do you still do this arrogant and domineering thing? Even bully a group of beat workers to roll away. TSK, can be really funny. His words were filled with sarcasm. Perhaps it was because he had personally come over, making him feel that Jiang Ning was deliberately putting up a fight, so it made him feel a kind of nameless hostility towards Jiang Ning. When he spoke to Jiang Ning, his tone was also filled with obvious hostility. Jiang Ning was naturally able to hear the hostility in his words, and his brows couldn't help but frown slightly. President Wan overpraised me. But, as far as this behavior of mine is concerned, compared to the noble son of President Wang's family, it's nothing, let alone that I'm not bullying them, even if I really am. Then the degree of badness of my behavior is far less than your son's. 1/10 of it. Jiang Ning wasn't one to be messed with. He directly disliked him back without hesitation. There was a smile on his face as he spoke, but the mockery in his words was not disguised at all. It was just a stark display of the hostility of his words. Wang Guorong's already disgruntled face immediately revealed a ferocious color. What are you saying? What do you mean by these words? Are you deliberately mocking me? Humph. After the words left his mouth, he coldly grunted. It was as if the voice was carrying a line of ice, like, making people feel cold and shivering all over. Those staff members who hadn't yet had the time to leave had already just changed over and replenished their positions at the front desk. After hearing these words, even though Wang Guorong wasn't targeting them, they all still couldn't help but shiver, a touch of fear surfacing on their faces. A mutual glance was exchanged. Even more so, they couldn't help but retreat out. They didn't dare to provoke this god of death at all. They were afraid of Wang Guorong, but Jiang Ning wasn't afraid at all. Instead of being afraid, he looked at Wang Guorong with a playful face, his tone still as mocking as ever. President Wang, what do I mean? Aren't you clear in your heart? I would like to ask you, if you really don't know, what kind of a commodity is your son? You shut up, Wang Guorong yelled lowly, his face becoming more and more ugly. Vivian didn't expect Jiang Ning and Wang Guorong to meet, but instead of saying anything about the donation, they went toe-to-toe as if they were enemies, which made her face full of anxiety. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, had no intention of shutting up, and continued with a deep face, his voice low and resonant. Humph, telling me to shut up. Are you weak-minded? Your son is bullying, despicable and shameless to the extreme. Since you have the leisure to mind my business here, why don't you go home and mind your own son? Furthermore, President Wang has heard that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. You are a great philanthropist who is often in the newspaper and news. But how did you educate such a son that? Can't it be that you act like a philanthropist, but behind your back you're actually a hypocrite, putting on a hypocritical face day in and day out? Jiang Ning's words directly and ruthlessly pierced into Wang Guorong's heart. More than that, in 3 words, he pondered the mask that was firmly affixed to Wang Guorong's face. Wang Guorong was originally a hypocrite. On the surface he was the president of the charity fund, but behind his back he had not been using this identity to make money. Last year alone, he had made over $1 billion. The so-called philanthropist's identity was nothing more than a means and shield for him to amass wealth. And now that Jiang Ning was directly here, tearing off his mask of hypocrisy, it made that he was immediately furious, and the anger in his heart burned and raged to the extreme in an instant. Enough! Shut up immediately, no more talking. Shut up, shut up, shut up, he roared in a sharp tone of voice, actually losing his mind a bit, just being irritated to this extent by just 3 words. It could be seen that Wang Guorong's heart was so weak and so bottomless. Jiang Ning didn't continue, just laughed and looked at Wang Guorong with a sneer. Chapter 58, Tearing Apart the Skin. At this moment, Wang Guorong's body was trembling violently. Jiang Ning didn't know if he was trembling from his own anger, or if he was trembling out of weakness and fear. After all, in terms of the amount of money that Kingdom Rome had amassed, if it was truly exposed, then the rest of his life would be destined to be spent in prison. Therefore, it was also a very normal reaction for him to be a little weak now. Wang Guorong, you are also someone who has experienced great storms. Why are you so fickle? Do you know, your current performance looks very vain. very patient to seek flavor. Anyone can see that this is the performance of I said in the vitals. Ah, Jiang Ning said smilingly. That face of Wang Guorong went white. Vivian blinked her big eyes and looked at Jiang Ning in surprise, then looked at Wang Guorong in surprise. In her innocent heart, she secretly said, can it be that what Jiang Ning said was true? At this moment, Vivian's heart was incomparably shocked. These surrounding staff members, who looked at each other, also felt that Wang Guorong was indeed acting too vain, and couldn't help but whisper, enough! Wang Guorong's face was dark and ugly as if it was the bottom of a black pot, especially when he heard that these staff members were also whispering and discussing whether he was truly hypocritical or not. He completely erupted and let out a low drink from his mouth. Come on people, where have all my bodyguards died? Why don't you quickly come over and take down this mouthy, full of nonsense kid for me? Humph, I, Wang Guorong, have devoted myself to charity for more than 20 years, with hundreds of billions of dollars flowing in and out of my hands before and after, helping thousands of regions and hundreds of thousands of poor people. But today, this little scumbag, he even falsely accused me like this. Immediately arrest him for me. I want to send him to the police station, so that this rumor-mongering little scumbag will sit in jail. He hissed and roared. Ha! The king's wife is selling herself. Do you really think that shouting a few sentences here about what you've done means that you haven't corrupted and enriched yourself? That you don't know the law and break it? Jiang Ning's face was filled with a cold smile. At this time, all of Wang Guorong's bodyguards also ran over. Their combat strength was not low. All of these people's combat power had exceeded 1,000 points, and the strongest one's combat power had reached a terrifying 3,000 points. Seeing these people, Jiang Ning's expression turned serious. In particular, the martial artist whose combat power had reached 3,000 points made Jiang Ning feel that he was now facing a huge mountain. Finished? How is it that this Wang Guorong still has such an expert by his side? What to do? This is a peak silver grade powerhouse with a combat strength of 3,000. I'm no match. Jiang Ning's body tensed, and cold sweat flowed down uncontrollably. In his heart, he secretly regretted it. He thought that his combat power was already strong enough, and that he wouldn't have any problems messing with Wang Guorong. However, he had never imagined, Wang Guorong's side, there was actually such an expert. This point was beyond his expectation. If he had known in advance that there was such an expert beside Kingdom Rome, then even if he was killed, he wouldn't have ventured to provoke him. A peak silver product expert. What should I do? System, think of a way. Jiang Ning cried out in his heart. He wanted to pull his legs out and escape, but he knew in his heart that he was dreaming if he wanted to escape in front of such a strong person, and he was only afraid that the other party would be able to catch up in a matter of seconds just as he ran off with his front foot. You guys give me this little scumbag captured. Directly give me back to the Angel Fund headquarters. I want to personally interrogate. No, personally send him to the police station. Wang Guorong looked at his bodyguards, who were walking in a dragon-like manner, and his expression became hideous. The 5 features were even twisted together. He smiled viciously, and a cold aura rushed through his eyes. Humph, you little scumbag. Just wait for me. I'll capture you back first and then slowly torture you. Really think I will hand you over to the police station? Dream on. I'm going to put you inside the dungeon and torture you every day. Then after investigating from you to find out who all told you these things, I'll wipe you all out and eliminate all of you. Wang Guorong's eyes flashed with a fierce light, while in his heart, he was thinking viciously. The so-called arresting him and handing him over to the police station. This was merely uttered for everyone to hear. It was never true. While he was roaring angrily, several of his bodyguards had already walked to his side, and then they were directly crossing over him towards Jiang Ning. Humph, a mere early silver grade trash. How dare you make a fool of yourself in front of President Wang? You really don't know how to die. Griffin, suffer death. The cultivator at the peak of the silver pin had a keen gaze that detected Jiang Ning's combat power, which was at the silver pin level. A look of disdain appeared on his face. Immediately, he watched as he pounced directly towards Jiang Ning as if he were a rock spreading its wings. Don't get him killed. Just break both arms. Wang Guorong shouted in a low voice from behind. Jiang Ning's face turned pale, just when he thought that he was going to be finished. Put. Accidentally out of nowhere, this peak silver pin that was pouncing towards him suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood while his body was in midair, and then he flew out backwards. What's going on? Jiang Ning immediately waited with his mouth wide open in surprise, his eyes wide open, his face full of incredulity and shock. He stared blankly at the expert who had flown out, his eyes as round as bull's eyes. Just as he was shocked, a familiar voice came from behind him. A mere silver pin peak dares to make a scene. Is he really tired of living? President Wang, this underling of yours is disrespectful to my honored guest. I'll help you teach him a lesson. You won't be offended, right? Without the words falling out of his mouth, Zhang Hongyun was walking with his steps as if he was a giant dragon coming out of the sea. The expression on Wang Guorong's face stiffened, but immediately revealed a bright smile. He quickly walked towards Zhang Hongyun, his hands tightly stretched out to hold Zhang Hongyun's hands. So it's Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. Farewell, farewell ah. He was like a different person, and he couldn't find the kind of arrogance he had just now in his body. Zhang Hongyun looked at him with cold eyes. Wang Guorong was full of smiles. Mr. Jiang, do you know this kid? Gu. This is really a big water rushing the Dragon King Temple. A family does not recognize a family. This is all a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. This attitude change, spare Jiang Ning are a bit unimaginable. In his heart, a few points of admiration secretly rose. This Wang Guorong is also really tolerant enough. His own men, without warning, was seriously injured, but did not even look at a glance. So it's just that, he can even will his men injured people. This kind of polite smile to welcome, this kind of patience was not something that ordinary people could have. Is this still the same Wang Guorong who just blushed when I mocked him a few times, exposing his own weakness? Jiang Ning couldn't help but be skeptical. Chapter 59, like falling into an ice cave. Jiang Ning was simply doubting his own eyes. The Wang Guorong just now, he had only said a few words to him, and he had acted like a figure of speech. It was as if he had never seen the world and didn't know how to hide his emotions. But now Wang Guorong, but like an old fox, he was acting like this. Not a drop of water can leak out, and the city was so deep that it was terrifying. Is this really the same Wang Guorong? He kept muttering in his heart. In fact, Jiang Ning didn't realize that all people had a soft underbelly, a place where they could easily go berserk when touched. Wang Guorong had relied on his hypocritical mask to gain great honor, and even more so, he had countless followers and fans. Just on Weibo, Wang Guorong has more than 10 million followers. When it came to philanthropy, there were even dozens of deeds he deserved to brag about that could be searched for casually. This also caused him to be called a great benefactor and a super philanthropist by countless people. However, Wang Guorong knew in his own heart that he hadn't done that many good deeds, and those things were all hype for him. And he was also clear, his own purpose in this position is to amass wealth. The community donated $10 million, the charity fund to deduct 10% of the management fee. Other charitable funds, the management fee is 5%, 8%, and even some charitable organizations, the management fee is only 3%. Angel's management fee, on the other hand, is the highest in the industry, reaching 10%. In addition to this, in the use of charity funds, he also used various means to eat kickbacks. Obviously $10 million of supplies. He can cooperate with merchants for a long time. Year after year, the merchants give him a discounted price, only need 8 million to get, and save 2 million. The merchants cooperate with him to do false accounts. The two men split 37. Wang Guorong takes 70%, the manufacturers 30%. Of course, if the manufacturers didn't agree to do this, then Wang Guorong would end his cooperation with them and directly find someone else to cooperate with. Usually, those manufacturers were willing to cooperate with Wang Guorong even without any kickbacks, not to mention being able to share 30%, because cooperating with Wang Guorong was the same as cooperating with Angel Charity Fund. As long as they became the chief partner of the Angel Charity Fund, the exposure rate was extremely horrible. Even if they could not get a penny of rebate, they would earn tens of millions of dollars or even hundreds of millions of dollars every year just by virtue of the charity fund's vendor's name. In recent years, the Angel Charity Fund's fame is getting bigger and bigger, which also makes more and more business circles want to cooperate with them. Those businessmen in search of cooperation, those merchants have begun to not want any kickbacks, and even pay tens of millions or even tens of millions of dollars to Wang Guorong every year, with the purpose of wanting to have the name of the Angel Charity Fund as the chief cooperator. Wang Guorong also used these means to enrich himself. Through speculation, he was able to make a name for himself, but as he converges more and more wealth, he is also more and more weak-minded, more and more afraid, often have nightmares. In his dream, he saw himself being arrested, saw himself squatting in jail. In the long run, Wang Guorong are neurasthenia, and now whoever says that he ate kickbacks, that he is hypocritical or convergence of wealth, he will not be able to control his own emotions, so that he stormed out, as well as uncontrollably reveal the expression of the heart of the weak. Just now, Jiang Ning had also poked him in this soft spot, which was why Wang Guorong had behaved in such a bad manner. President Wang, this little friend Jiang Ning, is my honored guest. I don't know what happened between you two, but I hope that you sell me a face today and don't make things difficult for him, okay? Zhang Hongyun gazed straight at Wang Guorong and said in a nonchalant tone, Of course, Mr. Zhang's friend is my Wang Guorong's friend. Kingdom Rong nodded and said, looking at Wang Guorong, who had just been majestic and incomparable. At this moment, he was this polite, as if he was a subordinate meeting a leader. The crowd all stared blankly, suspecting that their eyes were broken and they were hallucinating. In the end, Wang Guorong didn't make things difficult for Jiang Ning either, allowing him to follow Jiang Hongyun out. But just as they were leaving the Paradise Clubhouse, Wang Guorong turned around, and on his face, which had just been piled with smiles, a sinister to the extreme divine light abruptly surfaced. Those righteous features had also twisted into a ball at this moment. The face was twisted as if it was an evil ghost. Humph. Little scum, do you really think that with Jiang Hongyun around you can be protected? Jiang Hongyun can protect you for a moment, but he can't protect you for a lifetime. I just don't believe that he can follow you 24 hours a day and protect you, he said with a gloomy face. I'll let you live for a few more days. After 10 days and half a month, I'll arrange for someone to get you killed. And Jiang Hongyun shouldn't be suspicious of me by then. He was already determined to kill, determined to make Jiang Ning die. It wasn't because Jiang Ning had offended him. Rather, Jiang Ning knew the secret of his wealth accumulation, so Jiang Ning had to die. Otherwise he would have trouble sleeping and sleeping at night. Caravan. Jiang Hongyun was sitting in the caravan with a wineglass in his hand, only to see that he actually drank the spirits in one go with a tilt of his head. Ah! As the spirits entered his stomach, he let out a long, comfortable whistle. Mr. Jiang, it's better for your body not to drink this kind of strong wine. It hurts your body. Jiang Ning kindly reminded. There's no harm in it. It's just something I drink once in a while, Jiang Hongyun said as he waved his hand. Saying so, he poured himself another cup, but this time, he didn't drink it straight away, but instead looked at Jiang Ning and said, to be honest, this time, it was definitely not a sensible choice for you to come to Kingdom Rong in such a risky manner. If I hadn't arrived in time, today's you would have been in danger. Although the current you is not weak, you are still far from being a match for a peak silver grade level expert. And even if you were in his hands, you wouldn't be able to support a single move before you would be seriously injured. At that time, if you are seriously injured, if you are brought back by Kingdom Rong, what you are going to face can be endless torture. Jiang Hongyun gazed at Jiang Ning, his voice calm and slow. Jiang Ning shivered in agitation, a flash of fear flashing through his eyes. He knew, these words from Jiang Hongyun weren't alarmist talk, but rather, they were super truthful. Well, I did act impulsively today. It's just that. I didn't expect that there would be a peak silver pin expert by Wang Guorong's side. I was too careless. Jiang Ning let out a sigh and nodded his head in acknowledgement. Humph, peak silver pin? That's still your luck. Kingdom Rong has amassed countless fortunes and is very insecure himself. As far as I know, just half a month ago, he had an additional mid-gold pin cultivator under his hand, thanks to the fact that the one he brought out today is this peak silver pin. Not a gold pin expert. If it had been a gold pin expert, you would have been crippled in an instant, and I wouldn't have been able to make a move to save you. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Ning's entire body cooled down afterward, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Chapter 60, Strange Tree. Jiang Ning smiled bitterly. Today, he had indeed been too impulsive. Because of his impulsiveness and risk-taking, he had nearly thrown his life away. This token is for you. In the future, when you go anywhere, you can take it out if you encounter danger. This is my token. Most people, if they know each other, will still give me? Jiang Hongyun, this face. Jiang Hongyun didn't say much, and directly handed over a token engraved with the word Jiang into Jiang Ning's hand. These past few days, Jiang Hongyun had helped him 3 or 4 times before and after, and today he even saved his life. Now, sensei whether he could cure Jiang Hongyun or not, then Jiang Hongyun did not owe him a favor anymore. Instead, he owed Jiang Hongyun. Even if he cured Jiang Hongyun completely, that was also what he owed Jiang Hongyun. After all, today, Jiang Hongyun, that had indeed saved his life. Of course, if he couldn't cure Jiang Hongyun, then he owed Jiang Hongyun even more. Mr. Jiang, those medicines that I told you about last night, how are you collecting them? Jiang Ning took a deep breath and shifted the topic to Jiang Hongyun's injury. Jiang Hongyun slowly shook his head. Only the last 3 are missing now, and those 3 are extremely precious and scarce, making them very difficult to find. However, of these 3 herbs, 2 of them have already been heard of, and I've sent people to negotiate about purchasing them, so there shouldn't be much of a problem. But the final 7-star grass, there is no news about it at all. It may still need to be in a few days, or even more than 10 days before there is news about it. Jiang Hongyun frowned and rubbed his temples, a picture of a headache. Among his information network investigation, the last time the 7-star grass appeared in front of the public was at a high-end auction 3 years ago. The 5-bot 7-star grass was auctioned for a total of $3.8 billion. He contacted the power that auctioned the 7-star grass last night, but the other party told him sincerely that the 7-star grass had long been used up, and this had long been in Jiang Hongyun's expectations. Contacting the other party last night was only holding 1 in 1,000. or even 1 in 10,000 hopes. 7-star grass. Hey, if it's the other herbs that can't be found, it can still be replaced with substitutes, only the effect is slightly worse, and it will indirectly prolong the treatment cycle. But if it is the 7-star grass, then it is impossible to find a substitute, because the 7-star grass is the core herb of the entire treatment program, and is also the introduction to the medicine. If there is no 7-star grass, then the other herbs to find all the herbs will not help, because the lack of the introduction to the medicine will not be able to play a role. Jiang Ning frowned tightly and said truthfully. Zhang Hongyun waved his hand and said, the car will go through the mountain. I've already put out the word, high price to buy the 7-star grass. This thing won't be hidden by anyone as a family heirloom. As long as the price is right, it can definitely be bought. His words were very certain, and his face was also a picture of self-confidence, not at all in a self-deceiving self-deception. Leaving the Paradise Clubhouse, Zhang Hongyun then returned to the entrance of the High AO venue, putting Jiang Ning down on the way. Jiang Ning also couldn't care less. His own car still parked in the entrance of the Paradise venue. Directly reaching out to stop a taxi is to let it take himself to the market. He was going to remodel the land in the city center first. After all, so big a piece of land, now or already belonged to him. If so has been idle words is also a waste of resources. He was going to have someone go where to weed it first. After the road free market, hiring more than 30 people, is to bring them to the city center of this piece of land in great numbers. The workers worked feverishly to start weeding. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, was sitting under a large tree, drinking tea in a leisurely manner. System greatly, this bit of my combat power, it's still a bit too low. You see if you can boost me up a bit more. My requirements aren't too high, just casually boost me by 30 to 50,000. After Jiang Ning drank a few cups of tea, he put his mind on the system, constantly harassing it. He had also been a bit battered in the past 2 days. Originally, he had felt that his combat power was already quite impressive. Definitely a martial arts master. The kind of master-level character who can fight 10 people at a time. But he was encountering people stronger than him one after another. Jiang Hongyun, Xu Tianxing, Tai Shan. These are many times stronger than him. Casually they could slap him to death with one hand. And today, when he went to find trouble with Wang Guorong, a random bodyguard beside Wang Guorong was a peak silver product combatant. And he even learned from Jiang Hongyun's mouth that Wang Guorong's subordinates also had gold product experts. This made Jiang Ning deeply realize just how weak he was. Now he desperately wanted to become stronger, wanting to make himself grow up quickly to avoid running into trouble again in the future. System greatly. When you bound me before, you did tell me, we are life and death, tied to a grasshopper on a rope, an honor and a loss. If I die, you are also finished. So, you just give me a little boost in combat power. Give me a little combat power boost. Kneel down and beg the system greatly. System greatly, are you still there? System greatly, say something. System greatly, you're not broken, are you? He constantly harassed the system, but the system was simply ignoring him. He muttered here for more than an hour. The system froze without any response. Time has come to noon. The system finally reacted. Just this reaction of the system, but let Chu Tianzi want to die hard. Ding! Host's donation mission failed, deducting 500 points of combat power. Put! Chu Tianzi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. It also suddenly occurred to him that he had indeed forgotten to donate the 1 billion today because of this change in Wang Guorong's situation. Ding! Please ask the host to do 3 good deeds within 24 hours. 1 billion donation task. Please complete it again within 24 hours. The task will be successful and the punishment will be waived. Ding! Distance quality combat power was deducted. Remaining time, 23 hours 59 minutes 57 seconds. The system beep sounded again. Jiang Ning's face looked slightly better. System, you're my own brother. He wiped his cold sweat. Good thing there's still a chance to save it. No, I have to quickly go do some good deeds and donate the money. Otherwise I'll be out of luck. He stood up and wanted to leave here immediately, then find a place to donate the money out. But, just when he was about to leave, there is a worker ran over, panting and said, "This boss, where to find a very strange tree. There is also a very strange fruit on it. Do you want to go to look at it? You decide whether that tree is to stay or cut it down. And we are also good to do it." Chapter 61 A way to increase battle strength. Strange tree? Hearing this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but frown. He followed the workers over. Immediately, he was able to see that amongst the group of miscellaneous trees, there was indeed a tree that was strange. This small tree wasn't very tall. It was only about 1.5 meters, and the leaves of the canopy were all red, with red fruits on top. Boss, this seems to be an ornamental tree. The price shouldn't be cheap. This tree, are we going to keep it for you or cut it down? The worker asked again. Jiang Ning carefully surveyed the tree, but he didn't recognize it at all. Just as he was about to say that he would cut the tree down, the system's beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Discovered the incompetent grade red spirit fruit tree. Discovered the incompetent spirit medicine. 37 red spirit fruits, which can increase combat power by an amount approximately equal to 10 points. The instant this system prompt sounded, Jiang Ning shuddered violently. This book was a spirit medicine, and it could raise combat power? He became excited. However, when he reacted to the fact that what the system had just said was that if he were to take all 37 red spirit fruits, they would only raise his combat power by roughly 10 points, he burst into tears. He said, "What I want is a few hundred, a few thousand combat power boosts, not more than 10 points. Furthermore, don't tell me to raise my combat power by 10 points, even if I raise it by 20 points. What's the point?" He was that depressed in his heart. "System, you big shot, can't you just," he spat and said. But just at this time, his mind suddenly flashed, as if he thought of something. The next second, he was the face of ecstasy, could not help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, ha ha, what's going on? The workers looked at Jiang Ning's face, suddenly happy, suddenly depressed, and then suddenly laughing out loud. All of them were confused. They looked at each other in disbelief, thinking to themselves that this boss, hadn't he gone crazy? All of you leave. You don't have to do the work today. I'll pay you as usual. Jiang Ning didn't explain anything. He himself called the leader over and let them leave after settling everyone's wages to him. These workers, naturally, were willing to do so. After all, they were happy to get $300 for just 1 hour of work. Jiang Ning stopped a car after they left and went straight to the medicinal herb market. That's right, Jiang Ning, a fellow student, went straight to the medicinal herb market. He vaguely felt that he had found a shortcut that could increase his combat power. Just now, the system prompted that the red spirit fruit could raise combat power, only that the grade of the red spirit fruit was, well, unimpressive. This made Jiang Ning realize, then if he went to the herb market and purchased some precious herbs, would that grade be higher, and would his combat power, then he could raise dozens of points at once, or hundreds of points that? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he started to laugh uncontrollably in the cab. The driver who was driving the car, hearing Jiang Ning's loud laughter, was feeling creeped out. It was thanks to the fact that it was noon. If it was the middle of the night when he pulled in such a passenger, the driver would have absolutely pissed his pants. Herb market. Coming directly to the city's most luxurious medicinal herb market, he took it in stride. He traveled through the place with big strides, and finally selected a pharmacy with the most imposing and luxurious decorations and an extraordinarily loud name. Foresees Pharmaceuticals. Pa! After entering the herb store, he quickly walked up to the counter and slapped his hand on top of it, shouting in a wealthy manner, "Are you the owner? What's the best herb in your store? Bring it out to me. I want to buy it. Remember, I want the medicinal herbs are not on the market, casually where you can buy the garbage goods. I want the most expensive in your store, the highest grade. The more expensive the better, the higher the grade the better. I'm not short of money." The boss behind the counter was lazily dozing off. This store of his, only doing high-end medicinal herbs, although it is not so much that it doesn't open for 3 years and opens to eat for 3 years, but basically, it could also be said to be the kind of store where you could eat and drink for months if you did business once, so there were relatively few people in the store. He was just drifting off, when Jiang Ning came in furiously, slapping the table with such vigor that the boss was startled, thinking that someone had come to pick a fight. "Ah, this little brother, are you sure you want the best? That price is not cheap." After the boss froze for 2 seconds, he also reacted quickly and immediately looked at Jiang Ning with a smile on his face. Inside his small pair of eyes, he was also revealing a treacherous, shrewd light. Jiang Ning was rich and generous, and didn't care about this at all. Of course, money is not a problem. Hundreds of thousands, millions are all small money in my eyes. As long as the medicinal herbs you have here are the real deal, then how much I can pay you? Don't talk nonsense. Immediately let your shopkeeper take out all of your store's treasures. How many I want, how many? Said. He slammed the table and this time revealed his black gold card. The shopkeeper's entire body froze after seeing the black gold card. Although Jiang Ning had casually put the black gold card away after flashing it, he could still see clearly that it was a black gold card that represented honorable status and great wealth. The shopkeeper immediately realized that this really was the arrival of a large customer. "Hurry up, you! Immediately bring out the store's treasures of the store. All of them. Xiao Chen, you go upstairs and take down my treasured Taiping monkey Kue. Quickly make tea for this gentleman. Move all faster for me," he shouted excitedly, his face filled with ecstasy. He vaguely felt that after doing this business, he would be able to eat and drink without worrying for the next 3 years if he didn't open his business. The fellow's movements were also fast. 5 minutes later, the tea was brewed. 10 minutes later, the treasures of the store were taken over. In total, there were 15 jade boxes. Without mentioning anything else, the total value of these 15 jade boxes alone would be over $20 million. Just by looking at the jade boxes, Jiang Ning felt that the medicinal herbs inside were absolutely extraordinary. After all, if they were worthless, no one would use a jade box worth more than $1 million to hold them individually. Mr. Jiang, let's look at them one by one. After talking, they all exchanged names as well. The name of the owner of this Four Seas medicine shop was Huang Dahai. Huang Dahai stood up with a smile on his face. He carefully opened this first jade box. Ding, 100-year yang anemone detected. An unorthodox spirit medicine that can increase combat power by 30 points. Right at the moment the jade box was opened, the system beep immediately sounded. 2 million, I'll take it. Before Huang Dahai could introduce it, Jiang Ning immediately gave the price the moment the system tone fell. 2 million in exchange for 30 combat points. Enough that he felt it wasn't a loss. Huang Hai, on the other hand, was stunned. He was originally prepared to offer 3 million, but who knew that Jiang Ning's opening was to press for 1 million. Chapter 62, Third Grade Spiritual Pill. Huang Dahai's expression was a bit hesitant. Jiang Ning looked towards Huang Dahai and asked in a bland tone, "What? Boss Huang thinks the price is unreasonable." "Ha ha, this Mr. Jiang is not hiding from you. This 100 years yang sunflower, I acquired it for 2 million, and the cost of storing it was not small. This before and after adds up to more than $300,000 in storage fees alone. This 2 million of yours is only the cost price. If I were to sell it to you, I would still have to lose $300,000 in storage fees that," he said with a bitter smile. 2.5 million. Jiang Ning didn't talk nonsense and directly opened his mouth to report the new price. Huang Dahai hesitated for 2 seconds. "Mr. Jiang, I was originally going to offer 3 million, but since you've opened your mouth to make an offer, then I'll take it as making you a friend. 2.5 million to close the deal." After saying that, he then gently closed the jade box and immediately opened the second jade box. Ding, 70 years of wild ginseng detected. Unorthodox spirit medicine. Can increase combat power by 50 points. The moment the jade box was opened, the beep sounded again. It was still unorthodox? Jiang Ning was a bit depressed, but quickly relieved, and said to himself, perhaps these are ordinary medicinal herbs, although they are precious, but there is still an essential difference between them and spirit medicines, and they can't be counted as spirit medicines at all, so the grades are all inoffensive. This inference of his was completely correct. Spiritual medicine and ordinary medicinal herbs, that is very different. This kind of difference was intrinsically different. Even if it was a medicinal herb that grew in a place with sufficient spiritual qi, it would be impossible for it to turn into a true spiritual medicine. It was the equivalent of, you take a wolf and throw it inside a pride of lions to raise it. It's impossible to turn the wolf into a lion. Mr. Jiang, this is a wild ginseng whose vintage has been more than 70 years, bonus 80 years. If you truly want it, $13 million, let's make a friend, shall we? Huang Dahai said with great sincerity. Just this wild mountain ginseng, he was picking up the leakage, a total of $30,000? This bidding price of $13 million, almost is a net profit. $13 million? Hearing this price, Jiang Ning's brows furrowed, clearly feeling that it was too expensive. He slowly shook his head. $10 million. After pondering for 2 seconds, he gave the price. Deal. Huang Dahai didn't even think about it and directly agreed. Jiang Ning nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What? This is a deal? I directly pressed the price of $3 million. I thought you would refuse. But you just agreed so quickly? Am I being punked? The more he thought the more depressed, just where he knows, the real value of this ginseng, is about 10 million. The price is very fair. Instead of 13 million is an inflated price. If this ginseng, is the Huang Dahai serious high-priced acquisition, he will never be so out. But the problem is, this is his luck. Out of the countryside when, in the hands of a local farmer, $30,000 to buy over. This ginseng had been in his hands for 5 years. Every year for the storage of this wild mountain ginseng, are to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not out of the hand, has been placed in the hand that with the passage of time, will be more and more difficult to save. So long following down, every year just to save the fee will be more than $1 million. Now 10 million out to sell, he can still earn 7 or 8 million. Mr. Jiang, now let's see the third. Huang Dahai opened the third box. Ding, third grade elixir detected. Dragon blood root. After taking it, it can increase your combat power by 300 points. Tip, dragon blood root is wildly potent and needs to be taken in multiple doses. Just as the third box was opened, the system beep caused his spirit to jolt. Originally thinking that this box would remain an unimpressive elixir when he opened it, Jiang Ning acted a bit disinterested, but after he heard the system say that the elixir was of the third grade, he immediately sat up straight. An elite divine light erupted in his eyes. Third grade, Dragon blood root? His eyes rounded and he couldn't help but breathe heavily. It seems that Mr. Jiang is very interested in this dragon blood root, and I'm sure Mr. Jiang knows that this is a proper spirit medicine. Mr. Jiang, this dragon blood root. I spent an entire $100 million to buy it in the first place. I'll give you an extra $2 million. How's that? Jiang Ning interrupted him, meaning 120 million. Huang Dahai shook his head firmly. Then I'll give you 5 million more, Jiang Ning said. Huang Dahai still shook his head. Treacherous businessman. Jiang Ning knew that he was acting too excited. Huang Dahai knew that he needed this dragon blood root, so he definitely wouldn't go out so easily, and was definitely going to be ruthless in himself. Oh, you this treacherous businessman want to slaughter me, is it? Then I will play with you properly. Then this dragon blood root is not in a hurry first. Let's look at the back. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ning's tone returned to calm. His tone suddenly became calm, causing Huang Dahai to freeze. Huang Dahai wanted to say something, but Jiang Ning prevented him from just letting him continue to open the jade boxes behind him. The few jade boxes in the back were all opened. All of them were unimpressive spirit medicines, but if they were placed inside the medicinal herbs, they could indeed be said to be top-tier medicinal herbs, and there was no mistaking that point. A few of the herbs in the back, the one that Jiang Ning liked the most was a herb that resembled a small tree, and the hint given by the system was that it was between an unimpressive and a first-rate spirit medicine, and that it could increase combat power by 100 points. This small tree appeared. Because of the previous experience with the dragon blood root, it made Jiang Ning wary, and he acted calmly. Huang Dahai put a price of $30 million on this small tree. After Jiang Ning bargained with him, he set the price at $25 million. Everything was negotiated. In the end, all that was left was this dragon blood root. Jiang Ning's gaze swept around Huang Dahai's body, and suddenly leveled a strange laugh. Mr. Jiang, you are... Hearing Jiang Ning's strange laugh, Huang Dahai couldn't help but shiver, feeling as if he was being targeted by a pervert. Jiang Ning laughed, spinning around and reaching out to point at the dragon's bloodroot. Mr. Huang, why don't you give me this dragon blood root? All the other herbs, I can pay for them as usual, but this dragon blood root, which is worth more than $100 million, you must give it to me, Jiang Ning said with a smile. Huang Dahai's expression froze. Ha, Mr. Jiang, what kind of joke are you playing? Jiang Ning interrupted him. If you give me the dragon blood root, I can cure you of your problems down there, so that you can return to normal, and your virility will vibrate. Jiang Ning's tone was light, his voice cloudy. Ka-ching. But just at the moment he said this, the teacup in Huang Dahai's hand directly fell to the ground. He stood up violently, both of his eyes glaring as if he were a bear. What did you say? You, how do you know I have a disease? You can cure me? He exclaimed, his voice full of trembling. Breathing was even in a flash, became rapid. His chest rose and fell violently. Chapter 63, Your disease. It's not difficult to cure. Huang Dahai stood up violently, and his breathing became rapid in an instant. His two eyes, in an instant, were glaringly round, as if they were two bull's eyes. His gaze fell dead center on Jiang Ning's body. You, are you a doctor? A Chinese medicine practitioner? How did you tell that something was wrong with my body? Looking and smelling? Huang Dahai was breathing heavily in excitement as he kept asking questions. He was also in the medicinal herbs business, and now Jiang Ning had stated that there was something wrong with him in the difficult aspect without touching him at all or asking questions. This made him immediately guess that Jiang Ning might be a Chinese medicine practitioner. He also guessed that Jiang Ning might have judged that there were problems with his body by looking, smelling, and inquiring. Looking at the shocked Huang Dahai, Jiang Ning smiled and said, whether or not I am this Chinese medicine practitioner, that point is not important. Whether or not I was able to tell that there were problems with your body through looking and sniffing is also unimportant. Right now, the only thing that matters is that I can cure you, and the price is. Jiang Ning spoke indifferently. He didn't even have time to finish his words before Huang Dahai slapped the table and said in a shocking voice, Mr. Jiang, you don't need to say anything, just go ahead and show whatever means you have. As long as you can cure me, not to mention this one dragon blood root, I'll give you a 20% discount on all of these you're looking at today. Jiang Ning. He was instantly depressed. You grandpa, I thought you were going to say that you don't want money for all of them, that, as a result, it's only 20% off, and you this posture, clearly is to let me give you treatment, but if you do not know also thought, you are ready to fight with me that. Jiang Ning was also a bit depressed. He smiled bitterly and scratched the back of his head, his eyes carefully scanning over Huang Dahai's body again. Good, then let's make it a deal. I hope that after I cure you later, you can keep your promise and never go back on your word before you do. I don't return. Who? Repents, who is the turtle grandson son of a? Huang Dahai hurriedly said. He showed too much excitement, excited a little too much. To tell the truth, when he was in his 20s, because of his youthfulness, he fought with someone after drinking. As a result, he was viciously kicked wherever he was. Since then, he's been unable to get up. He can't even get it up. The person who fought with him at that time, after a kick, also realized that he was in trouble, pulled his legs and ran away. There was no CCTV on the street in those days, so it was impossible to find him. Now more than 20 years have passed. Huang Dahai is alone. He also wants to start a family, but because of which side of the problem, Young did not have the courage to find. Of course, he was in that situation, even if he went to find, as long as the other side knows that he cannot, that is not willing to be with him, even if it was together. After 2 years we'll have to leave. At that time he also summoned up the courage to talk about once, not, accurately said half a time, because the relationship has not been determined. He implicitly revealed that he has a problem in which aspect. The result is that people directly dumped him, and loudly flaunted him in which aspect cannot. The result led to him being reduced to a laughingstock in the town. That year, Huang Dahai 30 years old, it was also the year that he couldn't stay in the village anymore, and left his hometown for 20 years to make a career in Yanjing. Now he was 50 years old, although there is not much need in that area, but that aspect of the problem has become a piece of his heart disease. Let him always feel that he is not a man, feel that he cannot raise his head, even if he is already very rich, worth more than $2 billion, but every time he drank with his friends, when the other party joked and chatted about paragraphs and drove fast, he would feel a deep inferiority complex. Because of this, he had even been severely depressed for several years. Now, if Jiang Ning really cured him, not to mention a strain of dragon's blood root, even if Jiang Ning now offered to make all the medicinal herbs free, he would still be good and unexcelled with agreeing to it. Even if Jiang Ning made a few more requests, he would have agreed. Mr. Jiang, can you really cure me? You're not joking with me, right? If you can cure me, I can give you a third-grade spirit medicine. He clutched Jiang Ning's hand tightly, trembling with excitement. Jiang Ning's eyes immediately lit up. Oh, do you still have a third-grade spirit medicine? Yes, there's a snake immortal flower. This snake immortal flower is the one that cures which ailments, and it cost me $200 million to get my hands on it. But if you can cure me, then I won't be able to use that snake immortal flower, and I'm willing to give it to you. Jiang Ning's eyes continuously burst into bright light when he heard these words. The entire person was excited. The snake immortal flower and the dragon's bloodroot were spirit medicines of the same level, which meant that if he took it, then his combat power could increase by a total of 1,000 points. If he added in these other herbs, his battle power would then hopefully reach 3,000 points in one go. 3,000 points of combat power, peak silver grade realm, in which case I'll be able to defend myself. Jiang Ning couldn't help but breathe rapidly, and his expression became brilliant. An expectant divine light flickered in his eyes, expecting that he would be able to reach this realm sooner. Good, Boss Huang, then let's make a deal. I'll cure you, and the dragon blood root and snake immortal flower will both belong to me. Jiang Ning hemmed and hawed with a strange smile. No problem, no problem, Huang Dahai hurriedly agreed. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, pondered for a few seconds before asking Huang Dahai to find himself a silver needle, and asked him to arrange for his fellows to go out and buy medicinal herbs, ready to give them to him as soon as immediately. Huang Dahai here, all of them were high-grade medicinal herbs. Unusual herbs, on the contrary, there is no. Fortunately, out of the door is the herb market. Store fellows to the outside is only 10 minutes, is with a good buy herbs back, and bring to the back to start boiling. Mr. Jiang, is this the time to start the treatment? We don't have to wait around. I am not doubting your medical skills. I mean to say, do you need to go back and prepare properly? When you're ready, come over and treat me. Huang Dahai looked at where Jiang Ning was sterilizing the silver needles, so he carefully opened his mouth and said, he too hadn't expected that Jiang Ning would be so thunderous. Jiang Ning smiled confidently. Right at this time, the last silver needle had also been sterilized. He looked towards Huang Dahai and said with a smile, just rest assured, there won't be any accidents, and your problem isn't really serious. It's just a blockage of the meridians. Watch as I needles to the disease. In 15 minutes tops you'll be fine. Chapter 64 Medical Miracle. Cured in 15 minutes? When Huang Dahai heard this, his body trembled even more. His entire body was so agitated that he could no longer sit still. His body was swaying back and forth as if he was an unsteady man. But when he saw Jiang Ning pick up the silver needle, his heart was a wave of vicious chills and fear. Mr. Jiang, when this acupuncture treatment is done later, where are you? Are you going to stick needles in me? This silver needle shouldn't be to be stuck in that. There. Huang Dahai trembled and asked. He looked at Jiang Ning with a bit of trepidation, worried that Jiang Ning was going to stick the silver needle into the acupuncture points below him. Ha ha. Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh after hearing his worries, patting Huang Dahai's shoulder and saying, "Just rest assured, it won't zap you in that place." Hearing this, Huang Dahai's heart relaxed quite a bit. Soon the medicine had been boiled down and Jiang Ning told Huang Dahai to drink the medicine. After drinking the medicine down, Jiang Ning's gaze fell on the treadmill placed in the corner of the store. "Boss Huang, see that treadmill?" He pointed at the treadmill and asked. "Ah, see, this is a big brand. High-grade goods, luxury goods in the fitness brand. Ah, at first I spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy that," Huang Dahai said with a bit of bragging. Jiang Ning hemmed and hawed, and then a sentence came out that made Huang Dahai want to go to hell. "Well, go up and walk for an hour." Put. The moment these words came out, Huang Dahai wanted to vomit blood. He stared at Jiang Ning with wide eyes, practically doubting his own ears. If he had heard wrong. "Jiang, Mr. Jiang, what did you say? You're asking me to get on a treadmill and walk for an hour?" he asked, looking at Jiang Ning incredulously. "Yeah, if you want to be cured, then you have to go up and walk for an hour. Hurry up and go. I'll go out for a spin. Don't be lazy." "Oh, if you're lazy, then you won't be cured," Jiang Ning said indifferently. After saying that, he stood up to leave. Huang Dahai hurriedly pulled him back. "Egu, Mr. Jiang, this 270 pounds of my weight, standing is difficult. You let me walk for an hour. This is not to take my life. I beg you, do not torture me, okay?" "Torture you? Holy, do you think I'm torturing you? I'm clearly treating you." Jiang Ning spit up in his heart. He stared at Huang Dahai and said, "Comrade Huang, I'm helping you cure. You have to move your body, let your body sweat, so that all the effects of the medicine can be played out, and then I'll give you acupuncture treatment. The effect can be twice the result with half the effort. Anyway, you decide it yourself. It's okay if you don't want to go, but in that case, the healing effect is about half." These words were the big truth, not at all intimidating or scaring Huang Dahai. Hearing this, Huang Dahai's teeth clenched. A few seconds later, still gritting his back teeth, he said, "All right, I'll go." With that, he stepped onto the treadmill and started his exercise with a huff and a puff. Jiang Ning left the Four Seas medicine shop, and by the time he returned, it was already an hour later. He had come back at the exact same time. It was just that the circle he went out to walk around really disappointed him as well, because he walked through 7 or 8 stores, and he didn't come across any spirit medicines. All of them were unimpressive medicinal herbs, the kind that increased combat power by a dozen or so points. He didn't purchase any either, and after feeling that it was about time, he returned with a sense of disinterest, huffing and puffing. After he approached a bit closer, he saw Huang Dahai paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. The piece of clothing he was wearing was now a bit soaked through, and his entire body looked extremely tired and labored to the extreme. "Mr. Yi, I followed your request and walked for a whole hour. But it's really tiring me out," Huang Dahai gasped and said. He struggled to climb up, under the assistance of the clerk, walked to the mahogany sofa and sat down there. The whole person has been tired and weak. Huang Dahai's height was about 175. Such a height. The standard weight is about 75 kilograms, but Huang Dahai's weight is a full 135 kilograms, over the standard close to a whole double. With his weight, just a few more minutes of standing will be sore back, let alone walking continuously for an hour. For him to be able to persevere, he was considered to be very resilient. Jiang Ning waited until his breathing returned to normal. Then he asked Huang Dahai to raise his hand, and he took out silver needles and started acupuncture on his hand. Obviously there was a problem in one area or another. Now Jiang Ning was acupuncture on his hand, which made Huang Dahai look confused, unable to figure out what Jiang Ning's reason for doing so was, but he didn't ask either, instead waiting to see what would happen. Just as Jiang Ning went as far as the 5th silver needle, stabbing into an acupoint in his tiger's mouth position, Huang Dahai's eyes rounded. This was because he abruptly sensed a warm current emerging from his hand. This warm current flowed down his arm, to his heart, and then it was directly to his bottom, causing a burst of mild pain that was like a pinch below him. "Mr. Jiang, I can feel it. I feel a warm current inside my body," Huang Dahai said in a deep voice. "Don't be anxious, it'll be fine soon." Jiang Ning, however, remained vengeful and calm, speaking in a tone that was not condescending. After saying this, he was silent, continuing to lower his head. He gave Huang Dahai acupuncture. Huang Dahai also stopped talking, just closed his eyes and quietly felt, as Jiang Ning's silver needles continued to pierce his hand. His hand soon became like a hedgehog. Just as Jiang Ning stabbed the last of the silver needles in, he suddenly felt the pain he felt down there suddenly turn into a searing like a burning flame like pain. He howled miserably and stood up violently. That face twisted up in pain. He couldn't help but try to grab it with his hands, but there were silver needles all over the top of his hands. It's so hot. He couldn't help but shout. Jiang Ning, however, smiled, his gaze falling teasingly on Huang Dahai. TSK, Boss Huang, didn't think that your principal, but it's still so formidable. Formidable, is really formidable. It's just a drop worse than me up. Huang Dahai didn't understand what Jiang Ning meant when he said this. Jiang Ning signaled him to look down. As a result, when Huang Dahai looked down, he exclaimed in shock. Me. The next second he burst into old tears, crying as if he were a child. Because he finally had a feeling, which was something that hadn't appeared for more than 20 years. Feeling this familiar and unfamiliar feeling, he couldn't stop the flow of tears. Chapter 65, Live Broadcast Welfare Card. It had been more than 20 years. It had been so long that he himself was about to forget what this feeling of bulging up was like. Feeling this long-lost feeling, Huang Dahai's tired demeanor was suddenly swept away. He straightened his body. A brilliant light erupted from his eyes. At this moment, he felt that he was a man of honor. Ha. He burst into old tears and let out a wild laugh. Plop! Suddenly, he straightened up and knelt down right at Jiang Ning, looking at him gratefully. Mr. Jiang, you are truly a divine doctor? You're my lifesaver. Please accept my obeisance. With that, he directly kowtowed. Gu, Boss Huang, what are you doing? You give me herbs, I give you a cure. You don't owe me. You mustn't be like this. You quickly get up. Jiang Ning was so scared that he hurriedly dodged away and bent down to help Huang Dahai. Huang Dahai was agitated and burst into tears. Divine Dr. Jiang, you can really be a great benefactor who saved my life? I don't even know myself. What's the point of me living? The past 20 years, I have low self-esteem. I am not a man. I cannot raise my head in front of anyone. I am not a man. He cried and said, speaking from the bottom of his heart. He did have low self-esteem because of this, feeling that his waistplate could never be straightened, and some years ago he even moved to commit suicide because of this. He is not good in any way, and it's nothing to be a bachelor all the time. Although I want to have a family, but he is also used to living alone. It's okay if you don't have a family, and it's okay if you can't enjoy it, but the problem is, he can't get hard, which makes him always have a lump in his heart. Think he is not a man. The heart disease is difficult to heal. Huang Dahai because of this piece of heart disease, countless times on the life of despair. But now, Jiang Ning really got rid of the disease, let him feel like a man again. This made Huang Dahai, in his heart, immediately climbed his gratitude towards Jiang Ning to the extreme. Boss Huang, you shouldn't be too excited. Right now you're still not completely well. That prescription I just gave you have to insist on drinking it for half a year, and you have to walk on the treadmill for a while after each drink. In the future, it doesn't need to be an hour every day. But after drinking the medicine every day, you have to walk for at least 20 minutes. Within this half a year, you should also not touch a woman. Wait until you're completely well before saying anything. Anyway, so many years have survived, compared to this last half a year. Right. Jiang Ning looked at Huang Dahai and said indifferently. Huang Dahai quickly nodded. Indeed, after so many years, it really wasn't too bad to have survived this last half year. Jiang Ning didn't linger much longer. After a while, he removed all the silver needles from Huang Dahai's hands, and then left with the medicinal herbs. As for the snake immortal flower, Huang Dahai also asked his buddy to take it out for Jiang Ning to take away. Returning home, Jiang Ning then began to impatiently take out these herbs. He clutched the herbs in his hands and moved his mind. The grass and wood energy then surged into his body and was absorbed by him. Jiang Ning could clearly feel that his combat power was increasing. He first absorbed the dragon's blood root, and then the snake immortal flower. And by the time both elixirs had been absorbed, his combat power was already at 2,300 points. Jiang Ning froze a bit. System, these 2 elixirs, shouldn't they increase my combat power by 1,000? But how? Now it's only increasing combat power by 800 points? Jiang Ning hurriedly inquired. After the host had absorbed the dragon blood root, his body had already adapted to the impact of this strength of medicinal power, causing the effect to naturally decrease when the second snake immortal flower was absorbed. In other words, although absorbing spiritual medicines is a shortcut to improving your combat power, the body has the ability to adapt. As long as it adapts, if you continue to take shortcuts, the effect will be weaker and weaker time and time again until it has no effect at all. The system replied. Jiang Ning was immediately filled with sadness. There's still this kind of argument. System, why didn't you tell me earlier? Jiang Ning wanted to find a block of tofu to knock himself to death. He had just fantasized that he was going to acquire spirit medicines in large quantities and then absorb their medicinal power to enhance his combat power. But now he realized, this idea of his own was bankrupt. It simply wouldn't work. Forget it, although the effect is less than ideal. But now that I already have 2,300 combat power, it's considered another enhancement, and I'm satisfied. It's just that now that I'm in my body, I've already tried out a 3rd grade elixir. So shouldn't I go buy a 4th grade elixir and absorb it then? Jiang Ning rubbed his chin, secretly thinking in his heart, 4th grade spirit medicine, where am I going to get the whole thing from? He muttered in his heart. Just at this time, the cell phone rang. Divine Dr. Jiang, this is Tai Shan Ah. Tonight, Boss Chu would like to invite you to have the honor of coming to Drunken Immortal House for a gathering. I wonder if that's possible. The call was from Tai Shan. Jiang Ning rubbed his temples. Oh, Boss Chu wants to invite me for dinner ah. That's good ah. That, Divine Dr. Jiang. Boss Chu will bring a friend over tonight, and that friend also has some minor health problems, Tai Shan said carefully. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow. Emotionally, letting me go to dinner is a lie. Wanting me to heal is the real thing. This head of his said. There's no problem with letting me go and cure the disease first, but the consultation fee must be in place before I can do so. Depending on the size of the illness, the consultation fee will be determined. If it is a small disease, then I can treat it for free. If the other person is sicker and it is difficult to treat, then prepare some spirit medicine. I happen to be short of spirit medicine now that. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. What a doze sending a pillow. He was worried about where to find spiritual medicine, but then Tai Shan and Chu Tianqing sent it to his door. Chu Tianqing was the underground emperor of Yanjing. Asking him to prepare some 4th grade spirit medicines for him as a consultation fee didn't seem like a very excessive thing. Does Divine Dr. Jiang need spirit medicine? I don't know how many grades of spirit medicine Divine Dr. Jiang needs, Tai Shan asked after hesitating for 2 seconds. 4th grade, at the very least, and it would be even better if there were 5th and 6th grades. Jiang Ning said nonchalantly. Good, I'll tell Boss Chu about it. Then tonight at 8 o'clock at the Drunken Immortal building. I won't see you there. After saying that, the phone hung up. Jiang Ning was beaming with joy. He had already heard from Tai Shan's words, and estimated that the other party's condition was definitely not light. Otherwise Tai Shan wouldn't have inquired, asking for an extremely high-quality spirit medicine himself. Tai Shan inquired this way. That meant that Tai Shan felt that illness needed to use spirit medicine as a consultation fee in order to be cured. Ha ha, Chu Tianqing definitely has a 4th grade spirit medicine somewhere. It seems that my fighting strength tonight can be raised another notch. Jiang Ning thought joyfully. Ding! New welfare card released. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a live reward 100x rebate card. Just as he was joyful, the system beep suddenly sounded. Chapter 66, Fighting Power Explosion. Live streaming reward cards? Is this going to be a pure welfare bureau? Watching a live broadcast and giving money? Jiang Ning was excited. Other people were spending money to watch live broadcasts, but when they watched live broadcasts, they were able to earn money back after spending money. This matter was exciting at once. Ha ha, thinking about this makes me happy. Jiang Ning laughed. He looked at the duration of the card's use, which was within 24 hours, and he was in no hurry. It's the daytime when there are fewer anchors. It's better to wait until the night to reward them. There are more people broadcasting live at night. Jiang Ning inhaled a mouthful of smoke and said faintly. Already was ready to attend tonight after finishing Chu Tianqing's invitation. Should have gone out to buy a few bodysuits. This Chu boss invited me to dinner. Shouldn't I buy a set of formal clothes? Jiang Ning cupped his chin and thought this way. Thinking of this he didn't ink. Directly getting up and preparing to go out to purchase clothes. Ding! Suddenly, the system beep sounded again. Congratulations to the host, obtaining a 100 times rebate card for gambling stones. Usage note, the price of the jade that the host cuts out and sells out, doubles 100 times. As the system beep sounded again, another benefit card appeared. Jiang Ning jumped up in excitement. He still had 3 more chances to use his perspective eyes that he hadn't used yet, and if he went to gamble on the stones now, with the help of these 3 chances to see through the eyes, he could totally make a hard profit ah. Jiang Ning was in a great mood. This is purely to send me money ah. This system is simply the god of wealth system ah. System, you really are getting more and more knowledgeable, but it would be even better if you were in a position to give me some combat power. Jiang Ning hemmed and hawed. The system didn't reply or bother with him. Jiang Ning had also gotten used to it long ago, the system's silence. He stretched his lazy waist. First go to the mall to buy 2 bodysuits, then go to the entrance of the Hiao arena to take a turn and have a good time. With that, he got up and headed outside. However, when Jiang Ning walked out of the villa, he suddenly felt a murderous intent permeating the air. Jiang Ning's heart sank. What's going on? I feel like someone is trying to kill me in the shadows. What is this situation? Is there an ambush here? While he was thinking this, a roar sounded in his ears. Oh, Jiangning, you dog really live here. Hurry up and crawl over to me to die. I, Zheng Fangfan, today, must disassemble you into 8 pieces. Otherwise it would be difficult to resolve the hatred in my heart. Ah, this voice sounded like thunder. Anyone would be able to hear the monstrous rage contained within this voice. After hearing this voice, Zhang Ning followed the sound and saw Zhang Fangfan jump out from behind a large tree. At this moment, Zhang Fangfan looked at him viciously, his voice harboring a monstrous and tremendous rage. One of his arms was still heavily bandaged. His head was also wrapped in thick bandages. Seeing him in this state, Zhang Ning couldn't help but stare. He had only broken his arm, but he hadn't touched his head at all. So how did his head break off? He didn't know that when Zhang Hongyun's men threw Zhang Fangfan out that night, Zhang Fangfan accidentally hit a tree. Then he also unlucky, hit the tree after a butt fall. The back of the head hit the stone above, resulting in a broken head. However, he didn't dare to settle this account on Zhang Hongyun, so he put it on Zhang Ning's body as well. In the past 2 days, he had inquired about Zhang Ning's residence, and that was how he had found his way here. The purpose was to take revenge. You're Zhang Ning, give me back my little master's watch. Hurry up! Right at this moment, before Zhang Ning had a chance to speak, whichever one was beside Zhang Fangfan opened his mouth indifferently. He stretched out his hand to demand it. Zhang Ning froze, then realized that his watch was the one he had won in a bet with Zhang Fangfan that day. The wristwatch that Zhang Fangfan he demanded is the one that I won that day when I bet against you, right? TSK, I thought it was yours that. What? A rich second generation like you, but you even borrowed a mere watch, not your own? Zhang Ning said indifferently, with mockery in his voice. It was a coincidence to say. This piece of wristwatch he also quite liked, so he had been wearing it on his wrist for the past 2 days. As he spoke he waved it towards the other party and removed the wristwatch from his wrist. Hurry up and give it back to me. Kong Liang looked at the wristwatch in Zhang Ning's hand, his eyes red. I won this from Zhang Fangfan, and I won it fair and square, so who am I to give it back to you? You're kind of a chicken, Zhang Ning said indifferently. His gaze swept over Kong Liang's body, his tone full of disdain. Kong Liang's face was filled with black lines, and he was furious. But before he could speak, Zhang Ning directly threw the wristwatch to the ground and kicked it to pieces. You seek death. Looking at his beloved wristwatch, which had been kicked into a pile of parts, Kong Liang's eyes turned red. He roared angrily. Zhang Ning, however, said in a cold voice, this is mine now. I'll deal with it however I want. It's out of your hands. Finished speaking, with his foot, he kicked a floor of parts, all of which flew out. Kong Liang was half dead with anger. He raised his hand to point at Zhang Ning, huffing and puffing. He was truly going to die of anger. His eyes were red with anger. Zhang Ning, on the other hand, looked at him arrogantly and said in a disdainful tone, already bring what I have in my hands. You guys want to go back and have to go back. Really think of yourselves as a dish? I don't care who you are. It's best to get the hell out of here immediately. Otherwise, one phone call from me will leave you in ruin. Zhang Ning spoke in a domineering manner. Right now, he was absolutely in doubt to say these words. It was important to know that both Chu Tianqing and Zhang Hongyun, these two top-tier figures, were both very close to him right now. With this relationship between the two of them and himself, he himself could indeed achieve the ability to let Kong Liang and Zhang Fangfan, with a single phone call, be doomed. In front of Zhang Hongyun and Chu Tianqing, these two top big shots, whether it was the Kong family or the Zhang family, they were all just small ants, not worth mentioning at all. You're good, you're really good. Kong Liang gasped and gnashed his teeth. Rubbish, you remember the old man's name. The old man's name is Kong Liang, said he clapped his hands with force, and immediately there were more than 10 people, directly rushing out of the hiding place. These, all of them were the people he and Zhang Fangfan brought. Each one of them were elite fighters, because they had suffered a loss before. This time, Zhang Fangfan had brought a group of experts to find Zhang Ning's trouble. Among these experts, there were also 2 with more than 1,500 combat power. Chapter 67. You, truly too weak. Hiss. Seeing those 2 fighting strengths, both of them were already over 1,500 plus elites. Zhang Ning couldn't help but suck in cool air and, in his heart, he secretly said that it was so close. Thanks to my current combat power, which has already reached over 2,000, or else there really wouldn't be any way to deal with these 2. Zhang Ning was grateful in his heart. If they had come a little bit earlier, and blocked themselves here when they returned with the dragon blood root and snake fairy flower, then he would definitely be dead today. But just because the other party was a little bit late, he let himself absorb all the medicinal power in the house, and his combat power skyrocketed to 2,300. Now with his combat power, Even if he had to deal with these two at the same time, his heart was not weak at all. Zheng Fangfan, Kong Liang, you two idiots, brought such two scums and you want to deal with me? Really too naive. Jiang Ning thought with a cold smile. After his dark celebration and secret danger at the beginning, his entire person was now acting calm and collected, and he wasn't the slightest bit afraid at all. He had his hands behind his back. With a very indifferent look, he looked at Zheng Fangfan and Kong Liang. Hey, I say you those two, coming to deal with me with so much fanfare, only to end up with two slightly more powerful ones. The rest are just some trash. What were you guys thinking? Want to fight to teach me a lesson, right? Then hurry up and start. Don't waste time. Are you guys planning on letting these two guys go at it one by one? Or are you going to let them beat me up in a group? Jiang Ning spoke disdainfully, and when he spoke, his tone was as calm and confident as ever. It was just that the teasing and playfulness in his words were like loud slaps that constantly slapped Kong Liang and Zheng Fangfan in the face. It made them feel very angry. Jiang Ning didn't care what they thought in their hearts, much less if they were angry. Anyway, he was just, right now, doing whatever was comfortable for him. With his hands behind his back, his words were deliberately provocative. Zheng Fangfan, Kong Liang, you two losers hurry up and make a decision when the time comes. How the hell are you going to fight? I'm short on time. I still have to go out and play that. Don't have that much time to waste with you two here. If you guys are not letting these two little scums make a move, then you two will kowtow to me and get the hell out of here. I can forgive your rudeness for coming to trouble me today. How about it? Jiang Ning said smilingly. His words were heard by Zheng Fangfan and Kong Liang, instantly causing these two's lungs to explode. Jiang Ning, you seek death. Kong Liang roared angrily. Zheng Fangfan was even more furious. Jiang Ning, you puppy, you really don't know how to die, ah? Well, since you don't know how to die yourself, then I'll fulfill you. What are you two waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and do it? He roared angrily. Humph, I'll go first. Just the moment Zheng Fangfan's angry roar fell, whichever expert standing on the left suddenly spoke, and then his body was like a rock spreading its wings as he rushed towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's face was overjoyed. Ha ha, if the two of you had made a move to surround me, then it really would have been a bit of a problem. But now, you guys are so idiotic as to go on one by one. Isn't this sending death? Ha ha, breaks. He laughed out loud, and by this time, the other party had already rushed over. Facing the incoming, raging fists, Jiang Ning's face was as normal, and even some delight and excitement welled up in the bottom of his eyes. When the other party's fist was about to hit his recovery, he suddenly dodged over at an extremely bizarre angle. This ghostly dodge, it caused the one who attacked him to be instantly confused. His eyes were wide and round, as if he had seen a ghost. What's going on? You, how could you dodge past that? This person shouted in horror. There's nothing impossible. It's just that you yourself are too weak. Die. Jiang Ning let out a low roar. The moment his low roar fell, his fist had already blasted into this person's abdomen from the left side. Fiercely. Ah! The opponent howled miserably. His body was like a kite with broken strings as he was directly sent flying backwards by Jiang Ning's punch. Jiang Ning's face was expressionless. The other party, however, howled miserably and landed heavily on the ground. His hands covering the place where his stomach had been struck as blood flowed out of his mouth. He was screaming in pain. His voice was hoarse. The place where the abdomen was smashed, but also felt a huge pain. Inside the abdomen, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels even had the feeling that they had been blown up by Jiang Ning's fists, and the pain caused him to curl up into a ball, just like a boiled prawn. Ah, what's going on? How is this possible? Seeing this expert, surprisingly, in less than 2 seconds, he was sent flying out of the room by Jiang Ning's punch, paralyzed into a pile of mud on the ground. Kong Liang and Zheng Fangfan both stared in horror, unable to believe what their eyes were seeing. They had paid a high price to hire these two experts. Originally, they had fantasized that after these two experts came over, they would be like a tiger beating up a puppy, pressing Jiang Ning to the ground and beating him up. They were even fantasizing about Jiang Ning kneeling on the ground and begging for his life. Jiang Ning was kneeling on the ground, begging the two of them to spare his life. But now, it turned out that the people they had brought with them couldn't even make a single move in front of Jiang Ning. This left the two of them completely confused. No, this isn't possible. This isn't possible. This doesn't make sense. Jiang Ning can't be this strong. Zheng Fangfan couldn't believe his eyes as he shook his head frantically. Kong Liang, on the other hand, realized that things weren't quite right, and he himself was already slowly starting to back away. He wasn't stupid either. To be precise, he was much smarter than Zhang Fangming, since this expert was defeated by a single punch. Then which one of the remaining ones? Surely this is also the end. Ah! If both experts were pressed to the ground and blasted with hammers, then the others they brought with them were nothing more than scum who knew some 3-legged kung fu. In that case, if Jiang Ning wanted to deal with them, If Jiang Ning wanted to deal with them, he and Zhang Fangfan would definitely not be able to escape. Humph, Kong Liang, Zhang Fangfan, the people you brought with you are really too weak. If you're sensible, then hurry up and apologize to me, or else I'll directly break both of your legs. Right at this moment, Jiang Ning said with a loud laugh. The voice did not fall. Jiang Ning suddenly struck out like lightning as he abruptly appeared in front of another expert. Slap, slap, slap. The slaps were lashed out as if they didn't need any money. This expert hadn't even reacted before he was sneakily attacked by Jiang Ning, smacking his face into a pig's head and fainting on the ground. Now, beside Kong Liang and Zhang Fangfan, there were no experts left to protect the two of them, except for those stinking minions. Jiang Ning's gaze scanned over them. Kong Liang's legs went weak after coming into contact with this cold, icy gaze of Jiang Ning's, and he didn't even have the guts to try to escape. Chapter 68, Let's Gamble on Stones. Now, both Zhang Fangfan and Kong Liang, all of them were scared half to death by Jiang Ning. Their bodies were soft and their legs were weak. Both of them wanted to immediately turn around and run away, but under the gaze of Jiang Ning's eyes that didn't have an ounce of emotion in them, they didn't dare to run away. They were worried that as long as they escaped, they would be captured and then pressed to the ground and ruthlessly ravaged. Now, do you guys still want to deal with me? Jiang Ning's gaze was indifferent to the point of looking at them. At this moment, his gaze was as icy cold as the icy fog that rose up from the Nine Spectres' cold pool, and this icy fog enveloped people. As long as the person who was enveloped by this icy fog, he felt that his body was freezing cold and piercing the bones, as if by countless roots. The temperature of minus hundreds of degrees of cold needles will be their own body up and down all to pierce. This cold feeling, more so, it made them feel that their flesh and blood, sinews and bones were frozen in an instant, giving them a near suffocating feeling of death. You, let's have a word. Zhang Fangfan was so scared that his body was trembling like sifting chaff. Those two legs were as if they weren't his own, shivering and trembling madly. Kong Liang's situation wasn't much better. Just now, how arrogant these two were. Now they were afraid. How arrogant and domineering they were just now. How pale their faces were now. It was only a minute before and after. These two felt as if they had fallen from heaven into hell. They tried their hardest to make a smile on their faces, hoping that this smile could infect Jiang Ning, so that Jiang Ning wouldn't deal with them, and even more so, fantasizing that Jiang Ning would let them go. But fantasies were fantasies after all. How could Jiang Ning possibly let them go that? At this moment, Jiang Ning just looked at the two of them indifferently, his eyes flickering with a bit of a cold aura. Kong Liang, Zhang Fangfan, goody, two of you have come to find trouble with me. Tell me yourselves, how should I deal with the two of you that? Would it be better for me to break your legs that? Or your hands? Jiang Ning's tone was also extremely indifferent, as if an icy cold wind was penetrating his body. The people who heard these words were all shivering, feeling that their bodies were cooled through, and even felt that the blood inside their veins had turned into ice when they heard these icy words. It was really cold from the bottom of one's bones. Kong Liang and Zhang Fangfan, although their origins were still considered good, but these two guys, also is not a person who has seen a lot of knowledge, purely is two dude loser. They hadn't experienced any big waves either. Therefore, right now, after these two heard these words from Jiang Ning, they were so scared that they were shaking in fear, especially Zhang Fangfan. His hand had been broken by Jiang Ning, so he knew very well that this person in front of him really did dare to do what he said. Last time, in front of Jiang Hongyun, with Jiang Hongyun trying to bail him out, he had even broken his own hand. Then now, with no one to bail him out, Jiang Ning said that he would break his arms and legs, so he would definitely be able to do what he said. Imagining Jiang Ning's ruthlessness and decisiveness that night, Zhang Fangfan only felt a chill in his pants, a feeling that he was going to pee his pants. No, don't. This is just a misunderstanding. Jiang Ning, it's just a misunderstanding between us. I think it's better if we don't make a big deal out of it. We should turn our quarrels into peace. The so-called multiple friends have more roads, multiple enemies have more walls. I didn't come over today to find your trouble. I just want to resolve the conflict with you. You must believe me. Ah. Zhang Fangfan was also scared a little too much. The words coming out of his mouth now sounded bull **** to the extreme. It was no exaggeration to say. With regards to the words coming out of his mouth, Zhang Fangfan himself felt disbelief and felt that only an idiot would believe these words. Plop! Kong Liang was already unable to stand. He was being constantly swept by Jiang Ning with that cold-to-the-bone gaze, causing his body to tremble like sifting chaff. His legs were as limp as kelp, and he was already without any semblance of support under this extreme fear. His body went limp. He collapsed and could not stand up. Oh, really are two cowards ah. Also strike ah. Since you are all afraid to become like this, then I will not make things difficult for you. You two can roll. Jiang Ning opened his mouth indifferently. We can roll? This was the meaning of sparing us from death and not getting on our bad side? Kong Liang and Zhang Fangfan were both too excited to speak after hearing Jiang Ning's words. After the two of them stared wide-eyed and glanced at each other with tacit understanding, they immediately rose from the ground and prepared to escape. Wait, just as they were about to flee for their lives, Jiang Ning's voice was ringing in their ears. You, what do you want to do? You already said that you were going to let us roll. You can't go back on your word. Zhang Fangfan said in fear. Kong Liang nodded repeatedly in agreement. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, smiled indifferently. Zhang Fangfan, I know that you're a bit unconvinced of me in your heart, and I also know that after leaving this time that, for sure, you'll still be looking for me to take revenge. No, I won't retaliate against you. I definitely won't retaliate against you. I already know your greatness. Now you are just giving me 100 guts. I don't dare to deal with you. Zhang Fangfan hurriedly waved his hand and said, of course. These words were just words on his lips. In reality, his heart was viciously thinking that after he left here alive, immediately, he would find a more powerful expert to deal with Jiang Ning. What's more, in his heart, he kept clenching his teeth and vowed that he would find an expert to break Jiang Ning's legs, making him look like a wasted dog, kneeling on the ground and begging himself to spare his life. Of course, he wouldn't say these words, he would just think about them in his heart. But if these words were just a thought now, in a few days, he would turn them into reality. At that time, he would do what he said he would do, and even do more excessively and cruelly than what he was thinking now. Zhang Fangfan, your eyes are already betraying you. There is no need for you to say these self-deceiving words. Just as well, since you want to deal with me then I will give you such an opportunity today. I am now ready to go to play a few games at the High AO Field entrance. Do you want to bet against me once that? If you want to, then bring people to find me at the Sea Olympic Stadium, where we share a high and low winners and losers, depending on whether you have the courage to bet with me here. Jiang Ning gently waved his hand, then said in a bland tone, Chapter 69, Betting Again. Jiang Ning stepped away. Only Zhang Fangfan and Kong Liang were left behind, along with their doglegs who were lying on the ground like slime, remaining here for the time being. Looking at Jiang Ning's back as he left, Zhang Fangfan's eyes became ferocious. His fists were also clenching in death, gritting his teeth, his back teeth itching to be crushed. Damn it, do you really think that just because you know a bit of three-legged kung fu yourself, you're invincible? Sooner or later, I'm going to let you know that there's a sky beyond the sky, and there's a man beyond the man. I'm going to make you pay a serious enough price for your own stupidity. He gritted his back teeth and shouted. Kong Liang, on the other hand, took a deep breath and swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard. Then he looked at him and asked, Zhang Fangfan, he said that he wants us to go and gamble on stones. Are we going or not? Kong Liang was a bit indecisive. Go must go why not go? Zhang Fangfan snorted coldly and said through gritted teeth, he won me by fluke that night, but this kind of luck can't be had every time. Let's ask Master Ho to go with us. As long as we have Master Ho's help, then we're sure to win. Master Ho? Kong Liang was first stunned, but then his expression became odd. He looked at Zhang Fangfan and said, your fever to brain burn confused it. Please Ho Master's out at least 30 million. Now you can get out 30 million. How? Your father does not care about you spend money? Although both of them are rich second generation. But how much money the family let them spend every month? It was all counted. $30 million. They really didn't have the means to take it out at once. As for the Master Ho that Zhang Fangfan was talking about, he was a resounding figure. In Yanjing's stone gambling world, that could be said to be a master that no one knew about. This master, in terms of stone gambling, ever since his debut, he has never lost. Over the years there are countless people to ask him to help betting on the stone. He is not hands off then. Out will win. However, the price of asking him to do it is ridiculously expensive, and it takes $30 million to ask him to do it. If you don't have $30 million, then he won't take care of you. $30 million I don't have, but this kid Jiang Ning does, Zhang Fangfan said through clenched back teeth. Kong Liang was immediately baffled after hearing this. He looked at Zhang Fangfan in surprise, completely confused about what this guy meant. Zhang Fangfan said, you're stupid. I mean, we're betting against Jiang Ning and directly dismissing the sky-high stakes. He will definitely agree. Let's talk to Grandmaster Ho in advance and wait until we win the bet. We'll split it in half with him. But, will Master Ho be able to agree? Kong Liang asked. Zhang Fangfan cupped his chin and quickly said with a light in his eyes, it's very simple. Let's give him some collateral first. Collateral? Kong Liang was a little hesitant. Compared to Zhang Fangfan's lawlessness, there was still more or less some cowardice within his character. So, right now, he was quite bottomless in his heart. He wants to retaliate against Jiang Ning, worrying about looking ahead, worrying about this, Worrying about that makes him indecisive. Just rest assured, don't need you to pay out money. I have a piece of Ruyu at home. My dad is not at home these days. I will secretly take it out later to mortgage. Master Ho is definitely going to make a move. The price of that piece of Ruyu jade is around $35 million, Zheng Fangfan said with a certainty in his tone. Hearing that he had said his words to this point, Kong Liang did not make any pretense. Nodding his head heavily, he said, "Good. Since you have said so, it would be too much of a pretense for me to disagree. Let's do it like this." Said, he threw his car keys to Zheng Fangfan. "I can't let you pay out of your own pocket either. The value of this car right now, there is $10 million. The implication was that this car he also gave a mortgage on. Zheng Fangfan patted Kong Liang's shoulder, shouting, "Good brother. Enjoy the blessings and difficulties together." The entrance to the Hai Ao Stadium. After Jiang Ning came over, about half an hour or so, Zheng Fangfan and Kong Liang came and found Jiang Ning. Just a moment ago, Zheng Fangfan and Kong Liang were still lying on the ground begging Jiang Ning to spare the two of them. But now, these two were looking at Jiang Ning in a high and mighty manner, with no one else in sight, completely disregarded Jiang Ning in the eyes. They were as arrogant as they wanted to be, as arrogant as they wanted to be. It was as if he had completely forgotten the scene and appearance of just kneeling down and begging for forgiveness in front of Jiang Ning's house. "Humph, Jiang Ning, you puppy, today is the day of your death. Didn't you want to play gambling stones with us? Now your grandpa Zhang and your grandpa Kong are standing right in front of you. How you want to play today? We will accompany you how you want to play." Zheng Fangfan clasped his hands on his waist and said aggressively. Behind him and Kong Liang, there was an expert standing. Surprisingly, it was also a peak silver grade expert. This expert was not something that the current Jiang Ning could resist. Jiang Ning's pupils contracted slightly, and the thoughts in his heart became firmer. Firmly, he thought that he must raise his combat power as soon as possible. Otherwise, any random cat or dog that popped out could come and bully himself. Zheng Fangfan, I really should bar just now, when you were kneeling on the ground and begging me to make a video and play it in front of you. If that's really the case, I don't believe you can still be arrogant and dejected. Jiang Ning was furious, biting his back teeth and cursing. He was mentioning whichever pot he hadn't opened. After hearing these words, Zheng Fangfan's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. He looked viciously at the person standing across from him, his eyes glowing with a ferocious light, and his body trembled under the extreme exasperation. You are looking for death," he angrily shouted. It was also that he knew clearly in his heart that this was the Hai Ao venue entrance, and knew that Jiang Ning might have climbed into a relationship with Jiang Honyun that night. So within the Hai Ao field entrance, he really didn't dare to make a move. Otherwise, right now, he would definitely have had this one he brought with him, a true expert, immediately rush up and blast Jiang Ning to death. "Ha!" Jiang Ning laughed with a relaxed expression on his face, completely failing to put Zheng Fangfan's threat into his heart. Zheng Fangfan was trembling with anger. Kong Liang's face was also very unpleasant. "Let's not talk about this useless nonsense. Let's directly sign the betting agreement. Let's take 1 hour as the deadline. After 1 hour, meet at the 7th cutter there. Whoever doesn't arrive will be considered the loser. Also, when looking for the stone species, the entire process needs to be videotaped to avoid the other party from playing tricks." Kong Liang droned in a low voice. "Okay, no problem." Jiang Ning agreed readily. At this time, Zheng Fangfan smiled coldly. "Also, we have another helper. This Master Ho, he will help us look for it later. This is something you need to know beforehand, so that you don't say we're cheating when the time comes." Zheng Fangfan hurriedly stretched out his hand and pointed at Master Ho, who had never said a word beside him. Chapter 70, Master Ho's Wrath. Master Ho? Who was this that could stand up to the name of Master? Jiang Ning, on the other hand, looked over suspiciously. To be honest, he really didn't know who this Master Ho was, much less had he heard of Master Ho's name. He was a pure beginner when it came to stone gambling. It was only because he relied on the fact that he had the opportunity to see through his eyes 3 times a day that he dared to gamble against Zheng Fangfan here. Other than this barrier, his knowledge of the gambling circle, as well as the knowledge of gambling stones, is infinitely close to zero. This Master Ho, he had even never heard of, and had no idea who it was. "What? You haven't heard of Master Ho's name?" Zheng Fangfan could see his confusion and immediately snorted coldly. "What a jumping clown. How dare you bet against me here without even having heard of Grandmaster Ho? You really have a lot of guts." "What? Do I have to have heard of him?" Jiang Ning retorted nonchalantly. He waved his hand and looked at Zheng Fangfan with a face full of contempt. "Alright, you don't want to fool around here either. We're signing the parley agreement right away, so there are some words that need to be brought up and said." "Well, you say it." Zheng Fangfan nodded. Jiang Ning said, "You and I are not fools. Heart clear this so-called betting, that is certainly to have a lottery." Right. When he said lottery, The corners of Zhang Ning's mouth revealed a smile. Zhang Fangfan also couldn't help but laugh out loud. Right now, they were both not holding their farts, both thinking of getting each other killed, thinking of using the jackpot to make a good profit on the other party. So now when it came to the jackpot, in both of their hearts, they were immediately playing devil's advocate. I can offer 500 million as a parley. Zhang Ning was the first to speak. Good, no problem. Zhang Fangfan's entire body was about to jump up and down in excitement after hearing that Zhang Ning had actually called out $500 million for the parley. He didn't even think twice before agreeing directly. However, Zhang Ning was looking at him with a face full of ridicule. Don't agree so painfully fast first. My words haven't finished yet then. Zhang Fangfan, I can take out $500 million. I can even immediately transfer $500 million to the top of the notarized account of the field entrance. But the question is, can you take it out? In my place, you don't want to think of empty gloves. I'm also not going to let you be here with me, empty-handed. Zhang Ning said with a hefty smile. The excitement on Zhang Fangfan's face immediately stiffened. Yup, where did he have $500 million? He couldn't press it out at all, let alone $500 million. Right now, even if he was asked to take out $100 million, he didn't even have that much money. Invite Homemaster to come here, help him to bet 30 million. That is still stealing the family's jade against the debt of that. He thought that after he won the bet, he would use the money he won to redeem the jade. Now Zhang Ning was reminding him. Ha ha, Zhang Fangfan, you really don't have $500 million to bet. TSK, what did I say about you? I thought how rich you were that. Feelings 500 million can't even take out really a garbage man Zhang Ning mocked without hesitation. Zhang Fangfan immediately blushed and looked at Zhang Ning with anger and desire to die, glaring round eyes and roaring. Are you farting? How could I not have? Oh, do you have it? Then take it out if you have it. Anyway, you've agreed to bet against the parley being 500 million. Since you have it, then take it out immediately. Let's play for real. Don't rub it in here. Zhang Ning nonchalantly interrupted Zhang Fangfan. Zhang Fangfan's expression stiffened, and he couldn't say a single harsh word. Yeah, it was useless to say anything now, and saying anything was not as useful as just taking the money out. But the problem was, where did he get the money? He had a hair of money. He simply couldn't take it out. At this moment, he was holding his face red. Rubbish, not even $500 million and still attempting to play with me here. Are you in over your head? Or is it cement that's in your head? Zhang Ning continued to taunt. Zhang Fangfan's face was suffocatingly red, itching to find a crack in the ground to drill into. At this moment, he also realized that there was a gaze, like a knife, being projected over by his side. This gaze, it was Master Ho who projected over. At this moment Master Ho looked at him with a fierce gaze and said in a cold voice, Zhang Fangfan, you made a big deal of bringing me here, and as a result, you can't even take the pot yourself. On this also said that after winning, you can share no half. Are you fooling me? Elder Ho's voice was not big, only the few of them could hear it, but inside his not-so-loud voice, he was harboring incomparable anger. Not that, whoever gave him $30 million. It was not that whoever gave him $30 million, he would help whoever went to gamble on the stones. The reason why he agreed to Zhang Fangfan was because Zhang Fangfan told him that today's bet would have a huge jackpot, at least a few $100 million. When the time comes, you can split it in half with Master Ho. Master Ho was moved. As for Zhang Fangfan to use the jade stone temporarily offset the 30 million bidding fee, he was also naive to think that Zhang Fangfan was putting all his money on the line, so he didn't have any money in his hands for the time being, so he could only use the jade as collateral. But who would have thought that Zhang Fangfan was just purely broke, and not because he had pressed all his money up, which led to him being broke. Rather, he had no money since the beginning. Don't that, Master Ho, he wanted to explain, but he didn't know what to say. One could only stammer and didn't know what to do. Master Ho didn't give him a good look, and with a cold snort, he stopped taking care of him. Zhang Fangfan's face turned pale. He didn't know what to do for a moment. He and Kong Liang looked at each other in disbelief. Just as they were somewhat desperate, Grandmaster Ho spoke once more. Grandmaster Ho's gaze landed on Zhang Ning. Your name is Zhang Ning, isn't it? Are you really prepared to play $500 million for the jackpot this time? As he said this, he slightly took 2 steps forward. Yes. Zhang Ning spoke. Good. Since Zhang Fangfan doesn't have this amount of money, then the old man will engage in a parley with you. The two of us will compete and not bring them to play. Do you think it's possible? He was wanting to keep all the winnings all to himself. If he followed Zhang Fangfan to play together, even if Zhang Fangfan could come up with the winnings, then after winning, he could only get half. But if he were to personally bet against himself, then after winning, he would get all of it. Zhang Ning smiled faintly. I have no grudges against Master Ho. And I don't know him. I don't want to play against you. I only want to play with him. With that, he reached out and pointed at Zheng Fangfan. Zheng Fangfan had brought people and directly blocked his door to deal with him. This revenge still had to be settled. Chapter 71, The Final Solution. For today's bet, Jiang Ning was 100% certain that he would be able to win the match. Therefore, he did not want to pit Master Ho, this one innocent person. Even if this Master Ho, indeed, was a bit greedy, he didn't want to pit the other party. After all, there was no grievance or enmity. All he wanted was just to make Zheng Fangfan and Kong Liang, the two of them, learn a long lesson. Good, you are a man of principle. Master Ho was a little displeased, but still gave a compliment as he looked at Zheng Fangfan. What are you going to do? Zheng Fangfan was at a loss. Master Ho, why don't you lend me 500 million first? I'll use the Zheng family's shares as a guarantee. Humph, the shares of the Zheng family's company have half a penny to do with you, although you are the Zheng family's young proprietor, but the shares are all in your father's name. Are you qualified to make a guarantee mortgage? He said mockingly. Now he was looking at Zheng Fangfan more and more unfavorably. If he wasn't holding his own identity, he would really want to immediately whip Zheng Fangfan's face into a swollen mess and whip him into a peach blossom. Just when Zheng Fangfan didn't know what to do, at this time a voice rang out. Ha ha, it's so lively here. Jiang Ning, Zheng Fangfan, are you guys preparing to bet against each other again? Jiang Hongyun walked over and spoke. He himself walked over to Jiang Ning's side. Divine Dr. Jiang, we've only been separated for less than 2 hours, right? It's fate that we've met again. Ha ha, isn't it? Jiang Ning laughed. Uncle Jiang. Zheng Fangfan raised his head and looked at Jiang Hongyun. I say, you're on a collision course with Divine Dr. Jiang. Why are you so unable to think of that? Did you not lose enough that night to want to lose again? Do you really think that you can win against Dr. Jiang? Go home. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Jiang Hongyun opened his mouth and advised in a flat tone. He was also doing this for Zheng Fangfan's own good, so that Zheng Fangfan wouldn't make a fool of himself. However, right now, Zheng Fangfan was just thinking about teaching Jiang Ning a hard lesson, thinking about making Jiang Ning lose his bottom. The current him was already on the verge of losing his mind. Where could he listen to Jiang Hongyun's persuasion? Uncle Jiang, can you lend me 500 million? I can definitely win. With Master Ho helping me, I can definitely win. His teeth clenched. Count me in. Although Kong Liang is a bit cowardly, but at this time he is still quite righteous, directly stood out and said, this 500 million is considered to be borrowed by me and you together. Let's 1/2. In fact, Kong Liang was also a bit small-minded. He felt that with Master Ho here, they would definitely be able to win. So this so-called borrowing money was nothing more than borrowing it out now, but it would only take an hour or so, and after the betting was over, they would be able to win back $500 million in from wherever Kong Ning was, and win back this 500 million. It also means that from Jiang Hongyun here to pick up 500 million, they are completely no spending, can be returned directly to Jiang Hongyun, and also borrowed more than an hour, also do not need to have any interest. To put it bluntly, this so-called borrowing is nothing more than empty gloves. It had to be said that this little thought of Kong Liang's was still very much in place. Ha ha, ha ha. Master Ho suddenly laughed out. In that case, the borrower counts me in as well. He also attempted to take a share, so that he could share more after winning later. Greed was already making Master Ho red-eyed as well. Jiang Hongyun frowned. Jiang Ning was also in tears as he nodded his head towards Jiang Hongyun, meaning that you can lend them the money. I have no problem with it at all. Good, since you're all so determined, then I'll lend you this 500 million. If I lose, I'll be the one to personally go to the Zheng family and the Kong family to collect the debt. Jiang Hongyun took a deep breath and said, if he personally went to collect the debt, that was giving the Kong family and Zheng family 3 guts. They would not dare to renege on the debt. Soon, $500 million were in place. The betting agreement had also been signed. Originally, it was said that both sides would use 1 hour each to look for stone seeds, and everyone was thinking of a quick fix, so they let Jiang Hongyun arrange for someone to send over 50 top-quality stone seeds. These 50 top-quality stone seeds were all worth more than $1 billion. The cheapest of them was over $8 million. The most expensive one, the price per piece was $270 million. Of course, these stone seeds had to be paid for by them. Each side would pick 3 pieces and compare the total value of the 3 jade stones to whoever had the higher value. But of course if they couldn't cut the jade, they would be losing money to their grandmothers. The rules of the parley have all been stated clearly, and you have all signed the parley agreement. Then let's start now. The time for picking the stone type is 1 hour. Let's begin. Ding dong. Jiang Hongyun personally acted as the referee, and after he finished his words, he directly raised the small copper hammer in his hand and smashed it on top of the copper bell next to him. The bronze bell let out a crisp ring. announcing the start of the match. Humph, kid, let's see the real thing underhand. Grandmaster Ho let out a low shout, and immediately walked quickly into the midst of these stone species. Master Ho's face was full of confidence, a calm and relaxed look, as if he had already planned and strategized to win 1,000 miles. But in reality, he is also under tremendous pressure. After all, only a short time of 1 hour. On average, each stone species he can only look at a minute or so, to make a judgment. Even though he was the top stone gambling master in the country, he was also under tremendous pressure. On the contrary, Jiang Ning, he was much more leisurely, and while Master Ho had already begun to pick and observe, Jiang Ning was carelessly slipping between these stone types with his hands behind his back. It was as if he was strolling around for a walk, completely lacking any semblance of urgency or eagerness. This is? Jiang Hongyun frowned, wondering where Jiang Ning had gotten the nerve to be so boastful. Zheng Fangfan was not going to let go of this, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to mock him. When he looked at Jiang Ning, who was taking a leisurely stroll, he immediately mocked. Jiang Ning, you're sick. You're not here to pick a stone. What are you doing there? Are you brain caught in a door? Zheng Fangfan taunted loudly. Yeah, is your head caught in a door? Kong Liang was also taunting loudly. Jiang Ning looked at the two of them with a cold smile after hearing their taunts and sneered back. What? I'll sneak around if I want to. You two are minding too much. Do you really think I care about winning or losing this match? Losing is nothing more than losing $500 million. This area $500 million. Also on you two, this kind of waste poor than only care. This kind of tycoon, do not care about this $500 million that. This statement came out. Zheng Fangfan and Kong Liang's faces immediately became ugly. Zheng Fangfan was even more irritated by these words, and he looked at Jiang Ning with an exasperated look, his eyes about to glaze over. The flames in his eyes were on the verge of condensing into substance. You. He raised his hand to point at Jiang Ning, half dead with anger. Chapter 72, The Real Penetrating Eye. What? Aren't you poorer than that? You can't even take out $500 million, and you still need to borrow money. A poor bastard like you. I don't even want to look at you more than once. It's better for you to roll farther away, lest I despise you. Starting to die didn't pay off. Jiang Ning's words were about to infuriate Zheng Fangfan to death. His body trembled violently with anger, and his face was so hard to see that he couldn't wait to directly pounce on Jiang Ning and strangle him to death. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, was looking at him with a teasing face. In the end, Zheng Fangfan didn't say anything more, to the point that it wasn't that he was speechless, but that he was abashed. He was feeling that now that he had fallen into a disadvantage, if he were to continue to fight against him, he would definitely be exasperated by him. It was also true that he himself did not have any money. This, if he continued to spar with him, he would definitely be cursed to death, and he would not even have a chance to talk back. Knowing full well that this would be the outcome, he wisely chose to keep his mouth shut and stopped speaking. Mr. Jiang, I'm a person that, more or less, knows a little bit about the art of feng shui, and I'm also a bit superstitious. I'm betting against that this time. I just did a fortune telling for myself, and I don't think today is an auspicious day. Jiang Ning suddenly looked at Jiang Hongyun and opened his mouth. Jiang Hongyun frowned, not knowing what Jiang Ning meant by saying this. Jiang Ning hemmed and hawed and didn't say any more nonsense, getting straight to the point. I'm counting on my fingers. I need $5 billion to break today's insha bad luck, so can you lend it to me first? Don't worry, I won't borrow it for too long. I'll return it to you after the gambling is over. I just need to use this money now to temporarily force back today's bad luck. Wait until the end of the gambling stone, then it won't be needed anymore. Then I can naturally return it to you, can I? Jiang Ning was a little unsure in his heart. After all, this wasn't a small amount of money, and as for his comment about the Yin Fury bad luck, this was purely his own bull asterisk. The reason why he wanted this amount of money was because he was preparing to purchase, within the mall, a true perspective eye. Right now, his see-through eye, which was a gambling skill, could only be used 3 times a day and lasted for a few seconds each time. But if he were to purchase a real perspective eye, then there would be no limit to the number of times in time. It was just that the price was a bit expensive. The beginner's perspective eye, which required $5 billion. He wasn't worried that he couldn't pay it back. By the time he sold the jade at the end of his gambling, his 100 times card directly skyrocketed his wealth, and it was still no problem to pay back the $5 billion. If you can't, you'll have no problem paying back the $5 billion. He used the land in the city center as collateral, delaying the repayment for a few days. I believe Zheng Hongyun would also agree. Okay, no problem. Just as Jiang Ning was apprehensive to the extreme, Zheng Hongyun was quick to agree. Jiang Ning was delighted. Zheng Hongyun also didn't talk any nonsense, and directly asked someone to call in the money. This guy was also indeed rich. There were quite a few people who were worth tens of billions and tens of billions, but there are very few people who can directly take out 5 billion in cash flow, or liquidity. Zhang Hongyun was so quick to hit Jiang Ning with 5 billion in cash flow, so it was evident that his own wealth was extremely terrifying. Where did Jiang Ning know? The Hai-Ao Casino and the Hai-Ao Stadium alone would bring Zhang Hongyun more than $30 billion in net income every year. The cash flow in Zhang Hongyun's hand now. It was a number so terrifying that even the richest man in China had to tremble in front of him. Soon $5 billion came to Jiang Ning's account. Without any hesitation, Jiang Ning directly purchased the primary perspective eye, and the $5 billion directly cleared out. Zheng Fangfan, didn't you just question me? Now widen your bird's eye to see clearly how I gamble on stones. Ha! Jiang Ning smiled wryly. He wouldn't reveal the fact that he had perspective eyes, but instead pretended to count with his fingers. It seemed like he was using fortune-telling to choose a stone type. What did this mean? Fortune-telling? Zheng Fangfan, Kong Liang, and Zhang Hongyun all froze and looked at him in surprise when they saw him acting like this. As Jiang Ning pretended to read fortunes, his eyes swept back and forth over the 50 stone seeds. Half a minute later, a beep finally sounded in his head. Ding, Imperial Green Jadeite detected, worth $20 million. Ding, detected Ice Seed Ink Jade, valued at $17 million. Ding, Red Jadeite detected, worth 300,000. The beeps sounded several times. These beeps resounded at the same time his eyes penetrated the stone seeds and saw the jade inside. The ones with high prices were worth $10 million. The ones with low prices were just $200,000 to $300,000. There were also some waste stones inside these stone seeds, which had no jadeite jade made inside at all. Jiang Ning's gaze scanned for a full 3 minutes, and his fingers pinched there for 3 minutes, pretending to the extreme. 3 minutes of time. It had also become clear to him that within these stone types, those had high-end jade inside them. I've already counted it out. I'll choose number 1, 22, and 37. Jiang Ning didn't hesitate to say the 3 stone types he was going to choose. Hearing his words, everyone was confused, whether it was Zhang Hongyun or Zheng Fangfan, or Kong Liang, who had followed him over to play the game. All of them froze in place with a bewildered look on their faces. This guy is really relying on fortune-telling to select stone types. Can gambling on stones still be played like this? Is it possible that he is a retard? Zheng Fangfan looked at Jiang Ning with an almost idiotic gaze. Jiang Ning, are you an idiot? Are you a purebred brakeman? Do you know what you are doing here right now? This is gambling. We still have $500 million of colorful betting. You damn so choose the stone species? Zheng Fangfan couldn't help but say with mockery, how I'm willing to choose. That's my own thing. Has half a cent to do with you? Jiang Ning swept past him with slanted eyes and said with disdain. Zheng Fangfan sank his face and tried to speak. Talkative ass. Shut up. No one will sell you as dumb if you don't speak. Jiang Ning spoke indifferently. Zheng Fangfan's face sank like water, and with a cold snort, he stopped speaking. Mr. Jiang, it's those 3 pieces I want to choose. Just have someone move them out for me directly. Zhang Hongyun frowned. Are you serious? Not fooling around? Of course. Jiang Ning nodded affirmatively. Zhang Hongyun wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything, nodding his head to indicate the same time, and then he was immediately letting the staff move out these 3 stone types he had selected, and send them to where the stone decomposition machine was. Master Ho, on the other hand, only in the 57th minute, the 3 pieces of stone species selection is completed. He was also exhausted. His back was soaked through. Fortune-telling to select stone types. You can really be the first person in the stone gambling world, in the past and present. It really makes me admire you. After Master Ho finished selecting the stone species, he looked towards Jiang Ning with a mocking expression on his face. The tone in which he spoke was also full of sarcasm. He said that he admired him, but in reality, he had already despised Jiang Ning to the extreme in his heart. And even more so, he felt that this kid was an idiot, a complete and utter idiot. Chapter 73, The $20 Million Gap. Master Ho had been immersed in the stone gambling industry for decades, and had long since honed his fiery eyes. He knew very well that there were no shortcuts in stone gambling. You need to have enough knowledge and experience in stone gambling, as well as meticulous observation and extraordinary judgment. Only by possessing these conditions at the same time, and then studying hard and spending enough time and effort, could one stand out. But now, Jiang Ning was actually fortune-telling to choose a stone species, which made him feel that this person was a bogeyman, a complete bogeyman. Hearing Master Ho's mockery, Jiang Ning smiled without explaining. The main reason was that it was impossible to explain. Couldn't he just tell him that he didn't choose the stone species by fortune-telling, but rather by using his perspective eyes and the system? His so-called fortune-telling selection was just a cover-up? Can he say that? Can't. Definitely can't. Of course, even if he really said so, then others believe it or not. This is a new problem that needs to be solved. Jiang Ning was also too lazy to bother, so he didn't explain, letting the other party think what they wanted. Foolish, Zhang Fangfan followed suit with a taunt. Humph, mock to your heart's content, you won't be able to laugh after all of our stone types are unraveled later. Jiang Ning then said coldly. After saying that, he threw out his hand and headed straight for the stone deciphering machine. In front of the stone deciphering machine, Jiang Ning and the others stood guard here, ready to wait for the final result. Some of the staff who had nothing better to do were standing around watching the fun. This was sort of an unwritten fixture of the unspoken rules of the stone gambling world. That is, while the customers were gambling on the stones, the stone-solving master could be around to spectate if he didn't have any work on his hands. There are two reasons for such a rule. The first reason is that gambling on stones is an extremely costly affair, and the so-called prosperity of the people. In the early days of gambling, everyone thought that when gambling on stones, there are many people around to watch. That is, to have enough popularity. As long as the popularity is enough, then the wealth will certainly be enough, so you can cut out a good jade. So these stone masters, here onlookers, is also considered to provide a popularity here, naturally cannot be driven away. As for the second reason, also to prevent accidents in the process of stone decomposition. If there is an accident, other masters of stone decomposition here onlookers, can be directly on top of it. This point is mainly from the customer side of the consideration. Avoid gambling stone to half. There is a problem. There is no way to replace the first time the stone master, thus affecting their mood. After all, rich people play gambling stones. Play is a mood. If the experience is not good, resulting in a bad mood to follow, then if the bet is lost, cannot solve the jade to, will inevitably blame the responsibility on the field mouth. Several times after 3 times will also lose such a consumer customers. Because of these two reasons, it was perfectly reasonable for the master to spectate on the sidelines. Jiang Ning, it's not too late for you to admit defeat. I would advise you not to continue competing with me. The stone species chosen by Master Ho would have been able to crush you in seconds, not to mention the fact that your stone seed was still picked out using a near-idiot half of a tactic like fortune-telling. It's hard to believe that you really thought that these 3 broken stone seeds you picked out would be able to cut out jade, right? Zhang Fangfan looked at where Jiang Ning stood with his hands clasped over his chest, old and relaxed. He was furious and directly opened his mouth to mock. Oh, whether or not you can cut out jade emerald, directly under the hand to see the real chapter. There is no need to force lie here. Zhang Fangfan, if you think you will win, you can add with me to the betting on the color we in the additional 10 billion. You dare Jiang Ning sneered, directly disliking the counterattack. Hearing his dislike, Zhang Fangfan's face sank like water. In an additional 1 billion bets? Where did he have a billion let alone a billion? The current him didn't even have a billion. In his heart, he knew that in terms of financial strength, he seems to have no power to fight with Jiang Ning. He snorted coldly, and once again did not say anything. Zhang Fangfan turned his gaze, firmly locked on the stone decryption machine. Very quickly, his piece of stone species came out green. Excellent jade. The value will not be less than 10 million. This made Zhang Fangfan clench his fists in excitement. Half an hour later, the stone seed was all polished out. It was an excellent ice seed. This ice seed was nearly the size of a basketball, and was finally valued at 11 million. Ha ha, Jiang Ning, you see, this stone seed of mine is worth $10 million. And look at your piece of stone seed. This is worn out half. This is not even sea green. That this piece of stone seed inside may not have jadeite. Jade is a piece of pure waste stone. This opening the first game you lost, and buy me to open the gap of 10 million. After the 2 pieces of what you take with me to compete, what you take to win me, Jiang Ning, you're going to lose. Zhang Fangfan's face gradually grew arrogant. Jiang Ning's stone type, already half polished, was still a piece of waste stone. Yet, his stone seed had been cut out and was worth more than $10 million. This kind of door-opening victory made him feel like he was going to completely win this bet against him. Ha ha, Jiang Ning, little child, you use such a stupid way as fortune-telling to pick a stone seed. So stupid and still want to achieve victory. You're bound to lose. Master Ho was also sneering. Kong Liang was also not willing to be left behind. After the 2 of them finished mocking, Kong Liang then said in an extremely arrogant tone, "That's right, gambling on stones is gambling on stones. You're good, even using fortune-telling to pick stone types in such a way. I can say this to you, just the way you choose the stone species, really too stupid then, to say that you are a breaking pen, that is all a lift to you. You know." They spat up at this Jiang Ning, leaving no stone unturned. Jiang Ning rolled his eyes furiously when he heard their mockery. What's this all about? Why are they all mocking me for a good reason? Ha! He let out a depressed sneer and waved his hand. I'm too lazy to see eye to eye with you guys. Right now aren't you guys ahead by more than 10 million? This first game is considered a loss for me. Let's start the second game. He directly gave up the treatment. The first game chose to admit defeat. Zhang Fangfan and the others wouldn't let go of this opportunity to taunt him. And once again, there was a burst of wildly bombarded mouth-heavy output at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning didn't care. His face was full of indifference, but in his heart, he was sneering. Humph, you're mocking me, right? Then you guys can continue to taunt me. This is just my strategy. First letting you guys get excited and think you're going to win. Then in the last game, I will directly kill you all. Let you all experience the feeling of instantly falling from heaven to hell. Jiang Ning sneered in his heart. Soon after, the second game began. And in this second game, Jiang Ning's stone was still a waste stone. Zhang Fangfan's side stone was worth $8 million. Now he was ahead of Jiang Ning by $20 million. And in this situation, it seemed like he was really going to win, and Jiang Ning was going to lose. Chapter 74, the situation reversed. Ha ha, a $20 million difference. A $20 million difference. Jiang Ning, you trash. What are you using to fight me? Now that 2 of the 3 rounds have been played, both of your stone seeds are all waste stones. You're bound to lose. It is absolutely impossible for you to win against me. Hurry up and admit defeat. Ha ha ha, you trash. Downright trash. Winning 2 games in a row. The advantage was even widened to $20 million, which made Zhang Fangfan get carried away. He laughed wildly, with no one in sight and unrivaled. A wry smile also appeared on Master Ho's face. He too felt that he was bound to win this match. Jiang Hongyun, on the other hand, was frowning slightly. In fact, he didn't think highly of Jiang Ning either. From the very beginning when Jiang Ning had used fortune-telling to choose the stone type, he hadn't been optimistic about Jiang Ning and felt that Jiang Ning was bound to lose. Now Jiang Ning had even lost 2 consecutive games, and the gap had been widened to $20 million. This even made him feel that Jiang Ning was bound to lose, and had absolutely no hope of victory. AI. Sighing quietly, Jiang Hongyun didn't say anything. All of these surrounding onlookers who were explaining their masters also spoke up at this moment. This little brother's luck. Indeed, it's not very good. Losing 2 games in a row and still 2 waste stones. I think the third one is also bad enough. Yes, I guess he doesn't know how to gamble. He's just fooling around. That makes sense. I guess his third piece is also a waste stone. Well, it makes sense. I heard that he chose the stone species, is his own fortune telling, and then selected 3 stone species to bet. This is not a joke. More than just fooling around. It's simply idiotic behavior. The crowd opened their mouths one after another. Humph. But right in the middle of a kind of mocking voices, Jiang Ning let out a cold snort. Zhang Fangfan. He shouted out Zhang Fangfan's name in a low voice. Zhang Fangfan shuddered in agitation. Zhang Fangfan, this match isn't over yet. Weren't you just pulling away from me by $20 million in the first 2 games? Do you really think that this $20 million distance is insurmountable and leveled? You are really too naive. Let's start the third round of betting directly. It's not certain who will lose and who will win. Jiang Ning said in a low voice. What? You still want the third game? Ha! You really don't die until you see the Yellow River. You don't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Good. Since you want to play the third game, then Grandpa, I will accompany you to continue. Deconstruction machine start. Continue to polish for me. Zhang Fangfan roared lowly. Immediately, the 2 stone disintegration machines were activated, and the machines continuously emitted a roaring sound as they began to polish the last piece of jade from both sides. Humph. Insouciant and delusional. Master Ho had his hands behind his back as he looked at Jiang Ning and said this. Obviously, he also felt that Jiang Ning was bound to lose, and that there was absolutely no possibility of winning. Moreover, he concluded that Jiang Ning would lose miserably. The miserable kind. It's estimated that this kid's third stone seed is also a waste stone. And even if it's not a waste stone, the value of the jade inside won't be too high. At most, it won't exceed $1 million. And this third piece of mine, if there are no surprises, the price will be around 10 million. Master Ho murmured, confident and strategizing. On the contrary, Jiang Ning, at this moment, the corners of his mouth, however, were holding a wry smile that made people feel panicked since the beginning. No one knew why Jiang Ning was still able to smile even after things had developed to such a state, but everyone could see it. Jiang Ning didn't seem to be worried about losing, and even just by looking at the expression on his face, it wasn't hard to see that it seemed to be he himself who still felt that he would be able to bounce back. The crowd exchanged words, all wondering where he got his confidence from. Time passed by minute. Zhang Fangfan then didn't stop mocking Jiang Ning. He was confident that he was going to win. However, right after half an hour, when Jiang Ning's third stone seed polished out green while his stone seed didn't move at all, Zhang Fangfan panicked a bit. Holy, no way. Is the plot really going to be reversed? Hiss. That Jiang Ning's stone seed polished out green, and by the looks of it, it seems to be a piece of cedar jade. This is too unbelievable. I rely on, really is a cedar jade. The more you look at it, the more like if it is really cedar jade, then as long as it is not too small, the color is not too bad. At least it must also be 30 million to start. My dear mother, this reversal is too exciting. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. This reversal is more exciting than making a movie. If it's cedar jade, then it's really possible to reverse the situation. That's right. On the contrary, it's Zhang Fangfan's third stone species. This has been cut down halfway and there's still no jade to be seen. It looks like it's really going to be a reversal. The crowd exclaimed in shock. There was no other reason. Simply because Zhang Fangfan's third stone seed seems to be a stone. There is no jadeite inside. Jiang Ning's third stone seed, on the other hand, it appeared to be a cedar jade that was worth a lot of money. Cedar jade is extremely valuable. In the last 20 years, our jade won the aristocrat. The price remains high. Just last year's auction, there is a piece of 1 kilogram of cedar jade. The price was auctioned out of 80 million heavenly price. Of course, that was a cedar jade with a decent color. But even if it was of average color, the price was worth 20 to 30 million. If Jiang Ning's piece of cedar jade weighed more than a kilogram after being polished out, and the color wasn't too bad, and Zhang Fangfan's piece of stone species was indeed a waste stone, then the drama of a reversal of defeat could really be playing out before his eyes. Hiss! This! Jiang Hongyun was also clenching his fists, an incredulous glint flashing across his eyes. He had just been convinced that Jiang Ning was bound to lose and couldn't possibly win. But now, this reversal had come too suddenly, too overwhelming. Zhang Fangfan, do you have anything you want to say right now? You didn't expect it to be reversed. Jiang Ning looked at Zhang Fangfan smilingly and said in an indifferent tone, boom! Jiang Ning's words landed in Zhang Fangfan's ears like thunder from the 9 heavens. Zhang Fangfan stomped backward several steps, and sat on his butt on the ground, his face pale and unable to find the slightest bit of blood. No, no, impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible to reverse it. I'm the ultimate winner. You can't win. Never. Zhang Fangfan hissed and shouted at the top of his voice. Ha! Jiang Ning laughed, his voice filled with mockery. At this moment, whether it was Zhang Fangfan or Kong Liang, or Master Ho, none of their faces looked good, and each of them couldn't find much blood on their faces. They themselves hadn't expected that a match that seemed to be a sure win would turn out like this. Chapter 75, a tragic finale. No one had expected the situation to reverse, and it was still such a shocking reversal. In the first 2 rounds, Zhang Fangfan had a crushing advantage. Everyone, including Jiang Hongyun, felt that Zhang Fangfan was sure to win. When the third stone had just started to be cut, everyone thought that Zhang Fangfan would win. When the third stone was first cut, everyone thought that Zhang Fangfan was the ultimate winner, and Jiang Ning could only end up in tragedy. But now everyone was dumbfounded by the fact that no one could have imagined that Jiang Ning, who looked certain to lose, would actually win in the final round with the last piece of stone. Zhang Fangfan's third stone seed was now more than half polished. In this case, after polishing half of the stone and still no green, the likelihood of green in the back of the stone is less than 1 in 10,000. On the other hand, Jiang Ning's piece of stone, which was not of very good color, was polished to produce a valuable cedar jade. This is a reversal of fortune. Cedar jade is worth a few. We all know. At the moment, as long as Zhang Fangfan's stone species, really polished jade, and Jiang Ning's piece of cedar jade, color is not two bad words. Turning defeat into victory, turning the tide against the wind. That was the nail in the coffin. Impossible, impossible. This is impossible. Illusion, this is definitely an illusion. You, Jiang Ning, this trash, what makes you win against me? Zhang Fangfan couldn't accept the cruel truth as he hissed hideously. Ha, you're calling me trash? Jiang Ning looked at him and laughed coldly. Fine, since you're saying that I'm trash, then I'll be a piece of trash for a while. But then again, if you, Zhang Fangfan, lose to me, doesn't that mean that you're not even as good as a piece of trash? Poof, you're worse than a piece of trash. I poo. Jiang Ning directly took a mouthful of spit and spat it on the ground. When Zhang Fangfan heard his words, his ugly face immediately reddened. His eyes were crimson with anger. Raising his hand, he angrily pointed at Jiang Ning, but without waiting for him to speak, Jiang Ning directly opened his mouth, mocking and preempting him. What? You still want to continue mocking me? Oh, on you. You're something less than trash. Are you worthy of it? You also don't take a piss to see your own piece of King pen. He hadn't been taunted much just now, but he just didn't say a word and didn't bother to take care of this bastard, because he just wanted to wait until, when he bounced back, he completely all but crushed Zhang Fangfan. Zhang Fangfan, you feel that you have lost unjustly, right? You are not convinced of your loss, right? Then good since unconvinced then, that we then this time hands, immediately began to compare once you dare? If you dare, let's sign the betting agreement immediately, and bet again today. This time betting $1 billion. Zheng Fangfan, don't you think you're bullish? Think you've lost in vain? Then I'll give you a chance to reverse the defeat. I'll ask you, if you dare to compare with me. If you dare, then don't beep. Let's sign the agreement directly. If you don't dare, shut your dog's mouth and don't disgrace yourself here. Jiang Ning shouted loudly and lowly. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of his low voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens, constantly bombarding Zheng Fangfan's heart above. Zheng Fangfan continuously retreated, his face gloomy and hard to see. He breathed heavily. A divine light of anger and despair filled his eyes. At this moment, those anger and despair intertwined together to form some divine light that was hard to describe. Humph, what I despise the most is trash like you, who likes to bleat blindly even though you are incapable yourself. I despise trash like you. Scram to the side. Don't get in my way here, so that I won't be able to resist smacking you later. Jiang Ning waved his hand, and then he turned his head away from Zheng Fangfan. Zheng Fangfan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was panting violently, and his chest was heaving violently. At this moment, he really wanted to immediately kill Jiang Ning by 1,000 cuts and lynch him. Steeply he couldn't bear to roar. Jiang Ning, I'll kill you. Zheng Fangfan roared. He was like a boar that had lost its mind, roaring angrily as he pounced towards Jiang Ning. Scram! Jiang Ning was as if he had eyes in his back, and the moment Zheng Fangfan rushed towards him, he backhanded him with a slap, heavily slapping Zheng Fangfan in the face. Splat! With the sound of this slap, Zheng Fangfan flew out like a broken kite and landed heavily on the ground. His face swelled up and clear 5 fingerprints landed on Zheng Fangfan's face. Zheng Fangfan's eyes were like fire. He was still unconvinced. Kill him for me, kill him. He roared angrily and gave orders to whichever of his guards, who had directly reached the peak of the silver grade. However, before his roar could fall, Jiang Hongyun's murderous gaze was projected directly towards him. After being stared at by this murderous, icy gaze, Zheng Fangfan regained his senses instantly, and he only felt chills all over his body, as if there were billions of flying swords aimed at his throat, ready to decapitate him at any moment. Uncle Jiang, he was too frightened to speak. Are you going to kill Jiang Ning? Jiang Hongyun, however, looked at him with indifferent eyes. I have no problem if you want to kill him, but the premise is that you have to be finding me someone who can treat my injuries. If you can find it, I won't say anything more, but if you can't find it, I'll uproot your entire Zhang family, and let the Zhang family be removed from now on in Yinjing and slaughter into your 9 clans. Icy cold and piercing words rang directly in Zheng Fangfan's ears. Boom, boom, boom. These words of Jiang Hongyun were like thunder from the 9 heavens to everyone's ears. Everyone was shaken to the core, trembling in fear. Zheng Fangfan, in the midst of this voice that boomed like thunder, was so scared lest that his pants were actually wet. He was actually in front of a large crowd. Directly frightened by Jiang Hongyun's words, he wet his pants in public. This young Master Zhang pissed his pants. His guts are too small. Yes, this is too timid. Simply a joke. TSK, it's really too unthought that the hallowed young master of the Zheng family is so unbearable. I can see, this Zheng family young master, whether it is strategy or courage, or the degree of composure, that is extremely bad. Simply a luxury family waste. The onlookers who had just been shivering in fear by Jiang Hongyun's words were now roaring with laughter, all of them being amused because Zheng Fangfan had peed his pants in fear. Countless gazes filled with contempt fell on Zheng Fangfan's face. Zheng Fangfan's face was as red as blood. He hated to find a crack in the ground and never climb out. Shame on him, shame on him, shame on him. It was really too humiliating. Ever since he was a child, he had never been this humiliated. And now it was simply ripping off his face and then pressing it to the ground and rubbing it madly. Chapter 76, Who? Bully too much? Zheng Fangfan's face was red and he couldn't wait to stand up and run away immediately. His face revealed a struggle. In the end, in the midst of everyone's mocking voices, he fiercely got up and was about to run away. But, wanting to run, how can it be so easy? Do you really think that just now, after you taunted me so many times, I will easily forgive you now? Simply a fool's dream. Jiang Ning snorted coldly as he sprinted out like a meteor and rushed directly behind Zheng Fangfan, grabbing the back of his collar as soon as he could. In the midst of Zheng Fangfan's screaming voice, Jiang Ning's arm exerted force and directly threw him towards the back. Zheng Fangfan fell heavily to the ground. He rubbed his ass and screamed miserably. Jiang Ning walked over to him. This parley hasn't ended yet. That you want to leave here? Wait a little while, until my stone seeds are thoroughly polished out before you leave. Jiang Ning said coldly. Zheng Fangfan's face was extremely red. Right now, his pants were still wet, and when there was a wind blowing over, both legs were chilled. Not to mention that there were quite a few people gathered here. The big guys were all looking at his wet pants, constantly casting despicable gazes towards him, and just this despicable look alone made him want to find a block of tofu to directly slap himself to death. I have to go change my pants. He gritted his teeth and spoke in an angry voice. What does changing your pants have to do with me? I only know that. Now the betting is not over. You are not allowed to leave. As for the other things, must wait until you and I bet against the end of the end. Completely divided into winners and losers. Can only go to do. Of course, it's fine if you want to leave now, but you must admit that you lost to me in front of everyone, and then immediately make amends and apologize to me for the mockery you just made of me before you can do so. Remember, I'm talking about making amends and apologizing, not just making a simple apology. Jiang Ning looked at him with a mocking face, his tone calm and light. However, these words of his were heard inside Zhang Fangfan's ears, causing Zhang Fangfan to gnash his teeth, itching to crush his back teeth. He raised his head violently, his gaze landing dead center on Jiang Ning's face. At this moment, his eyes were itching to eat someone as if he wanted to. Jiang Ning just stared at him like this, not flinching at all. Jiang Ning, you're going to completely tear your face off with me, aren't you? He said through clenched teeth, his hatred overwhelming. Snap. However, after his words fell, Jiang Ning's face sank and then he swung his palm up and viciously slapped Zhang Fangfan's face. Zhang Fangfan was confused by this slap. He hadn't expected that Jiang Ning would suddenly make a move against him. You. He looked at Jiang Ning with wide eyes, an incredulous glint in his eyes, but more than anything else, he was furious. Jiang Ning, don't bully people too much. He continued to roar, the anger in his eyes growing thicker and thicker. Me? Bully too much? Oh, Zhang Fangfan, you're really not afraid of losing your conscience when you say that. Jiang Ning laughed coldly in his heart after hearing his words. He looked at Jiang Ning dead on, his voice icy cold as he said, Zhang Fangfan, you said that I bully people too much. Ha, then I'm going to have to break it off with you in front of the big guys. Who exactly is bullying people too much between the two of us? Since you are not afraid of losing face, then I am even more not afraid of losing face. There is no enmity between you and me, but you harassed Chen Meng, treating me as a rival, maliciously targeting me. I didn't take care of you to take away Chen Meng, but you are directly bringing your thugs to block me, ready to waste me. That day, if not I have a bit of kung fu in my body, I would have been crippled by your people. Now you say it's me who bullies people too much? Oh, clearly it was you who bullied me first. Okay, he said with a low drink. Zhang Fangfan's face flushed red. Jiang Ning continued to drink lowly. Also, that day you failed to bring people to waste me, and after you suffered some losses, instead of growing a long memory and retreating, you instead rose to the challenge and prepared to continue to deal with me. So today it's even more of a case of bringing enough men and horses and going directly to my house to block me, preparing to waste me. You have dealt with me one after another, and I am only making counterattacks for self-preservation now. But this act of self-preservation has turned into me bullying people too much in your mouth. Zhang Fangfan, I really have to ask you, which one of the two of us is bullying people too much? And which one of us is constantly looking for trouble from the other? The voice was low and deep. Every word of this landed in Zhang Fangfan's ears as if it was thundering. The surrounding crowd, after hearing these words from Jiang Ning, all of their faces changed up as well. As they looked at Zhang Fangfan, their eyes grew more and more contemptuous and disdainful. Damn. I didn't think that this Zhang family's youngest master would still be such a scumbag. Yeah, really too despicable. Looking for trouble several times. No wonder this little brother wants to whip him. This Zhang Fangfan is indeed despicable enough. Shameless enough. Simply shameless. That's right. I also thought that all of the mansion children are more educated, but now it seems that there are also some mansion children that are just despicable and shameless. Shameless and shameless villains. People like Zhang Fangfan are simply a pile of stinking. I poo. For such trash to live is simply a disgrace to the 5,000 years of Chinese civilization. That's right. Support. After the crowd heard Jiang Ning's words, they began to talk. At first, they were all mingling and whispering, but soon the voices grew louder and louder, and by the end, there were even several voices roaring and cursing Zhang Fangfan for being shameless. Each of these words was like thunder, ruthlessly chopping at Zhang Fangfan's heart. Zhang Fangfan's face was red and his teeth clenched. He couldn't wait to eat Jiang Ning alive. And even more so, he was thinking of swallowing him alive. He hissed loudly, his voice sad to the extreme. All shut up. Shut up. All shut up. All of you scumbags. Shut up. He roared angrily. His face was red and his features were hideous, but no one picked him up at all. Everyone spoke as they should, and no one paid him any attention at all. On the contrary, because of his angry roar, it caused everyone's impression of him to deteriorate, and instead, they talked even more seriously, accusing him. Young Master Zhang's reputation was completely stunk at this moment. Zhang Fangfan wanted to leave, but Jiang Ning grabbed him by the collar in a deadly grip, leaving him without even a chance to escape. Master Ho that? Kong Liang's? Where did those two guys go? They couldn't have run away, right? Just as everyone was accusing Zhang Fangfan, Jiang Ning had the hindsight to realize that he was so focused on tossing Zhang Fangfan around that he had gone so far as to say that without him noticing, Kong Liang and Grandmaster Ho had already disappeared, seemingly having run away. Chapter 77, Dinner Party Moment. Mr. Jiang, Master Ho ran away? Jiang Ning asked, looking towards Jiang Hongyun. At the sound of his voice, Jiang Hongyun quickly turned his head, his face showing an odd expression. Immediately afterward, he smiled awkwardly. It seems like he ran away. I was just so focused on taking a closer look at that cedar jade that I didn't care about the rest, he said with some embarrassment. Saying that, he pointed at the cedar jade that was just about to be polished out and said, the quality isn't too good, but it's not too bad either, and the total value will be around $200 million. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Ning sucked in cool air. What? $200 million? Holy, this was too expensive. Just now, the system's offer was 100 million, saying that this piece of cedar jade was worth 100 million, so he had pressed all of his treasure on it. But who knew that now Jiang Hongyun was saying that it was worth 200 million, which Jiang Ning hadn't expected. System, what's going on here? Jiang Ning couldn't help but inquire in his heart. Ding, the system valuation and in reality, there may be a slight difference, as items with collectability in reality will have fluctuating values and inflated prices for many reasons. The system also immediately replied. Jiang Ning immediately understood, and did not ask more questions. Take a painting for example. If it was valued by the system, it would be estimated in a way that was in line with the market price, but if the painting was really put on the market, then the price will usually be inflated, because according to the author's fame, the painting's collection value, speculation value, price will certainly become higher. Just like this piece of cedar jade, the system gives the market price, but now cedar jade is more sought after in the market, and the price has increased a bit, so the cedar jade that is worth $100 million is doubled. 20 minutes later, the wager was completely over. Jiang Ning's was indeed cedar jade. Zhang Fangfan's stone species was also polished, and eventually a piece of jade was cut out instead. The quality was very good. Its quality exceeded the two pieces of jade in front of it, but it was just too small and was just valued at $3 million. At this point, Zhang Fangfan's 3 stones were worth $23 million. Jiang Ning's 3 stones, with the last piece of cedar jade, managed to turn the tide against the wind, and this cedar jade alone was worth $200 million. Zhang Fangfan, do you have anything to say now? Jiang Ning looked at Zhang Fangfan and said smilingly. At this moment, Zhang Fangfan was paralyzed on the ground, his face ashen. I lost, he said in despair. The eyes were still filled with hatred. Jiang Hongyun deep creak mouth. Jiang Ning, let him go. Since he had opened his mouth, Jiang Ning naturally had to give him this face, indicating that he gently waved his hand to signal that Zhang Fangfan could get lost. Zhang Fangfan gave him a vicious look, but without waiting for him to speak, Jiang Hongyun spoke once more. Zhang Fangfan, don't be ungrateful. If you ever mess with Jiang Ning in the future, as long as you dare to hurt a single hair on his head, I will uproot your Zhang family. Boom, boom, boom. These words fell into Zhang Fangfan's ears, immediately causing Zhang Fangfan to be struck by lightning. Zhang Fangfan was paralyzed on the ground, unable to stand up. He looked at Jiang Hongyun in despair. Although he called Jiang Hongyun an uncle, and his father was also a shareholder of the Haiao Stadium entrance, but he knew very well, their Zhang family was an ant in Jiang Hongyun's eyes. Their Zhang family and Jiang Hongyun also did not have much of a close relationship. If he really pissed him off, then the Zhang family could be in real danger. I understand. I won't be messing with him in the future. Even though he was unwilling, he still gritted his teeth and said. After saying this, he left in a grayish manner, just as Zhang Fangfan had left. There were countless people making offers to buy this cedar jade, and in the end, Jiang Ning sold it to a big-bellied rich merchant for the entire price of $200 million. Ding, cedar jade sold successfully. 100 welfare cards automatically used. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a 20 billion reward. Right at the moment the cedar jade was sold, $20 billion arrived directly into the account. Cool. Jiang Ning nearly jumped straight up in place, excited as if he were a child. He was ecstatic beyond measure. His face was full of excitement, and he was so excited that he was about to sprout snot bubbles. He returned the 5 billion he had just returned to Jiang Hongyun, and now had 15 billion remaining in his hand. Steeply transforming into a $10 billion tycoon made him a little fluttery. The mood was also as good as it could be. After talking with Jiang Hongyun for a while, he left, and before he left, he also instructed Jiang Hongyun to look for the 7-star grass as soon as possible. As long as he found the 7-star grass, he would be able to remove all the toxins in his body, so that he could recover as soon as possible. As night fell, Jiang Ning arrived at Drunken Immortal House wearing a sharp suit. This was a famous restaurant in Yanjing. At the same time, this was also Chu Tianqing's territory, his private property. At this moment, in the top floor box of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, Chu Tianqing was chatting with a few people with a smile on his face. Opposite to him was a middle-aged man with a pale face, who looked to be in his 40s. This person was the person that Jiang Ning was going to treat tonight, named Lu Rusong. Lu Rusong was 45 years old this year, but 3 years ago suffered from a level called dyspnea. This kind of disease would make a person suddenly unable to breathe. In the beginning, the condition was relatively mild. The interruption of breathing was more than 10 seconds at most, but later the condition became more and more serious. Now as long as the breathing is interrupted, it may be 1 or 2 minutes. The most interruption of breathing reached as much as 3 minutes, almost died directly. What's worse, at the beginning, I was sick 4 or 5 times a day. Now every day are guilty of a dozen times, almost every 2 hours. Lu Rusong gradually panicked, because he is afraid. In the past 2 years breathing each time will be suspended for 5 or 6 minutes, or even more than 10 minutes, so that if it is not allowed to say that day will be directly suffocated to death. This disease is not difficult to treat. Many hospitals can be treated, but things are strange to say the least. In modern medicine, is not difficult to treat the disease. To Lu Rusong here is difficult. All major hospitals have gone through, even to find, successfully treated, dozens of cases of this disease. Hospital treatment, according to the regular means to start treatment, but just no effect. The same condition, other people treatment a few days on the effect, half a month can be basically cured, but he is no matter how to treat, are no effect at all. He was still sick every day, as if this kind of disease in his body is incurable in general, which makes him also gradually despair, and even lost hope for life. Every day is in fear, worried that he will suddenly die one day. Squeak! At this time the door of the box was pushed open. Tai Shan stepped in, walked to Chu Tianqing's side, and said in a low voice, "Boss, Divine Dr. Jiang has already come, and has just entered Drunken Immortal House." "Oh, is that so? I'll go pick him up." Chu Tianqing hurriedly stood up and walked towards the outside with a face full of surprise. Chapter 78 Fake Suits. Drunken Immortal Mansion. Jiang Ning stepped into the Drunken Immortal Mansion, ready to go straight upstairs to find Chu Tianqing. He had contacted Tai Shan before he arrived, knowing that Chu Tianqing was in the topmost floor's private room. He didn't think much about it when he entered and prepared to go straight up the stairs. "Well, Jiang Ning, what brings you to Drunken Immortal House?" Just as he reached the luxurious wooden staircase and was about to take a step up, a voice with a few moments of surprise rang in his ears. Turning his head to look, Jiang Ning's face was a little less than right. This was because the person shouting at him was not a friend, but a classmate, Liushuirenjia. This Liushuirenjia's family has a mine. His father is a coal boss. Although the size of the family's mine is relatively small, but every year there are tens of millions of dollars of net income to hand. This Liushuirenjia in the school inside is second only to Zhang Fangfan, this kind of top-rich second generation, the second line of rich kids. He was ranked in the second tier of rich kids. Jiang Ning and Liushuirenjia were in the same dormitory. Only, Liushuirenjia rarely lived in the dormitory. Rich second generation like him, in the apartment next to the school, as well as a few kilometers away from the school's villa area, have their own house. He only occasionally in the dormitory to live. When he was in the dormitory, Liushuirenjia was extremely displeased with Jiang Ning, and felt that being in a dormitory with a poorer person like Jiang Ning was simply an insult to him. Therefore, gradually he had developed a habit that whenever he saw Jiang Ning, he could not help but taunt him a few times. And this time, seeing Jiang Ning in a suit in the Drunken Immortal building, it made Liushuirenjia very different, saying that this poorer then, how come he still wore a designer suit to the Drunken Immortal building? That Liushuirenjia is you are. Looking at Liushuirenjia who was about to come close, Jiang Ning took a deep breath and opened his mouth first. "Oh, Jiang Ning, is really you ah? I thought I saw wrong that. How? You this wearing a suit to come here to do what ah? It's hard not to be. You now find a job running insurance, or buying a house, come here to sell business? TSK, but seriously ah, this fake suit of yours looks like the real thing, compared to the money you didn't spend in order to buy this fake set, right?" Liushuirenjia's gaze swept over Jiang Ning's body, and his tone said with a bit of teasing. The look he gave Jiang Ning also carried the slightest hint of undisguised contempt. In short, he was really looking down and despising Jiang Ning from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps in the eyes of a rich second generation like him, he felt that children from poor families like Jiang Ning, perhaps in the eyes of a rich kid like him, he felt that a poor kid like Jiang Ning shouldn't be living in this world, and shouldn't be going to school. He felt that people like Jiang Ning should drop out of school to herd cows in the ravines. In short, in Jiang Ning's body, he felt an endless sense of superiority. feeling that he was above the rest, while Jiang Ning should be trampled on and stepped on by him. This is a genuine and authentic product of mine, not a fake. Jiang Ning didn't want to bother with Liuyuan, casually saying that he turned around, ready to go upstairs. Wow. However, just as Jiang Ning turned around and prepared to go upstairs, Liuyuan suddenly let out a cold laugh. At the moment, he had an impudent girl in his arms. The girl's hand was holding a cup of milk tea. He suddenly snatched the milk tea from the girl's hand and threw it at Jiang Ning's body. This scene happened in a flash of lightning. Jiang Ning also did not prepare in advance. Without warning, the milk tea will be the back of the suit. Can dirty a large area. Goo. Jiang Ning really sorry this accidental handshaking. Will milk tea splashed on your fake suit. Sorry, your suit is not cheap. Right, so, I'll lose money to you. You see if $2,000 is enough? Liuyuan said with a teasing face, although his mouth said sorry, but the expression on his face was full of playfulness, while the corner of his mouth was outlined with a cold smile. Where was this carelessness on his part? It was clearly intentional. Jiang Ning turned around, his gaze landing on Liuyuan's face, a cold light erupting from his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was anger churning. He wasn't stupid, and naturally knew that Liuyuan was deliberately looking for a fight. Liuyuan, how much do you mean? Are you careless or are you doing it on purpose? Do you think I'm not clear? Jiang Ning's face sank as he directly asked back. Liuyuan froze slightly when he heard Jiang Ning's rhetorical question. It seemed like he hadn't expected that Jiang Ning would have the guts to talk to him like this. He looked at Jiang Ning in surprise, because in the past, when he was in school, he had often bullied Jiang Ning, but at that time, Jiang Ning was coy and didn't dare to resist at all. But today, Jiang Ning was the one who dared to speak to him in such a tone, and there were also a few provocative and questioning meanings between his words, which was out of his expectation. I rely on Jiang Ning, your damn brain is in cement. Right, you even dare to talk to me like this. You still know what your last name is. What is your name, right? Humph. Apologize to me immediately. If you apologize to me now, I can consider sparing you. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing you mercy. After he froze for 2 seconds, he was directly grimacing and opened his mouth to threaten, the words full of threatening implications. Jiang Ning's face became even more somber, and the cold aura in his eyes had crisscrossed. Today, he had come with the expectation of treating Chu Tianqing's friend, and with the thought of being able to obtain a few spirit medicines as payment. But now, Chu Tianqing hadn't even been seen yet, but had been defeated by this fellow, which caused the anger in Jiang Ning's heart to gradually intensify. Making me apologize to you, Liuyuan, you're really blinded by lard. Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh, casually removing his soiled suit top and casually tossing it aside. He then looked at Liuyuan with provocative eyes. Liuyuan was startled by his eyes and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Jiang Ning also didn't talk to him politely, directly saying, if you say you want to apologize, then it's also you who will apologize to me. Liuyuan, I'll give you a minute to think about whether or not to give me an apology. Since if you don't give me an apology and accompany me with a new piece of clothing, I'll make it so that you don't have the means to walk out of drunken immortal building standing up. What are you talking about? Jiang Ning, you are crazy. Immediately after Liuyuan heard Jiang Ning's words, he stared at him with wide eyes in disbelief. This guy, surprisingly, he asked himself to apologize to him and compensate him for his clothes. Crazy, really crazy. This thing even dared to talk to me like this. This is just crazy. He looked at Jiang Ning incredulously, only to feel that it seemed to be just recognized seemingly. Moreover, he felt that this Jiang Ning in front of him and before, seemed to be as if he had changed a person. Oh, Jiang Ning, I think you are purely sick in the head. Want me to apologize to you? You dream, he said with a cold face. Chapter 79, You Must Apologize. Truth be told, now Liuyuan was a bit confused by the anger. In the past, he hadn't bullied Jiang Ning a lot, but when he had bullied Jiang Ning before, Jiang Ning could only knock out his teeth into his stomach and eat all the dumb losses, not daring to do anything at all. But today, Jiang Ning was saying that he wanted him to apologize. This was something unprecedented. Liuyuan didn't believe that the person in front of him was the same Jiang Ning who had been so obedient in front of him. And Jiang Ning's perverse attitude today was causing anger to burn up in Liuyuan's heart. Jiang Ning, I originally just thought that it would be fine to have you apologize to me. I didn't intend to make things difficult for you. But now, you've already pissed me off, just by virtue of you still wanting me to apologize to you. You're really blind. Liuyuan sneered as he looked viciously at Jiang Ning and spoke through clenched back teeth. Wanting me to apologize to you, right? Then I'll tell you directly. You're talking in your head. A fool's dream? Oh. Do you really think I'm still the same Jiang Ning from before? Do you really think that you can still bully me at will now? Liuyuan, you're making a fool of yourself, and since you have to make a fool of yourself, I'll settle old scores with you. Jiang Ning's face revealed a touch of ruthlessness. Just without waiting for him to speak first, Liuyuan suddenly stretched out his foot. He stretched his paw forward, his toes gently pointing as he sneered. Jiang Ning, you punk, you want me to apologize to you, right? He, since you spoke such assholish words, then you'll have to pay for it. Come on, now. You immediately kneel down for me and crawl over to lick my shoes. As long as you lick my shoes, I will forgive you and not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, I will directly break your legs here and turn you into a wasted dog. He was showing a ruthless face. It seemed that if Jiang Ning didn't kneel down and lick his shoes, he would truly be true to his word and directly break Jiang Ning's legs, turning him into a wastrel. Jiang Ning's brows were murderous. Liuyuan looked at him provocatively, his toes still constantly pointing. Hurry up, don't be a grunt. Crawl over and lick your shoes for me immediately. Jiang Ning, this is your last chance. As long as you get down, crawl to me like a dog, and then lick your shoes clean for me. I'll spare you. Otherwise, today I'll absolutely break your legs, making it impossible for you to stand and walk for the rest of your life. He threatened madly. Right at the moment when his words fell, the beautiful girl he was cradling in his arms also revealed a fierce expression at Jiang Ning, and said in a mean tone, You punker still froze where you were doing what that? My husband said for you to lick his shoes. Didn't you hear that? Execute it immediately, otherwise not only break your dog's legs, but also break your dog's paws together. Saying that, a very vicious expression appeared on this pretty girl's face. A snake's heart. Previously, Jiang Ning had only heard of this phrase, but only at this moment did he realize that there really were those people in this world that were just snakes and scorpions. This girl looked quite pretty, almost comparable to a few of the schoolgirls at their university. But this is such a beautiful girl. From her mouth to say the words, is vicious road this level, let really appalling ah. Ha ha, baby is right. Today this dog, if he doesn't kneel down and lick my shoes, I will not only break his dog's legs, but I will also break his dog's paws together. Liuyuan laughed maniacally. The commotion over here attracted quite a few people to look sideways, but no one moved forward. It was clear to everyone that those who could come to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for dinner had a bit of a background or some family money. After all, every meal was a minimum of $20,000 of basic consumption, not something that an average person could afford. Therefore, everyone was also too lazy to come over to watch the fun, worrying that they would be caught in the crossfire because of watching the fun. Only, there were also a few that weren't afraid of death, slowly approaching. However, they stopped when they were still about 3 meters away from this side and stood 3 meters away, not moving any closer. Jiang Ning, I've already given you the opportunity. It's up to you to seize it. Are you kneeling down to lick my shoes and be a dog under my feet that? Or continue to stand there and let me break your dog's legs, so that you will never be able to stand up again in your life? The choice is in your own hands. You have to think clearly, Liuyuan said with a cold smile, his words still full of threats. A monstrous killing opportunity surged in Jiang Ning's heart. He looked at Liuyuan, itching to blast him straight to death. However, he took a deep breath and forced himself to hold back the anger in his heart. He took a step and slowly approached towards Liuyuan. Well, what are you walking over for? I said, for you to get down and crawl over like a dog with the last name to lick my shoes. I didn't say for you to walk over. Are you a brute who can't understand human language? Seeing Jiang Ning walk over, Liuyuan was impatient and said in a low voice. While he was drinking lowly, Jiang Ning had already come to his side, only half a meter away from him. Liuyuan, just you deserve it. After getting close, Jiang Ning's mouth abruptly let out a low drink. The sound was like a thunderous explosion, causing Liuyuan's eardrums to flare a bit. But not waiting for Liuyuan to react, Jiang Ning suddenly lifted a foot and heavily kicked Liuyuan in the stomach. Boom! Ah! As the kick landed on top of his stomach, Liuyuan steeply let out a mournful scream. Immediately afterward, he covered his stomach and flew out several meters away, falling heavily on the ground. His body curled up like a prawn. He covered his stomach with both hands and rolled on the ground in pain. At this moment, he only felt that his abdomen, as if it was shattered by a kick. The pain made him want to die. Even more so, there was a feeling that all of his internal organs had been turned into crumbs instantly by this kick. Huge pain was constantly hitting his brain. It made him roll around on the ground continuously, and at the same time the intense pain also made his abdomen have a feeling of flames burning. Ah, husband, you, what happened to you? You are okay? The pretty girl shouted in shock as she saw Liuyuan being kicked out. She stared at the scene in front of her with wide eyes in disbelief. Actually, she looked fiercely at Jiang Ning. Snap! Jiang Ning didn't treat her politely either, and swung his palm right at her face, leaving clear 5 fingerprints and whipping her to sit on her butt on the ground. Humph! You snake-hearted woman! You better shut up, or else I'm worried that I won't be able to help myself and just kill you. Jiang Ning's eyes flashed with an icy, piercing light, and his tone was cold to the core. Don't. She was so frightened by Jiang Ning that she screamed miserably, her face as white paper. Chapter 80, Your Threats. I don't care. Jiang Ning, you dare to make a move against me. You're dead. I'm definitely going to let you die in Drunken Immortal Tower today. There's absolutely no way you can walk out alive. I am a Black Gold card member of Drunken Immortal Building. If you dare to make a move on me in Drunken Immortal Building, I only need to flash my Black Gold card, and the people of Drunken Immortal Building will help me get rid of you. At this time Liushuirenjia, who was lying on the ground, had more or less caught his breath, and he looked at Jiang Ning with a hideous face, hissing madly. At this moment, he really looked like he couldn't wait to immediately eat Jiang Ning alive. Jiang Ning's brows furrowed after hearing his hissing. Black Gold card member? Oh, you're a Black Gold card member and you think you're so powerful? I'm also the owner of this Drunken Immortal Mansion. Chu Tianqing, personally invited over as an honored guest. I don't believe that your Black and Gold card can be more useful than my guest of honor. What's going on? The manager of the restaurant quickly ran here after hearing the commotion over here. When he ran close and saw Liushuirenjia who was lying on the ground howling miserably, his face changed dramatically. Young Lu, what happened to you? Are you alright? The manager hurriedly ran to Liushuirenjia's side and squatted down, wanting to help him up. Under his and several security guards' support, Liushuirenjia barely stood up, but he was still covering his stomach in death, because right now his abdomen was still in a burst of raw pain. He looked at Jiang Ning with a ferocious gaze. He couldn't wait to eat Jiang Ning alive inside his stomach. The fury in his eyes was close to condensing into substance, and the anger in the depths of his eyes was even more like magma burning the heavens, with not an inch of grass growing wherever it passed. At this moment, he was really angry to the extreme. His eyes were glittering with an icy cold light like that of a viper. He hated, really hated, can't wait to immediately the person in front of him, skin pulling, drinking blood and eating meat, can't wait to break his body into pieces, bones and ashes. Humph, were you the one who beat young Lu like this? The manager's gaze then landed on Jiang Ning's body. Do you know that young Lu is our Black Gold card member? You dare to make a move on our honored guest. Are you really tired of living? This manager's words carried a strong killing intent. As he spoke, the several security personnel who had followed him over were already surrounding Jiang Ning, ready to strike. These security personnel, surprisingly, all of them were mid-silver grade martial artists with a combat strength of over 2,000. At this moment, Jiang Ning was surrounded by 5 mid-silver pin martial artists, and he still felt some pressure. After all, the current him only had a combat power of 2,300, and he was also at the mid-silver pin realm. This was if they were really moving. Everyone was equal, but the other side had a lot of people. There were as many as 5 of them. It was hard for him to beat them with 2 fists. Under the siege of the other side's 5 people, he was definitely going to be finished. Ha ha, ha ha. Jiang Ning, you now know to be afraid, right? You wasted dog. Now even if you take the initiative to kneel down and lick my shoes to beg for forgiveness, I won't spare you. I'm going to beat you into a wreck, and then imprison you and keep you as if you were a dog. Just wait for me. I'll never let you feel better. Manager's son, immediately have your people do it. Scrap this scumbag for me, he shouted with a fierce face. The manager smiled faintly, arched his hand towards him and said, Ha ha, don't worry young Lu. Today I will definitely not let this brat have a good time, and I will definitely satisfy you. After saying that, he was giving a wink to those few experts, signaling them to make a move. Humph. However, right at this moment, Jiang Ning let out a cold snort, and an icy cold voice came out of his mouth. You guys dare to make a move against me? Do you really have no patience for living? Do you know who I am? He let out a steep, low cry. This voice was full of energy and carried an unrivaled domineering aura. Hearing this undercurrent of a low drink, the several silver pin experts who were about to rush up to take action against him froze in place. Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh and continued. Let me tell you, I am a VIP that Chu Tianqing personally invited over, and if you guys dare to make a move against me today, even if I don't hold you accountable, Chu Tianqing won't let you off the hook. So, I advise you guys to better carefully consider whether or not to make a move against me, lest you lose your lives because of a momentary mistake. The voice was cold and icy without a trace of emotion contained within, and when the crowd heard this, their faces all changed in unison. On Manager Sun's face, there was even a flash of astonishment. In the bottom of his eyes, an incredulous light flashed. Only after this incredulous light flashed, as if he thought of something, his expression became wonderful. On weekdays, Chu Tianqing rarely came to Drunken Immortal Tower, and only came when he was feasting his friends. Today, Chu Tianqing, who hadn't been around for a long time, was in the top floor's box and had brought a friend with him, and they had been upstairs for many hours. It was just that Chu Tianqing's box hadn't been serving food, and it seemed that they were still waiting for someone to come over. Now, Jiang Ning said that he had been invited by Chu Tianqing, And while that sounded like bull however, Manager Sun was vaguely feeling that since this brat was invited by Chu Tianqing, and since he also knew that Chu Tianqing was here at the moment, it was extremely likely that what he had said was true, and was in no way false. Thinking of this, Manager Sun's face couldn't help but leave a cold sweat behind. His body also couldn't help but tremble violently. Ha ha, ha ha ha. However, Liushuirenjia, who didn't know the specifics, laughed indulgently. He looked at Jiang Ning with a grimace and roared angrily, Jiang Ning, you really don't mind blushing when you say big words. What the hell are you? Just a cat or dog like you. You deserve to get Chu Tianqing's invitation. I'll be damned. What kind of a thing are you? And you don't know to take a piss and take a look at yourself? He madly provoked and mocked. Jiang Ning's face sank like water. Jiang Ning, today, don't say that Chu Tianqing isn't here. Even if Chu Tianqing is here in person, even if he appears in front of me in the next second, I will still kill you. It doesn't matter who comes. No one can stop me from killing you. You're dead. His 5 features twisted together as he hissed madly. Jiang Ning didn't say a word, just looking at him with a face full of indifference. Liushuirenjia continued to roar, Manager Sun, don't believe his bull ********. This kid is just a poor guy from our school. Because of being poor his girlfriend broke up with him. Just such a trashy thing, how could he possibly know Chu Tianqing that? You do not be cheated by him. Never be cheated. Listen to me immediately, let your people do it. Scrap this scumbag for me. Hurry up hurry up, he desperately roared. But Manager Sun's face was cloudy, not knowing whether to listen to him that, or not to listen to him that. Chapter 81 The Price of Arrogance. Liushuirenjia screamed with a fierce face. After hearing Liushuirenjia's words, Manager Sun was hesitant. At this moment, he really does not know. He should do that, or should be clear about the situation in making decisions. For a while he was caught between 2 ears. Jiang Ning, you wasted dog, today I will definitely not let you go. Today, if you can walk out of drunken immortal tower standing on both feet, from now on, I, Liushuirenjia, will be a ing dog. He was also losing his mind in the midst of his violent rage, shouting at the top of his lungs, ha ha, ha ha. However, just as he was shouting angrily, Manager Sun hesitated. At the back of the crowd, a loud and cheerful laughter suddenly rang out. The voice was domineering. Everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look, wanting to see who it was that could make a laugh. All of it as bright and domineering as this. When everyone looked over, they realized that the person who laughed was actually a middle-aged man who was so thin that he was about to turn into a bamboo pole. This middle-aged man, the body is as thin as sugar cane, the face does not have too much fat, 2 cheeks sunken in, 2 eyes are also too thin because of too thin orbital depth. This person is not someone else. It is the Chu Tianqing who has just recovered from a serious illness. The current Chu Tianqing, because of his dying illness, caused his body to be thin beyond recognition. Right now, he had also just recovered, and his weight was still some time away from returning to normal figures. After all, his illness could be cured very quickly, but this thinned down flesh still needed some time to slowly grow back. Who is this? How did he lose weight like this? Yes, this is also too thin. This guy wouldn't have an infectious disease, right? Otherwise how can he be so thin? Infectious disease? Then I have to stay away from him. Don't get infected. I'll stay away from him too, just in case. There's no danger. Everyone stepped back, none of them daring to approach Chu Tianqing. Chu Tianqing took a step and quickly came closer. Divine Dr. Jiang, just rest assured, with me here today, no one can move you. If anyone dares to move you, I will uproot his entire family and make them disappear from China. Chu Tian walked over and said in a firm tone, crap your grandmother. Who the hell are you? How dare you be this arrogant? You're looking for death, right? However, his words had just fallen. Liushuirenjia, who had already lost his mind, looked at Chu Tianqing and let out a furious hiss. It was actually completely not putting Chu Tianqing in his eyes. Boom! Manager Sun only felt a blackness before his eyes and nearly died directly. Holy, Liushuirenjia, you've eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall. How dare you talk to Boss Chu like this? Are you truly not afraid of death? Manager Sun was dizzy and wanted to die. Chu Tianqing rarely showed his face and did not accept reports, so not many people knew what he looked like, but others did not know Chu Tianqing. Manager Sun, as the steward of Drunken Immortal House, how could he not recognize Chu Tianqing that? Although now Chu Tianqing is very thin due to illness, but just now when Chu Tianqing came over, it was he who received him personally, naturally knowing that this thin bamboo pole in front of him is the boss of Drunken Immortal Building, also the underground emperor of Yanjing, Chu Tianqing. But now, Liushuirenjia even spoke and clamored to Chu Tianqing like this. Is this simply looking for death? Liushuirenjia, shut up, shut up. If you don't know how to speak, just shut your mouth and don't beat blindly here. Manager Sun couldn't help but shout lowly. but he didn't dare to be too loud. He could only desperately lower his voice to remind him. Only his voice was filled with anger and killing intent, itching to skin Liuyuan, because Liuyuan was so arrogant that he couldn't say that he would have to drag him down. If he was in the process of pissing off Chu Tianqing, then pissing off the underground emperor of Yanjing would really not be a fun thing to do. Don't you mind your own business? Get the hell out of here or I'll kill you. Liuyuan, however, did not hear manager's son's words at all. He pointed at Chu Tianqing, who was walking over, and then angrily shouted. Chu Tianqing's eyes chilled, and a cold aura flickered in the bottom of his eyes. Liuyuan turned a blind eye and coldly drank. Manager's son. It looks like this son of a is not going to leave, but is prepared to be idle to the end. So be it. Even he dealt with him piece by piece, and crippled him as well. Arrogant, brutal, arrogant to the extreme. At this moment, Liuyuan was truly arrogant to the extreme, completely and utterly not putting Chu Tianqing in his eyes. Enough, shut up, I said for you to shut up. Did you hear me? Manager's son completely exploded as he violently shouted. The voice, at the end, was forceful and hoarse. Liuyuan immediately froze, looking at manager's son in surprise, but before he could say anything, manager's son stated a roar once again, and actually lifted his foot and kicked Liuyuan to crawl on the ground. Liuyuan, how dare you disrespect Boss Chu? What kind of thing are you? You also dare to be this arrogant in front of Boss Chu? I think you are really tired of living. He let out an angry low drink from his mouth. Immediately, he directly bent down and grabbed Liuyuan's hair by the dead, pulling him up hard. Snap, snap, snap. Manager's son couldn't help but swing around slap to greet Liuyuan's face. He really didn't show any mercy. Every slap was hard to the extreme, itching to whip Liuyuan to death. The people watching around them also heard manager's son's angry roar before he made his move. They were first slightly stunned, but then they reacted violently. The crowd sucked in cool air, their gazes looking at Chu Tianqing in horror. Heavens, is this Yanjing underground emperor Chu Tianqing? Really, this is the legendary Boss Chu. Boss Chu really is a talented man, too handsome. Hiss, this Liuyuan is also too bold. Right, he just pointed at Boss Chu's nose and cursed the street. This is purely tired of living. AI, the Liu family is going to be finished, and Liuyuan is also going to be completely finished. The crowd opened their mouths one after another. The big guys also all cast a caring retarded gaze at Liuyuan. Liuyuan was whipped to death. In the middle of his mind, there was a roaring explosion, as if it was a balloon that was about to explode. He was Boss Chu? Yanjing underground emperor Chu Tianqing? He reacted as an afterthought, and at this moment, he completely couldn't care less about the intense pain brought about by manager's son's slap on his face. His mind went blank and his heart was filled with trepidation. At this moment, he realized that he had gotten into trouble, and it was a huge trouble. No! Fiercely, he roared hideously and frantically broke away from manager's son's hand. Immediately, he looked at Chu Tianzi, and with a plop, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed frantically. Boom, boom, boom. The forehead heavily knocked on the ground, as if he didn't know the pain, his mouth pleading and shouting. Chu boss, I didn't know it was you who came. I'm sorry, I'm wrong, I know it's wrong. You have a lot of adults, don't be general with a junior like me. I really know it's wrong. Chapter 82, Throwing Out Drunken Immortal Mansion. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed frantically, begging for forgiveness. The current Liuyuan. He was completely different from the arrogant Liuyuan just now. Completely different. Just now, he was arrogant, haughty and unrivaled. Now, he was humble, weak, like an ant. Chu boss, I have no pearls in my eyes. It's all because I'm dog-eyed and pearlless. That's why I rushed you. I know I'm wrong. I don't dare anymore. I don't dare anymore. He begged. Scram. Chu Tianzi's face was expressionless. Lifting his foot was to kick him aside. Chu Tianqing, who had now healed from his injuries, although his battle power had not fully recovered, this kick still easily rolled Liuyuan out 4 or 5 meters away. Liuyuan was paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. The eyes he looked at Chu Tianqing were filled with fear and panic. At this moment, his heart had also been filled with fear. He felt as if all of his heart was being pinched by a large invisible hand, and as long as this large hand exerted a slight force, his heart would be instantly pinched and burst, causing him to die immediately. Fear, endless fear. At the same time, his heart also surged with endless remorse. If someone can see his intestines at this moment, then he can definitely see that his intestines are already repentant. If the heavens give him another chance, he absolutely did not dare to mouth hi to Chu Tianqing, because he knew what kind of character Chu Tianqing was, and even more so, he was very clear about what kind of a fate it would be to offend Chu Tianqing. Divine Dr. Jiang, it's in that I'm sorry for letting you encounter this kind of thing in my territory. someone from Chu apologizes to you. Chu Tianqing walked to Jiang Ning's side, then under the gazes of everyone who were surprised to the extreme, even shocked to the point of bursting their eyeballs, he actually bowed directly to Jiang Ning and opened his mouth with a face full of apologies. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone's hearts were shaken. This scene that was occurring before their eyes was undoubtedly the equivalent of a magnitude 10 earthquake. At this moment, everyone felt that their worldview had collapsed. Oh my god, was all of this true? The hallowed underground emperor of the capital city, Chu Tianqing, had actually bowed to such a young youth, and then even apologized in a sincere tone. All of this, it was simply too subversive, too shocking. Holy, I didn't see it wrong. Boss Chu actually apologized to a young man. My dear mother, I'm kneeling. This is fake, right? Unbelievable, unbelievable. What kind of person is this little brother? How could he be so powerful that he could make Boss Chu bow his head? Fainted. I'm going to faint. This is definitely dreaming. The crowd exclaimed in shock. Everyone present was unable to believe the scene their eyes were seeing, even though the scene was truly happening in front of their eyes, even though this scene, the entire time, was seen by them. And what had happened? They had also watched it all from the beginning to the end, but they just couldn't believe that the underground emperor out of heaven, who could make Yanjing tremble when he stomped his foot, was actually apologizing so politely to such a young man as Jiang Ning at this moment. In their eyes, such a scene was like a fierce tiger, apologizing to a white rabbit. No, this, how is this possible? Liuyuan was also completely blinded at this moment. He stared with round eyes, incredulously looking at all this happening in front of him. At this moment, his body was trembling violently, and his three views were completely turned upside down. There's no harm in it, it's just a little situation. No harm done. Jiang Ning, however, smiled blandly, as if he hadn't put this to heart at all. Boss Chu, I have to go to the restroom first. I just drank a bit too much water on the way here, so wait for me for a bit, Jiang Ning said with a bit of embarrassment. After saying that, he didn't wait for Chu Tianqing to reply. He went straight to the toilet. The crowd was dazzled for a moment. Gosh, who the hell is this big brother? Boss Chu was in front of you, and you even wanted to go to the restroom and have him wait for you here. Your poker face is too big. The crowd all felt a wave of heavenly spinning, unable to comprehend the scene before them. But right after Jiang Ning left, Chu Tianqing then turned his head to look at Liuyuan. When his eyes landed on Liuyuan, the divine light in his eyes steeply became ferocious and gloomy. Humph! Break his legs and throw him out. Pull him and anyone related to him into the Drunken Immortal Building blacklist, and don't allow any of them to set foot in the Drunken Immortal Building in the future. Chu Tianqing's face was expressionless as he said in a cold voice. Right at the moment his words fell, Taishan appeared like a ghost and directly raised a foot to step on Liuyuan's leg. Ka-ching! A crisp fracture sound rang out. Before Liuyuan could even react, his legs were broken. He let out a miserable howl, his body trembling in pain. Life was worse than death. Shut up! If you dare to scream one more word, I will directly break your neck, Taishan threatened in a cold voice. Liuyuan was so terrified that he covered his mouth to death, forcibly enduring this heartbreaking pain, not daring to say a single word more. He looked at Chu Tianqing in horror. Boss Chu, I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Please don't pull me into the blacklist. My black gold card, is that I stole my dad's? If I let my dad know that we have been blacklisted, he will beat me to death. Please, he begged. The sharp pain in his legs caused beads of sweat to gush out from his body, and bean-sized beads of sweat continuously slid down his forehead. Throw it out. Chu Tianqing, however, simply ignored him and said with a cold face, without the slightest hesitation, Taishan carried him and directly walked out, just as if he was throwing garbage directly next to the trash can. After doing this, Taishan gently clapped his hands as if he had done something insignificant, and then he returned to Drunken Immortal House with light steps. Soon after, Jiang Ning came out of the restroom. Oh, Liuyuan that? Watching Liuyuan disappear into thin air, he asked with a bit of surprise. I've already broken his legs and thrown him out, Chu Tianqing said with a smile. Jiang Ning scratched the back of his head and didn't say anything, so he followed Chu Tianqing upstairs. Those people who were watching the fun in the hall, however, did not disperse for a long time. Everyone was talking to each other, discussing what Jiang Ning's identity was and why he could make Chu Tianqing treat him so politely. However, after discussing for a while, everyone did not come up with a conclusion, and they dispersed one after another. Just as they were discussing, Jiang Ning was already following Chu Tianqing, entering the box. Chu Tianzi quickly introduced Jiang Ning and Lu Rusong to each other. Divine Dr. Jiang is relying on you for my illness. If you can cure Lu Rusong of this dyspnea, Lu Rusong is willing to pay $1 billion as a consultation fee to repay Divine Dr. Jiang's great favor. Other than that, in the future, If Divine Dr. Jiang has any use for Lu Mao, please feel free to ask. Lu Mao will never shirk. After the introduction, Lu Rusong clutched Jiang Ning's hand tightly and said in a sincere tone,